bide his time, at least for a little while longer. It took every fragment of restraint that Tyrone could ransom from his floundering will to retreat from her softness. The idea was paramount in his mind that with a little patience Synnovea could become a mistress he could cherish as much as any wife. He yearned to bring her to such heights of rapture that she would find it hard to withhold herself from him. But as he now knew, she was a virgin, and no doubt fearful of the bridge between pain and pleasure. "Come, Synnovea," he coaxed, as she clutched an arm across her naked breasts to shield the rounded curves from his gaze. He lifted her cloak and spread it protectively around her shoulders, allowing her the covering she apparently sought. "Calm yourself, love. I didn't mean to frighten you." Synnovea still quaked from the shock of his invasion, and was unwilling to yield to his pleas while he encouraged her to relax against him. Refusing to look at him, she pulled her bodice up over her breasts and shoulders, fearing he would glimpse a different kind of fear than what he might have expected. When his hand had made its claim on her, she had felt as if she had just been flung face to face with the stark reality of his single-minded goal to make her his. The proud hawk, whom she had chosen to carry her through her soaring quest, was becoming increasingly difficult to handle. Unless she could find a way to escape the sharp descent of his plunging flight, she'd be devoured for a succulent morsel ere the hour was out. Tyrone freed a softly curling strand of hair that had become entrapped beneath her cloak, and laid it within the velvet cowl. "The way I touched you, Synnovea, is no different than what every husband and lover does with the one he adores," he murmured soothingly. "'Tis common in marriage." "We're not married," Synnovea groaned, suddenly haunted by an image of her mother's deeply distraught visage. "Would you feel any differently if we were?" he queried, and after a moment of silence continued with disarming candor. "You seem to want this union as badly as I do, and yet you apparently have no idea what to expect. Dearest Synnovea, were you to return the caress in like fashion, it would be a delicious sweetmeat I've yearned to savor ever since we came together in the pool." Synnovea's eyes chased upward, and she stared at him in astonishment, drawing a smile from Tyrone. "Do you think me untouchable, Synnovea? Nay, love, I'm a man, and I want you as much as any husband wants his wife. I want to touch you, love you, and do yearn that you do the same. The giving of pleasure is only natural during a time of intimacy." He laughed as she relented and allowed him to pull her close against him. "I thought you knew what to expect." "I've never been with a man before," she replied in a small voice. "I know that with a certainty now," he breathed. Though he had guessed as much from their first meeting, the past few hours had made him wonder if she was truly chaste. The fact that she was both pleased and excited him, for it was an honor he hadn't been entirely expecting. "I was too hasty in my zeal to claim you. I didn't mean to shock you." "My mother told me what to anticipate in marriage, but her instructions were rather general and definitely lacking in detail," Synnovea whispered. "But this is hardly the kind of situation she desired for me. An honorable marriage was what she assumed I'd have some day, and no doubt thought my husband would fill in the particulars." "I'll be as careful as any husband," Tyrone promised with compelling warmth. "You needn't be afraid that I'll misuse you, Synnovea. 'Tis much more enjoyable for a man when a woman responds with matching ardor." Tyrone leaned back in the seat, and tentatively she relaxed against him. In the stillness of the evening, the soft tinkling of silver bells, accompanying the leisurely clip-clop of horses' hooves, helped to soothe the senses to some degree. He made no further effort to advance his cause in the carriage, though it was difficult for him to ignore the tantalizing softness within his arms and to thrust from memory the silkiness of her woman's flesh. Still, his patience seemed to assuage her fears, for it was she who snuggled against his chest with a soft sigh. He smiled with pleasure, pressing his cheek against her brow, and was satisfied for the present moment to nurture her affection. The coach swayed to a halt before the two-story narrow-framed structure which Tyrone rented within the German district of Moscow. Had there not been such a shortage of available housing in the community at the time of his arrival, he would have secured smaller quarters for himself, thereby saving on rents and perhaps even a few of the coins that went toward cleaning the house. The rooms were sparsely furnished, yet neat enough for his tastes, thanks to the efforts of a bovine widow who came on a regular basis to keep them so. Yet having to continually deal with the city's segregation of foreigners had proven a tiresome inconvenience. It was a lengthy jaunt to where his Russian recruits were quartered, and an even longer one to the mansion where Synnovea was ensconced. Tyrone alighted from the conveyance and handed Synnovea down before he stepped around to pay the coachman. With her assistance in translation, he promised the driver a goodly sum for his time if he'd consent to wait at the end of the thoroughfare for the space of 2 hours. As the carriage rumbled off, Tyrone swept Synnovea within his arms and kissed her with all the passion he had been holding in check. Nuzzling her cheek, he staggered haphazardly toward the door, provoking her giggles. "You make me drunk," he crooned near her ear. "Then I pray you sober quickly, lest you stray too far from the path," she urged, casting a glance over her shoulder to see what risks lay ahead. He tottered precariously along the edge of the walk, and with a disconcerted groan she locked her arms around his neck, bracing herself for a fall. Tyrone's laughter rang out suddenly, and Synnovea gasped in surprise as he whirled her about, affirming the fact that he was in full command of his faculties and had only been teasing her. Even as he came to a halt, Synnovea's only reality seemed to be his hotly flaming lips searing hers as the whirl careened crazily around her. At the front door, Tyrone bent slightly aside to unlock the latch, while he complained about its temperamental tendency to come apart if not carefully worked. Issuing a grateful sigh at his success, he disengaged the bar and then nudged the stout plank open with a shoulder. Spinning inward with a chuckle, he kicked the door closed behind him and swept Synnovea around into the dark room. His mood grew serious as he braced back against the front wall and withdrew his arm from beneath her knees. Her voluminous skirts were snared upon his velvet-clad thigh as her feet settled between his on the floor, but she hardly noticed as she searched the shadowy face above her own. The uneasiness that had plagued Synnovea since she had launched her peculiar campaign came back to haunt her now that she was in the hawk's nest. Though the threat of becoming his prey would have unsettled a prim and proper virgin, she was becoming increasingly wary of the pleasure she derived from his manly pursuits. Even as he lowered his lips to hers, she had to brace herself against the delicious assault of her senses. His kisses were truly succulent morsels that could lure her into his bed with unmeasured haste. His gently stroking tongue moved provocatively inward and around her mouth, creating a sensual lushness within her that no artist's brush could have produced. With incredible care, he applied a profusion of warm pigments to the canvas of sensual pleasure, lulling her until he could feel her leaning into him with growing eagerness. Suddenly, their bodies were straining together as their mouths melded in a crushing, devouring search. Vaguely, Synnovea was aware of her intentions being turned topsy-turvy as he dragged up her skirts and lifted her astraddle his loins. In truth, keeping her wits well aligned to her goals was becoming more difficult with each passing second, for she was growing increasingly conscious of a hungry void that yearned to be sated as her soft flesh rested vulnerably upon a steely hardness. If she had any hope of coming through this evening unscathed, she needed desperately to cool the hot blood flowing upward from that area, or should find her objective completely cindered by her own passionate fervor. "Give me a moment to catch my breath," she pleaded faintly, withdrawing from his lustful embrace. Her rumpled skirts fell into place, allowing her to reclaim some degree of composure. She patted his chest as if cajoling an impatient stallion to ignore a mare in season, but there was now no satisfying the ravenous throbbing at the root of her being. If anything, she wanted to do more than just feel the hard bulge that nestled against her womanly softness. By dint of will, Tyrone curbed his rutting instincts, and capturing her hand, bestowed a gentle token of his admiration in the form of a kiss upon her slender knuckles. Upon leaving her, he moved about the parlor, lighting several tapers, and bringing into view a room that was rather stark and bare. Synnovea's eyes swept around the furnishings, seeing nothing more grand and comfortable than several straight chairs, a small table, a desk, and a pair of tall cabinets, as well as the man who had risked his life to save her from an unprincipled rogue. Tyrone swept a hand about to indicate the interior. "These quarters are clean enough, but rather dreary for a woman's taste." "It looks the way I imagined it would," Synnovea replied softly, far more intrigued with the man than his surroundings. The candle he carried accentuated the handsomeness of his noble profile, as well as the beauty of his eyes as they reflected the dancing flame. It came to her with a suddenness that surprised her that she could recall no other man whose appearance pleased her more than the one who moved before her now, nor had any ever caused such delectable sensations within her. She could not lightly dismiss the fact that her heart had skittered rather strangely while she had been caught up in his embrace only moments ago, and she had to wonder what power this Englishman held over her. Turning her face aside, she sought to shrug away any significance she might be inclined to attach to these realizations. "You're a soldier in His Majesty's service, here for only a few years before you're gone again. You keep the place amazingly well, despite that fact." "I pay a woman to clean and cook for me," Tyrone said, setting aside the taper. He came back to her, and lifting the cloak from her shoulders, draped it over the back of a nearby chair. Bedazzled by the flawless beauty of her ivory skin, he reached out and swept his palm over her shoulder, marveling at the silkiness of her skin. His gaze dipped into her gown, yearning to peruse her bosom unhindered by clothing or covering of any kind, much as he had done weeks ago in the bathing chamber. "She comes for an hour or two every day, but leaves before I return. If not for the fact that she probably outweighs me by several stone, I'd be inclined to think she's afraid of me." "Perhaps I, too, should be afraid of you," Synnovea breathed, trembling beneath his soft caresses. Cognizant of the warming glow in his eyes, she struggled to set her own thoughts aright by reminding herself of what she might suffer 9 months from now if she let him have his way with her. "I hardly know you, and yet here I am alone with you." Tyrone kissed her brow. "Were you afraid of me in the bathhouse?" Synnovea shook her head. "No, just outraged because you had made no effort to inform me that you were there." Tyrone peered down at her with smiling skepticism. "Would you have allowed me to watch if I had made my presence known to you?" "Of course not." "Then perhaps you can understand why I didn't enlighten you. The temptation to watch you far exceeded my ability to resist. Even now, I'd like to see you as you appeared then, and hold you as I did in the pool. Has anyone ever told you how absolutely beautiful you are when your skin is wet and glistening with droplets?" Synnovea recognized the disquiet within her and turned aside cautiously. His kisses could render her pliable to his every whim, and she knew she had to barricade her wits against their potency. Yet denying herself the fulfillment that she now found herself craving was swiftly becoming a thing she didn't want to do. Stepping near, Tyrone pressed his long muscular form close against her back and slipped his arms around her, close beneath her bosom, causing Synnovea's knees to wind in bliss at the sultriness of his kisses. Afforded a liberal view, Tyrone slowly basked in the sight of her ripe breasts flowing into the shallow bodice. Though the pliant peaks remained hidden beneath the cloth, he could see past the deep crevice separating the swelling mounds. Her pale, lustrous skin glowed enticingly in the warm glow of the candles, whetting his manly lusts until it seemed as if molten lead flowed into the root of his manly being. Gazing down upon such lush fare, he spoke from present observation. "Your breasts are as sweet as dew upon the honeycomb, and so soft and tempting, it staggers my wits to think of caressing them and making love to you." Synnovea allowed her imagination the freedom to conjure such an occurrence. If the event itself was as heady as his amorous attentions had been thus far, she wondered how she'd be able to endure the exhilaration of their union without becoming a wanton. But then she reminded herself once again she wasn't here to be ravenously consumed by his desires. She shivered in anticipation as his hands slid slowly around to the sides of her breasts, and she waited expectantly for them to make their claim upon her. Detecting the slight tremor, Tyrone tilted his head aslant as he queried, "Are you afraid of me, Synnovea?" "I didn't think so, until tonight." Her breath stilled in wonder as those lean hands cupped her breasts and teased their peaks, and for a moment her eyelids drooped in sultry pleasure as she luxuriated in the delectable sensations he elicited within her. But when his thumbs slipped beneath her gown to tease her nipples, she seized tentative rein on her weakening resistance, knowing the folly of indulging beyond her ability to resist. With a shaky laugh, she moved away from him and tossed a glance over her shoulder. "Now I'm sure I am." "Perhaps a glass of wine will soothe your fears," Tyrone suggested, plucking open his doublet as he went to search through a small cupboard. Upon doffing the garment, he hung it over the back of a chair, and then casually loosened the front of his shirt to his waist, as he examined several flagons. He selected a bottle, poured a small draught into a cup, and then realizing that neither of them had eaten, set out a plate of yarpak domalsi, which the housekeeper had made for him. He was especially fond of the lamb and rice-stuffed grape leaves, and if not for the fact that he was hungrier for Synnovea than he was for food, he'd have laid out a small supper for them. When Tyrone returned with a small cup of wine, Synnovea realized it was not within her power to ignore his altered appearance. Unbidden, her gaze ventured into the opening of his shirt, finding his muscular chest just as she had remembered it. Bronzed and lightly swathed with crisply curling hair, it was a sight that had become increasingly familiar to her after the many fantasies in which she had indulged. No longer a dream, that view brought to mind an actual occurrence as the man himself. In his every action and deed, no matter how great or insignificant the feat or movement, she was sure that Tyrone Rycroft exhibited an uncompromising masculinity that made other men seem somehow lacking in comparison. She had, with a maidenly curiosity, contemplated many of his gender throughout her adult years and travels, all respectfully clothed, of course. She was now of a mind to think that from a physical sense the colonel was several notches above those she had viewed. Alexei would have come across as tired and a bit worn in the younger man's presence, and certainly the white-haired Prince Vladimir would have fared badly in comparison. Since the announcement of her betrothal, she had become greatly appreciative of the memory of the Englishman's unadorned form, especially when an image of the bandy-legged elder, garbed only in tight-fitting shows, interrupted her musings. To view the colonel now in reality was even more disturbing to her senses. Tyrone poured the wine and came to her bearing a mug from which he invited her to sample an offer of cherry-umikina. "We'll share," he whispered close above her mouth. "The taste of you makes it sweeter for me." With trembling fingers, Synnovea raised the drinking vessel, and beneath his warm perusal took a sip from its edge. When she returned the cup, Tyrone tipped the cup and then leaned forward, and with a somewhat wicked smile, slowly caressed her soft mouth with his own as he shared the brew with her, evoking her giggles. Staggering back amid his chuckling amusement, she wiped her chin to catch the escaping dribbles, and promptly decided he wasn't the only one who could play at such games. Cutting off part of a stuffed grape leaf with a fork, she deposited it in her mouth, chewed for a moment while he watched with warmly glowing eyes, and then, pulling his head down to hers, shared the food with him. He proved eager to devour far more than the domalsi, and was soon probing the depth of her mouth in a totally titillating attack on her senses. It was a very long moment later when he drew back and stared down into those limpid pools. Her lips still glistened from his kiss, drawing him back for more. A saner moment followed, in which he inclined his head toward the narrow flight of stairs that led up a dark passageway. "I'll go upstairs and light some candles for us." Synnovea lifted her gaze toward the blackened void above the steps. "What's up there?" "My bedchamber," Tyrone answered, and cocked a curious brow as he saw her tremble. "The room is far more comfortable than it is down here, Synnovea." He swept a hand about to indicate the furnishings, "as you can plainly see for yourself." "Of course," she said, accepting his statement. Now that the moment wherein he planned to rend her virginity upon his palate swiftly approached, Synnovea was challenged by the fact that little time remained for her to make good her escape. And yet, here she remained. Even as she sought to quell the qualms that had suddenly begun to assail her, she felt as if another woman stood in her stead, doing everything she would have condemned a month or two ago. It was bold in her mind that in a scant few moments everything she had encouraged with her flirtations would likely end in a culmination of his desires, not her own. When faced with the truth of what she had instigated, she found it impossible to meet his gaze. Tyrone was too sensitive to the mood of the woman with whom he had become enamored not to notice a subtle change. Though bewildered by her sudden shyness and cooling ardor, it soon dawned on him that Synnovea was not altogether committed to the idea of letting him make love to her. He now doubted that even his kisses could appease whatever fears she was battling, and it seemed prudent to allow the lady some time to herself to consider her choices. Resigning himself to the bleak and disappointing possibility of being left without the sweet solace of her company as well as her body, Tyrone approached the stairs as he announced over his shoulder, "I'll be back in a moment." The sound of his footsteps, lightly scraping against the bare wood planks, seemed to resonate in diminishing waves throughout the house, as Synnovea faced the last stronghold of opposition to her quest. With the game nearly at its end, her own conscience rallied in objection to her devious schemes, and sought to beat them down with bludgeoning blows that seemed too painful to resist. Honesty, honor, integrity, modesty, scruples, virtue, kindness, everything that her mother and father had both cherished and honored was being reduced to an ashen heap with her deceitful, scandalous behavior. She had brazenly strode the path upon which milder, more timid maids were disinclined to venture, all because she wanted a man whom she could love as a husband. The course she had chosen was hardly moral, Synnovea reflected morosely. She had deliberately tempted a man who she knew desired her, and by allowing him to maul her, would be leading him into a trap that would deftly sunder the hopes of another who had aspired to have her as his wife. Years ago, Natasha had taken an older man as husband, and had later reaped a love which she had greatly treasured. Why can't I do the same, Synnovea's mind screamed. What made her so obstinate that she felt driven to flaunt the rules of society just to gain her own end? Had she no regard for the one she would hurt, or the shattered spirit she would leave in her wake? Of a sudden, Synnovea saw herself from afar, and she realized with some chagrin that she didn't necessarily like the image which came to mind, that of a spoiled, unscrupulous voyeurina, intent upon gaining her own end. What she was doing was callously using the affections of an eager suitor, and leading him into a trap from which he might not escape unscathed, all because she had been reluctant to wed an ancient. The growing awareness of her own diabolical deceit rose up like bitter bile in her throat, and suddenly it was all she could do not to turn tail and run. Synnovea mentally shook herself as if awakening from a trance. What in the world was she doing here? What had ever possessed her to forget the values of her parents and flaunt some imagined right to be wed to a man of her own choosing, to the extent that she could lightly entertain the possibility of becoming a harlot to gain her own end? As the weight of her own condemnation came upon her, Synnovea almost cringed. She thought of Tyrone standing at the forefront of those injured by her deception, and could no longer blandly dismiss his involvement as one of no consequence. He was a human being. He had feelings. He was susceptible to being wounded by her antics. What was she to do? How could she escape from all that she had planned? Just go. Synnovea winced in pain as the guilt-driven command lashed across her mind, and she took several stumbling steps toward the door as unspent sobs solidified into a painful lump in her chest. Then she halted abruptly, sick at heart, knowing what her departure would cost her. There was that element within her that urged her to go, but there was another conflicting voice which bade her to hold fast, lest she suffer the consequences. A sense of panic began to build within Synnovea as she found herself caught in a vortex betwixt the two. Broodingly, her eyes wandered back to the black velvet doublet dressing the chair, and inwardly she groaned, realizing that she couldn't go through with her ploy. Colonel Rycroft was everything Natasha had said he was. He didn't deserve to be entrapped by a conniving woman. She must fly before Alexei arrived. Choking back the sobs as she heard him coming down the stairs, Synnovea snatched up her cloak and fled to the door. In her panic, she seized the latch, ready to fly, but the handle broke off in her hand in her haste, frustrating her efforts to leave before she had to face her suitor. Synnovea! She whirled at the sound of her name and stared at him with tears blurring her vision. He stood on the bottom step, with a hand braced on the low beam above his head, just watching her. She could see the pain in his face, feel it in her heart. She ached for him and for herself, but there was no help for it. She must flee. "Don't go," he rasped. "Don't leave me." Synnovea tried to find the strength of a denial within her, but her voice was gone. She could only open and close her mouth as she struggled in mute agony to deliver the words that would bring about her escape. "Stay with me, please." His appeal tore through her, and her heart crumpled within her. The cloak slid from her fingers as she took several faltering steps toward him. "We must hurry. 'Tis urgent that I leave." Suddenly, Synnovea found him standing before her, sweeping her up into his arms. It seemed in no more than a thrice of steps he was up the stairs, following the beacon of light that came from the open doorway at the far end of a dark, narrow hallway. Her eyes swept the bedchamber as they entered. A large, rough-hewn four-poster stood in the middle of the room, its bedding turned down to reveal sheets that were clean but rather coarse. Skimpy draperies, effective enough in providing privacy, had been drawn over a pair of windows on the far side of the bed. A rather stark armoire, a chair, and a shaving stand with a simple pitcher and basin completed the furnishings. Synnovea's feet had barely touched the floor beside the bed when Tyrone's lips came crushing down upon hers in a fiercely possessive kiss that shattered any lingering notion that she might have had of absconding with her virtue intact. As their mouths and tongues merged in a wildly frantic search, his fingers tore the lacings loose at the back of her gown, and then he was tugging down the bodice, following its descent with hotly flaming kisses. Synnovea's breath hissed inward through her teeth as his tongue licked greedily over the mounds and valley of her bosom. A soft moan readily evidenced her heightening in the other into the sultry heat of his mouth. A flicking flame torched a sensitive pinnacle, fanning the hotly glowing coals burning within her womanly loins. It was a scintillating attack on her senses, a sweet undermining of her goals, and a succulent plum she could no longer resist. Tyrone left the blushing pinnacles throbbing for want of more as he freed her arms from her sleeves and with ravenous kisses followed the descent of her clothes. The gown and chemise caught on her hips, where they lay bunched in a confused tangle, and he went down on a knee, working feverishly to free the snag. By now Synnovea had caught the heat of his zeal and leaned over him to drag the shirt from his shoulders, bringing her lustrous bosom temptingly close to his face. Yanking his arms free of the garment, Tyrone tossed it aside and with a muted groan seized the womanly fullness and plied the pale peaks with the greedy warmth of his tongue. The ecstasy that shot through Synnovea was like a blazing arrow, with veins ignited, coursing through her senses, setting her whole being aflame with a heightening desire. There was no halting the flight of the invisible shaft now, for it soared swiftly to its mark, sinking deeply within her heart and awakening a hungry need to savor the delights to be found with a lover. Of a sudden, Synnovea knew not where to put her hands, and in anxious frenzy she rubbed them over the sinews rippling across Tyrone's back and shoulders. She could feel the muscles knotting beneath her palms, and swept a hand to the back of his corded neck, pressing his head forward until his face was resting within the cleavage between her breasts. With a subtle twisting of her shoulders and upper torso, the soft, ripe melons caressed the manly visage, drawing a muted moan of pleasure from Tyrone. Greedily he caught a nipple, nearly devouring the whole of it within his mouth as he suckled her. Synnovea felt as if she were being drawn inside out, and could only stand transfixed at the delectable sensations that pulsed with quickening fervor through her womanly being. His hand wandered past the small of her back, and slid downward beneath her clothes to clasp a round buttock. Lifting her with him, he rose to his feet, and began to drag the garments from her hips. He whisked her free of the restricting clothes, leaving them to fall in a puffy mound upon the floor. When he resettled her to her stockinged feet, he began ridding himself of his own garments, as his eyes feasted upon the perfection that had held his mind solidly entrapped for some weeks now. Synnovea perched timidly upon the edge of the bed, where she stripped off her stockings and surreptitiously witnessed his disrobing. The broad shoulders, tautly muscled ribs, and flat heart belly were just as she had remembered them, but it was the proud fullness evidencing his manly desires that brought a heated blush to her cheeks. Becoming aware of her flitting glances, Tyrone stepped near, forcing her to meet his smiling gaze. The flush of color imbuing her creamy skin was unmistakable. "No need to feel embarrassed, my sweet," he whispered cajolingly. "I give you leave to look at me as much as you desire. In truth, it pleasures me to have you do so. You may even touch me, if you'd like." Synnovea stared up at him in painful chagrin, unable to understand his cavalier attitude. She certainly couldn't imagine herself accepting his invitation. His hungering eyes swept over the length of her as he sought to put her at ease. "I'm not ashamed that I'm a man, and that I want you, Synnovea. I yield you everything, my body, my mind, my regard." Even as he reached out and captured her fingers, she remained motionless. Holding both her gaze and her hand firmly entrapped, he slid her palm down the length of him, over the muscular bulges and taut ridges, past a furred chest and hardened ribs, along a line of hair traversing his flat belly, and on downward to the bold, manly heat of him. A shocked gasp escaped Synnovea as he closed her fingers around the steely shaft and held them there in an unrelenting grasp. She could hardly draw breath for the heat infusing her, extending upward from the hot, fleshy hardness throbbing within her grasp. Though she averted her face, she could not banish the realization of what she held. "Look at me," he commanded gently. "I can't," Synnovea whispered, unwilling to obey. Yet every instinct she was capable of acknowledging rallied in curiosity. Capturing her chin within the palm of his free hand, Tyrone lifted it until he could meet her gaze. "Do you hate touching me so much, my sweet?" Synnovea bit her lip in discomfiture, but honesty prevailed as she shook her head. Never had she experienced anything that thrilled or embarrassed her more. "If yourself to my instructions." Reluctantly, Synnovea yielded a cautious peek, and then squeezed her eyes tightly shut. Yet the impression of his maleness was now forever branded upon her memory. There was no banishing it to the four corners of the universe. If she lived 1,000 years, she'd never forget his bold display. It took a full moment before Synnovea calmed herself enough to open her eyes again. She stared fixedly at him, and gradually Tyrone loosened his tenacious hold, sensing her growing willingness to yield herself to his guidance. He began to move her fingers in a tutorial tour, halting his own breath more than once by the secret places he encouraged her to titillate. "Enough of this," he rasped hoarsely, aware of the hazards of submitting himself too long to such rousing stimulation. His mouth descended, greedily devouring her breasts and snatching her breath with each voluptuous stroke of his tongue. The rapturous delights intensified rapidly until Synnovea forgot everything but the need to satisfy the fermenting hunger in the pit of her being. Seeking some relief for that indescribable void which now craved to be sated, she pressed close against him. Tyrone readily accommodated her, lifting her up against him until the moist inner haven of her womanly softness was snuggled against the warmth of him. The pulsing heat of his manhood inflamed the greedy fires burning within her, and she sought instinctively to quench them, moving against the forging iron in a quest as old as time itself. She was unprepared for the sizzling pleasure that began to surge upward through her, though she knew that there was more to come than just this teasing enticement, for they had not yet merged together. "Hurry!" she begged in an urgent whisper, snatching Tyrone's breath as her fingers closed around the heart shaft again. What propelled her now had nothing to do with the fear that Alexei would discover them. It was a desire for appeasement, pure and simple. "Have a care, Synnovea," Tyrone cautioned, knowing he was being dragged too close to the brink of expulsion as she drew him back with her to the bed. "The pleasure is too sweet."
This is the end of Side 1.
"Have a care, Synnovea," Tyrone cautioned, knowing he was being dragged too close to the brink of expulsion as she drew him back with her to the bed. "The pleasure is too sweet." Synnovea couldn't think of anything but the bedlam that had been created within her loins. Relinquishing her claim on him, she sank back upon the bed and wriggled across the freshly scented sheet until she reached the pillows near the headboard. Tyrone followed, and bracing on a knee beside her, slipped an arm beneath her waist and lifted her across the feather ticking to the middle of the bed. Caressing her cheek and lips with wanton kisses, he lowered his loins beneath her eagerly parting thighs and reached down a hand to gently part the silken folds. Synnovea turned her face aside and bit her lip as the unyielding hardness intruded, gently testing the delicate shield. Her breath was snatched from her as the long saber surged forward, piercing her with a pain that made her pitch upward. Tyrone lost whatever ground he had gained, and though it took every speck of willpower he was capable of gathering to maintain a gentlemanly forbearance, he drew back, allowing Synnovea a moment to calm herself as he kissed and caressed her. "I'm sorry," she whispered tearfully beneath the lingering kisses. "I didn't think I was such a coward." "Shh, love," Tyrone soothed, stroking her womanly softness. This time Synnovea surrendered herself completely to him, totally abashed that she had acted like a spineless chit when she had desired the consummation as feverishly as he. Her hand came up to rest tentatively upon his chest. "May I touch you again?" "Not yet, love," Tyrone answered, too shaken by the pain of his mounting desires to accept such sweet, excruciating enticements. "Let me pleasure you, then I'll seek mine." It seemed only a passing of a moment before Synnovea found her embarrassment eclipsed by new, rapidly expanding sensations. Overwhelmed by the waves of effervescent bliss that began washing over her in crescendoing rapture, she began to twist and writhe beneath his persuasive fondling. Arching her hips upward against him in an invitation he could not resist, she was soon leading the stirring hardness to the tender breach. Tyrone was shaking nearly as much as she, as his hands clasped her buttocks for the final thrust. The hardened shaft plunged inward, drawing a sharp gasp from her as the membrane split. Just as quickly, Synnovea was searching out his mouth, seeking the sultry kisses that would sweep her beyond the pain. He indulged her with tantalizing exchanges of lips and tongues, yet he was now sheathed in her warmth, and a spiraling ecstasy began to goad him. His thrusts were long and sure, stirring her ardor until she began to rise up to meet him. Beneath his kisses, soft mewls were transformed into astonished gasps as she soared ever higher toward that delectable culmination of their union. Tyrone was not far behind. His breath rasped harshly in her ear when the first thrilling fruits of ecstasy began to wash over him. Then suddenly, a rapidly approaching sound intruded, wrenching his mind clear with a brutal abruptness. "What is it?" Synnovea whispered as he lifted his head to listen. Her eyes widened when she heard the clattering hooves of many riders thundering toward the house. "Someone's coming," Tyrone muttered. Synnovea moaned in despair as he snatched away and rolled to the edge of the bed. Wrapping up his clothes, he thrust his feet through a pair of shoes and, jerking the close-fitting hosiery up over his narrow hips, hurriedly knotted them at his waist. "Get your clothes on, Synnovea," he bade anxiously as the hoofbeats came to a halt before his quarters. "Hurry!" She just stared at him, frozen by the realization of what she had done. Despite her change of heart, everything was occurring just as she had planned. In another moment, Alexei would be ordering his men to break down the door, and Tyrone would be caught in the middle, exactly where she had contrived to place him. Seeing her horrified stare, Tyrone seized her by the arms and gave her a shake. "Good Lord, woman, what ails you? Do you not ken? There are men outside the house, and in all likelihood they'll be coming in here. I cannot defend the two of us with you stark naked. They'll likely kill me to get to you." Sweeping her off the bed, he set her on her feet, and then gathered up her clothes. He dumped them on the bed near at hand and shook out her chemise just as a heavy fist pounded on the front portal and a mumbled voice called through the barrier. "Colonel Rycroft, I must speak with you." "Lift your arms," Tyrone commanded in an anxious whisper, for the moment ignoring the summons. As Synnovea complied, he yanked the chemise down over her head and settled it into place around her slender waist. "I can dress myself," she declared, coming to her senses as she felt his lean fingers fastening the tiny buttons between her breasts. "You'd better get your own clothes on and get out of here." "What, and leave you here by yourself to confront those men alone?" Tyrone laughed harshly, denying the possibility. "If I leave it all, Synnovea, I'll be taking you with me." From down below came the rattle of the broken latch, accompanied by a garbled question. "Colonel Rycroft, are you there?" It was obvious, after another testing of the lock, that the portal would not yield to the intruder's attempts to open it. Heavy fists began to pound the planks, demanding entry. "Colonel Rycroft, we know you're in there!" Tyrone stepped to the door of his bedchamber and yelled down the stairs. "I'll be down in a moment. I'm getting dressed." "You must come now, Colonel," came a reply. "I know the Countess Synnovea is with you. If you don't open this door immediately, my men will break it down." "Alexei," Synnovea whispered. Meeting Tyrone's questioning glance, she blushed and lifted her slender shoulders in a disconcerted shrug. "He hired men to watch Natasha's house." "Good Lord, Synnovea, why didn't you tell me earlier? We could have gone elsewhere." Tyrone gave her a gentle shove toward the bed. "Put your gown and shoes on. We've got to get out of here, and fast." His statement was promptly underscored by the sudden contact of several stout thuds against the front door. Another crashing blow soon followed, testing the sturdiness of the formidable barrier. Seeing now a chance to escape the consequences of her ploy, Synnovea quickly obeyed as Tyrone yanked on a pair of hide breeches, boots, and a shirt. Belting on his sword, he seized her hand and led her in a brisk descent of the stairs. He paused briefly in the lower room to judge the strength of another assault against the front portal, and roughly estimated the time they had remaining before the sturdy planks would give way. Scooping up her cloak from the floor, he wrapped it around her shoulders and pulled her along with him to the back door. Tyrone drew forth his sword and laid a silencing finger across his lips before he motioned her to stay where she was. Receiving her nod of compliance, he slid the bolt back carefully, quietly from the lock, and then pulled the door open. His cautious tread was just as noiseless as he slipped through the portal. Pausing just outside, with his sword held ready, he scanned the shadows, slowly turning until he glanced up suddenly to his right, where a burly fellow squatted atop a wooden barrel residing in the corner of the house, only a couple of steps away from the back door. Like a flash of quicksilver in the night, Tyrone's blade whipped upward to block the descent of the other's axe. A shout from the man brought the sound of running feet around the end of the house as Tyrone parried the next blow. But any hope for his escape with Synnovea dwindled rapidly when a dozen more stalwarts came charging toward them with swords and weapons drawn. Tyrone swiftly retreated, slamming and bolting the door behind him. "Get upstairs!" He jerked his head in the direction of his bedchamber as he faced Synnovea. "I'll try to hold them off down here." "You must leave me and escape!" she cried frantically. "Woman, do as I say!" Tyrone barked. "I'll not leave you to your own defense!" Frustrated by his commanding tone, Synnovea clenched her fists at her sides and tried again, this time in a louder tone so she could be heard above the jarring jolts that were now bombarding both doors. "Will you please listen to me, Tyrone Rawcroft? I know what I'm saying." "What? And allow Alexei a chance to rape you before he takes you to safety? Go, I said." Groaning in despair, Synnovea whirled toward the stairs just as the front portal crashed inward, sending several stout hardies stumbling in on top of it. Their entry hastened Synnovea's flight, even as she heard Alexei bellow her name from a safe distance behind the first battery of men. Tyrone leapt to cover her retreat with the long blade boldly in evidence. "Seize him!" Alexei plowed forward to accomplish the prince's bidding, and promptly yelped and stumbled back, suffering the pain of newly inflicted wounds. "A weighty purse to the one responsible for that rascal's capture," Alexei promised, incensed by the colonel's tenacity. "You wanted him, now here he is. Do with him what he did to you and those who rode with you. Seize him!" Tyrone had no chance to answer as a full dozen toughs raced toward him, forcing him to retreat up the stairs. Upon gaining the upper level, he dashed into the bedchamber and slammed the portal closed behind him. He tossed the sword onto the bed and then pulled the tall, weighty armoire in front of the door to bolster the strength of the heavy planks. Synnovea watched in helpless bewilderment while he grabbed a small chair and raced across the room to throw it through a window. He returned to the bed and, whipping the top sheet away, tied a knot in the end before he stepped back to the window. A small ledge, wide enough to comfortably accommodate a man's boots, jutted out from beneath it. Then his gaze flicked outward and carefully searched the shadows enclosing the house. Turning, Tyrone beckoned for Synnovea to draw near. "I'll lower you to the ground with the sheet and then climb down behind you." He glanced toward the door as the ponderous blows strengthened against it and was forced to speak over the din. "If I don't make it, run to the carriage and have the driver take you back to Natasha's. Do you understand?" "Clearly, Tyrone, but I plead with you, flee before you're taken." Sweeping her into his arms, Tyrone thrust her through the window and clasped her hand tightly as she balanced on the ledge. Loud, booming laughter came from below, prompting Tyrone to lean out through the opening. A huge fellow with a long, shaggy mustache and a lock of hair sprouting from a bald pate strode forward with arms widely outstretched. "Ha, ha, ha, Colonel Rycroft! We meet again, eh? So good of you, my friend, to toss the wench down to me!" The huge man chortled in uproarious mirth as he held out his arms expectantly. "The little pigeon is tasty sweetmeat, eh? Now I taste for myself what you have feasted upon." "Petrov!" Synnovea gasped in shock and glanced back at Tyrone. "That means Ladislaw is here." Tyrone cursed beneath his breath, then muttered derisively, "I must question the sort of friends Prince Alexei consorts with." He helped Synnovea back through the window and swept her to her feet. "I fear the prince has made the place secure against our escape if he's hired those thieving miscreants to seek me out. You can be certain they're hungry for revenge, a fact which I'm sure Alexei was cognizant of ere he went searching for them." "How would he have known where to find them?" Synnovea asked in confusion. "That is a question I'd like to ask Alexei if I'm given the opportunity." "You'll have a greater chance of escaping without me," she replied, laying a hand upon his furred chest. "Will you not try? I promise you, Alexei won't let those men take me, not when there's a chance the Tsar will find out." Tyrone scoffed at the idea. "Alexei may not even have a choice with Ladislaw and his men breathing down his neck. That brigand wanted you before. This time he may not stop until he takes you." "Please listen, Tyrone," she pleaded desperately. "I've no liking for Alexei or Ladislaw, but if you leave me and seek your freedom, then you may be able to arrange an assault on those brigands and take me back. You all but snatched me out of Ladislaw's hands before. Can you not do so again?" Tyrone musingly lifted a brow as he considered her suggestion. If they were both captured, he'd be confronting an overwhelming force anxious to kill him. The thieves would probably keep him shackled or so busy trying to protect the two of them that he wouldn't be able to carry out her rescue. "I might be able to arrange such an event within the hour," he replied thoughtfully. "I have friends living nearby, English officers. If I can get through Ladislaw's men, I know they'll help me." Beneath the ramming bombardment of the door, the wood facing around the bolt began to splinter away, motivating Tyrone to take up his sword again. As he sheathed the weapon, the splotches of red marring the whiteness of the bottom sheet caught his attention. He paused briefly to consider the stains, and then facing Synnovea, pressed a hurried kiss upon her lips. "I'll finish what I started ere long," he promised. Synnovea braved a smile. "Just be careful." "Tell Alexei and Ladislaw that I'll kill them if they harm you in any way," Tyrone said before he strode to the window. With a casual salute, he ducked through the opening, bringing her forward on flying feet. Synnovea watched, fear throbbing in her throat, as Tyrone climbed out onto the ledge. There he braced his feet wide to balance himself, and tucking 2 fingers into his mouth, whistled loudly, drawing an astonished gasp from her. At the shrill summons, Petrov came racing back to serve as the colonel's audience of one. The brawny giant leaned his head far back and gaped upward with jaw slack as Tyrone swept him a jaunty bow. "So good of you to come when I call, Petrov. Now, catch me if you can," he taunted with a chuckle, and springing lightly from the ledge, somersaulted once through the air, and then dove directly toward the burly one, who staggered backward in rapidly expanding amazement. Synnovea clapped a hand over her mouth to squelch a frightened scream, but any sound that might have escaped was quickly overshadowed by the loud, wavering warble that issued forth from Petrov's thick throat. His scream strengthened to a deafening roar until it was abruptly squelched beneath the falling weight of the colonel. As Tyrone had hoped, his daring dive had been sufficiently broken by the thief's bulk, and, no worse for wear, he drew back a clenched fist and delivered a powerful blow to the stout jaw of the dazed man, knocking that one completely senseless. The large head lolled limply as Tyrone tested the brigand's lack of response. Satisfied, he jumped to his feet and dusted off his clothes as if on a casual errand. Turning with a lopsided grin, he swept into another debonair bow, this time for his lady love, who still stood at the window with her hands clasped tightly over her mouth. It was a full second before the shock faded, and Synnovea clapped her palms to her cheeks, laughing in relief. Briefly, she acknowledged his daring feat with applause and blew him a kiss before he whirled and raced toward a nearby house. She observed his flight, peering after him intently as far as she could see, until the darkness consumed his tall form, leaving her strangely disquieted, yet relieved by his escape. The cabinet began to slide inward, and a brief moment later, Synnovea whirled to face the men who burst through. Ladislaw led the brigands with a drawn sword. He halted just inside the door, as his pale eyes scanned the length and breadth of the bedchamber for the Englishman. Dragging the furry cap from his flaxen head, he strode across the room, but paused briefly beside the bed to consider the bloodied sheet. His ice-blue eyes chased to her, and then swept beyond her, narrowing to angry slits when he noticed the curtains fluttering at the window. Racing forward to the opening, he leaned out and scanned the area, finding his hulking companion sprawled limply upon the ground. Synnovea lifted her chin, giving Ladislaw her best attempt at a haughty demeanor as he came back to her. "You're too late," she announced. "The Englishman has gone." "I can see that for myself, Countess. I'm also aware of the pretty bauble he left behind." His eyes raked her cloaked form before he reached out a hand and thoughtfully rubbed a soft, dark curl between his fingers. "You've allowed my enemy to feed upon your rich treasures, my beauty. I'll forgive you for that, for there's clearly enough for me to savor, but I would know where he has gone." "Do you think I would tell you?" she scoffed in amazement. "You must be as addlepated as your unconscious friend." Alexei pushed his way through the door, safely behind an escort of 4 stout-chested men. "Don't waste time trying to get any answers from her," he snapped, glowering at her. "She'll never tell you where her lover has fled." You'll have to find him yourself." Turning imperiously, he snapped his fingers at the bandits, sending them running out again. "Remember," he shouted after them, "a weighty purse to the one who captures him." Alexei listened to their thudding footfalls on the stairs before he turned a challenging sneer upon Ladislaw, who had made no effort to follow. "Well, are you going to help your men scour the area for that English rogue, or do you intend to hunt him down yourself?" He arched a taunting brow at the hulking man. "Don't tell me you're afraid of him." Ladislaw jeered at the man's jibe. "There's only one coward here, and I'm looking at him." The insult ignited Alexei's dark eyes, leaving them flaring with fiery rage. "From what I hear of your attack on the Countess's entourage, you ran when the Englishman appeared on the scene." "Be careful," the giant warned him ominously. "One less boyar in the city won't be noticed, I assure you." Synnovea glanced between the two men, her hopes rising. Though in league with each other, they apparently shared a mutual dislike. If prodded into a violent quarrel, they might even forget about searching for the Englishman long enough to ensure his escape. "Your hired henchman doesn't seem to appreciate your elevated status, Alexei. But then I must remember he's also a prince, albeit of questionable descent. Has he been in your employ very long?" The Lord of Thieves snorted loudly. "No man employs Ladislaw," he rumbled. "Your precious boyar came to search me out in Kitaigorat when I let it be known that I was seeking the whereabouts of a certain Englishman. Otherwise, Countess, you wouldn't be seeing us together." Warily, Synnovea queried, "Is it your intent to kill Colonel Rycroft?" "I'll allow the prince to have his due ere I take mine," Ladislaw replied, and smiled at her mockingly. "In any case, my lady, there'll be little left for you to enjoy after we're finished with your precious colonel." "If you manage to take him," Alexei interjected with rancor. "I'm sure this delay will cost you his capture." Ladislaw smirked at the other man. "I promised you that we'd take him, and so we shall." With that, the lordling thief strode across the room and took his leave. Several moments later, his booming voice was heard outside the bedroom window, as he bade Petrov to rouse from his stupor. Contemptuously, Alexei glanced around the room, disdaining the plain, barren look of it. Then his eyes blazed with sudden fury when he espied the dark splotches that marred the whiteness of the bed linen. With a savage curse, he whirled upon Synnovea and lashed out with swiftly spiraling vengeance, laying the back of his hand viciously across her cheek and sending her reeling in a daze across the room. She slammed into the far wall. Alexei snarled in seething rage. "You've done what you've threatened. You've given yourself to that filthy blackguard." Synnovea blinked in an earnest attempt to focus her gaze upon her adversary. Considering that the whole side of her head felt as if it had just been slammed against a stone wall, she didn't think it unusual that her vision and senses were beclouded. Lamely she jeered at the prince, conveying her contempt, as she wiped a trickle of blood from a corner of her bruised mouth. "Not long ago, I would have given myself to Tyrone Rycroft for no other purpose than to thwart your plans, Alexei. But henceforth I shall seek his favor with eager diligence, for without a doubt he's more of a man than you'll ever hope to be." "You will watch him pay," Alexei railed, incensed by her disparagement. His much-inflated pride was sorely pricked by the realization that she had taken a foreigner to her breast after steadfastly denying him that same privilege the whole of her stay in his mansion. As if that insult wasn't enough to rile his temper, he had to endure the added indignity of being told that she'd now willingly share her company with the other man. "Because of you, Synnovea, the Englishman will suffer well beyond his feeble endurance." A sudden niggling apprehension encompassed Synnovea's heart. She didn't doubt in the least that Alexei would resort to torture to have his revenge upon his rival. Yet when she remembered Tyrone's skill at fighting, it seemed unlikely that any common man could best him. Confidence in his ability eased her qualms significantly, allowing her to boast, "You'll have to catch him first, Alexei, and I really don't think you or your hired lackeys are skilled enough for that task." Alexei smirked. "I'm of a different opinion, my dear. For you see, Ladislaw and his men have grown to hate the Englishman almost as much as I do. 'Twill be only a matter of time before the colonel falls into their hands.
They'll lie in wait until he appears, and then pounce on him as they would a ravenous dog that has been freed from his cage.
Bending toward her, he sneered into her face.
Once I have your lover within my grasp, my dear, I'll make sure he remembers this night forever. Before I'm done with him, I'll see the hide stripped from his back, and then assure myself that he'll never bed you or another woman as long as he lives.
Some distance from the house, the dense darkness was held secure within a cluster of trees growing near the narrow dirt lane. It was here that Tyrone tarried to canvass the open, rutted stretch. After peering carefully up and down the thoroughfare, he scanned the area bordering it. No dark spectre moved beyond the copse, not even the coachman, who snoozed atop his conveyance a short distance away. Tyrone silently unsheathed his sword and crept to the outer edge of the trees, warily pausing there for a long moment as he again surveyed the terrain. He was unable to put aside the feeling of uneasiness that had settled down upon him after his entry into the grove. He sensed that all was not as it should be, despite the openness of the place beyond where he stood. Still, he was unable to detect any movement, or even a shadow which might have alerted him to another's presence. He was, however, a man who had learned to take heed when his instincts warned him of danger. For the sake of caution, he eased back a step, and was about to turn in stealthful retreat when a sudden pain exploded against his head. He sagged to his knees as a billion piercing lights burst in a sea of radiant colors before his eyes, and then slowly dimmed to a dull shade of gray. Through the tenebrous gloom, he became vaguely aware of a dark shape stepping close, and an arm lifting high above him. His hampered faculties were sluggish and slow to react as a stout club came crashing down upon his skull once again, darkening the murky shadows into the deepest shade of night, until all that remained of his world was total oblivion. 12. In the silence of the still night, a growing din reached the upstairs bedroom, and Alexei raised his head to listen as the sounds of rumbling wheels and thundering hooves heralded the approach of a coach and a large party of riders. Loudly shouted orders accompanied the arrival of the conveyance and its escort in front of the colonel's quarters. A moment later, Ladislaw called up the stairs from the room below.
"You can come down now, your most gracious highness."
The disdain in his tone could not have gone undetected.
"We've got the Englishman."
Synnovea gasped as the renegade's words struck fear into her heart. Though Tyrone's abilities had seemed to extend well beyond that of normal men, she now had to face the full import of Alexei's threats, and could only detract from her lover.
"Now you'll see."
Alexei flaunted his triumph with a victorious chortle. Catching Synnovea's arm in a cruel vice, he hauled her along with him as he hurried down the stairs. When she stumbled to her knees after leaving the last step, he dragged her to her feet and shoved her toward the door.
"Get out there, bitch!"
The rented livery had been halted in front of the house, where Ladislaw now waited with Petrov and several of his men. Another score or more miscreants were still mounted beyond the coach. Confronted by their vast number, Synnovea began to understand the reason for Tyrone's lack of success in gaining his freedom. There were enough rogues to have formed a human web around a wide area, greatly reducing his chances for escape. It was just as apparent that Alexei had been willing to promise Ladislaw and his men a generous stipend to see his orders carried out one way or another. Alexei's long fingers gripped Synnovea's arm, and with a savage curse he thrust her roughly against the side of the carriage, drawing a sharp wince of pain from her. Having been completely thwarted in his efforts to claim the girl as his mistress, he was hardly in a mood to relent. He stalked toward her, and bracing a hand against the conveyance, took a finely boned wrist within his grasp. He smirked in smug satisfaction as he squeezed it nigh to the point of breaking, and then chortled vindictively when she writhed in silent agony.
"I know you'll never bow to me for your own comfort, but listen well, my girl. If you try anything, I can assure you that it will go far worse for the Englishman."
Having observed the intimidation, Ladislaw stepped beside them, and with a satirical glint in his pale eyes, fixed the boyar with a chiding stare. Then, as if amused by the prince's baffled regard, the thief grinned broadly, and swung open the carriage door.
"Your quarry is inside, great Prince Alexei,"
he announced, jerking a thumb inwardly.
Your rival is trussed up like a goose awaiting a roasting, just the way you wanted him. He shouldn't do you any harm now." "Excellent!" Alexei exclaimed buoyantly. Feeling a mixture of terror and revulsion roiling within her, Synnovea wrenched free of Alexei's grasp and pushed with all of her might against his chest, managing to catch him unawares. He stumbled back at the impetus of her assault. Synnovea didn't waste a moment, but scrambled up into the carriage's dark interior just as Alexei recovered his balance. He thrust out an arm toward the brigands on the far side of the coach and barked out a strident order for them to secure the door. Then he scurried into the conveyance after Synnovea and seized her arm to halt her flight. But he soon realized there was no need to restrain her, for with a moan of despair she sank to her knees beside the seat where the colonel lay as still as death. The ominously inert form cauterized Synnovea's mind with burgeoning fear. She wasn't even sure that Tyrone was breathing. He lay on his side with his wrists and ankles tightly bound. A woven leather rope had been tightly looped several times among the weighty hemp cords that secured his hands and feet, nullifying any possibility of him launching an attack once he roused from his senseless state. The thieves' precautions had at least one benefit. They reassured Synnovea that Tyrone was still alive. Fearing the gravity of his injuries, Synnovea searched beneath his shirt and along his long torso for an open wound. Her hopes rallied briefly when she found no evidence of an injury, but her worry intensified sharply into panic when she slipped her fingers through his tousled hair to cradle his head and immediately discovered a large swollen lump, the ridge of which was marred by a bloody gash. She lifted her hand before her face and, in paralyzed horror, stared through the tenebrous gloom at the dark splotches of glistening wetness now staining her fingers. "That's only the beginning," Alexei needled, recognizing her rapidly expanding trepidations. His cocky arrogance was greatly inflated by the power he presently held in his grasp. Now that the Englishman was his hostage, he could make the girl plead for mercy, and he promised himself that he'd see her groveling at his feet before he finished with the man. Piece by bloody piece, he intended to exact his revenge upon the colonel until the girl was reduced to a quivering mass of daunted humanity. "Take comfort, my dear. Your cherished colonel is still alive, but he'll soon beg us to kill him." "You can't blame him for what I did," Synnovea cried harshly, jerking around to glare through welling tears at her adversary. "Oh, but I can, Synnovea," Alexei assured her almost pleasantly, and lifted his broad shoulders in an indolent shrug as the conveyance lurched into motion. The moon was bright enough to illumine the interior, which had been darkened, and in its silver-hued glow he could see tears glistening in her dark eyes and streaming in shining rivulets down her pale cheeks. It incensed him that she could display so much concern for the colonel, when in sharp contrast she hadn't shown the slightest bit of remorse for the wounds she had inflicted upon him. Even now his nose was still sensitive to the touch, not to mention the lump that had formed after the fracture marring its aristocratic lines. "Colonel Rycroft has stolen from me a very special pleasure I had reserved entirely for myself, my dear, and for that I intend to make him pay dearly." Smiling in self-complacency, Alexei bent toward her. "And you will watch it all, my beautiful Synnovea, as part of your punishment." Her eyes grew cold with hatred. "Reserved for yourself, Alexei? I thought it was your intention to deliver me unsullied to Vladimir." Alexei swept a knuckle across his mustache as he sniffed in stilted arrogance. "I might have allowed your husband first taste, but then again, I might not have." Synnovea bit her tongue to keep from venting several appellations that would have done the cocky boyar justice. If she dared, in all probability, he'd spite her by heaping more violence upon Tyrone's frame. Yet maintaining her silence hardly diminished the hatred she felt toward him. Even the idea of sitting within close proximity to the man sickened her, but she could do something to remedy that situation. Pushing herself up from the floor, Synnovea ignored Alexei's sudden wariness, and gently lifting Tyrone's head, slid into the seat beneath it, giving no thought to the blood that would stain her gown as she laid his head in her lap. "How loving and kind you are to him," Alexei derided with a caustic laugh. "I'm sure the colonel will feel greatly indebted to you once I explain that he was nothing more than a petty pawn in your frivolous little game. After the jewels of his manhood have been stripped from his loins, I'm sure he'll want to heap accolades of honor upon your winsome head."
Synnovea clutched a trembling hand to her throat and averted her face, tormented by his threat and the role she had played in bringing Tyrone into his hands. She knew she wouldn't be able to live at peace with herself if Alexei accomplished everything he vowed to do. It would be far better if the overflowing draught of his dark vengeance fell upon her head alone. Curling his handsome lips scornfully, the prince leaned forward to antagonize her further, seeking additional retribution to ease his rage and jealousy.
"Do you know what that means to a man, Synnovea?"
He became vulgarly explicit in his explanation and was spurred on to further crudeness by the sharp intake of her breath and her horrified stare. Perhaps he might have only imagined the deepening stain that seemed to darken her cheeks, but seeing the look of stark terror on her face was almost enough to satisfy him.
"You're no longer an innocent, Synnovea, so you know I'm telling you the whole dirty truth of it. He'll never again have the ability to make love to you. He'll be a eunuch when I get through with him, and you'll have no one to blame but yourself. I warned you, but you were too stubborn to listen. Now, you'll both pay."
If Synnovea had been able to summon some minute hope that Alexei would listen to her pleas for clemency, she would have gladly gone down on her knees before him and begged for Tyrone's release. But the prince was clearly in a vengeful mood and wouldn't be content until his deeds were carried out. He made no idle threat. She could believe he would do exactly what he had threatened. In spite of her frantic search for a way to bring about Tyrone's escape from this predicament in which she had entangled him, Synnovea was frighteningly aware that with each whirling turn of the wheels, she and her valiant but senseless suitor were being taken ever closer to a moment of reckoning, and she could do nothing whatsoever to stop it from happening. The conveyance turned into a lane near the Taraslov manse and came to a halt in front of the carriage house. As the steeds jaunced to a halt and the coach finally ceased its motion, Synnovea realized she was neither mentally nor physically prepared to face the frightening ordeal that Alexei had planned for them. She was overwhelmed with feelings of regret for having devised the diabolical scheme that had led them to this end. Indeed, had some reprieve been extended toward them, with payment being her marriage to Prince Vladimir, she'd have gladly gone that very same hour to see the nuptials performed. She couldn't abide the thought of Tyrone suffering because of her offenses. Ladislaw and his men dismounted and crowded around the coach, as if fully expecting the Englishman to be awake and dangerous. They seemed relieved when they found him insensible to his surroundings and incapable of even the smallest struggle. Alexei bade 4 of the burly outlaws to carry their prisoner into the carriage house and hang him by his wrists from the rafters. For good measure, Ladislaw instructed several more to stand guard with pistols held at the ready, just in case the good colonel revived before they had made him sufficiently secure. Alexei barely considered the idea of Synnovea trying an escape now. She seemed far more intent upon following the procession, which he pompously led. His attention was occupied with giving orders to his recruited culprits, and so delighted was he with that particular task that he failed to notice a diminutive form quickly scurrying behind a shrub as he and Ladislaw's men passed with their burden. He was equally unobservant when the tiny, shadowy shade reached out the servant's name in sheer joy. Her relief to see someone who could help was nearly overwhelming. "Why are you still here? As ye can probably guess for yourself, me lamb, Stienka is taking his own sweet time coming back for me." The Irishwoman cocked a curious eye after the departing men. "What's that thieving beastie Ladislaw doing here anyway? And Prince Alexei, is he in cahoots with the brigand?" Synnovea had no time to answer the women's questions. "Allie, you must help me. Colonel Rycroft is in great danger." "Well, I figured as much myself, as soon as I seen him being toted and guarded by so many," the servant commented dryly. Allie peered around the bush, closely eyeing the 4 who hauled their captive through the door of the stable. "But I haven't a kin what I can do to save his handsome self from all them foul brutes. They'd only knock me senseless again, if an I interfere, and what help would I be then?" "Listen carefully, and I'll gladly tell you," Synnovea whispered urgently. "You must leave here post-haste, and halt the carriage on the street before any of Ladislaw's men have a chance to see you. Once you find Stienka,
Have him take you immediately to the Tsar's palace. There, you must urge a guard to fetch Major Nekrasov for you. Tell the Major that Ladislaw is here in the city, and that Colonel Rycroft is in imminent peril. It is imperative that a force of men come at once to his rescue. Do you understand?" "Aye, that I do, me lamb," Allie replied with a nod. "But I got to go now, 'cause I hear Stienka coming down the lane." With a leaping skitter, she raced off to meet the coach as it rumbled up the thoroughfare toward the manse. Now, with some hope for Tyrone's rescue flourishing within her breast, Synnovea caught up her skirts and raced after the men who were crowding inside the carriage house. Several tallow lanterns had been lit here and there throughout the barn, but for the most part the light seemed concentrated upon an open area which they were now surrounding. Synnovea grew cold with dread as the brigands chortled and loudly boasted of their own participation in the capture of the Englishmen. But she slipped through narrow breaches in their broad-shouldered ranks until she gained the inner circle. Alexei stood near the core of that area, and she suffered a moment of panic as she sensed his heightened exhilaration. Facing her, he smirked with malevolent glee and raised a hand to beckon her forward. "You are just in time, my dear." He casually indicated the long, manly form dangling from the rafters. "We were about to awaken your handsome lover with a cold bath. Would you care to admire him for one last moment, ere he's forever scarred and mutilated?" The strength ebbed from Synnovea's limbs when her eyes found Tyrone. He wore now only the shoes he had donned beneath his breeches, but they drooped around his narrow hips, barely preserving his modesty as he hung by his wrists. His head dangled forward limply between upstretched arms. His ankles had been shackled to a pair of huge, weighty anvils, which had been separated to keep his legs widespread and at an uncomfortable angle. She could imagine the reason. Synnovea stifled an anguished moan as Ladislaw reached up a hand and seized a short thatch of pale-streaked hair, jerking his captive's head upright. Then, with a snort of derision, he let it fall again and signaled a comrade to awaken the prisoner. In the next instant, a bucketful of water was flung into Tyrone's face, bringing him around to a half-muddled state. His head only lolled listlessly between his shoulders, while the trickling water cascaded down his body, weighing down the stockings until they sagged against him wetly. Once more the pail was filled from the watering trough and heaved into his face, this time startling Tyrone awake with a gasp of surprise. Tiny droplets of water sprayed outward as he jerked up his head and glared about him. His gaze softened briefly when it paused on Synnovea, but his eyes hardened just as quickly when he took note of the dark bruises on her brow and cheek and the split and swollen bottom lip. Alexei stepped forward almost jauntily and held a tallow lantern high to see the Englishman's face better. "So, Colonel Rycroft, we meet at the light to fix the man with a piercing scowl. I know who you are. You're the toad who tried to force Synnovea into serving your pleasure. It must gall you considerably to think that she prefers me over you." Alexei laughed harshly in loathing disdain. "About as much as it might provoke you to be told that she only used you for her own devices. Only a few days ago, my ward became formally betrothed to Prince Vladimir Dmitrievich. She swore to see herself disgraced by the likes of you rather than submit to the marriage. So you see, my friend, you've been foolishly duped into believing the wench cared for you. 'Twas but a ruse she invented to save herself from an arrangement of marriage which she abhorred." Tyrone shifted his gaze to Synnovea, feeling her treachery pierce his heart as deeply as any steel-tipped pike. Though she stepped awkwardly forward and struggled in vain to speak the words that came to her lips, he knew of a sudden that everything Alexei had said was true. He had been used, deceived, played the fool, and now he would pay for it. The blue eyes turned coldly away from her to peruse the leering faces of the men who watched him. He recognized several from his first encounter with Ladislaw's pack. He had heard their sniggering. "So now you have me in your trap,"
He faced Alexei with the declaration, "What do you plan to do with me?"
"Oh, I've reserved a special punishment for you, Colonel. One that I'm sure you'll forever revile. It will serve to remind you of your folly in sullying a Russian boyarina. Indeed, my friend, after tonight, you'll never be able to make love to another woman as long as you live. After you're given a proper lashing, you'll be gelded while the girl is forced to watch."
Alexei strode around Synnovea, reveling in the revenge he would take, but Tyrone gnashed his teeth against the effort of propelling his body forward against the ponderous weights ensnaring his ankles. Relaxing as he swung backward, he recouped his strength and strained forward again. Over and over he tried until he was swaying to and fro, with each subsequent movement gaining momentum to pull the anvils with him. He saw his goal near and stretched his legs outward to lock the prince in the steely vice of his thighs. But a warning shout from one of the men alerted Alexei, who, upon espying the imminent threat, gasped in sudden alarm and stumbled back from the dangerously encroaching limbs. From a place of safety, he looked at the colonel with eyes that momentarily portrayed evidence of fear. When the prince finally regained his aplomb, he gave a crisp nod to the tall, brawny fellow who had stripped himself to his waist, bearing a massive chest that was covered with a thick thatch of curling black hair. It was the Goliath who had once sent the colonel's helmet sailing off his head. Now it seemed that he would have the personal pleasure of dealing out what the thieves deemed a befitting punishment upon their adversary. The Goliath hefted a many-tongued lash as he strode to a spot slightly behind and to the right of Tyrone.
"Brace yourself, Englishman," he rumbled deeply. "The weapons I wield are more often spikes and cutlasses, but I can assure you that you'll wish for a quick end ere I'm finished."
Alexei smiled in eager anticipation. Bracing his feet apart, he folded his arms across his chest like some dark-skinned sultan as he awaited the first scourging stroke. The Titan drew back his arm, shaking out the lash in preparation. "No, you mustn't!" Synnovea railed and threw herself at Alexei's feet, where she sobbed out a desperate plea. "Oh, please spare him! I beg you, Alexei, don't do this thing. I yield you whatever you want from me. If you would only have pity on him, I'll give myself to you gladly. Just don't hurt him."
"Do you think I'll sully myself by taking his leavings?"
Alexei sneered as he glared down at her.
"You were merely one of the colonel's fleeting fancies, my dear. Don't you know that? Bedding every wench who strikes his fancy is what a soldier does best when he's not chasing the enemy. There's no accounting for how many others your precious colonel had before bedding you. But no, you had to give yourself to him. Well, I don't want you now. After this, as far as I'm concerned, you can serve Ladislau's pleasure. 'Twill be a fitting punishment for ignoring my warnings."
Lifting his head, Alexei looked inquiringly at the leader of the thieves.
"What say you, Ladislau? Will she be payment enough for you?"
Synnovea's head snapped around, and she stared in horror at the flaxen-haired thief, whose ice-blue eyes gleamed back at her above a broad grin.
"Oh, great exalted prince," the lordling thief casually mocked. "With the colonel rendered his just due, she'll be more than payment enough for me. My men, however, will have to be paid in gold, as you have promised."
Whirling back to face Alexei, Synnovea glared at him.
"You wouldn't dare attempt this outrage! The Tsar—"
Alexei intruded curtly.
"Natasha was responsible for you during the absence of my wife," he informed her loftily. "If she allowed you to wander off with the Englishman, and you and he were never seen again, then the fault will lie with her. You can be sure that is as much as the Tsar will ever know about this matter."
Dismissing her with a wave of his hand, Alexei faced the bare-chested brute and gave him a nod, urging the man to continue. That one hauled back the whip, and an instant later it fell, bringing a pained grimace from Tyrone and a sobbing scream from Synnovea as she threw herself between him and the one who had delivered the stroke. Clasping her slender arms around her lover's thighs, she braced herself to be his shield and glowered back at the men in defiance. Tyrone's rage was supreme. He saw the taunting grins of his foes through a furious red haze. He had no need for them to call him a fool for having played into the Countess's hands. The throbbing in his back served Synnovea away with a sideways heave of his body, curtly rejecting her protection.
"You conniving little bitch! Get away from me!
Even if these louts mean to skin me alive, I'll take nothing from you, least of all your pity or your shelter. As far as I'm concerned, Ladislaw can have you, with my most earnest blessings." Alexei chortled in uproarious glee as he contemplated her completely astounded visage. "'Twould seem neither of us wants you any more, Synnovea," he mocked. "That must be a new revelation for a woman as winsome as you, to have not one, but 2 men reject your attentions. Why, you must be devastated." Wary of drawing near the colonel, he picked up a barn rake and, holding it like a sword, nudged her away from that one. "Now get back, and let the fellow be dealt his due. Learn from his example, and grit your teeth against the pain of our rejection. Be content that Ladislaw still wants you." With another imperious nod, Alexei bade the Goliath to continue, but retreated hastily to a safe distance before the second stroke fell. Blinded by a deluge of tears, Synnovea stumbled away to a dark corner and cringed in silent, agonizing anguish each time the cat-o'-nine-tails made its venging descent. She heard no mumbled plea for mercy issue forth from Tyrone's lips, not even a muffled groan as he hung helpless before the master whip. Yet every blow laid to the stalwart back ripped through her with equal savagery. Covering her head with her arms as the scourging continued, Synnovea couldn't still her violent quaking or her remorseful weeping. Though she had lost count through her own unending torment, she was crushingly aware of the ominous repetition of the punishing whip. Each time the lash fell, she cringed in horror, and then shuddered in agonizing dread when the whip was dragged back for yet another blow. The strain seemed beyond her endurance, and her spirit whimpered beneath the terrible punishment exacted upon her. Though Tyrone now sagged limply in his fetters, and had no strength to lift his head, his valor and spirit hadn't yet been daunted. His display of unyielding tenacity captured the reluctant admiration of those who had sought to deliver their own form of justice upon his frame. Ladislaw and his followers were a band of outlaws who had lived and fought with the smell of death all around them for a good many years. They had taken the worst of what the colonel had given them. Some had died by his sword, but it had been an honorable fate, with weapons in hand. It was in their minds that this stalwart enemy deserved the same consideration. A flogging was what they reserved for whimpering, cowardly dogs, and as they all knew, Colonel Rycroft was a warrior of superior skill and courage. Thus, as a whole, the brigands ceased to enjoy the whipping. Instead, they began to mutter among themselves, growing increasingly agitated as Alexei pressed for at least 100 or more lashes. 10 strokes from the lash crisscrossed Tyrone's back before the flogging finally ceased, but it was only because the Goliath threw down his whip in disgust and refused to pick it up again. "Are you mad?" Alexei railed in outraged astonishment. He was unique among their number in that he suffered no similar convictions of honor and respect, but insisted that his revenge be sated to the utmost. "I give the orders here, and I say you must carry out the discipline as I see fit, or I swear you'll not be paid." "We've done your service," Ladislaw roared as he strode forward to confront the prince. "You'll pay us, or you'll die." Petrov smirked as he drew forth a gleaming blade and twirled the shining tip between his thumb and forefinger. "We take payment from your hide, maybe, just like you mean for the Englishman." "I'll pay you after he's gelded, and not 1 damn minute sooner," Alexei declared, too incensed by their lack of commitment to consider the threats they made against him. "Do it yourself, then," Ladislaw snarled in derision. "We'll not hurt him any more for the likes of you. As far as we're concerned, he has paid his due. We're fighting men, and give him honor as a swordsman. If you had wanted us to duel with him, then we'd have seen him killed by our blades. But not your way." Contemptuously, the brigand jerked his chin outward to indicate the bloody, lacerated back. "Your way is the penalty for gutless cowards. Outnumbered by scores, the English colonel was taken and abused by your decree. But I tell you this, boyar, he's more of a man than you'll ever hope to be." It was the second time that evening that Alexei had heard the likes of such a statement. The insult infuriated him all the more. His reddened lips drew back from gnashing teeth for barely a moment while he whirled and, snatching up a sharp blade, plowed forward to seize the top of the colonel's leggings. Tyrone struggled to protect himself against the mutilation and struck out in defense of himself. But in his much weakened state, his efforts proved far too feeble. It was Synnovea who threw herself against Alexei in a desperate bid to stop him from doing his evil. Even if she must accept the thrust of the blade herself and sacrifice her own life, she was determined to halt his assault. Viciously, she clawed at his face and sank her teeth into the hand that held the knife as he tried to yank free of her. A pained yowl curdled upward from Alexei's throat, but she gave him no heed as she gnashed her teeth tighter against his flesh, drawing blood and forcing his grip to slacken until the blade finally plummeted from his grasp. Snatching herself free, Synnovea stooped to retrieve the weapon, but the dark eyes of her antagonist flared with highly inflamed fury. With a horrendous curse, Alexei caught her by the wide-spreading cloak and whirled her around with all the strength at his command, in a furious temper, flinging her deliberately into a sturdy post. Jolted nearly senseless by the sudden impact, Synnovea tottered unsteadily away. Dismissing her with a satisfied smirk, Alexei caught up the knife again and plunged toward the object of his jealousy. But the carriage-house rang with a loud bellow of rage as Ladislaw leapt to Tyrone's rescue and knocked the blade from the prince's hand, sending it skittering across the rough planking of the floorboards. "No more!" he bellowed. "You've had your bloodletting. Now be content, or I'll see you unmanned myself." All reason was sundered beneath the unrestrained fury of Alexei's indignation, and he gave no thought to backing down in the face of the other's challenge. "You filthy barbarian! How dare you threaten me? Why, I've had better men than you slashed and split in twain for daring to oppose me." "You frighten me unduly, my friend," Ladislaw taunted with a smirk and gestured casually over his shoulder as his men gathered close around them. "Perhaps you should consider the error of your ways, since we have no liking for boyars." Suddenly, the stable door burst open, and Ladislaw and his men jerked around in sharp surprise to see Major Nekrasov charge inward, quickly followed by the first thrust of a dozen armed soldiers. Ladislaw immediately recognized the man who led them and the rather resplendent uniforms of the new arrivals, and promptly decided the time was critical for him and his men to make their escape. It was one thing to accost a small detachment of soldiers in the wilds, but quite another matter entirely to set themselves against the Tsar's imperial guards inside the limits of Moscow, where any number of troops could be waiting to pounce on them. He had no clear opportunity to seize the wench, for he knew from experience that taking her would see him involved in another fray with the major, the likes of which he wished to avoid at the moment. With swift, leaping strides, he raced across the carriage-house as he shouted warnings to his compatriots, sending them fleeing in every direction and through any available opening or door. Once outside, they fought their way to their mounts, and after swinging astride, never looked back in their haste to put the gates of the city behind them. Alexei was not so astute. He stepped forward to protest this intrusion into his private affairs. Then he stumbled back in stunned awe when he recognized the one who strode through the widening barrier of soldiers. Struck speechless, he fell to his knees before his sovereign lord. "Your Majesty," his voice squeaked as it reached a high octave, "what brings you here to my humble house at this late hour?" "Mischief," Tsar Mikhail thundered as his dark eyes ranged around the interior. He acknowledged Synnovea's clumsily executed curtsy and briefly noted her bruised face and disheveled appearance before he stepped over to the colonel. Tyrone had lost his tenuous grip on reality and dangled pendulously from the ropes that secured him to the rafters. He was oblivious to the Tsar, who winced visibly as he considered the officer's striped and bloody back. "Cut Colonel Rycroft down from there at once," Mikhail commanded, gesturing to Major Nekrasov, who ran forward with several other men to lift and loosen the Englishman from his bonds. "Take him to my carriage. He will be tended by my own physicians tonight." Nikolai glanced yearningly toward Synnovea as his men took up their burden, but she paid him no heed while she gathered up the colonel's clothing. She wept over the bundle for only a moment before handing it to a guard. "Please, be careful with Colonel Rycroft," she pleaded through her tears as they carried him to the door. Mikhail cocked a curious brow when he noted her concern, and then faced Alexei with a sharp question. "Did you have some reason for whipping this man?" "Your pardon, your most sovereign lordship and majesty," Alexei mumbled as he bowed contritely. He spoke discreetly, so as not to encourage more of the Tsar's disfavor. We caught Colonel Rycroft at his quarters with our ward, the Countess Zenkovna, and he did indeed defile her in his bed. We could hardly allow his affront to a Russian boyarina to go unpunished, and were in the process of administering a suitable chastisement." Mikhail's tone was incredulous. "You consorted with thieves to carry out his punishment?" "Thieves, Your Majesty? How so?" Alexei seemed greatly perplexed. "Didn't you know with whom you were dealing?" The prince sought to play the innocent. "'Twas the first time I laid eyes on the men. They said they were for hire, and I engaged them to instruct the colonel on the folly of insulting a Russian maid." Mikhail scowled in sharp displeasure and turned to peer at the countess, who stood across the breadth of an aisle. She was no longer weeping, but her demeanor indicated that she had been mentally vanquished after witnessing the whipping. "Do you have anything to say in this matter, Synnovea?" "Your Majesty," she spoke pleadingly from a distance, as if wary of tarnishing his presence with her guilt. "May I be allowed to come forward and speak in the colonel's defense?" The Tsar beckoned her near. "Come, Synnovea. I'm interested in hearing what you have to say." Going before him, she humbly knelt and refused to lift her eyes as she struggled to cope with the shame of what she had contrived to do and what her deceit had actually brought about. "I beg your most humble pardon, Your Majesty. I'm the one completely at fault for what happened here tonight. I couldn't find it within myself to accept the circumstances of my betrothal to Prince Vladimir Dmitrievich, and did intentionally entice Colonel Rycroft to take me into his bed. I preferred to forfeit my virtue rather than be bound to the contract of marriage that had been arranged for me. Do with me as you may, Your Majesty, for I am surely guilty of this havoc which has befallen the colonel. I didn't mean for him to be caught and chastised. It would have been better if I had been whipped." "I'm sure Colonel Rycroft would have found it hard to resist you, considering your beauty and his great desire to court you, Synnovea." As Mikhail voiced his observations, he lifted his consideration to the prince. That one offered no explanation for the betrothal, though Mikhail was sure that everyone within his court knew he was seriously pondering the Englishman's request to court the countess. Either his cousin and her husband had been totally deaf to the winds of gossip, or they had chosen to dismiss his consideration of a foreigner. Mikhail looked down upon the bowed head of his subject and gently laid a hand upon the disarrayed curls. "I will talk more of this with you and the colonel, Synnovea. You may arrange a time to see me 2 days hence, but for now I would have you find safety beyond this house. Is there someone to whom you can go?" "Countess Andreevna is a very close friend of mine, Your Majesty. My coach may be waiting even now to take me back to her home." "Excellent. Then go. And mind you, speak no word of this matter to anyone. I'd be averse to having the anger of the boyars aroused against the colonel, nor would I see you harmed by wagging tongues. Do you understand?" "Your kindness is beyond measure, Your Majesty." When Synnovea had gone, Mikhail faced Alexei with a stiff smile. "Where is my cousin, anyway? I would have a word with her." "Anna is not here, most sovereign lord. Her father was ailing, and asked her to come and stay with him for a time." "Should I then believe that this matter rests solely upon your shoulders?" Alexei gulped and tried to recoup his scattered wits as he carefully asked, "What matter do you mean, your worship?" "Did you not make arrangements for the betrothal between Countess Synnovea and Prince Vladimir Dmitrievich while you had full knowledge of the colonel's interest in courting her? Or should the blame be laid solely upon Anna?" Alexei spread his hands in a helpless quandary. "Of course we heard of the colonel's interest, but we weren't aware that we had to give a foreigner serious heed. At the time, it seemed prudent to arrange a marriage between the girl and Prince Vladimir, considering the old man's wealth and the fact that he would treat Synnovea kindly. At least Anna thought so." "I see." Mikhail pursed his lips as he pondered the prince's answer. "And did Anna not hear of my considerations toward the colonel?" "What considerations are those, Your Majesty?" The dark brows came together as Alexei feigned bemusement. "Have we erred some way and offended our Supreme Highness?" "It could be," Mikhail retorted angrily. The other man apparently thought he could be fooled by a guise of innocence, but he wasn't that gullible. "'Twould seem that I erred in sending Countess Synnovea here to be my cousin's ward. I should have given more consideration to the fact that the girl was raised unfettered by most of the strictures of other boyarinas. In view of her upbringing, 'tis understandable that she felt compelled to rebel when you arranged such a betrothal for her. That matter is no consequence now. You'll discreetly inform Prince Dmitrievich that Countess Synnovea is unable to marry him for the simple reason that Mir, who hopefully is wise enough to keep silence, I shall personally be in attendance when your tongue is detached from the place where it now resides. Do you have any questions?" "None, your most gracious worship. I shall be completely reticent concerning this matter." Extremely anxious to placate the Tsar, Alexei bowed several times to lend emphasis to his ingratiating show of respect. "Good. Then we understand each other." "Most affirmatively, your Majesty." "Then I shall say good night and farewell, Prince Taraslav. I hope you'll never again be so foolish as to address your venom upon someone to whom I have given favor, nor hire thieves to see such mischief done. I've yet to judge you on the truth of this affair, but I'm patient enough to see justice carefully preserved until I am otherwise persuaded. For your sake, I hope you're innocent of deliberately consorting with thieves, because if you're not, I'll see that you receive a harsher sentence than any of your cohorts." With that, the Tsar stalked out of the carriage house, leaving Alexei unusually pale and haggard-looking. 13. Synnovea arrived at the Palace of Facets much earlier than the time designated for her appointment with His Majesty Mikhail Romanov, the Tsar of all the Russias. It was exactly 20 hours after His Royal Highness had first bidden the Countess to come and see him, and though her apprehensions hadn't been alleviated by even the slightest degree, she was nevertheless the very essence of serene beauty as she waited outside his private offices. Not only did she appear composed and sweetly demure in a mauve sarafan and beribboned kakashniki, but she gave every indication that she was content with her summons. But then she had little choice after making a decision to set the record straight about what she had done. It was here that Synnovea became a compassionate witness to the carefully executed entrance of Colonel Rycroft. His movements were slow and painfully stiff, but only the slightest grimace could be noted by the one who watched him move away from the doorway. The antechamber was narrow enough that he couldn't miss seeing her. At first, his only indication at having done so was a brief upward flick of a tawny brow. Then his scowl deepened and his jaw tightened beneath tensely flexing muscles. Disinclined to take a chair, he stood ramrod straight while he stared stoically toward the entrance of the Tsar's chambers. Synnovea had never seen such a tenacious stance, but the message he conveyed was clear. He was loath to even acknowledge her proximity. Some moments later, Major Nekrasov came out to escort the colonel into the Tsar's presence, and in the stark solitude following Tyrone's passage, Synnovea was reminded of the contempt she had heard in his voice shortly before the first stroke of the whip. He had thrust her away in distaste and given his hearty approval for Ladislaw to take her for his own, confirming Natasha's warnings that he would come to hate her for her coyly contrived entrapment. The knowledge of his vehement rejection now evoked within her a gloomy regret for which she could find no assuagement. So bleak were her hopes to reconcile herself to him, that it wouldn't have surprised Synnovea at all to hear the objections which the Englishman was presently voicing in response to the Tsar's suggestions. "I plead your pardon, your Majesty, but I must respectfully decline." Tyrone tried to check his darkly brooding vexation, but it was impossible for him to even consider such a proposal. "I could never take the Countess Zenkovna as my wife after she used me for her own end. If, in the months and years to come, my life's blood is required upon a field of battle, then I hope it will be spilled honorably as a soldier in your service. But Your recommendation is too much to ask of me."
"I fear you've mistaken my words, Colonel Rycroft," Mikhail smiled benignly. "I don't request your compliance with my proposition. While you're here in this country, you'll obey my every directive. It's my express wish that you take Synnovea to wife with all possible haste. I promised her father before his death that I would see to the welfare of his daughter. I would be lax in the performance of that pledge if I allowed you to escape your personal participation in this affair without punishment for my involvement," Tyrone asked bluntly. "The whipping was indeed dreadful, but it hardly corrects the problem. Synnovea has confessed her guilt in deliberately seeking you out to be her champion of sorts." Mikhail glanced up briefly as a faintly audible snort came from the colonel. After musing briefly on the disdain visible in the man's visage, he continued with unswerving dedication to his proposal. "Nevertheless, you were the one who accomplished her deflowering, and are the only one who can properly amend the situation. After all, you're no young whelp who can plead innocence. You're old enough to accept the consequences of your actions, and may, I presume, far more knowledgeable about this matter than the maid. 'Tis obvious she had good reason to believe you were willing to bed her, or she would never have considered her defilement by you a viable option, which causes me to think that surreptitiously you had already been courting the maid. Is that not true?" Tyrone's face darkened to a ruddy hue. "I saw her several times, but for the most part Princess Anna denied my requests." "Did you take it upon yourself to see the girl in private?" Most reluctantly, the colonel admitted that fact. "I did, Your Majesty." "And were you successful?" "Aye." "And where did this tryst take place?" "In her bedchamber at the Taraslovs." "And did Synnovea invite you in?" "No, Your Majesty. I climbed through a window after I had awakened her." Mikhail was aghast at the man's audacity. "And if you had been caught and been forced to pay penance, would you have claimed that the girl had deliberately enticed you into her chambers?" "No, Your Majesty. She had cautioned me to leave." "Well, there, you have it." Mikhail threw up a hand, indicating the matter settled. Tyrone was not so willing to accept defeat. "Your Majesty, will you not kindly ponder my position?" Mikhail was losing patience with the persistence of the man. "Was Synnovea not a virgin ere you took her into your bed?" Tyrone's lean cheeks flexed tensely with the effort of keeping his temper under tight rein. "She was a virgin, but—" "Then there is no more to be said. I wouldn't have another man mend your wrongs because you were duped by a young chit. Would you roar deception on a field of battle if you were tricked by a general whose face still bore the fuzz of his youth?" "No, of course not, but—" Mikhail slammed his open palm down upon the arm of his chair. "Either you'll marry Synnovea, or by heaven I'll see you discharged without honor from your service here." In the face of such a threat, Tyrone could only yield to the monarch's authority. He abruptly clicked his heels as he gave the Tsar a crisp salute. "As you so deign, Your Majesty." Mikhail reached up and jerked on a silken cord, bringing Major Nekrasov quickly back into the chamber. "You may escort the Countess Zenkovna into my presence now." Tyrone dared to interrupt, bringing the major to a halt as he made another plea. "I beg a moment more of your time, Your Majesty." Mikhail was immediately skeptical of what the colonel would request. "Yes, what is it?" "I shall abide by your order as long as I am here, Your Majesty. But once I leave, I'll no longer be under your authority." Tyrone paused as the Tsar inclined his head in cautious agreement, and then continued in a respectful tone. "If you should determine at that time that I have pleased you in the performance of my duties, and have held myself away from Synnovea, which may be confirmed by her inability to produce an heir of mine, will you grant me an annulment from this marriage ere I return to England?" Major Nekrasov's head snapped around, and he glanced between the two men, feeling horrendously distraught by the fact that Synnovea would be marrying another. Knowing he would have gladly endangered his own life in his quest to have her as his wife, he couldn't even begin to understand the colonel's request. Mikhail was abruptly taken aback by the Englishman's petition.
but he could find no viable way to refuse. If the dissolution wasn't granted here within the boundaries of Russia, the colonel would likely seek it in England. Mikhail would not tolerate a Russian countess being subjected to that kind of humiliation in a foreign land. If all will be, as you say, near the time of your departure, and you still wish such a separation, then I shall grant your petition. But I must remind you that you still have 3 years to serve under my authority. 3 years, 3 months, and 2 days, sire. That is an extremely long time to withhold yourself from so enchanting a woman, Colonel. Can you even consider being successful in that endeavor? Tyrone faced the question frankly in his own mind. He had no firm assurance that he'd be able to ignore Synnovea as his wife during the full extent of that time, or even that he'd be able to curb his desires for her once the pain of her deceit subsided to a more tolerable level. But he had to leave open an option wherein their marriage could be dissolved should he find no further reason to continue with her. At the moment, with so much anger roiling within him, he was hell-bent to go his own way without her. But there was always the possibility that his mood in time would soften toward her. As the Tsar had unerringly pointed out, Synnovea victim to her siren song again. Then, too, his heart might never recover from the wound she had inflicted upon him. My failure or success will be revealed prior to my departure, Your Majesty. You may take full account of the condition of our marriage at such a time. Until then, I'll make no guarantees, for I cannot in truth deny my zeal to have her before she played me for a fool. I will hope by that time that your heart will be softened by forgiveness, Colonel. Mikhail sighed. I cannot imagine such a beautiful woman being ignored by her husband. I once considered taking Synnovea for a bride myself, but I didn't think she'd be able to abide the stricture of the harem. I'd be appalled to see her hurt by your rejection of her. You may save her both the pain and the humiliation of our annulment by allowing us to go our separate ways now, Tyrone suggested, peering at the Tsar from beneath his brows. Never! Mikhail flung himself from his chair in a fitful rage. By heaven, Colonel, you'll not maneuver your way out of this marriage. Indeed, I'll see you wed before the week is out. Tyrone was wise enough to know when he had been defeated, and immediate obeisance was advisable. Clasping a hand to his chest, he bowed stiffly before the Russian Tsar, though the agony of his movement nearly splintered his control. As you deem fit, sire. Mikhail gave a crisp nod to Major Nekrasov, who made an about-face to carry out his order. As Nikolai entered the antechamber, he managed a wan smile as he approached the woman he both admired and cherished. Tsar Mikhail will see you now, Lady Synnovea. A hesitant smile touched her lips as she rose to her feet. I thought I heard shouting. Is His Majesty very angry? Surely not with you, dearest Synnovea, Nikolai assured her. Did he say why he wanted to see me? She asked uneasily. I wasn't permitted to stay in the room while he spoke with Colonel Rycroft. You'll have to ask His Majesty. I never thought I'd anger so many people by what I did. Her words trailed off when she realized that Nikolai was regarding her quizzically. And what may that have been, my lady? Synnovea lowered her eyes hurriedly to avoid meeting his gaze any longer than she had to. 'Twas nothing I'm proud of, Nikolai, and if you wouldn't mind, I'd rather not speak of the matter, for the memory of my deeds pains me sorely. Recalling that she had not thanked him for what he had accomplished by coming to the colonel's rescue, she laid a trembling hand upon his and looked up at him. I shall be eternally grateful for your help in rescuing Colonel Rycroft, Nikolai. I never dreamt that you'd actually bring Tsar Mikhail with you. However did you manage such a feat? I did nothing more than tell His Majesty that the colonel was in danger. After that, he took matters into his own hands. The Englishman had already won the Tsar's favor and respect by his own merits. Quite clearly, 'twas that fact alone which prompted His Highness to fly to his side. Nikolai glanced askance toward the chamber wherein the Tsar held unofficial court and hastened to advise, We mustn't delay any longer, my lady. Tsar Mikhail is waiting to speak with you. Synnovea took a deep breath, hoping to settle her restive nerves, and entered upon the Major's arm. Her gaze flitted about the large room until she found Tyrone standing at attention just to the left of the Tsar's chair. He made no attempt to glance around in her direction, but maintained his stoic reticence as Mikhail beckoned her forward. Drawing near, she sank into a deep curtsy and waited in trembling silence while Major Nekrasov took his leave.
Synnovea, I have made several decisions concerning your future, His Majesty announced. I hope you'll not find them too burdensome.
Your will is my command, Your Majesty, Synnovea answered, her voice declining in strength until her last words were barely audible. She had no idea what lay in store for her, but she was resolved to find no fault with what was commanded of her. At the very least, she expected to be sent to a monastery.
I have decreed that you and the colonel shall wed.
Astounded by his revelation, Synnovea jerked her head up to stare at him. Then just as quickly, she looked around to see Tyrone's response. He stood ramrod straight and stubbornly refused to meet her shocked gaze, though the muscles in his sun-bronzed cheeks tensed and flexed in his attempt to check any outward show of abhorrence.
Before the week is out,
Mikhail continued, allowing her hardly enough time to catch her breath,
you'll be married in my presence day after tomorrow. That should give you both time to live in the German district. Therefore, Synnovea, you may ask the Countess Andreevna if she will accommodate your new marital status as a personal favor to me. Assuming that she'll agree, I'll deem the matter already settled. Once the ceremony has been concluded, you and Colonel Rycroft may celebrate as you see fit. I'm sure Natasha would enjoy making much of the occasion. And though the colonel is still indisposed with his back, I would urge you both to participate in such a way as to make it seem a festive occasion, to alleviate the possibility of damaging rumors being circulated among my boyars. It isn't often that the Tsar of all the Russias personally initiates the union of two of his favored subjects. You may consider my attention in this affair as a personal compliment to you both. To celebrate, I shall order a midday banquet to be held here in the palace soon after the nuptials are performed. Now, are there any concerns you wish to voice?
He waited as each made a negative reply, and then smiled as he bade,
Then you may go.
Together they paid homage, Synnovea with a sweeping curtsy, and the colonel by a painfully executed bow. Tyrone shifted his gaze in her direction, briefly assessing the beauty of his intended. But without word or other form of acknowledgement, he turned crisply to make his exit from the room.
Colonel Rycroft,
Mikhail's voice brought that one to an abrupt halt.
I hope you'll consider how fortunate you are to be gaining such a winsome bride and treat her accordingly. Is it not proper for a gentleman of your country to graciously escort his betrothed upon his arm and make a show of cherishing her, especially while there is an audience in attendance? If there is no such requirement in your country, then I shall deem that circumstances warrant such care here in this land. Do I make myself clear, Colonel?
Absolutely, Your Majesty, Tyrone replied succinctly, and stepping beside the Countess, stiltedly presented his arm as he faced the door. Synnovea could sense his roiling displeasure at having to extend any show of chivalry toward her, and found it terribly ironic that he had come to loathe her, while she, during either her contrived seduction or her initiation into sensual pleasures, had fallen under the colonel's bewitchment, and was now thoroughly infatuated with the very one she had singled out to be her victim.
"Is your coach still outside?"
Tyrone inquired as they entered the antechamber.
"Yes," she answered softly, "but you needn't escort me out if you find the task too burdensome."
"I've been ordered by Tsar Mikhail to show you favor," Tyrone jeered icily. "At least while we have an audience. Until we find ourselves alone, I'll try to comply with the directive he has given. 'Twould seem I've little choice if I want to leave here in good graces with His Majesty." Tyrone came to abrupt attention as the field marshal strolled through the front door. With a crisply executed salute, the colonel greeted the Russian, who passed them with a casual wave. No movement came from Tyrone as the man departed, and Synnovea glanced up to find her escort standing in rigid silence. The color had drained from his face, and the muscles in his lean cheeks had tightened to an intensity that clearly conveyed the fact that he was silently enduring a moment of intense pain. "Are you all right?" she whispered in concern. He nodded rigidly. and with a slight twitch of his shoulders reclaimed tenacious control of his bearing. But now he moved at a much more deliberate pace as they passed through the front portal. Managing the steps with only a wince or two, Tyrone handed her into the waiting coach, and closing the door, stepped back with an abbreviated gesture to Stenka. As the conveyance rumbled away from the palace, Synnovea leaned back against the seat, biting a quavering lip, and squeezing her eyelids tightly shut against the tears that flooded upward within her. Despite her effort to stem the tide, they trickled down her cheeks in widening channels. One could say she had made her bed, and now she would have to lie in it. But it gave her no pleasure to think that there was so much resentment bound up in the man who was about to become her husband. When the carriage arrived at the Andreevna mansion a short time later, Natasha was at the front portal, anxiously awaiting her return. Synnovea choked out a lame excuse, and with an unchecked torrent of tears rushed past the woman. Once she gained the safety of her chambers, she found herself confronted by Allie and a barrage of dismayed questions. "Oh, me lamb, what has broken your heart so?" Bidding the maid to leave her, Synnovea fell across the bed and sobbed in bleak misery until she felt totally drained of emotion. The delicate eyelids grew swollen and seemed to scratch her eyes as she sought sleep as an escape from her anguish, but such a respite was not within reach. Thus for a time she stared listlessly toward the window, dismally taking distant note of the brightly colored leaves fluttering to earth beyond the panes of glass. Some time later, a light rap came upon the door of the anteroom, and in solemn dejection, Synnovea went to let Natasha into the chambers. "I couldn't wait a moment longer." The woman searched the reddened eyes with grave concern as she begged excusal for the interruption. "Dear child, what has happened to bring you to this end? Have you been banished from court?" A lame shake of the beautiful dark head gave tacit answer. "Denounced by the Tsar." A slash of a slender hand negated such an idea. "Sentenced to a nunnery?" "Not anything so trivial," Synnovea whispered miserably. Natasha lost her aplomb. Catching the girl by the shoulders, she shook her as she demanded in desperation, "Good heavens, child, what has His Majesty decreed your sentence to be?" Synnovea gulped back another torrent of tears and carefully pronounced each word as she gathered them together in a strained reply. "His Majesty, Tsar Mikhail, has ordained that Colonel Rycroft should marry me ere the week is out." "What?" Natasha almost shrieked the word out in sudden jubilation. "Oh, great sainted mother! How could he have been so clever?" Synnovea frowned at her friend through a new wealth of tears. "You don't understand, Natasha. Colonel Rycroft hates me, just as you said he would. He wants nothing to do with me, and he's especially loath to take me to wife." "Oh, my dear child, lay aside your grief and dismay," the older woman cajoled. "Don't you see the way of it? The Colonel's anger will surely soften in time. A man can hardly ignore a woman who is his wife." "He detests me. He loathes me," Synnovea declared glumly as she returned to her bedchamber. "He didn't even want to escort me from the palace. 'Twas only by the Tsar's mandate that he did so." "He will change to let us both stay here with you." Natasha chortled as she stroked a finger thoughtfully across her chin. "Never let it be said that Tsar Mikhail isn't shrewd and wise enough to handle Russia's affairs on his own."
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on...
Natasha chortled as she stroked a finger thoughtfully across her chin. "Never let it be said that Tsar Mikhail isn't shrewd and wise enough to handle Russia's affairs on his own. Why, just by this edict alone, he has shown his ability to manage matters wisely." She smiled into Synnovea's teary eyes and tried to encourage her. "For a time your rage and aversion to each other will punish you both. But when your anger has been spent," she lifted her shoulders in a light-hearted shrug, "only God can foresee the end of all things, my dear. We can only bide our time and hope for the best." Natasha returned to the anteroom and opened the outer door, where Allie was still anxiously fretting. The elder's sad eyes and deeply wrinkled countenance evidenced the distress she was presently suffering. Natasha smiled down at the servant, and taking the frail hand into hers, drew Allie into the bedchamber, where her mistress sat staring dejectedly out the window. "You'll never guess, Allie," Natasha said in a cheery tone. "Colonel Rycroft has been commanded by the Tsar to take your mistress to wife." The wispy brows jutted upward in surprise as Allie glanced toward Synnovea. "You don't say." "Ah, but I do," Natasha reassured her. "In fact, they're to be wed day after tomorrow." "So soon?" Allie squinted up at her in surprise. "Are you sure?" "Your mistress has said as much herself." "Then why is Milan so put out?" Allie was genuinely perplexed, for she couldn't understand why any woman would grieve about her forthcoming marriage to such a fine specimen of a man. "A mystery, to be sure, but her lamentations are bound to turn to joy. Do you not agree, Allie?" Natasha paused briefly to receive the tiny woman's eager nod. "'Twill only be a matter of time. But we must plan a celebration to mark the event. The colonel must encourage his friends to come, while we shall invite our own." Natasha laughed with the sheer excitement of it and clapped her hands together in glee. "I'm almost tempted to ask Alexei to the nuptials just to see him suffer. But I fear his presence would only provoke the colonel, and we cannot have that." Natasha leaned near the widely grinning servant as she continued to voice an avalanche of conjectures. "Of course, you know Princess Anna will probably be utterly devastated when she returns to find the couple already wed. When I last saw her, she was absolutely in a snit over Colonel Rycroft petitioning the Tsar for Synnovea's hand. If not for her, the couple might have already been wed." "Go away, the two of you!" Synnovea groaned in wretched misery. "You're both making light of all this, but I'm so distraught I shan't be able to sleep for a whole year." "Then we'll leave you to mourn in solitude," Natasha replied, completely bereft of sympathy. "Allie and I will be happy to do all the planning while you're indisposed." She paused in the anteroom to glance back at the younger woman. "Where are the vows to be spoken? Did you think about that?" "His Majesty made the decision for us. They're to be said in his presence at the palace." Natasha again clapped her hands together in glee, like a small child anticipating a confection. "Then we'll have to find you a rich gown to wear in honor of the occasion. You must look your best for both the Tsar and the Colonel." "I don't think either of them will care what I look like, especially the Colonel," Synnovea retorted morosely. "Nevertheless, you must be outfitted in a grand manner if you're to arouse a warm response from your groom." Allie was eager to report. "Me mistress had settled on a sarafan for her wedding to Prince Dmitrievich. This prettier than anything she could have made, or perhaps find in so short a time. 'Twill do her justice, a pink one nearly as comely as she." "The bay will be fair," Natasha proclaimed, heaving a contented sigh. "And the bride shall be absolutely breathtaking." Absolutely breathtaking. Major Nekrasov mused after witnessing Synnovea's entrance into the palace's antechamber. She had entered with the two older women fussing attentively over her costume as they followed closely behind. Her sarafan of heavy, pale pink satin was beautiful beyond compare. The long, slightly flaring sleeves and lower skirt were embellished with elaborate scrolls of gold silk stitchery and masses of tiny pearls. Lending immeasurable elegance to her appearance was the elaborate kakoshniki, which was encrusted with the same lustrous jewels interspersed with tiny loops of delicately corded pink satin. Strings of delicate seed pearls hung in a generous fringe over her forehead to a length that all but brushed the sweeping eyebrows. The dainty tassels swayed gently with her movements, and though no further ornament was needed to emphasize the stirring splendor of her face, pearl teardrops hung from delicate diamond clusters that adorned her earlobes. She was so radiant that Nikolai was wont to believe that the tiny flames dancing atop the tapers bowed in humble awe. Indeed, her beauty was such that even a reluctant bridegroom would be bedazzled, for no man could turn a cold shoulder to such perfection. As for himself, Nikolai knew he'd always be smitten, though his heart pined in remorse at the realization that another man would soon be claiming her for his own. At the bride's entrance, a sudden hush fell over the guests as they stared in awe of her beauty. Just as quickly, There arose a low drone of murmuring comments attesting to their admiration. Tyrone had been conversing with Grigori and had his back to the door, but even he could not resist a surreptitious perusal over his shoulder. After all the ire he had been contending with since his whipping, he hadn't expected his heart to lurch within his chest, or the slow sinking feeling in the pit of his belly as his eyes fed upon her beauty. Truly, if men had the ability to sense defeat prior to its occurrence, then Tyrone Rycroft had his first inkling of it as he stared at his bride-to-be. He didn't know the day or the hour that it would come upon him, but he'd face it fairly soon, definitely well before the time he was due to leave Russia. Both Grigori and Nikolai became immediately mindful of Tyrone's close inspection, which was far more exacting than the colonel's mood of angry reticence seemed to support. Their reactions, however, contrasted. Though a smile traced across Grigori's lips, a sharp frown creased the major's brows. Natasha had bade Synnovea to halt soon after her entrance, and at the time of her bridegroom's inspection, she was standing obediently still as the older countess and Allie straightened her gown and smoothed down the hem, which had been turned up by her departure from the coach. When the women stepped back to search for other flaws, Synnovea found a chance to glance around the room and readily smiled at friends and acquaintances who beckoned to her. But her heart began to thump with a swifter rhythm when her gaze paused on the one whose attention seemed riveted on her. The blue orbs were moving with slow, meticulous deliberation over the length of her, but the flaming heat, which had briefly warmed them, vanished abruptly when their gazes finally met. Of a sudden, Synnovea found herself staring into cool shards of blue. With no more than a brief nod, Tyrone turned aside as if to deny his close perusal. His readily assumed guise of coldly forbidding detachment was enough to drain the rosy hue from Synnovea's cheeks, and though she stood helplessly admiring his handsome profile, she was left with the realization that his anger had abated no tiny degree. "Your bride is beautiful beyond words, my friend," Grigori observed, feeling a strong sense of loyalty and compassion for his commander, but also some empathy for the girl, who had been caught between two men who desired her. He had seen the colonel's lacerated back for himself, and knew more than most what the man had suffered at the command of Prince Alexei, who Tyrone had grudgingly admitted had ordered the punishment done because of his own jealous rage. "After your diligent pleas to the Tsar, are you not happy to win the Countess for yourself?" "She is indeed beautiful," Tyrone acknowledged distantly, refusing to comment on his emotions. It was true that his pride had been stung by the fiery nettles of her deceit, but when she hadn't felt enough regard for him to care what he might have suffered because of her gambit, then he had foreseen no hope of her ever yielding him anything that remotely resembled love. "'Tis obvious poor Nikolai is lamenting the Tsar's decision," Grigori prodded gently. "You could have been standing in his stead right now if His Majesty had favored his own countryman's request above yours." Tyrone cast a glance askance toward the major. The Russian stared at Synnovea longingly, his distress clearly evident, his pain acute. But then, it was no less than his own, Tyrone concluded. Aye, and if not for me, he could have been suffering in my stead. Grigori looked at his superior sharply. "Do you speak of your wounds, Colonel?" Tyrone's eyebrows twitched upward briefly in mute response. Even as close a friend as Grigori wouldn't understand his plight if he voiced his complaints about being forced to marry such a beautiful woman. Princess Zelda Pavlovna made her way hurriedly through the cluster of people, and with a buoyant smile, embraced Synnovea before stepping back and clasping the girl's slender hands within her own. "Oh, I'm so happy for you, my dear. I never dreamed Colonel Rycroft would be successful in winning you for his bride." "I'm relieved to see you here, Zelda," Synnovea assured her friend, avoiding any comment on the victory which the colonel could supposedly claim. "I was afraid, with the suddenness of the affair, that you and your husband wouldn't be able to attend." "Vasily will join us later, my dear, and begs your forgiveness for not being able to attend the wedding. He had to meet with the field marshal again, but if I may be so bold as to repeat his comments on His Majesty's haste to see you and the colonel wed, Vasily said no other foreigner has endeared himself to the Tsar as much as your groom. Tsar Mikhail has definitely bestowed a great honor upon the colonel by giving you to him." "Vasily is most kind," Synnovea replied graciously. though she seriously doubted that Tyrone would view their marriage as anything but a harsh reprimand for having foolishly become her dupe. She just hoped the Pavlovs wouldn't be too shocked or repulsed by her actions if they ever learned the truth. As Zelda moved away to talk with other friends, a directive came for the wedding party and its guests to join Tsar Mikhail and the priest in the chapel. In compliance with the summons, Tyrone approached his bride and stiltedly presented his arm. The weight on Synnovea's heart seemed to drag her spirits down into a darker gloom as she considered her bridegroom's aloofness. Her delay in accepting his offer caused him to lift a challenging brow as he peered at her askance. "Afraid, Countess?" "Of you? Yes," she admitted in a wavering whisper. His smile was terse at best. "You needn't be, my dear. At least you can be assured that I intend no similar punishment for what I've had to endure because of you." His statement was hardly encouraging, and in undiminished dismay, Synnovea laid a trembling hand upon the sleeve of his dark blue doublet and moved along beside him as their guests fell in behind them. Synnovea felt strangely detached from the ceremony, as if she wandered aimlessly through a shadowy fog somewhere beyond the room into which she had been led. She was distantly aware of her groom sometimes standing or at other times kneeling beside her, of his brown hand taking her thin fingers within his grasp and sliding a large signet ring upon her first, of his lips lowering dutifully upon her own as a token of his affection. Feeling rather overwhelmed by his tall, manly presence, and then just as certainly by his abrupt withdrawal, Synnovea closed her mouth, realizing that it had opened shakily beneath his. Her cheeks flamed at what seemed a blunt rejection of her unconscious response, and as Tyrone stepped back, she cast her eyes away, afraid that she'd see some evidence of ridicule or repugnance in his gaze. Mikhail came forward with a smile and bestowed his good wishes upon the couple before he looked pointedly at the colonel. "Your bride's beauty is beyond the measure of most women, Colonel Rycroft. You should be grateful for such a one. Your offspring will naturally be handsome. They cannot help but be. I hope you give careful consideration to that possibility before you commit yourself to the folly of your proposal. In light of your anger, I shan't hold you to anything except to say that my promise has been solemnly vowed, and I will not retract it. In other words, Colonel, you have my leave to enjoy yourself completely if you so choose. You need no further audience with me to be assured of that." Tyrone's face took on a ruddy hue, the only hint of the carefully masked emotions roiling within him. He was aware that his bride had become genuinely perplexed by the Tsar's comments, but he had no wish to relieve her confusion. He could only utter a muted answer to the monarch. "You are as gracious as always, Your Majesty." Mikhail turned to face his guests. "Please, join us as we toast the joining of this couple with wine and food." The Tsar took the honored seat at the head of the table, and as he bade the bride and groom to take their places, swept his hand to indicate the chairs on either side of him. After their marriage, and several tributes to the pair were sanctioned by the lifting of goblets and a hearty chorus of agreements, servants began to offer lavish platters of meats and accompanying dishes to their sovereign lord and his guests. Synnovea found her own appetite sorely lacking and picked at her food, while Mikhail questioned Tyrone about his intentions to go after Ladislaw once his back had properly healed. Giving the excuse that the foray was still in the planning stage, the colonel refrained from laying out definite details about his intended raid, but assured his host that whenever he set himself to the mission, he'd bring the thief back or die trying. It was some time before Mikhail glanced around and noticed the absence of Tyrone's immediate superior. Turning back to the officer with a curious smile, he queried, "But where is General Vanderhout and his wife?" Tyrone's gaze lowered to his plate, as if he contemplated what succulent morsel to sample next. "It didn't seem suitable to invite them, Your Majesty, considering the fact that I am but a lowly colonel and he a general." "A lowly colonel!" For a moment Mikhail chortled and seemed highly amused by the lame excuse the Englishman had offered him. Then he grew progressively suspicious, until he was motivated to ask, "Is that what General Vanderhout called you?" "If you don't mind, Your Majesty, I'd rather not say," Tyrone answered with careful diplomacy. The Tsar wouldn't let him off so easily. "When did the general call you that?" Tyrone was growing immensely sorry he had repeated the derogatory slur. "I'm afraid it was when I refused to accept the duties that General Vanderhout tried to assign me." "But why did you refuse?" Tyrone chafed uncomfortably. "Because I wanted to attend Countess Andreevna's soirée." "And that soirée was where you visited Synnovea before your confrontation with Prince Tarasla?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Tyrone rejoined, casting a glance across the table at his bride, who had stopped eating altogether. Her cheeks flamed beneath his brief regard, but the color in his own came close to matching hers when the Tsar offered a supposition. "Considering your years as a dedicated soldier, you must have been anxious to see Synnovea if you refused a direct order from your superior." The colonel was aware of the monarch's close scrutiny, and though he felt compelled to answer, he did so in a hushed tone. "I was, Your Majesty." "Adamant to meet Synnovea, you mean?" Mikhail prodded. "Yes," Tyrone reluctantly acknowledged. The Tsar smiled in pleasure. "You have good taste, Colonel, and in the weeks and years to come, I hope you don't lose sight of what you were willing to sacrifice just to be with Synnovea." The gentle chiding brought Tyrone the curious regard of his bride, but as yet he could offer nothing more than a brief glance in response. Meeting those wide green-brown eyes had suddenly become a labor he wished to avoid. Finally, the couple were being escorted to her coach, and with stilted decorum, Tyrone handed his bride into the interior and took his place beside her. Natasha had instructed Stenka to take the long way around so the guests could arrive before the bride and groom, and it proved a lengthy ordeal indeed for the two ensconced in the coach. The groom sat on the far side of the seat from his bride, as if she were something tainted he wished to avoid. His eyes were partially masked by heavy lids as he braced his chin on a lean knuckle and glowered out the window. After the need for proper decorum had been dispensed with, his brows gathered and his crisply chiseled jaw flexed with angry tension. Synnovea's tentative glances lent no hope that her husband's mood would improve once they reached their destination. Indeed, his angry reticence allowed her no smallest glimmer of optimism for their life together. Carriages were still being unloaded in front of the house when Stenka pulled the team to a halt near the approach to the drive and waited for a chance to deliver his mistress and her new husband directly before the stoop. After a pelting rain during the night and the passage of so many conveyances, the lane had become a veritable avenue of endless muck. It didn't take long for the rear wheels of the coach to become firmly mired in the stiff sludge. Despite Stenka's best attempts to rally the horses to such a strenuous feat, the conveyance refused to budge. Tyrone was hardly in a mood to wait until another team could be brought around to lend their strength to the four-in-hand. Stepping down into the well-churned road, he gestured for Synnovea to move near the door, and when she cautiously complied, lifted her within his arms. Considering the aversion he was wont to display toward her, she was painfully flustered by his assistance and had no idea where to put her arms. A brief moment later, she felt his booted feet slip in the sludge, and with a sudden gasp of alarm, she flung them about his neck, fearing that he'd drop her into the filth just to vent his rage upon her. Tyrone read her trepidation only too well, and deigned to meet her worried gaze with a sardonic quirk slanting his brow. "Truly tempting, my dear, but hardly chivalrous of a groom, do you not agree?" "Just put me down," she urged testily, well aware of the distance between herself and safety. "I can make my own way to the house." "What, in the mud?" he scoffed with a humorless laugh. "Now that would be something for our guests to see, truly a fine demonstration of the groom's affection." "What do you care about them?" "Unfortunately, I've been ordered to maintain a festive mood," he retorted. "Otherwise I'd dump you here and be done with you." Synnovea struggled briefly in his arms, but he tightened his grip until she was forced to relent. When his long, steely fingers continued to dig into her ribs, causing her to squirm uncomfortably beneath the pressure, she was forced to complain. "You're hurting me." "Am I?" Tyrone smiled blandly and loosened his grasp. "You must excuse me, madam. Sometimes I don't know my own strength." "I think it was deliberate," she accused. "Perhaps part of the retribution you said you wouldn't seek?" His harsh smile clearly conveyed the fact that he didn't give a damn what she thought. "To a tiny degree, perhaps. but certainly nothing to equal what I'm really feeling toward you. Why don't you just have me flogged and be done with it? Synnovea challenged acidly. Perhaps that would assuage your anger some small whit. I'd never tarnish a form as fair and alluring as yours, madam. As your husband, 'twould be the same as spiting myself. Natasha was awaiting them near the front portal. As she escorted Synnovea into the great room to join their guests, Tyrone doffed his muddy boots and made his way in stocking feet to the kitchen, where a manservant took the boots away to clean them. While Tyrone waited for their return, a young girl of no more than 3 peeked at him from behind the cook's apron, gaining his attention. Her wide, beautiful green eyes and softly curling dark hair were very much like Synnovea's, but it was her faltering timidity that clearly reminded him of what he had recently perceived in his bride's manner. In the past few hours he had seen little evidence of that haughty maid whom he had confronted in the bathhouse, and he could believe that Synnovea was now as much afraid of him as this tiny elfin creature who presently shied away. Tyrone went down on a knee near a spot where wooden blocks had been left scattered over a small area of the floor. The child watched him with growing interest as he began to construct a tiny edifice. Degree by small, cautious degree, she approached to admire his handiwork, and in sudden glee chortled with him when a more difficult addition collapsed his creation into a disorganized heap. The cook Danica observed the making of their friendship with a warm smile. But when the man began to speak to her daughter in a foreign language, she too was completely lost in confusion and unable to ease the girl's perplexed frown. When he sought to translate, Danica's confusion only deepened, and she shrugged and spread her hands, conveying the fact that she didn't understand. Synnovea was sent to fetch her bridegroom for the wedding guests, who were awaiting his presence in the great room. Having been informed of his whereabouts, she approached the open door of the kitchen. But when she espied him chatting with the child, she paused outside the portal, not wishing to intrude. Though the child was unable to catch the drift of his words, she seemed captivated nonetheless, as evidenced by the slowly widening grin that curved her small angelic mouth. Synnovea found her own heart strangely warmed by his gentle manner with the girl. She could not help but think of those moments when he had carefully nurtured her passion, even at the sacrifice of his own pleasure. Were it not for his animosity toward her now, she'd have been content to have such a man as her husband. There was no doubt in her mind that he was far and away more honorable and handsome than either Alexei or Vladimir. The manservant brought Tyrone's boots back and presented them not only clean but neatly polished. After slipping them on, Tyrone rose and took the girl's small hand in his. "I must go now," he informed her, "but I'll be living here, and I'll be delighted to visit you here in the kitchen before I go to work each morning. Will that be all right with you?" The little one looked up at him, bewildered by his questioning tone, but her small face brightened suddenly when Synnovea entered the kitchen. Having grown immensely fond of the boyarina in the short span of time they had lived in the same house, she ran to take her hand. Tyrone straightened and in stilted reticence watched his bride as she spoke to the girl in Russian. Of a sudden, the child's face grew radiant, and turning to the colonel, she dipped into a curtsy, eagerly babbling in answer. Synnovea reluctantly lifted her gaze and timidly translated the child's answer as she met the blue eyes that rested upon her. "Sophia would like you to know that she'd be pleased to have you visit her as often as you'd like." Tyrone noticed his bride's heightened blush, and when she hurriedly dropped her gaze, realized that she had misread his close attention as some fierce displeasure. He didn't feel generously disposed toward explaining that, in spite of his hostility toward her, he was nevertheless taken with her soft, beguiling manner. "I was reluctant to interfere in your discussion with the girl," Synnovea apologized, laying a gentle hand upon Sophia's shoulder, as the child, in some awe, lightly fingered the pearls that adorned the seraphim. "But I thought you needed a translator." Tyrone conveyed a cool reserve as he suggested, "Now that we'll be living under the same roof, I suppose you should teach me the language. We'll have to find something to pass the time together, since we have so little in common." Synnovea almost cringed at his blatant derision. But at the sound of footfalls hurrying down the hall, she forced back a start of tears and faced Natasha as that one swept into the kitchen in an anxious dither. "Synnovea!" the woman gasped breathlessly, clutching a hand to her heaving bosom.
Prince Vladimir and his sons are here. I'm sure they've come to look Tyrone over, and from the mood they're in, he'll likely be needing reinforcements."
Tyrone met his bride's worried glance with smiling mockery. "Your rejected betrothed, I presume?" Synnovea wrung her hands in dismay, unconsciously voicing a frantic whisper. "What are we to do?" "Calm yourself, madam," her groom advised. "It won't be the first time I've met one of your suitors. I just hope this particular prince doesn't prove as irascible as the last." "You'd better be warned," Natasha cautioned him. "Prince Vladimir's sons have a penchant for brawling. They like nothing better than settling arguments with their fists. In other words, Colonel, they might make Alexei seem like a blessed saint by comparison." "Then the next moments may well see the end of our celebration," Tyrone predicted ruefully. Raising a brow, he offered his arm to his bride. "Shall we face them together, my dear? After all, it isn't every day that a rejected swain meets the husband of his betrothed." Synnovea felt the sting of his sarcasm and lifted her chin loftily. "You've no kin what the brute is capable of when riled, and right now you're in no condition to make light of the matter." "Perhaps not, my dear, but the introductions should prove interesting, don't you agree?" "If you survive them," Synnovea quipped, reluctantly accepting his arm as Natasha hastened away. Tyrone glanced down at his bride with a sardonic smile, curving his handsome lips as he led her into the hallway. "I suppose I should brace myself to face not only these, but a whole legion of discarded suitors who've been left in your wake. It might prove more challenging than fighting the enemies of the Tsar. Had I been more astute, I might have taken a warning when I espied you with Ladislaw." Synnovea dared to express what his words seemed to insinuate. "Perhaps you might have reconsidered my rescue." "Definitely a possibility, madam," Tyrone replied, feeling in no mood to reassure her. Still, when Synnovea tried to withdraw her arm in sudden exasperation, he clamped his own arm against his side, forbidding her escape. "Tut-tut, my dear. We must obey His Majesty and keep up appearances for our guests." Synnovea bestowed a heated glower upon him, but made no further effort to pull away, sensing that it would be futile to even try. Thus Tyrone escorted his bride into the great hall in an overtly chivalrous manner, just as one might expect of a newly wedded groom. Applause and burbling compliments from the guests greeted the couple's entry into the crowded room, but Vladimir wasn't in the mood to be gracious. As Natasha had already ascertained, he was feeling as surly as an old wounded bear. He swung around with a loud snort of derision when his eldest son advised him that Synnovea was approaching on the arm of her groom, while several of his offspring followed the newly wedded pair, affirming their eagerness to fight. His faded blue eyes pierced the tall man at her side. Synnovea glanced about in growing dismay, espying familiar faces closing in around them. It unsettled her unduly to think that Tyrone would again be called upon to pay the penalty for her outrageous scheme. A short distance behind the bellicose clan, several English officers lowered their goblets and cautiously observed the proceedings, sensing the intent of the princes to entrap the groom in a brawl. Considering the colonel's avid quest to have the girl, they hadn't been at all surprised when they had heard that he had gotten into a fray with her guardian, who had hired men to punish him for his audacity. Nor were they astonished by the repercussions they were presently witnessing, no doubt brought about by the Tsar's quickly executed directive to negate further intervention. It was no secret that trouble followed one who coveted a forbidden treasure, and it was obvious by the bride's beauty that she was a prize some men would kill for. Grigori joined the Englishmen and spoke to them in a hushed tone, warning them to be prepared if his commander was attacked. "If they want to brawl about this matter, we'll invite them outside. Understood?" Eager smiles lit the faces of the colonel's friends, but for the time being, Grigori cautioned them to merely watch until it became evident that Tyrone couldn't defend himself. They had seen their comrade in action before and were confident of his ability to handle most situations. But if a confrontation was in the offing, they were ready to even out the score, since he was definitely outnumbered and not in a condition to fight his way through on his own. "So, you're the rascally devil who stole the maid from me," Vladimir rumbled caustically. "What are you Englishmen, anyway? Savages that you must steal our brides from beneath our noses and make off with them to do your evil deeds? You intruding rake, you should be horsewhipped." The threat seemed imminent as his sons muttered irately and pressed close around the couple. Tyrone cocked a challenging brow at the white-haired boyar when the elder's hand settled on the hilt of his sword. The intimidation was too obvious to ignore. Synnovea stepped forward toward Vladimir, hoping to placate him with a softly cajoling plea. But she was prevented from accomplishing her objective when Tyrone caught her elbow in an unrelenting vice. He was no more inclined to hide behind her skirts now than he had been when he had hung from the wooden beams in the carriage house. "Stay out of this, Synnovea," he growled low. "I'm quite capable of handling this matter on my own without your interference." "But Vladimir may listen to me," Synnovea implored in a whisper, briefly glancing toward the towering ancient. Daring much, she laid a trembling hand in plaintive appeal upon her husband's chest. "Please let me try, Tyrone. You've been through enough on my account, and I'd rather not see you harmed more than you have been." Vladimir loudly harumphed at the girl's marked concern for the foreigner. Goaded by jealousy, he stepped forward and, grasping the colonel's arm, pulled him around to face him. "Would you take counsel from a woman?" "Aye, if there is wisdom in it," Tyrone retorted, jerking free of the man's grasp. "No man tells me to whom I should give heed." With an angry growl, the old man voiced his contempt for the stranger. "The Tsar may have asked you and other young whelps like you to come here and give our soldiers instruction, but most boyars are offended by the presence of foreigners in this country. You not only intrude into our ways of doing warfare, English knave, but you tamper with our women as well." "Who bleats about intrusion?" Tyrone barked. "I gained audience before His Majesty's throne and begged him for a petition to court the maid long before you ever knew she existed. You came well after and secretly connived with the Taraslovs to write a betrothal contract without consideration for the Tsar's wishes. Now the nuptials have been performed, and you're still seeking to challenge my right to the girl. Do you argue with the royal decree when the vows were spoken in the presence of Tsar Mikhail?" A low snarl tore free of Vladimir's throat. "I served the gentleman's proper due and followed the formal right of behavior in asking Prince Alexei for the Countess Synnovea's hand in marriage. Where were you when the contracts were being signed and sealed?" Tyrone sneered at the ancient's feeble declaration. "I was forbidden to even see the maid by the very ones who sealed the documents with you. By deed and favor, I had more claim to her than you. If not for me, she'd never have reached Moscow. She'd have been forced to appease the lusting appetites of some bastard thief who thought to seize her for his own. You think because you saved her once from a band of rogues that you own her now?" Vladimir bellowed incredulously. "Nay," Tyrone flung back, "Synnovea is mine because we spoke the vows together as witnessed by the Tsar. So vex me no longer with your trifling arguments, old man, for I'm not in the least compassionate toward your failed endeavors." Tyrone stepped back slightly, eyeing the sons who had begun to move forward in an overt show of aggression. Drawing Synnovea with him, he retreated another step, but only to ensure that none would be at his back if they launched an assault. He glanced at the ancient and managed a casual shrug without being unfavorably reminded of the discomfort he still suffered in his back. "If you and your sons would care to join us for the festivities, Prince Vladimir, you're welcome to remain. Willy-nilly, go or stay, you can do as you wish. But know this, if it's a fight you want, you'll have to come back another day." "So good of you, English Colonel, to invite us to share in your celebration," Sergei derided, making the mistake of clapping Tyrone on the back. That one sucked his breath in sharply, and at very close range, Synnovea saw her husband's wide shoulders tense with the agony of the other's touch. The blue eyes blazed in sudden fury, and in less than a heartbeat he swung around to face the youth, his breath slashing through tightly clenched teeth. Seizing Sergei by the front of his kaftan, Tyrone yanked him forward until the younger man saw firsthand the seething rage that fairly flamed in the bright eyes. His feigned friendship was completely fragmented beneath the awe-inspiring dimensions of the colonel's rage. It frightened Sergei mightily, and he reacted instinctively, winning his freedom with a frantic jerk. In the next instant, he was snatched again by the scruff of his neck as he tried to scramble away. His left arm was caught and twisted painfully behind his back. At his loud yelp, his brothers leapt forward to intervene, but another agonizing wrench brought a desperate appeal from the young prince that they should hold fast to their places. "Have a care where you touch me, whelp," Tyrone gritted close behind the youth's ear, "or I swear you'll leave here with only one arm. Do I make myself clear?" Vladimir and his sons had full command of the English language, and each clearly understood the warning. It was the father who stepped forward and with a booming voice demanded Sergei's release. "Let my son go, or I'll set the dogs to your foul carcass ere this night is over." Tyrone scoffed at the huge man, not even remotely intimidated by the threat. "Then call off your baying hounds, or you'll have good reason to hunt me down." Vladimir raised his bushy white brows in sharp surprise. It was a rare man indeed who stood up to him and his collection of sons. Lifting a wrinkled hand, he gestured lamely for his family to retreat. In response, Tyrone sent Sergei sprawling forward into his brothers. Claiming their attention, with a rather terse chuckle, Tyrone laid a hand to his breast and dipped his head in an abbreviated bow of apology. "I must beg forgiveness for my ill temper, my lords. I was involved in a confrontation with a band of ruffians several nights past, and they did their best to lay open my back. 'Tis tender yet, so as long as you keep your hands to yourselves, perhaps I can respond to your visit with as much grace as a favorable host might extend." Sullenly, Sergei glared at him as he rubbed his bruised wrist. "You rile easily, Englishman." "Aye, 'tis a fault I suffer when pain is inflicted upon me." Tyrone glanced around at the family, noticing their gazes were now centered on Synnovea. As a whole, their yearning expressions evidenced deep measures of regret, as if each of them had become enamored not only with her beauty, but with the winsome charm of the maid. The elder in particular seemed pained as he gazed up upon her with undiminished longing. Tyrone was not above wresting a bit of revenge for their attempts to bully him. Drawing his bride forward, he laid an arm around her slender waist and held her close against his side, clearly establishing his claim upon her for the benefit of the sons and their sire. "Would you now congratulate me on my good fortune in taking so fair a bride?" His invitation was admittedly far-fetched, considering their resentment, but after accepting a goblet from a servant's tray, he held it aloft. "My lords, may I propose a toast to the Lady Synnovea Rycroft, wife of my benighted self, and good woman of my future house." He sipped the wine, and leaning back near his bride's ear, murmured encouragement as he handed the goblet to her. "Drink up, my sweet. Remember, we're to make merry for our guests." Synnovea had no heart for concurring to the travesty he proposed, but by order of the Tsar, she had to make the best of the moment. After taking a tiny sip, she gave the goblet back with a noticeable lack of enthusiasm. "Smile," Tyrone urged, drawing her away from the guests. She stiffly complied as she gritted through grimacing lips. "Is that better?" "You're vexed with me," he chided with exaggerated concern as he escorted her into the entrance hall. "Does it matter?" She lifted a querying brow, awaiting his answer. Tyrone glanced away in a museful vein and happened to espy Nikolai, who had just entered the foyer. Perhaps he had no cause to be jealous of the younger officer, but he was clearly in a mood to vent his own frustration with the situation in which he found himself. With a forced smile, he faced his bride as he halted and locked his arms about her. Though she stiffened, he leaned over her ear to whisper, "Appearances, madam, they must be maintained, even when you think no one is watching." Duly warned, Synnovea submitted to his kiss, but she was hardly prepared for the thoroughness with which it was executed. His open mouth slanted across hers with almost brutal intensity, devouring hers with an unchecked hunger as he drew her small tongue into the cavity of his mouth and caressed it with his own. Unconsciously, she rose up against him, freely offering everything she had as a sacrifice to the flaming heat of his lips. Though she slipped her arms around him, she suddenly remembered the condition of his back and found no place for her hands to rest above his waist. Finally, she let them fall to her sides, again as she leaned into him. Boisterous applause and loud whistles came from the English soldiers, who had entered the hall behind them. The men gathered close around the couple, prompting Synnovea to draw back in acute embarrassment. Tyrone allowed her to escape to a circle of women, while he accepted the good wishes of his friends, who drew him back to the great hall. Nikolai was certainly none too pleased about what he had just witnessed. In light of the guarantee that had been coerced from the Tsar, the lustful kiss seemed an affront to the girl. Even if Nikolai hadn't been at odds with the colonel before, he was swiftly approaching that frame of mind. Indeed, he promised himself that if he found a chance, he'd warn Synnovea of her husband's duplicity. Above all, he wanted to beg her to hold herself aloof from her husband until he sailed back to England. Anxious for such an opportunity to present itself, Nikolai closely observed the couple for the rest of the afternoon. But as the hours passed and the evening came upon them, his disposition grew decidedly morose. The pair acted as if they were totally taken with each other as they mingled with their guests. Hand in hand, they stood together and decorously bade farewell to Vladimir and his sons. Later that evening, when the bride and groom were called to another lavish banquet, they shared a place at the head of the table to which Natasha had directed them. The cushioned bench wasn't overly wide, but their hostess maintained that it had become a traditional place of honor for newlyweds in her household. As narrow as it proved to be, there was much hilarity evoked from the onlookers as the couple strove to wedge themselves in. Once they were ensconced, they might as well have been joined at the hip, for Tyrone was forced to wrap his right arm around Synnovea's ribcage and to lean back enough to allow her shoulder to overlap his. Being for the most part right-handed, that left him ruefully considering how he was going to fare feeding himself with his left. It nearly broke Nikolai's composure to watch the couple from the far end of the table. Beneath his grim stare, the colonel seemed to delight in handling his Synnovea, as if the man had any right to touch her after the pledge he had gained from the Tsar. The long fingers stroked along her ribs, sometimes pausing near her right breast or possessively resting upon her hip. What made it even worse was the fact that she seemed to relish not only her bridegroom's touch, but lending wifely assistance in feeding him. They seemed to make a game of it, kissing often, and even going so far as to steal food from the other's mouth. Finally, when the bench became a hindrance to their comfort, namely for Synnovea, who suffered the most against her husband's steely flank, she sought to rise, but Tyrone deftly clamped an arm around her slender waist, lifted her, and then resettled her upon his thigh, much to the hearty approval of his men. Nikolai realized the worst of his worries was yet to come as the time approached for the couple to retire to their bridal chamber. Because he had been visually confronted by the Englishman's inclination to liberally kiss and handle Synnovea, he refused to trust the man with her. And though he wanted to warn Synnovea of what her husband intended in hopes of preventing their union, he was repeatedly frustrated as the evening wore on, for he found no chance to catch her alone. When she finally left the hall, escorted by Natasha and the handful of women who had been invited to attend her, his hazel eyes sadly followed. In the moments following Synnovea's departure, some of the men had begun to chide Tyrone for stealing the most beautiful maid from beneath their noses. Questions concerning the haste of their marriage also were presented, but he refused to elaborate and brushed the inquiries off with a grin. "You've all heard rumors of my impatience to court the Countess." Hoping the fruit-flavored vodka would deaden his senses sufficiently before he arrived upstairs, he took another sip as he braced a shoulder against the molding of the door. The Tsar took pity on my pain and cast down all other plans for her betrothal by arranging the ceremony himself. That's all there is to it. Natasha returned to the great room and announced that the bride was awaiting her groom. The men chortled in glee and crowded close around Tyrone, who drained his cup in what appeared to be eager anticipation. Only he was cognizant of his ongoing attempt to deaden more than the wounds in his back, for the idea of being privately ensconced with Synnovea had already stirred memories that sorely threatened his efforts to remain distantly detached from the tempting beauty. As his friends crowded near, Tyrone immediately retreated, fearing they would forget and pound him upon the back. "Have a care, or you'll make me useless to my bride."
This is the end of this cassette. This program...
As his friends crowded near, Tyrone immediately retreated, fearing they would forget and pound him upon the back. "Have a care, or you'll make me useless to my bride. The condition of my back has a way of dismissing everything else from mind, so I beg you proceed with care in your attempt to cheer me on." "Lift him on your shoulders, lads," an English officer named Edward Walsworth encouraged. He should save his strength for better things. Besides, he's quaffed so much vodka, he may be unable to find his way upstairs to savor other pleasures." Amid their guffawing laughter, Tyrone was hoisted onto their shoulders and then carted upstairs, their booming, outrageously ribald chants accompanying their ascent. In the anteroom of Synnovea's apartments, they lowered Tyrone to his feet before the entrance of the adjoining bedchamber and jostled behind him to get a glimpse of the bride outfitted for her husband's pleasure. Tyrone would never have denied the fact that he had liberally indulged in strong spirits throughout the celebration. Even so, when his eyes beheld a sight that he had both feared and yearned to see, there was no way that he could blame his swiftly thudding heart on his heavy imbibing. For some time now he had been aware of Synnovea's unrivaled beauty, but when faced with the fact that she was his by right of wedlock, and that he could freely exercise the many prerogatives which that particular union allowed him, he felt a sharp pang of regret that he, in the heat of outraged pride, had foolishly offing. And for that, Tyrone had to give the monarch immense credit for being able to understand how well the shroud of rage could blind a man. With the subtly demoralizing and relaxing effects of the fruited vodka he had consumed, Tyrone wasn't at all sure his staunch objectives could withstand one night with Synnovea, much less 3 years. If he maintained his abstinence, he was certain it would mean a far greater torment for him than even the whip had reaped. Standing within the circle of her attendants, Synnovea looked as enticing as any bride had a right to look. Her dark hair had been separated into a pair of braids to signify her newly married state, and then interwoven with gleaming gold ribbons. An exquisite robe of shimmering, translucent gold flowed loosely to the floor from her shoulders, and though the meager glow of the candles didn't allow access through the lustrous silk at the moment, Tyrone was keenly aware that beneath that particular garment and the gown she wore underneath, his bride was just as soft and beautiful as she had always been. Whether in his memories, his dreams, or reality, the sight of her never failed to set his body to battling with his brain. The manly guests loudly hooted their approval of the bride's comeliness, and as Synnovea glanced their way, she graced them with a timid smile. Princess Zelda eyed the groom for a moment before leaning near the bride's ear to whisper. Synnovea nodded eagerly as her gaze swept toward Tyrone, but a blush immediately stained her cheeks when she became cognizant of the fact that they had aroused his curiosity with their hushed comments on his anatomy. With that realization, the two women giggled in secret delight. Tyrone lifted an arm and braced it against the framework of the arched doorway, well aware that he had become the topic of their discussion. From the way their flitting perusal swept over him, he could believe their dialogue had something to do with his physical attributes. On that subject, Synnovea possessed first-hand knowledge, yet as he continued to stare, she refrained from giving further comment, deterring the princess from offering other suppositions. It hardly kept his bride from meeting his gaze with more candor than she had hitherto displayed, at least since their marriage vows had been spoken. Tyrone's entry into the chamber had brought back a memory of a similar event a thrice or so years ago, when he had glimpsed his first wife, Angelina, bedecked in her bridal finery. His mood had been different then, buoyant and cheerful, as was common among bridegrooms who anticipated the taking of virginal fruit. It could be like that again, he told himself, if only he'd relent. Or it might even be better, the thought intruded as he pondered the difference in his courtship of his two wives. In comparing his sudden attraction to Synnovea to his final capitulation to Angelina's pleas, he was forced to admit that the difference was like night and day. Angelina had been the offspring of his parents' neighbors, yet he had all but ignored her during her younger years. She had finally attracted his attention only a pair of years before their wedding. In truth, their marriage had come about mainly by the wearing down of his manly resistance by a sweet young thing. Other courtships had waned for different reasons, some because of the brevity of time allowed by his profession, many because of his own dwindling interest, or a realization that a deeper union with a particular woman wasn't in his best interest. He could hardly commend his cool-headed logic this time. Indeed, considering his zeal to have Synnovea, it seemed incredibly far-fetched to suppose that he could successfully ignore her presence in the same room, much less in the same bed. He had asked Natasha, with all the discretion he had been capable of mustering, to provide him with separate quarters, no matter how tiny or cramped. The woman had smiled graciously, and given the excuse that she usually had so many guests, it seemed unlikely that she'd be able to grant his request without restricting her gregarious penchant for hospitality. That was precisely the time he decided he was cursed by his own manly lusts. Glancing back over his shoulder at his cavorting and frolicking guests, Tyrone shushed their loud circle of ladies, his eyes gleaming brightly as he carefully regarded the radiance of his bride. While her attendants observed every glance, every movement the newly married couple made, Synnovea gave him a diffident smile as she watched him warily. A stiff bow to the ladies sent them scurrying and sniggering from the chambers, allowing Tyrone to step before his bride. "Again, madam, for the benefit of my escort," he whispered, justifying his close attention. Lifting her small chin, he indulged himself in her delicately refined beauty for a passage of a long moment, before lowering parting lips to hers. He made no effort to convince himself that he kissed her merely for the sake of his companions. He knew better than to believe that lie. Synnovea yielded herself completely to his inquiring kiss, daring to meet his tongue when it slipped inward to search the depths of her mouth. He was her husband, after all, and though no one knew of her longing, she now realized that she desired him more than she had ever thought possible. The taste of vodka pervaded her senses as he devoured her offering with leisured deliberation. When he drew back, he left her silently groaning in disappointment. Slowly wending his way back to the anteroom, Tyrone cooled his blood and brain forthwith by thinking of Alexei going freely about his business. If he had been able to obtain the Tsar's permission, he'd have chased that boyar down as he fully intended to do with Ladislaw. Nothing short of facing that toad in a deadly contest would satisfy him. Tyrone drank a last toast with the men to the forthcoming night, as if highly anticipating the torment he would soon suffer. He wasn't so much into his cups that he wasn't aware of Nikolai covertly eyeing Synnovea through the doorway. After encountering so many suitors, Tyrone wasn't in the mood to share even a glimpse of his bride's unconfined beauty with another man, especially one who had followed so closely on his heels to plead his cause with his majesty, as if the major had striven 1/10 as hard as he to gain the Tsar's attention just for the privilege of courting the lady. Deliberately, Tyrone reached back a hand and pushed the door closed behind him before lifting a challenging stare to the Russian major. By the coldness in his eyes, he let it be known that Synnovea was his, and he'd fight any worthy who had intentions of intruding. He stared until Nikolai, flushing a dark, angry red, turned crisply on a heel and made his exit. 14. The guests finally took their leave of the bridal chambers, and the stout wooden outer portal was closed, allowing the groom to secure the bolt against the possibility of any prankish deed befalling them. When a few of his fellow officers had lingered to advise him on the schooling of a virgin, Tyrone had nodded with museful care, and though he had appeared to listen to every word, his thoughts had wandered. His judgment was not so sluggish that he couldn't discount most of his companions' suggestions as irrelevant. If he held true to his resolve, then surely their counsel was for naught, even if he were of a bent to use it, which was hardly the case. It wasn't that he considered his skills with women significantly better than those of his cohorts. Indeed, some were touted to be daring roués and masterful lovers of several or more women at any given month or year, whereas he, as pragmatic about his personal life as he was with his career, had limited himself to one serious liaison at a time. He simply preferred his own way of doing things, at least when it came to nurturing a woman's pleasurable participation in the intimate rites of love. If Angelina's dying confessions could be counted as trustworthy, then by her own vow she had fallen more in love with him after their marriage. It had only been during that long interval of time when he had been away in service to his country that she had grown lonely enough to be otherwise beguiled, or so she had sworn to him on her deathbed, where she had, with her last breath, begged him to forgive her. As for the temptress he had just married, Synnovea had proven herself excitingly responsive to his love-making, if indeed he could believe her fervor genuine rather than part of her ploy. His musings even now strayed, as if beguiled to alluring recollections of her sliding naked across his bed in her eagerness to make room for him. Even after he had consumed enough vodka to dull the lacerated rawness of his back, he was still unable to cast that memory, as well as other similarly haunting visions, from his mind. With careful diligence, Tyrone approached the huge bed wherein his second wife awaited him. She had doffed the golden robe, and at present her womanly form was discreetly covered by a sheet, which she had dragged up over her bosom. As he loosened his doublet, his smoldering gaze raked over the hills and valleys that formed a provocative terrain beneath the shroud. Tsar Mikhail was right, he remarked with languor, and then cursed his tongue for having lost its subtle eloquence. Even with his faculties somewhat encumbered from the effects of the intoxicant, he couldn't dismiss the turmoil he was about to suffer by withholding himself from her. "You're very beautiful, madam, perhaps beyond the degree of any woman I've ever known." All signs of Synnovea's feigned gaiety had fled shortly after their guest's departure. Now she eyed her husband guardedly, wondering what to expect from him in his present mood and condition. If he intended to vent his wrath upon her and insult her for having tricked him, she would have no recourse but to accept it. It was the very least she deserved. "We've had no moment alone in which we could talk, Tyrone." "So you wish to talk?" Tyrone painstakingly executed a bow, and then stumbled back a step before he caught himself and straightened. He grinned, somewhat amused at himself. "You must pardon my present plight, madame. I've progressed out of character tonight. You see, I've liberally partaken of the fruit of the vine, or rather that deadly libation you Russians quaff so copiously. Wicked stuff, that vodka. But it eases my pain." He laid a hand over his heart, as if mutely declaring the area where serious injury had been inflicted. "What matter did you wish to discuss, wife of mine? My aversion to being used?" He rubbed his chest as if sorely chafed by the idea. "Aye, that has caused me severe wounding by your lovely hand. None other could have cut me so deftly to the quick. While I pledged you all I could offer, paltry though it be, you played me for a fool. Now this poor buffoon is caught, bound by chains of wedlock, and he spies such delectable confection upon his bed that his mind is befuddled by the lusts that goad him. Alas, there's no escape for the poor fool." Clasping a bedpost with one hand, Tyrone leered at her and twirled his free hand through the air, as if urging an audience to respond. "What think you of my folly, madam? And of yours, pray tell? In ridding yourself of one proposed husband, you've caught yourself quite another entirely. Are you satisfied with what your mischief has heaped?" Holding the sheet clasped over her bosom, Synnovea lifted herself cautiously from the pillows and sat upright. "I wasn't willing to marry Prince Vladimir." "You made that abundantly clear ere now, madame." The accusation was launched in sharp retort as he doffed his velvet doublet and flung it into a nearby chair. What vexed him more than anything was the fact that he couldn't ignore the ravishing vision he was presented. A half-dozen slender tapers burned in the pair of candelabra sitting atop the tables nestled against each side of the bed. The tiny flames flickering behind his bride eagerly cast their radiance through the filmy tissue of her pale yellow nightgown, temptingly detailing her shoulders, arms, and enough of her bosom to whet his desire to peruse everything else the covering held from view. If a man could feel harried by the beauty of his bride on their wedding night, then Tyrone was definitely subject to that particular plight. As he leisurely assessed the sights, it dawned on him did now. From the first moment of their meeting, his life had been disrupted by his fervor to have her. Now, having won her, he could believe that he was destined to be punished even more. "What I'm asking, madam, is whether or not you're pleased with what you've accomplished with your game." Synnovea's cheeks warmed to a vivid hue as she struggled to find an answer that might serve to mollify his resentment. "You cannot answer me?" Tyrone demanded sharply. She started slightly at the animosity in his tone and nervously offered a softly spoken supplication. "Can you not see the truth of the matter yourself, Tyrone? Would not any maid prefer a younger husband above an ancient patriarch? But I never meant to entrap you, please believe me." "Nay." His tone was derisive. "You only wanted to use me like some worthless plaything and cast me aside when you no longer had need of me. I was nothing more to you than a rutting coxcomb whom you could use for your own purposes. The price you were obviously willing to expend for my services was far too enticing for me to ignore. By sacrificing your virtue, you meant to gain your end, no matter the cost to me." Turning from her in a manner of angry dismissal, Tyrone careened across the room and entered the dressing chamber, where he promptly found himself confronted by masses of shoes neatly arranged in little satin bags tucked into crannies, tapestry-covered hat-boxes, and lacquered jewel coffers set in order on shelves near a melange of small ornate chests that held stockings, handkerchiefs, and other dainties. Much larger armoires than chests were filled nigh to overflowing with gowns, petticoats, and lace-trimmed chemises. Amazed by the abundance of clothes he saw around him, Tyrone bemusedly tested the rich cloth of several, and then lifted a delicate chemise against the light to admire its transparency. His own clothes and possessions had been unpacked and placed in neat order beside hers, but surprisingly more conveniently at hand. He was rather amazed by the consideration that he had been shown in this matter. True, Allie might have wanted to favor him with such an arrangement, but the tiny servant would never have taken the initiative to do so unless her mistress had first directed her. Wincingly, Tyrone stripped a shirt from his back and tossed it aside. Selecting the pitcher that felt the colder to his hand of the two that were available, he splashed water into a basin and suffered through a chilly washing, hoping it would aid him in his endeavor to remain level-headed once he had slipped into bed beside his bewitchingly winsome wife. Past that point, he'd have to rely on his slightly inebriated state to lead him into deep slumber, from whence he fervently hoped he'd be hard-pressed to wake until morning. Tyrone donned a pair of shoes to conceal his nakedness, which seemed a crucial necessity for his return to the bedchamber. Even then, the tight-fitting hose could not be relied upon to hide what would no doubt arise once he saw her again. The side of the bed nearest the antechamber seemed designated as his own, since the sheet had been folded down invitingly, and his bride was ensconced closer to the windows on the far side. As he negotiated his way there, he avoided meeting his bride's cautious gaze by perusing the room, noting its wealth of space, rich appointments, and softly feminine elegance. It was apparent that their hostess treasured the girl's company, reserving for her use what had to be the best apartments in the mansion, the exception being the chambers in which Natasha resided. He hadn't indulged in such luxuries since leaving England, and only then in much less splendor. The Tudor house which his father had bequeathed him at the event of his marriage to Angelina was large and comfortably furnished in the same style as its design, but it was much less ornate than this womanly nirvana in which he found himself. Pausing near the bedside table, Tyrone pinched out the tiny flames burning atop the candelabrum and turned his back upon his bride, avoiding the visual stimulations that were there waiting to be relished. If he had ever wondered what pleasurable torture was like, then he was catching a clear sense of it now. It was pure agony to think that by his own foolishness he could not taste, touch, or savor the rich sensuality of her feminine form. Merely the awareness of her proximity and the memory of her eager response to his passion warmed his blood, making him grateful for the shadows that allowed him some degree of modesty as he released the knot at his waist and let the shoes fall to the floor. Sitting back upon the bed, he dragged the undergarment off his feet and tossed it onto a nearby bench. Though the only light in the chambers now came from the candles burning behind Synnovea, the ugly wheels crisscrossing her husband's back were vividly displayed. Synnovea almost cringed at the sight, knowing that the ends of the lash had fallen, and though most of the stripes were healing, a swollen area along a wider gash indicated a corruption of flesh beneath a dark scab, prompting her to slip out of bed. Tyrone wasn't a man of such ironclad control that he could resist casting a glance over her shoulder as his wife pulled the silken robe over her head. The candlelight penetrated the translucency of her nightgown before it settled into place, making him face away abruptly as he felt a sudden, sharp craving pierce him. She ran into the dressing-room, and a few moments later emerged, carrying a basin of water, a squat jar of balm, and a towel draped over her arm. Her intent soon became evident as she hastened toward him. Immediately Tyrone snatched the leggings into his lap, perhaps for the first time in his life self-conscious about his nakedness and what it would reveal. "There's a place on your back that has become tainted," Synnovea informed him, placing the bowl on the table beside him. Striking flint against tinder, she lit the candles, which he had snuffed out only moments ago, and turned back to face him. "It needs a good cleansing and a poultice applied to draw out the poison." It didn't matter that she wore a robe over her nightgown. The flickering flames, now burning behind her, shone through her diaphanous garments, displaying her womanly form in tempting detail, forcing him to look away, while the hammering excitement built to a painful intensity within his loins. "The sore is of little bother to me now, madam." "If you let it go, Ty, it will matter," Synnovea argued sweetly. "I'll need your dagger to open the wound." "I said let it go," Tyrone barked, foreseeing the disaster he'd invite by allowing her to touch him. He'd likely see his restraints and resolves completely sundered by the gentle brush of her hand. Indeed, he'd be hard-pressed not to bear her down upon the bed and have his way with her. He couldn't forget, even for a moment, that all-too-brief but exquisite interlude wherein they had been joined as lovers. Synnovea challenged his authoritative tone with a soft inquiry. "Why won't you let me tend it?" "I can do it myself," he growled. "Not hardly," she gently scoffed, and tilted her head toward the small bench. "Now, would you kindly sit there where I can tend your back?" A long moment elapsed as she watched his brows gather in an ominous scowl. He refused to look at her, but glared across the room until his bride leaned toward him with a softly probing question. "Colonel Rycroft, are you afraid of me touching you?" Tyrone's temper exploded. "Yes, damn it! I told you before, I want nothing from you, least of all your pity." At his thunderous blast, Synnovea stumbled backward and stared in painful confusion at his uncompromising visage, tears springing up within her spirit and welling blindingly within her eyes. A choked sob escaped her, and she caught up the bowl and whirled away, in her haste, flinging a widely reaching spray of water across his chest. Shocked out of his angry reticence by the chill of the water, Tyrone shot to his feet in surprise, losing his prideful modesty as his protective shield tumbled away from his naked loins. Though barely a second passed before he recovered his wits and snatched for the falling garment, Synnovea's teary eyes chased toward him, and then as they lowered, widened in amazement. Tyrone ground his teeth as her questioning stare flew up to meet his again. A low growl issued forth from his throat, and he flung away the fickle shows, seeing no further need to try to conceal his arousal. What more was there to hide when a mere glance had stripped him of his pride? "What did you expect?" he snapped. "I'm not made of stone. Good Lord, woman, leave me alone." With that, he claimed his place in bed and jerked the sheet up to his waist before rolling onto his side, away from her. He punched the pillow beneath his head, and refusing to look at her, glowered angrily toward the tiny flames dancing atop the candelabra across the bed. Shaken by his rage, Synnovea blew out the tapers on his table and carried the basin to the dressing-room. There she gave vent to her resentment by exchanging her nightgown for one of heavier cloth, which covered her sufficiently from toe to wrist to neck. The rivulet streaming down her cheeks refused to be checked as she made her way back to the bed. There she bestowed a teary glare upon her husband before slipping between the sheets and settling herself also on her left side, as far away from him as she could go. After briefly considering the discomfort of her tenuous perch, she bounced twice on the bed, scooting back from the edge. She tossed him a withering glare over her shoulder, yanked the sheet and quilt high over her shoulder, and then huddled beneath the covering, where she continued to weep in silent misery. In the stillness of the room, the bride and her groom lay together less than an arm's length apart, totally aware of each other, but stubbornly refusing to speak or to move. Despite the wrath that seethed within him, Tyrone kept his eyes tightly closed to alleviate his heightening distress. The sight of his bride's curving form only tormented him the more, but he was determined to beat down his fierce cravings by reining in his thoughts. He did so by deliberately setting his mind on devising plans for a foray outside the city limits. It was of paramount importance that he send his scout Avar to search out the location of Ladislau's camp before he led his men out on such an exercise, for it was definitely a fact that one could go unnoticed far better than a whole regiment. Synnovea was the first to relent to an exhausted sleep, and her soft, shallow breathing finally lured Tyrone along the same path. For slightly more than a thrice of hours, the couple dozed, albeit fitfully. Even so, the brief slumber allowed them some respite from the tension of being together, and yet painfully separate, as she crept toward the corner of where a bright shaft of silvery moonlight streamed in through the windows. As he watched, she slid his dagger from its sheath that hung alongside his scabbard from his belt, which Allie or some other servant had earlier draped over the back of a chair. Stealthily, Synnovea returned to the bed, with the bared blade, and Tyrone braced himself for her attack, well assured that he'd have no difficulty overpowering her should she launch an attack upon him. If she did, he promised himself that he'd see their marriage nullified forthwith, and let the Tsar's threats be hanged. To be sure, his own lucidity would have to be questioned if he remained with a woman who was utterly mad. Tyrone's brows gathered sharply as Synnovea dragged up the sleeve of her gown and laid the edge of the blade to the inside of her forearm. Her objective seemed clear enough now, and with a low growl he threw himself across the narrow space, startling a gasp from Synnovea, whose head snapped up at the first intrusion of sound. He seized her slender wrist in an unrelenting vice, wrenching a pained yelp from her, and plucked the sharp blade from her grasp. "Would you take your own life because you were forced to wed me?" he demanded sharply. "That never was my purpose," Synnovea assured him in a quavering voice. His swift assault had left her shaken to the core of her being, and she could not quiet her frantically thumping heart. Tossing the dagger back into the chair from whence it had been fetched, Tyrone swung his long legs over her side of the bed and rose to his feet. The chamber brightened considerably as he set ablaze several tapers. Returning to her, he clasped her chin in his hand and lifted her face to the light. He held it thus as his eyes probed hers, searching for some evidence of the truth. "Why else would you make an attempt to slice open your arm if you didn't intend to kill yourself?" "It may have seemed that way, Ty, but truly it was never my aim." "I'm listening," he prodded impatiently. Synnovea swallowed with difficulty, gathering the nerve to explain. "We've been together in bed for several hours, and yet you haven't seen fit to lend me your attention." Her voice faltered in painful chagrin as she continued. "On the morrow, my attendants will come and help me dress. If there is no blood on the sheet as proof of my virginity, I will be shamed before my friends." Tyrone arched a tawny brow as he considered his bride. She seemed unduly embarrassed by having to plead her cause, and just as troubled by her inability to escape the disgrace that she'd surely suffer because of their lack of intimacy. "If you'll remember, madam, you're no longer a virgin. I stripped you of that distinction before we were so callously interrupted." Synnovea bowed her head, shamed by his blunt reminder. "I was expecting you to be rather rough with me, after what I did to you." "Brutish enough to sully the sheets with more blood, you mean?" He laughed scathingly as she winced and gingerly nodded. "How chivalrous you think me, madam." "If you were to beat me, you have just cause. My actions were deplorable." "True," Tyrone agreed, "but a gentleman should never follow a poor example." He considered her dispirited chagrin and sighed heavily. "There's no help for it, I suppose." Synnovea shuddered and squeezed her eyes tightly closed, trying to hold back the tears that welled up within her spirit. What did it matter if she couldn't provide proof of her innocence? She supposed she wouldn't be the first maid in Russian history to be shamed by the lack of such evidence. She felt the mattress dip beneath Tyrone's weight and peered up at him curiously as he reached toward the chair. Retrieving the blade, he startled a flinch from her as he whisked the point across the inside of his own arm, opening a small gash. Several red droplets immediately welled forth, and after a small pool of blood had collected, he reached out to the middle of the bed and blotted his arm upon the bottom sheet. When he finally glanced back at Synnovea, he found her staring at him in wide-eyed amazement. "Does that not serve your purpose, madame?" "Most definitely, sir," she whispered, astounded by his gallantry. When his manly pride had obviously been severely bruised by her careless use of his ardor, it was difficult to imagine him doing such a thing. "I never expected compassion from you after my deceit. Why did you do it?" Tyrone casually dismissed his actions with an abortive laugh, unwilling to let her think he could be easily maneuvered by her feminine wiles. "Lend no claims of chivalry to this daunted fool, madam. It was not so much for your reputation as it was for mine. Without evidence of our union, my cohorts might think me incapable of performing the deed, so I've yielded myself to yet another one of your ploys, this time to save face before my own friends, for 'tis evident you have all the assets to lure the most reluctant husband into your arms." Synnovea lifted her chin as her own pride felt the prick of his needling. Tyrone made a concerted effort to appear cavalier about a matter which concerned him more than any other, and although he spoke from the heart, he deliberately made light of the injury that had been inflicted upon him. Oh, madam, were it not for my wounded dignity, which flogs me more severely than the brigand's whip ever could, I wouldn't be able to bear the temptation of sharing a bed with you. But with every twitch of pain, I'm ever reminded of my folly in allowing myself to believe you wanted me as much as I wanted you. I fear my own inanity shames me. You're no fool, sir, Synnovea replied in a muted tone. Indeed, you're far more astute than any man I've ever met. Tyrone jeered. Have you knowledge of so many men, my girl, that you can be considered a judge of unquestionable merit? Synnovea's cheeks warmed beneath his sarcasm. I've never known anyone but you on an intimate basis. Perhaps not, but you certainly have a legion of hungry males sniffing at your skirts, just waiting for the chance to lift them. She took exception to his statement. I've given them no encouragement. Should I believe you singled me out, madame? Tyrone laughed with rampant skepticism. Or was I the only poor dupe to be caught in your trap? You know I've been with no other man but you. He lifted his shoulders in a bland shrug, which leaves me convinced that I played the fool with an untutored maid. I may not have had much experience with men, Synnovea argued, but I have a good head on my shoulders and the ability to think for myself. You were the only one I would have chosen in any case. Now that statement I must challenge, madame. Not that you don't have a fine head, my dear, he rejoined, intentionally misinterpreting her point. None better, to be sure. Indeed, it was unquestionably your fair looks and form that caused me to fall prey to your whims. Synnovea glanced away in frustration. She was beginning to think that this particular Englishman could be as infuriating as he was aggressive. Having won the argument, at least for the moment, Tyrone bent his attention to his latest wound. He dragged the tail of his bride's nightgown out from under her and began wiping away the blood that had once more collected. As much as he yearned to be made of stone at the moment, it was hard for him to ignore the slender limb and winsomely curving hip which he exposed. He snorted as he failed to stem the flow. The way I'm now bleeding, our friends will likely lend you sympathy for having endured my savagery. 'Twould seem you're far too acquainted with serving a death blow to your enemies to be anything less than brutish with a blade in your hand, sir. I keep the weapon keen for such a purpose, madam. I never once considered that I'd be turning it upon myself. But then, my zeal of late seems to be my own worst enemy. Synnovea watched his attempts for a long moment before she dared to speak. Whatever it's worth, Ty, I'm grateful you provided the blood. Otherwise your friends and mine might have thought me— She paused, wondering if she should put words to his thoughts, and then managed to strangle out, "A trollop." Old memories came flooding back to haunt Tyrone, and he looked away with a pensive sigh. I suppose preserving his wife's honor is the least a husband can do. Synnovea's eyes gleamed with sudden moisture. I have trouble believing you're of such a mind to consider me worthy of your protection, especially when it's a matter regarding my virtue. You know little about me, Synnovea, he replied, not caring to explain further. That's true, she agreed gloomily. I know you not at all. Tyrone heaved another pensive sigh. I once knew a man who, after hearing the gossip that another had spread abroad about his wife, called her lover out in a duel. The swain made light of her affection, and let it be known that he had used her merely for a whim, and had tossed her aside when she began to bore him. He was one of those casual gallants who plucked fruit from every skirt he could lift with his charming lies. Had the husband been as vindictive as Alexei, he might have gelded the man and left him to pine in remorse for all the women he had once bedded. What happened after the duel? Synnovea asked hesitantly. Did the lover apologize? The husband killed him, Tyrone replied, with rueful bluntness. He found the roué and challenged him to a duel nearly a fortnight after the woman had foolishly tried to rid herself of his child. By that time she was in her 5th month, and thought to make amends to her husband, though he had pledged to take her to the country and stay with her until the child was born. For some reason, she had imagined that she could make everything right again if she'd just rid herself of the other man's child. In her quest to dismiss the babe from her life, she threw herself down the stairs, while her husband was away, thinking to kill the child she was carrying. She accomplished her goal, but she took a fever, and a week later died in her husband's arms. Synnovea lifted her eyes to search his. You seem greatly troubled by your tale, Ty. Was this woman someone you were fond of? A long, silent interlude followed, as he stared off into space, and she tried again. "Your sister, perhaps." Tyrone finally released a sigh. "No matter now, madam. She's gone, buried in the grave." During another long passage of a moment, Synnovea considered his aimless efforts to stem the bloody flow, until she finally felt led to break the painful silence with a soft query. "Will you not let me tend your arm now, Ty?" He was set to brush aside her offer, but he realized with some surprise that he was unwilling to injure her with another brusque refusal. Grudgingly, he relented. "If you must." Suddenly a smile, Synnovea leapt from the bed, incognizant of the view she presented to her husband, as her gown swirled away from her body. The sight of her lithe limbs and shapely derriere nearly made him gasp. It certainly gained his full attention. When she returned with a fresh basin of water, he was seated upon the bench to which she had earlier directed him. He had draped a towel across his naked loins, allowing her to keep her mind on the task of dressing his wound. Gently she did so, aware of his unrelenting stare, while she cleansed and wrapped bandages around his arm. "May I tend your back now?" Synnovea questioned, bracing herself for another tirade. She kept her gaze carefully lowered, and her attention focused on tying off the cloth. "Do what you must, madame. I'm too tired to argue with you." It was a lame excuse for giving in to her beguiling manner, but it served Tyrone well enough for the moment. He was tired, and had no desire to fight with her any longer. Much to his relief, she went to fetch his dagger and the jar of ointment, allowing him to ease his breath out in slow draughts. Whenever she was near, he could hardly breathe, wanting her as he did. Synnovea gently washed his back with a mild soap before she applied the tip of the blade carefully to the pus-filled lesion. Tyrone stiffened slightly as she slit it open, but he was nevertheless amazed by her gentleness. During his years as a soldier, he had become well acquainted with the hurried roughness of military surgeons. In sharp contrast to their abuse, the touch of her hands seemed like a lover's caress. Working quickly, Synnovea flushed the wound until fresh blood oozed from the newly opened gash. Then with tender compassion, she smoothed the balm over the area and wrapped strips of clean cloth around his chest, leaning close over his shoulder as she brought the ends together. As he accepted the strips from her hands, the green-brown eyes swept downward from his temple to the crisp lines of his jaw, though in recent weeks she had enlivened many a deficient daydream with images of her Englishman. She had never examined his features from this particular angle before. She found the view no less intriguing than all the others she had stored in her memory. Synnovea moved around in front of him and secured the bandage with a double knot over his chest. "I never meant for this to happen, Tyrone," she stated in a cautious tone, wary of bringing up the subject, but feeling a need to speak her mind. "It was never my intention to see you hurt. You seem so adept as a soldier, I never dreamt that Alexei would be able to catch you unawares, nor did I expect that he and Ladislaw had joined forces." Tyrone laughed with caustic disbelief. "I could almost be convinced of your charity toward me, madam, except that I've been painfully instructed not to trust you. That particular lesson has been seared into my memory as deeply as the scars on my back." "I was desperate," Synnovea pleaded in a strained whisper, dearly hoping he would understand. "I couldn't bear the thought of marrying Vladimir. I favored the loss of my good name rather than his attentions as a husband. And you were so willing, so tenacious in your desire to have me." "Aye, I was willing," Tyrone readily acknowledged. "How could I not be? Your beauty tempted me from the very beginning, and in your resolve you deliberately lured me on with a sweet promise. I saw it in your eyes and on your lips. How could I have known you'd be leading me into a trap, one that nearly cost me dearly? I'm much relieved to find my head still attached and my cod in good working order." A hot blush warmed Synnovea's face as her eyes were drawn to his scantily clad loins. "I never dreamt that Alexei would become so violent." "The hell you say!" Tyrone growled. Coming to his feet, he made no further attempt to hide his nakedness as he strode past her to the far end of the room. Then, when she turned to face him in some bewilderment, he came back to stand close and burning within him. Settling his hands on his narrow hips, he leaned toward her slightly and gave vent to his vexation. "I don't know the exact moment you singled me out as your victim, madam, but no well-tried harlot could have accomplished the task with such winning appeal. You were as alluring as any earth-bound goddess ever craved to be. Aye, madam, that you were. And though I've wandered to countries beyond your imagination, I've seen no finer wench, no fairer form than you. 'Twas the cunning way you employed your charms that saw me entrapped like some foolishly rotting apprentice. You were so sweet and beguiling, I never had a chance against your powers of persuasion. Your eyes were so warm and inviting, your lips so soft and yielding, your breast so eager to be touched, and like some blind weanling fool, I thought your silken thighs would welcome me. Even now I yearn to mount you and appease my desire. There's an unrelenting ache in my loins, and though I'm gratified to be able to feel this lusting need, I'm distraught nonetheless because of this damnable yearning that sorely besets me. I know well enough, should this continue, you'll rend my privy parts more thoroughly than Alexei's blade ever could. Synnovea stared up into eyes that fairly blazed into her own, not knowing what to say to ease his indignation. He seemed more incensed by the fact that he had let himself be deceived by a woman, and yet she had been carried away as much by his ardor as he had been by her wiles. Her enticement, at best, had been totally unskilled, whereas his manly persuasions had been firmly bolstered by experience. It was true, she had set out to accomplish her will, but somewhere in the midst of it all, she had surrendered not only her body to him, but her heart as well. She'd never have been so eager to yield him her virginity had he not worked his own enchantment upon her. Yet if she tried to convince him of that simple fact, she'd no doubt be ridiculed for concocting a far-fetched fantasy. Ty, Synnovea's voice was soft and gentle, much like a silken caress smoothing down the nettles of his pride. Could we not go to bed and talk for a while? I mean, about each other. I really don't know you at all, and I would like to, very much. A terse laugh escaped Tyrone as he dropped his head back upon his shoulders and stared at the shadowed ceiling.
This is the end of Side 1.
A terse laugh escaped Tyrone as he dropped his head back upon his shoulders and stared at the shadowed ceiling. He tried to collect his thoughts, but he was like a caged beast, distracted by his lusts, an animal smelling the scent of a bitch in heat, driven to a raging hunger by her nearness, and yet, because of some hidden barrier that harkened back to his injured pride, he refused to salve the rutting instincts that drove him to distraction, and all she wanted to do was to go to bed with him and talk. Synnovea, Synnovea, he groaned as if plagued by a great pain. You turn my being inside out, my night into an excruciating anguish, my day into a living hell, and then cajole so sweetly in my ear. What am I to do? Deny you when you pluck the gut strings of my manly metal with your silken pleas? I lose heart for diatribes when you ply your fetching ways upon me. Synnovea waited in silence until he lifted his head and fastened those penetrating blue orbs upon her. Her voice was barely a whisper in the stillness of the chambers. Truly, Ty, I didn't foresee such hurt to come to you. You were the one I wanted to claim as my lover, whether by truth or a lie. 'Twas never my intent to bind you to me against your will. Tyrone sighed heavily and gestured lamely toward the bed, knowing what distress it would cause him to lie down beside her and not touch her. Yet for the time being he was willing to allow the arguments to lie dormant. We can talk if you wish, Synnovea, or go back to sleep if you're of such a mind. Purposefully he took a deep, steadying breath, as if about to plunge beneath a gigantic wave. Following her to the edge of the bed, he watched her crawl to the far side, while his eyes longingly stroked the curving hips and the valley between her buttocks, which the gown molded so enticingly. She slipped beneath the covers, and drawing them up beneath her chin, kept her gaze carefully averted as he stretched out beside her. When he drew the sheet up over his lower torso, she turned eagerly on her side to face him, as if expecting a whole flood of revelations to gush forth from his lips. Tyrone mentally groaned at the idea, and rolling onto his stomach, reached back for the candelabra. Bringing it near, he blew out the tapers and soon became appreciative of the darkness that shadowed their faces. It was a cold, hard fact that he could lose himself in the variegated depths of those beautiful green-brown eyes. "Can we not just go to sleep?" he sighed wearily. Of late, I've been unable to get much rest." He didn't care to elaborate by telling her that he had found most of his nights haunted by his lust for her. "I must confess that I'm in desperate need of it now." "Whatever your pleasure may be, Tyrone," Synnovea answered softly, grateful for his cordial manner. Her eyes followed his movements as he reached down to the foot of the bed and pulled the down-filled comforter over her. Smiling, she wiggled deeper into the warmth he had provided, content to have him near. The sun had climbed above the treetops and was just spreading its radiance over the city when Tyrone reluctantly drifted up from the depths of rapturous dreams and roused to a vague awareness that he hadn't been basking in just another lustful fantasy. Full reality suddenly penetrated, and he flicked his eyes open, half expecting to find Synnovea awake and deliberately teasing him. She was there all right, but sleeping soundly with her head on his pillow and a slender thigh resting across his naked loins. He could feel the faint, tickling brush of her breath against his shoulder, and through her gown every enticing veil and mound of her softly curving form. Bound as he was to the mattress, he felt as if he had been lashed with silken bonds to a rack upon which he was being scourged by sweet, delectable torture. Indulging in an occasion that he had never before been granted, Tyrone studied his sleeping bride at his leisure. Try as he might, he could find no hint of the wily vixen who had led him into her trap. Rather, he beheld an innocently slumbering maid. Not even a stoic heart could resist. Softly curling wisps had escaped her braids, and now framed her oval face, leading his gaze enticingly to a dainty ear, where a spiraling strand curled coyly around it. She had a fresh, natural radiance about her. A soft, rosy blush brightened her cheeks, and below elegantly winged brows, silkily spiked lashes lay in slumbering repose upon her fair skin. Her features were delicately refined, her nose straight, and her lips soft and beguilingly parted, temptingly ripe for a lover's passionate kiss. When his eyes caressed such winsome beauty, it was difficult for him to remember that she had deceived him at all. Obviously his bride had been drawn to him in her sleep, where the sheet and coverlet had fallen to the floor, leaving her with only the lace-trimmed nightgown to provide her protection from the chill now present in the room. The garment had ridden up, leaving a gently curving hip and a slender thigh naked to his gaze. Reluctant though he was to leave such sweet torment, Tyrone knew he had likely suffered defeat if he remained beside her one moment longer. By simply amending his position a few scant degrees, he could penetrate the vulnerable softness and placate his hotly flaming passion in her dewy warmth. As much as it would have relieved his plight, it hardly would have served his purpose. Carefully easing himself free of those silky limbs, Tyrone slid across the bed, and without pause came to his feet. Immediately he repented his lack of caution, for a sudden splintering pain exploded in his head, giving him cause to wonder if he had been caught in the clutches of something abhorrently evil. Clasping the heels of his hands to his throbbing temples, he held his head carefully in place until the anguish abated to a more tolerable level. He stumbled to the dressing-room and there splashed cold water over his face and shoulders. Having been granted leave for the day, he grabbed casual clothing and thrust his long legs into a pair of breeches. Upon returning to the bed, he allowed himself another admiring perusal before he lifted the bed covers from the floor and tucked them around his sleeping bride. Departing the chambers, he made his way downstairs and asked directions from a passage taught English by Synnovea's mother years ago. As the manservant led the way to the bathing chamber, he seemed amiably disposed to exercise his command of the language. "Your bride began coming here to visit when she was young child. Beautiful she was, and her mother too. Though the boys always chase Countess Synnovea, she gave them no mind. She was more interested in her studies and traveling with her family. She has the mind of her own." "Nothing has changed," Tyrone observed dryly, drawing a chuckle from the servant. "She is much like the Countess Andreevna, I think. Both can make a man's head swim. At least, my lord, you will never grow bored living with your bride." "That comprises my greatest worry, just how long I'll be able to live married to the lady." The elder wasn't at all surprised by the Englishman's comment. Rumors of his confrontation with Prince Vladimir and the old man's sons had spread throughout the manse well before the wedding reception had ended.
I'm sure even a few scant years will seem like heaven, sir, he predicted with a merry twinkle in his eyes, and then swung open a door for him. Here you are, Colonel, sir. Enjoy your bath.
Tyrone discovered many of his friends already enjoying the bathing facilities, having stayed overnight in chambers reserved for guests. They had gained the march on him by at least an hour, and welcomed him with hearty bantering, chiding him for his tardy arrival, as if he had discovered worthier diversions to while away his time. Tyrone cringed at their gleeful laughter, but they only crowed the louder when they saw him grimace in pain. Grigori came forward with a towel wrapped around his lean hips. Solicitously, he handed a small vial of vodka to his commander.
This should ease your plight to some degree, Colonel.
Or put me in the grave, Tyrone quipped. Nevertheless, he tossed the drink down with a shiver of revulsion, promising himself henceforth that he'd limit his consumption of the libation for his own good. To say the brew was deadly was definitely an understatement of the truth. Lieutenant Colonel Walsworth gestured to the bandages that still bedecked Tyrone's torso and arm.
Tell us now, did your lady claw at your back or try to hold you off?
Tyrone waved away the officer's raucous speculations. "'Twas nothing more than a tainted wound or two that my wife treated, so spare me your humor, Edward, until I'm better able to handle the abuse, or I'll be wont to seek revenge." Walsworth's hearty laughter nearly deafened Grigori's chuckling statement.
"There's another day of celebration planned, Colonel."
Winning Tyrone's dubious regard, the Russian lifted his broad shoulders in a casual shrug.
"It's common to make the most of every occasion here in Russia. It saves us from the tedium of our long winters. And, of course, our fruited vodka seems to lighten the spirits even before we're into the festivities."
"Try to keep your wits clear, my friend," Tyrone cautioned. "On the morrow, we must return to duty." Grigori followed him to a secluded corner, where a large bathtub was being filled by a manservant.
"You sound as if you have something dire on your mind."
Tyrone cast a glance toward the attendant, and for the sake of caution, delayed his answer until that one had left. If Synnovea's mother had spent enough time on the premises to instruct a servant in the language, no doubt others were also versed in it. "As soon as it's practical, I mean to confront Ladislaw in his lair. My goal is to capture him and other leaders of his band before the year is out. On the morrow, I plan to introduce some new tactics to the men in anticipation of that event."
"Will you leave your bride so soon?"
Grigori asked in amazement. More than anyone, he knew how fervently his commander had sought to win the maid, and was surprised that he had decided to go back to duty so early.
"You certainly have reason to take a few days off, considering the condition of your back."
"The Tsar has informed me that he'd like us to put on a parade for some foreign dignitaries in weeks to come. Between the task of readying men for a parade and others for the campaign, I mean to launch against Ladislaw. I can foresee the possibility of being pressed for time between now and then. And you know well enough that I cannot allow my personal life to interfere with my responsibilities as a commanding officer."
"You've been here for almost a year and haven't yet taken any time off for yourself. I thought, under the circumstances, you'd be staying in the city and training the troops here rather than going after Ladislaw."
"Winter is rapidly approaching. If we delay until spring, we may never find his camp. We must act before the first snow. That means we can't waste any time now. We'll have to plan our strategy and condition the men to be ready for anything we might have to face. I want them thoroughly confident of their own capabilities. We can't leave anything to chance if we intend to capture Ladislaw and his cohorts."
"If you're so adamant about going after them, a scout should be sent out to search for the brigands' camp."
"I've already thought of that. Avar will be the likely choice to go. He has no love for Ladislaw after the brigands stole away his sister last year."
"How do you suppose Prince Alexei found them?"
"Ladislaw let it be known here in the city that he was looking for me. It's not too hard to guess that Prince Alexei responded to the call when he realized he'd have to get me out of the way. Whatever their connection, I don't think they're the best of friends. Considering the whipping they gave you, I'd say you were extremely fortunate that Lady Synnovea sent her maid to the castle to bid Major Nekratsov to come to your rescue." Tyrone was clearly bemused. He couldn't remember a time when Synnovea had been given any opportunity to send Allie on such a mission, at least not while he had been in full command of his senses. But then, being clobbered on the head had left much of what had happened hopelessly muddled. "What do you mean? When did she do that?"
"Major Nekrasov told me the other day that Ali brought him word that you were in terrible trouble. From what I understand of it, the old woman was visiting the cook at the Taraslovs when your captors carried you into the carriage house."
"I must express my gratitude to Ali," Tyrone replied, still somewhat confused by the captain's revelation. "Until now, I never knew how I had actually been delivered from their schemes, except that Nikolai and Tsar Mikhail were there when I most needed them. Ali told the major that her mistress had sent her." Thoughtfully, Grigori scrubbed a hand over the bristly stubble covering his chin before cocking a querying brow at his commander.
"How could Lady Synnovea have been at the Taraslovs when she was supposed to be sick upstairs? At least that's what Prince Adolf had been led to believe."
Though his superior seemed suddenly intent upon loosening the knot which held the bandages together over his chest, Grigori pointedly awaited an answer. Tyrone's eyebrows twitched upward noncommittally. Perhaps she wasn't upstairs at all. Perhaps she was with Ali at the Taraslovs. Cautiously lowering his voice, the Russian boldly offered a conjecture.
"The Countess was with you, wasn't she?"
Tyrone frowned sharply as he grasped the bandages with both hands and ripped them in twain. "Even if true, Grigori, do you actually think I'd tell you?"
"Whether you do or not, my friend, your answer will go no further than the two of us. You know that."
In spite of Synnovea's flagrant disregard for him, Tyrone was unwilling to cause her shame. "Would I boast of such an event? The lady is my wife."
"Tsar Mikhail was most anxious to have you and your bride speak the vows in haste," Grigori gently prodded with a smile. "What really happened that night?"
Tyrone growled in exasperation and tried to make light of his vexation. "You may never get promoted to major, my friend, if you don't learn to keep your questions to yourself." Chuckling, Grigori voiced a few suppositions of his own.
"Now, I know you're no liar, Colonel, so I rather suppose that Prince Alexei and Ladislas caught you unawares and ordered the whip laid to your back. And if Ali was sent to fetch Major Nekrasov from the Taraslovs, I'm inclined to believe that the Lady Synnovea was taken there with you. If you were forced to marry her, then I can better understand why you were so out of sorts with her yesterday."
Although surprised at the accurateness of the captain's conjectures, Tyrone carefully maintained his silence.
"It all falls into place,"
Grigori mused aloud as he thoughtfully scraped a hand across his chin again.
"You were obviously caught with the girl, and because of that reason were forced to pay penance by her guardian, Prince Alexei."
"The devil you say! He wanted her for himself."
"Then you were whipped for taking the lady from him."
Grigori's eyes danced with humor as he heckled his commander.
"All this time you've been hot and eager to take her into your bed. You just couldn't wait for the Tsar to give her to you. Now you've had to pay for your error and are angry with her."
"What the blazes!" Tyrone barked, feeling the prick of truth in the man's conclusions. "Do you imagine yourself able to read my mind?"
"I know you, my friend."
Grigori briefly lifted his wide shoulders in an indolent shrug.
"If you weren't so upset with her, you'd stop this feeble pretense."
"So, I'm pretending, am I?"
"If things were as they should be between the two of you, you wouldn't care if the whole Russian army came marching into this house to seek you out. You'd still be making love to her upstairs, and you wouldn't come down until you had thoroughly exhausted your cravings."
Tyrone stared at his second in command. He couldn't deny Grigori's deductions, for he'd only be lying. Indeed, the man seemed to know him better than he knew himself.
"And what's more, you're not going to be satisfied until you make peace with her and settle this rift between you. Your bride is very beautiful, Colonel, and if you love her as I think you do, you would hasten to make amends before she loses heart."
In a show of irritation, the colonel tossed aside the bandages. "It's not that simple, Grigori. I mean nothing to her."
The younger man scoffed in disbelief. "I challenge the truth of that statement. If you asked me, I'd say that she's quite taken with you."
Tyrone tossed his head jeeringly. "She's an actress of great merit. I applaud her skill."
"Spare your lady such slander, my friend. It's absurd to think that she doesn't care for you."
"How can you claim to know the mind of the maid when she bemuses me at every turn?" Tyrone angrily questioned. "I've no idea what she's thinking, though recently I foolishly imagined I did."
"Colonel,
Does our friendship mean nothing to you? Do you consider me a loyal compatriot, a tovarish? Have I not proven my worth as such? Did I not warn you that Nikolai had followed your lead and had rushed to the Tsar to plead for the Countess's hand himself? You wanted to challenge the man outright, yet I cautioned you to wait. Can you not allow that another may be able to see the truth more clearly than you may be able to at the present moment? You're too close to the heart of the matter to view it objectively. You're anxious for answers and entertain hasty judgments. Let your wife have a chance to verify her love. Tyrone heaved a weary sigh. She'll have plenty enough time to demonstrate her feelings toward me while we're here. I can't very well have the marriage annulled while Tsar Mikhail is breathing down my neck to see that I comply with his edict. Your work here in Russia wouldn't be very effective if you were allowed to do such a thing, Grigory pointed out, piqued with his friend for having contemplated such a thing. We Russians have a way of taking offense when one of our boyarinas is cast aside or embarrassed by a foreigner. Alexander Zenkov was a diplomat well respected in this country. I'd urge you, as a friend, to tender favorable treatment of his daughter. Great Caesar's ghost, what do you think I'll do to her? Beat her? Tyrone was incredulous. Synnovea is my wife. If for no other reason than that, she's deserving of my protection and care. A bit outraged at Grigory's warnings, he doffed his breeches and settled his long frame into the steaming bath. Immediately, he sucked in his breath as the hot water reminded him of the mangled condition of his back, especially the area that Synnovea had recently tended. Still feeling the weight of the captain's perplexed frown, he cocked a challenging brow at the man. Was there something else you wished to discuss with me? Thoughtfully, Grigory perched on a nearby stool. You've managed to bemuse me more than any man I've ever known, my friend. You speak of distancing yourself from your wife, and yet, in the next breath, vehemently declare that she's yours to care for. When you first came here, you seemed loath to involve yourself with women, as if you hated them all. During that space of time, I never saw a soldier fight as fiercely as you did. Although you held true to the code of honor once you were instructed to serve vengeance upon the enemy, you did so with a tenacity that no foe could long withstand. You seemed to take no account of the danger your valor incited, as if you really didn't care if you were killed. Of course I cared. Grigory wasn't easily put off by the interruption. In a way, I suppose you did. But you certainly didn't seem to give serious heed to the risks. Indeed, if you thought a task too dangerous for any of your men, you were always the one who took the chance. There's something to be said for experience, or haven't you realized that as yet? Tyrone countered tersely. I've more skills in fighting than anyone in our regiment, and have faced death many times over. If my ability hadn't been well seasoned by actual clashes of arms, I wouldn't be here in Moscow doing what I'm being paid to do, instructing the rest of you. I've often wondered if you would consider the perils of warfare with more prudence if you were content with your life. You probe too deeply, Tovarish, Tyrone mumbled through his hands as he vigorously soaped his face. Though I understand that you're trying to find some logic in all of this, I can give you no guarantee that I'll be doing anything differently from now on. God willing, I'll serve out my due and live to tell of it. I shall say that prayer for both of us, my friend. 'Tis my hope that we'll have long life and good fortune, and in that quest I offer an earnest plea that you take into account the brevity of our lives, even without the threat of conflict, and hasten to restore goodwill between you and your bride. Tyrone rinsed the soap from his face and peered up at the man, who grinned and casually saluted him before sauntering away. Tyrone eyed him for a moment, and then leaned back in the tub to consider the man's advice. Though Grigory's words had vexed him, he couldn't discount the fact that they had been spoken with as much truth as good intent. Frowning musefully, he thought back on a few of his rather expeditious advances into the roiling core of several frays, including his attack on Ladislaus's band. In retrospect, he had to admit that his actions might have seemed reckless and daring, but in each event he had seen the necessity for a strong show of force. Had he acted otherwise, innocence might have suffered, and Synnovea would have belonged to Ladislaw rather than to him, a situation he would have detested despite the discord that presently existed between them. Properly groomed and handsomely attired, Tyrone was again accompanied to the bridal chambers by those same cohorts who had carried him upstairs the night before. When they stood outside the anteroom and called for entry, the sounds that emanated forthwith from the rooms were closely reminiscent of a gaggle of geese coming to rest upon a lake. After a brief elapse of time, the portal creaked open just wide enough to allow a young boyarina to peer through the narrow space.
A moment, please, my lord.
The plea was punctuated with breathless halts and giggles.
Lady Synnovea hasn't finished dressing.
Bid her to come forth so we may see her beauty, Walsworth urged with a chortle. Come now, maid, Tyrone cajoled as he plied his best grin upon her. Would you also hold the groom at bay when he has ventured forth to fetch his bride? Stand aside, I say, and let me enter. Synnovea's muffled voice came from within the bedchambers, bidding the boyarina to open the doors of the anteroom. In eager response, the groom and his friends entered amid vivacious laughter of elegantly garbed ladies and a pair of young chambermaids who skittered about in their haste to remove a tub from the dressing-room. While the men had made use of the bathing chamber downstairs, the copper vessel had served Synnovea's needs upstairs, allowing her to bathe and perfume herself in privacy before she and Allie were joined by tittering maids and curious matrons who had craned their necks in an effort to apprise themselves of the condition of the bed and its sheets. Allie was still smoothing down the hem of her mistress's sarafan when the men came striding boldly through the portal, intruding too quickly upon the bride. Synnovea whirled away from their searching eyes as she hastened to fasten the last few silken frogs on her sarafan, frustrating Zelda's efforts to cover the loosely flowing black hair with a veil. In the next moment, the princess stumbled back in surprise as Tyrone halted beside them and lifted the shimmering cloth from his wife's head. "If it's all the same to you, princess, I'd rather see my wife's hair unfettered by braids and veils," he declared with a dashing grin. But at Zelda's horrified stare, his smile turned somewhat dubious. "Apparently it does make a difference." With dark eyes dancing warmly, Synnovea glanced over her shoulder at Tyrone, pleased that he should lend some husbandly consideration to her while her friends were there. When he leaned near, her eyes swept his features admiringly. She caught a fleeting whiff of a manly fragrance, and underneath it, the scent of soap, hardly anything at all, yet enough to weaken her knees. "Here in Russia, a married woman mustn't reveal her hair to anyone but her husband," she informed him shyly. "If you would like me to leave it unbound when we're alone, you need only tell me." Tyrone reached out and slowly stroked a hand down the softly waving length, recalling the first time he had fed his gaze upon the long tresses, though at the time he had been reluctant to waste any opportunity to peruse her sleek, naked form. "I'd prefer it," he murmured simply, and with a gracious nod of apology to Zelda, returned the veil to her. The princess accepted the filmy cloth with a demure smile, and hurried to attach it. In turning, Tyrone found himself meeting the broad grin of his second-in-command, who approached with a chilled glass of watered wine. "Perhaps Lady Synnovea would enjoy teaching you the customs of our country," Grigori suggested. "I'm sure both of you would glean great benefit from the lessons." "I see no need for your matchmaking talents, my friend," Tyrone commented with skeptical humor. "As you well know, we're already married." The captain's grin widened. "A good Zvaki wouldn't rest until she is confident that both the bride and the groom are content with each other. And if you're unhappy, Colonel, how will I ever get my promotion?" "What fickle friendship you portray," Tyrone admonished drolly. "And here I was certain you were entirely sincere. But I see now that you only seek to advance yourself." Grigori shrugged good-naturedly. "I have to do it somehow." Smiling radiantly, Natasha swept into the chambers and invited their guests to come downstairs and partake of the feast that Danica had laid out for them in the dining-room. She bade Tyrone to lead the procession with his bride upon his arm and encouraged the other men to choose their spouses or unwed maidens to whom they could lend the same consideration. Natasha accepted Grigori's gallant invitation and bestowed a smile upon the young Russian as she queried, "What do you think of your commander's choice for a bride?" "I believe it to be an excellent match, my lady. I admire your taste in friends.
And I yours, she replied with a gracious nod. But tell me, what does the Colonel have to say about it all?
I'm sure nothing but good will come from this union, Countess, the captain offered magnanimously. In time, the two will be very happy.
Sensing the officer's clear understanding of the situation, Natasha nodded in smiling contentment, quite willing to accept his prediction, which of course was exactly what she had wanted to hear. The revelry was launched with a great deal of feasting and tippling as the couple sat together at the morning feast. Exhorted by the guests to follow the customs of the land, the newlyweds kissed to sweeten the meal after each crescendoing cry of "Corca, corca, bitter, bitter!" A short time later, a small band of hired scamorrochi arrived to entertain them and perform colorful mimes. Many of the guests bedecked themselves in outlandish costumes and eagerly participated in the games and dances. Even Tyrone found his mood lifting to some degree as the wine eased the pain of his lacerated back. As bidden by the Tsar, he made a show of enjoying the festivities and cavorted with his bride about the house and grounds, sometimes chasing others or being chased, hiding and then seeking. The jester played his part with enthusiasm, sniffing and snarling, growling and howling as he prowled around with the pelt of a gray wolf draped across his shoulders, searching for any damsel whom he could catch to be the firebird of the tale. He was still roaming far afield when Tyrone caught Synnovea's hand and whisked her out into the garden. Deliberately matched together in the pairing off of couples, they had been bound together by a ribbon tied about their wrists. Where one went, the other surely had to follow. Tyrone espied an obscure crevice between two stout trees that had merged at the base some years before, and after slipping into it, lifted Synnovea into the niche between his splayed legs. What made the spot fairly secure as a hiding place was a large shrub that encompassed the sturdy trunks on three sides. But Tyrone hadn't reckoned on the nook becoming a place of torture. The trees grew at the same slanting angles, compelling Synnovea to lean into him as he, in turn, braced his buttocks against the sloping trunk. His care in keeping his mangled back away from the rough, irritating bark forced him to subject himself even more to her alluring proximity and the susceptibility of his own manly cravings, for he had to clamp an arm behind her waist to keep her from losing her balance. The space narrowed progressively as he became aware of nearly every rounded curve and sleek limb hidden beneath his wife's softly textured sarafan. But that was not all, by any means. The knoll between her slippered feet caused her to twist and shift her weight fairly often as she sought a more comfortable position. The hard brush of her thighs against his loins lit fires that he had wished to avoid, and he soon found himself battling a far different game than merely playing hide-and-seek with a wolf. It wasn't long before Synnovea became cognizant of the heavy thudding of her husband's heart, and the noticeable protrusion beneath his breeches. Her surprise was all too apparent when her eyes dropped to his lap, and then flew up to peruse his stoic demeanor. Tyrone gazed down his noble nose at her, as if to distance himself from the tumult she had awakened within him. Yet as much as his overt display chafed against his pride, there was no denying the obvious. Tyrone remained unyielding in his reticence, yet Synnovea was nevertheless heartened by the fact that he hadn't yet set her from him. A memory of that moment in his quarters, when he had lifted her astride his velvet-clad loins, came winging back to her, awakening a heightening hunger within her to feel again that succulent pressure against her womanly softness. She had no hope that he'd relent of his hidebound taciturnity, but she wasn't above offering him the opportunity. Threading slender fingers through the short locks curling at his nape, she rose up against him, pressing every curve and hollow of her body to his manly torso. She heard his breath catch, while her own nigh halted with the bliss elicited by her boldness, as she snuggled her loins around his tumescence. Lifting eyes that had grown dark and sultry, she rubbed a hand caressingly over his shirt, admiring the muscular firmness she felt beneath it. "Can we not appease our desires while we're in this private place?" she whispered softly. Though Tyrone made no effort to respond, his attitude of acquiescent stillness encouraged his wife to continue her seduction. Her softly parted mouth and caressing tongue played languidly upon his lips. The soft nipples peeked beneath her bodice and teased his manly ardor as she rubbed her breasts tantalizingly against his chest. Yet he resisted her offerings, making no effort to either claim or reject them.
Synnovea could take heart only in the fact that her husband was a man and not a stone statue, as he gave every evidence of being at the moment. But now her own cravings had intensified, and she yearned for appeasement. There was only one thing that would snatch him from his affected indolence, and though she dared much by her impertinence, she slipped a hand down between them and clasped the hard shaft through his breeches. Tyrone tried in vain to curb the pulsing excitement that robbed him of every sane thought but one, and that was the realization that he was no less susceptible now to his wife's wiles than he had been a few nights ago, except that she had become emboldened by the sensuality he had awakened within her. Her parted lips were temptingly moist and softly yielding, and he knew that beneath her clothes he'd find a place just as alluring, just as easy to reach. He had only to lift her skirts and pull her thighs astride him to take his ease. "Someone's coming!" Synnovea's whisper was a mixture of panic and disappointment as she pushed herself away from him, at least as much as she was able. The gray wolf pounced forward in an exaggerated stance, startling a gasp from the bride. Howling in victorious glee, the jester quickly snipped the ribbon that bound the couple together, and seizing her wrist, dragged her off toward the manse, while casting a backward glance at the groom, who scowled after him in rampant annoyance. It was no more than what the jester expected from a newlywed, and blithely he continued on his way, giving the husband no reprieve. Once inside the manse, he took special delight in hiding the bride in a place not easily accessible to discovery. Tyrone's blood cooled forthwith, and by dint of will he managed to adjust his mien to a facade of good humor. Still, visions of Alexei garbed in wolf pelt and chortling in vindictive glee sorely nettled his mood as he stalked after the culprit. At his entry into the manse, the gray wolf skipped around him, and in strident tones tauntingly bade him to find the captured firebird in the gilded cage, ere the evil brothers were able to kill him and claim her as their prize. The laughter-laden foray found Tyrone dodging the mock ploys and attacks of his friends, mainly to avoid some painful reminder of the condition of his back. Perhaps it was his own warrior spirit and years of combat training that prevented him from accepting defeat easily, for his fervor for the game intensified as his failure became more promising, and he flitted from room to room, well ahead of the others, in his quest to be the first to find Synnovea. It was the tiny Sophia who beckoned to him from the kitchen door and surreptitiously pointed toward the pantry. There he swooped his young wife up into his arms with a triumphant cry, evoking laughter from her. He dashed ahead of his diabolical kin to deliver the firebird before the Tsarina Natasha, who smilingly crowned him with a flower-bedecked garland. It was this prize that Tyrone took back to the kitchen. Kneeling before the child, he placed the coronal upon her small head, winning a radiant smile and a quick, timid brush of her lips upon his cheek. When Tyrone returned to the portal where he had left Synnovea, he found a strange warmth glowing in the green-brown eyes. "You seem to have a special way with children, Colonel Sir Tyrone Rycroft. Have you ever considered siring any?" "Several times," he responded, recalling the disappointment he had suffered each of the 3 times that Angelina had miscarried in the first 2 years of their marriage. Her fluxes hadn't come with any regularity, and the physician who had treated her had given her a variety of herbs to strengthen her childbearing ability. Later, when Tyrone had knelt beside her grave, he had found it sadly ironic that she had found it necessary to endanger her own life in order to rid herself of another man's child. "Then you're not averse to having children?" Synnovea queried forthrightly. "That, madame, is not my difficulty at all," Tyrone responded with equal candor. Taking her elbow, he escorted her away from the kitchen. "'Tis the deceit I can't abide. How can I know the truth of your heart when you've proven yourself capable of chicanery?" "How can I know your heart, sir, when you look at me with desire one moment and then seemingly disdain me the next?" she countered, disconcerted. "Are you fickle, Colonel? Your lips speak of diatribes, but when I look into your eyes, I see something smoldering there that awakens my senses to a heady degree. Aye, madam, I've recently discovered a certain inconsistency within myself that tears me apart," he readily admitted. "With your unparalleled beauty and coquettish smiles veiling your enticing subterfuge, you have the power to reach deep into the heart of a man and wring him inside out. Though he may stand valiant and resolute against the challenges of 1,000 other entities, he's helpless to protect himself against your wiles.
Halting, Tyrone faced her squarely as he hoarsely avowed, "I cannot deny that you're able to tempt me beyond my ability to resist, Synnovea. But I'd be a fool if I didn't try to build a fortress to shield my heart from the pain that I fear you'll inflict upon it." Synnovea almost winced at the sting of his gentle reproach, knowing only too well that she deserved his distrust. "I pray you desist from your harsh judgment of me, Ty, because I intend you no hurt, not now, nor in the weeks and months to come. I only seek some mutual ground upon which we can meld together and be content in this marriage of ours. I see you struggling to keep your distance from me, when we both know you're binding us both up in a tangle of knots by refusing to make love to me. Will you always be reluctant to nurture me with your attentions as well as with your child?" A tawny brow jutted sharply upward in surprise at her blunt question. "Always, madam. Who knows what even the next moments will bring? But you should know well enough by now that making a child will require further involvement." "Is that what you're objecting to, Ty?" Synnovea asked softly, her heart aching. "Further involvement?" "I must confess that I fear indulging in the intimacy which would be required in making a child. 'Tis much like a siren song that a man hears and then is forever held captive in its silken chains. Once fed, 'tis doubtful that I'd be able to resist you, whatever your ploys." "I weave no siren song, but a wifely plea that you'll not leave me bereft of your attentions," she insisted, her voice fraught with emotion. "If not for you, I'd have no knowledge of what is beyond the mere joining of our bodies. 'Tis you, sir, who has teased and now deny. And, like a helpless sparrow, I must wait for the hawk to seize his prey before I can also be fed." Tyrone stared down at her in some amazement. He knew he had taken her to that lofty pinnacle of ecstasy which he had aspired to reach himself, but he was rather amazed that she could voice her own yearnings with such openness. He found her frankness no less than intriguing, inspiring him to make confessions of his own. "Aye, madam, I'm most anxious to relieve this gnawing hunger that drives me like some rutting stag in the wilds. You've grown no less beautiful or desirable since you went with me to my quarters. You'd tempt any man, and I'm probably more susceptible than most. It would only be a physical thing for you to make love to me. Men are like that, I've been told." Synnovea felt frustrated by the lack of harmony between his words and his actions. If he were as vulnerable to her womanly wiles as he maintained, then how could he remain so aloof in her presence? "Why not me? You said yourself that you've been without feminine companionship for some time now, so I would assume any woman could serve your needs." "Not necessarily, madam." A lovely brow rose in wonder. "I've heard there are harlots aplenty who roam the German district. Have you never considered them in your quest for a companion?" "Never," he stated brusquely. "You'll learn in time that I'm rather particular about the woman I bed." "Which really doesn't include me anymore." Synnovea's voice broke slightly, though she valiantly fought the tears that welled forth. "I didn't say that, Synnovea, so don't put words into my mouth," Tyrone retorted. Keeping her face carefully averted to hide the wetness streaming down her cheeks, she questioned him. "Have you been so wronged that you are loath to make love to me and give me your child?" Tyrone glanced away, reluctant to give any answer that would commit him to serving her desires, no matter how much he'd have welcomed both the sowing of the seed and the reaping of the harvest. Well aware of the unstable ground upon which he trod, he feigned an impatience to join their friends as he took her elbow. "Come, Synnovea, we'll be missed by our guests." It was much later in the afternoon when General Vanderhout and his flaxen-haired wife came to the house. Although neither seemed particularly inclined to wish the newly wedded couple well, they were nevertheless obligated to extend a few superficial congratulations while so many other guests were present. Still, a few comments seemed laden with sarcasm. "I never dreamt Colonel Rycroft would cede to the pleas of a woman and actually marry her," Alita Vanderhout warbled to Synnovea in a coyly affected accent. "Especially a Russian boyarina. However did you manage to ensnare him, my dear?" Synnovea's brow quirked in curiosity. His eyes had devoured him with more than a token amount of lust. Synnovea experienced a sharp, nettling irritation that clearly set her at odds with the woman. She could not help but wonder what this pretty vixen meant to him, and if the two were secret lovers. Much to her relief, Tyrone didn't seem to have any difficulty meeting her perusal, allowing her to nurture a burgeoning hope that he had nothing to hide in this particular matter. Daring much, she slipped an arm through his and clasped it closely against her breast as she faced the flaxen-haired coquette. "It wasn't hard at all, Madame Vanderhout. I merely stopped running and allowed him to catch me."
This is the end of this cassette.
Daring much, Synnovea slipped an arm through his and clasped it closely against her breast as she faced the flaxen-haired coquette. "It wasn't hard at all, Madame Vanderhout. I merely stopped running and allowed him to catch me." "Much to my relief," Tyrone replied, surprising his bride by smiling down at her and laying a hand in an affectionate manner upon the one she had settled upon his arm. Reluctantly, he lent his attention to Alida, a hot-blooded vamp who had tried countless times to break his continence. Though her husband of 28 years was unaware of his young wife's prurient bent, nearly every officer in his command had become well acquainted with the fact that Alida had an insatiable appetite for handsome, virile lovers. She had made her way through a goodly number of officers, many of whom were more boastful than wise, considering the rank of her husband. For several months now, Tyrone had avoided her like the plague, not wishing to become embroiled in another scene where he'd be required to guard his privy parts with as much dedication as a reluctant virgin. It seemed the woman just couldn't understand why he hadn't wanted to follow in the wake of all her other lovers. "I was desperate enough to petition the Tsar in my quest to stake my claim on Synnovea." Vincent Vanderhout loudly harumphed as he bestowed a glowering stare upon his second in command. Making his excuses to the two women, he bade Tyrone to join him in the garden. There he turned on the younger man with fire in his eyes. "Must I remind you, Colonel Rycroft, that it's the right of a commander to be informed well in advance of an officer's intention to marry? I must verbally take you to task for your negligence in asking my permission to wed and for failing to show proper respect to a higher-ranking officer. Obviously, your clandestine affair with the Countess has cost you your freedom and a bad report from me." "Your pardon, General," Tyrone interrupted, growing annoyed with the pompous arrogance of the man. When he had made his decision to come to Russia, he had never committed himself to the idea of asking a foreigner for authorization to deal with matters concerning his personal life. It had been hard enough to accept the Tsar's recent interference, and though he was tempted to tell the general bluntly that his marriage was none of the man's affair, he used the truth instead as an effective means by which to silence the elder. "It was the expressed wish of His Majesty that I marry the Countess Synnovea." "What in the hell have you done, Rycroft? Get the maid with child ere you spoke the vows?" The Dutchman railed at the top of his lungs. "Have you no regard for the fact that you're on foreign soil?" The muscles tensed in Tyrone's lean cheeks. His own explosive temper had been tested far too much in recent days for him to consider the wisdom of giving the man a placid rejoinder. Instead, he came to abrupt attention and looked over the shorter man's head as he snapped out a reply. "No, General, sir. I didn't get her with child, sir. If it's any of your damn business, sir." General Vanderhout fixed the colonel with a piercing glare. "Be careful, Colonel, sir, unless you first take up the matter with the Tsar. He has assigned me certain duties, sir, which I don't think you have the ability to perform." The general's mouth twisted sharply with ill-restrained fury. The very idea of an underling telling him that he was unsuited for any kind of duties. Why, such a statement bordered on insubordination. "Apparently, Colonel Rycroft, you have become quite taken with the attention you've been able to garner from the Tsar, so much so that you're not above disobeying orders and ignoring proper rutting after ever since you snatched the Countess from that bastard Prince Ladislaw." Though Tyrone never lowered his gaze to the man, his blue eyes hardened with fermenting fury. "Perhaps I should return to my bride and our guests, General," he suggested tersely. "I can see no profit in discussing my personal affairs with you any longer." Mentally, Vincent Vanderhout searched for an intimidation that would be effective in reducing the colonel to the size of a squealing piglet. So far, rumors had it that Tyrone Rycroft didn't back down to anyone, not even to his fiercest foes. And although the man had been whipped unmercifully, word had gotten back to their command that the colonel hadn't relented even then. Perhaps it was the admiration that he had heard in the voices of the officers relating the story that had aroused a goading desire within Vanderhout to establish himself the exception. The only problem, he just didn't know how to go about gaining that distinction. With a loud, angry snort, the general gave up his futile attempt, and turning on a heel, stalked back into the house, leaving Tyrone to contend with his own rage. Everyone inside the house had most likely heard their shouts, and though he could take some comfort in the fact that his friends would show discretion and maintain a respectful silence, he wasn't so sure about all the others. Tyrone knew without a doubt that if he and Vanderhout came together in the same room again, before his temper cooled, he wouldn't be able to suffer through the other's caustic comments beyond the breadth of another moment. It seemed prudent for him to seek some privacy in his bride's chambers upstairs until the general left, or otherwise he'd be sorely tempted to resort to fisticuffs. Right now, the way things stood, he was just in the mood to tear the old warthog apart. There was definitely something of a serious note to be said about the growing agitation of a husband who denied himself the pleasure of copulating with his bride and easing the tensions that bound him up in an angry knot. Tyrone's ascent of the stairs was swift and uneventful, his entrance into the upper chambers even less difficult. Closing the door behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief and considered ensuring his privacy further by locking the portal. But he was afraid that if Synnovea came looking for him, she'd take it much amiss. A cold dousing promised to soothe the vexing tide of rage that churned within him. Entering the dressing chamber, he stripped away his shirt and poured water into the basin before he noticed a sweet scent wafting from the sarafan, which Synnovea had doffed after the band of Scamarocchi had departed. It now hung on a nearby peg, awaiting Ali's attention after the hem had been snagged by the knoll she had been forced to straddle. If not for the wily wolf's haste to claim his victim, the soft fabric might never have been torn. Thoughtfully, Tyrone reached out and drew the garment to him. Remembering how her nipples had puckered beneath the bodice, he stroked his hand over the cloth, feeling a strange sense of regret that by his own stubborn tenacity he hadn't accepted her invitation and caressed those tempting orbs. Considering his lusty fervor, he might have wreaked more havoc on it than the wolf if he had been able to forget his bruised pride and yielded to her seduction. Lifting the garment, he held it beneath his nose and closed his eyes as he savored the delectable scent. It was the same that had haunted him throughout the previous night, the fragrance of English violets on warm, inviting skin. Enough of this. Tyrone mentally growled and, cursing himself for being a fool, returned the garment to the peg. Even after what she had done to him, he couldn't thrust aside his collection of memories that seemed to be growing by leaps and bounds. Even now, in her absence, he wanted to feel her soft, naked body yielding to his, and her lithe thighs opening to receive his encroaching hips. Downstairs in the great hall, Natasha drew Zelda and her husband Vasily with her as she approached a vividly blushing Synnovea.
"That old Vanderhout needs to be horsewhipped,"
the Countess muttered as her eyes followed Alita to the stairs.
"If I weren't afraid he'd resort to spiting your husband in a most vindictive way, I'd ask him to leave."
Prince Vasily was not above voicing his own conjectures, and did so, hoping to assuage the bride's chagrin.
"Pay the General and his remarks no serious mind, Synnovea. From what I've been able to ascertain from my brief association with the man, he's definitely a hound for glory. The Field Marshal and I have both become cognizant of several instances wherein General Vanderhout has deliberately claimed your husband's achievements and plans as his own. And, if that isn't enough to set our tempers on edge, he seems to begrudge the favor that His Majesty has shown to the Colonel. No doubt he'd like nothing better than to undermine that goodwill any way he could, even if he must goad your husband into a fight over you."
Zelda gently patted her friend's hand.
"Don't fret yourself over the General's boorish manners, Synnovea. He isn't worth a smidgen of your concern."
Natasha accepted a goblet of wine from a servant and passed it on to Synnovea, who accepted it tremblingly.
"Drink this down, my dear, while I go have a little chat with the General. He needs to be instructed in some good Russian manners."
"I think I should like to retire to my chambers for a few moments," Synnovea said, offering a wan smile to her friends. "At least, until the General leaves." Laying a towel over his wet head, Tyrone rubbed his hair vigorously as he paused in the entrance of the dressing room. He hadn't heard the antechamber door open,
and he suffered some surprise when he felt a small hand sliding purposefully down the front of his breeches. When he had extracted his pledge from the Tsar, he had given no moment's heed to the temptations he'd be confronting if Synnovea became resolved in breaking his restraints. Inanely, he hadn't considered her growing appreciation for the delights to be found in copulating. He had foolishly thought she'd be content with a staid, superficial marriage. Since the garden, however, he had become acutely aware of his mistake, and seriously doubted that he could remain indifferent to her delicious attacks. At the moment, the sheer excitement that jolted through his being was enough to snatch his breath as she clasped his rapidly hardening manhood in a tenacious grip. The pleasure was so intense he couldn't even imagine continuing his continence one moment longer. His wavering sigh sounded closely akin to acquiescence, even to him, as he swept the towel down around his neck. Instantly, he stepped back in shock. "Alita!" If he had taken a plunge in an icy stream, his reaction would have been no different. "What the hell are you doing here?" "You naughty man, you," the woman chided as she rubbed her fingers over a male nipple. "Getting married without Vincent's permission." "Vincent said you vexed the Tsar's good humor by getting his late ambassador's daughter in trouble, and now you've had to pay your due. Aren't you sorry now you didn't let Alita satisfy your manly needs?" He glared at the woman who stood before him, recognizing his frustration for what it was. She was not Synnovea. Testily brushing aside the woman's hand, he stepped back into the dressing room, where he fetched a fresh shirt and dragged it over his head. The more clothes he wore around this wanton, the safer he would feel. "Your pardon, Alita, but I'm not interested in what you have to offer." "Well, you were a moment ago." "I thought you were my wife," he snapped over his shoulder. "I'm interested in her, not you." "I can make you forget that little twit," the woman boasted. Hurriedly wiggling up against his buttock, she swept her hand around in front of him as she cooed. "I'll do anything to please you, Tyrone. Anything." He grabbed her wrist before she could seize his private parts again, and turning, stalked out of the dressing room. "I'm not interested, Alita. I never have been. How many times must I tell you?" Brown eyes warm and limpid with desire, she sauntered toward him, caressing her own breasts to entice him. "Don't you want to touch me, Tyrone?" "As difficult as it seems for you to understand, Alita, I don't have any desire to touch you, to kiss you, or to make love to you. What I'd really like now is to be left alone." Tyrone turned his back on her and promptly found her hand, searching forward between his buttocks. He leapt away as if he had been stung. "Damn it, Alita, leave me be." Somehow he managed to refrain from insulting her as he stalked through the antechamber and snatched open the outer door. "I think you'd better leave. I don't think your husband would appreciate you being here, and I know my wife wouldn't." "Come now, Tyrone, you'll never be satisfied with that little ignoramus Russian you married. You'll need a more experienced woman to take care of your needs." She strutted toward him with a sultry smile and pressed her body full length against his before she began searching for the opening to his breeches. "I can make you forget she even exists." Tyrone caught her hand and tossed it aside in anger. "Hell and damnation, Alita. I'm not in the mood for this. Can't you understand that?" "I know better, Tyrone," she argued, coming back just as quickly and rubbing against him eagerly. Seeking a firmer hold, she slipped her hands behind him and clasped his buttocks. "You were all hot and ready for me just a moment ago." "It wasn't you I was thinking of," Tyrone snapped irately. "It was my wife." "Don't be so damned noble. You have enough for us both. Besides, what she doesn't know won't hurt her." Tyrone seized the woman's chin and forced her to meet his glower. "You appear to have trouble understanding me, Alita, so I won't mince words any longer. I'm not interested in anything you have ever offered me. I never have, and I never will, so please, just go away and stay away." "You're afraid of my husband," Alita accused, clearly astonished at his rejection. No man had ever rebuffed her advances before, and she found it hard to accept that he didn't want her. "I don't want any trouble from him, that's true," Tyrone agreed testily. "But I want nothing from you either. Make an effort to understand me. There'll never be anything between us, so please, just leave me alone from now on." He recognized the woman's final acceptance of his statement when her lips twisted downward in a disdaining grimace.
With a brief dip of his head, he smiled tersely. "I'm immensely relieved to see you've finally caught on." Straightening her clothes with a jerk, Alida stalked out of the door in a vivid display of outrage. In the next moment, she gasped in astonishment as she came face to face with the young woman who stood in mute shock only a short distance from the door. "Oh, I didn't know you were here," Alida nervously announced. Tyrone glanced around in sharp surprise, fully expecting to find the general outside his door. It was Synnovea, and from the curious quirk elevating her brow, she was none too happy. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Her meager smile clearly indicated her lack of concern in that area. "Synnovea, Tyrone hoped he didn't look half as guilty as he felt. "I just came up here to get away." "No explanations needed," she assured him with noticeable rigidity. "I heard you arguing with the general downstairs and found myself unable to endure the stares of our guests." Her gaze returned to Alida, and the chilling glare in those green-brown eyes seemed to momentarily freeze the blonde. "Had I known this wench would be here, trying to get into your breeches, I might have come better prepared to interfere. Perhaps you need a chastity belt to keep yourself safe from her wiles." Though innocent of any wrongdoing, Tyrone found himself struggling for a way to placate his wife's suspicions. "I came up here to find some privacy, not to cavort with her." "Were you escaping from someone in particular?" "The general." Synnovea faced the shorter woman and smiled rigidly as she bade, "Would you mind leaving us alone, Alida? I have matters to discuss with my husband." Alida seemed eager to escape, and did so, running down the hall. In her haste to descend, she almost stumbled on the stairs, evidenced by the sharp intake of her breath and a fearful little squeal. "Do you suppose she hurt herself?" Synnovea questioned musefully, closing the outer door of their chambers to secure their privacy. "Do you care?" Tyrone queried. He had never had the opportunity to view the peevishness of an outraged wife before, but at the moment was of the opinion that Synnovea closely resembled one. "Not really," Synnovea answered truthfully. Turning, she lent her husband her undivided attention. "Tell me, Colonel, is she the reason you're not interested in me?" "Don't be absurd, Synnovea." The very idea angered him. "That woman means nothing to me. She came in here while I was drying my hair. I thought at first it was you." Synnovea folded her arms petulantly as she responded with liberal sarcasm. "Well, Colonel Rycroft, if you mistook her for me, then I don't suppose you became too amorous with her. Still, she seemed to enjoy handling you, as if she might have been encouraged." "All women are not paragons of virtue as you are, my dear," Tyrone mocked, lifting a challenging brow. Staring into the dark depths of those beautiful eyes, he realized with some astonishment that he was very close to sweeping her up into his arms and carrying her to their bed, where he'd no doubt appease all of his lusting cravings. He approached a step closer, his heart pounding at the idea, and murmured in distraction, "Alida doesn't need encouragement." Taking exception to his comment, Synnovea snubbed him with a well-articulated toss of her veiled head and flounced from their rooms. Tyrone's breath left him in a rush, and it came as something of a shock when he realized he had been holding it in something comparable to heightening arousal as visions of his naked wife dragging him back to their bed bombarded him. In rowling frustration, he stepped into the hall to observe her flight. The angry twitch of her skirts evidenced her vexation with him, but her ire was no less than what he was presently feeling toward himself. It was relatively early that evening when Tyrone begged compassion from their friends and shushed their protests with the excuse that the duties of the morrow required him to be fully alert. Laying an arm around Synnovea's shoulders, he waved them off, and then followed behind as she led the way to their chambers. Even so, he had difficulty dragging his gaze from her gently swaying hips. Allie was waiting in the dressing-room to help her mistress undress. While the two women carried out his wife's toilet in private, Tyrone readied his equipment and uniform for the next day. When he went in search of his military trappings and weapons, he had his mind on what he had to fetch and gave no thought to what he'd find in the adjoining cubicle until he saw his wife standing with her arms outstretched in readiness to receive the nightgown Allie was holding. The maid faltered in some confusion, forgetting what she was about, leaving Synnovea sublimely naked. All the conflicts Tyrone had been battling since their meeting in the bathhouse came back to assault him as he found himself confronting a nymph far too beautiful to be ignored for even an hour. Totally captivated by the stirring vision, he swept his gaze helplessly downward in a lengthy descent over pink-nippled breasts that were soft and round, a rib-cage and waist that seemed incredibly narrow, and hips that were trim but utterly tempting. A creamy, smooth belly led his eyes downward to a dark nest and long, sleek thighs that were more lithe and smooth than any he had ever viewed. Mumbling an inquiry about the location of his gear, he was too absorbed in the sights to notice where Allie pointed, until his wife dragged the gown from the maid's hands and slipped it over her own head, sadly hiding from view everything that held his attention imprisoned. He stepped beyond her and in a calmer vein located his gear. Upon his return, he found her watching him curiously, and though for pride's sake he wanted to give a plausible reason for having ogled her undraped form, he deemed it far more noble to remain silent rather than spill a far-fetched lie. Tyrone eased his breath out in slow, shallow draughts as he stripped to his breeches in the bedchamber. It took a concerted effort for him to restore some semblance of what had once been an iron will, and to turn his thoughts to something less frustrating than the delectable perfection that he had beheld in the adjoining room. In a valiant attempt to thrust from his mind all the heated conflicts he had endured throughout the day, he sat down on his bedside bench and busied himself with the task of organizing the accoutrements of a soldier. Soon after Allie's departure, Synnovea strolled leisurely into the bedchamber. She was in a singular mood herself after discovering Alita in their private chambers, and was nigh famished for the display of passion that Tyrone had demonstrated so ardently as a lover on the night of his whipping. She was definitely unwilling to be ignored for another long night. Tyrone almost groaned in misery when he saw her. For his pleasure, her dark hair had been left flowing in shimmering waves down her back, but it was her gown that gave him some inkling of his forthcoming defeat, for it molded itself with endearing delight to her shapely form, and was translucent enough to be considered worthless for maintaining a woman's modesty. It seemed to flaunt every curve and hollow, every hue and shadow, until Tyrone felt as if he had no more fortitude than a bleating lamb. "How early will you leave in the morning?" she asked in a tone so sweet and soft it caused goosebumps to rise on his flesh. Pausing close beside him, she observed him as he polished his sword, now in some distraction. "Shortly after dawn," he answered, and hurried to find some way to avoid further temptations. "But I'm used to fending for myself, Synnovea, so there's no need for you to get up. Besides, Allie said that Annika would have food ready in the kitchen, and a basket packed for me to take when I come down. I won't be back until late, so there again, you needn't wait up for me." "I don't mind," Synnovea murmured softly. Tyrone was diligently concentrating on his labors, trying to avoid looking at her any more than he had to. The way she consumed his attention even now, he'd likely forget he had work to do and men to train. "I'd just as soon you stay here." Though Synnovea sensed that he was trying to ignore her, she hadn't forgotten how he had devoured her body in the dressing room. She wasn't incapable of winning his regard when she wanted it, and she most certainly wanted it now. Feigning a casualness she did not necessarily feel, she slipped her slender fingers through the short hair at the base of his neck, bringing his head up with stunning abruptness. "Your hair is getting long, Ty," she breathed in a caressing sigh. "Would you like me to clip it for you?" "Not tonight," Tyrone replied, only vaguely aware that he had even spoken as he found himself staring into her soft eyes. "It wouldn't take much time at all," Synnovea coaxed, lifting the tawny strands. She reached across his shoulder to retrieve his comb from the bedside table, and in the process managed to brush a thinly clad breast against his arm, causing him to close his eyes as he luxuriated in the tantalizing caress. Synnovea was fascinated by the way his hair curled against his neck, and threaded her fingers through the strands growing there. "Only a snip here or there to neaten the edges." "It's getting late, and I need my rest," he managed, totally engrossed in the wealth of beauty revealed by the thin lawn of her gown. The candlelight glowed behind her, clearly defining her softly curving form. The gossamer cloth seemed like nothing more than a vaporish veil bent on playing havoc with his senses. Synnovea leaned toward him, allowing the voluminous garment to fall away from her body as she combed his hair across his brow. Tyrone found himself unable to resist her offering, and although he was well aware that such delectable sights would lead to his doom, his eyes greedily consumed everything she offered, ogling her delicately hued breasts and searching out the dark nest where her long, sleek limbs were enticingly joined. A sudden pain shattered the interlude, drawing a surprised start from Tyrone and making him glance down in search of the cause. Blood welled forth from a long gash on his thumb, which in an instant he had sliced open with his well-honed blade. "Hell and damnation!" he growled, angry at himself. It seemed that he was just as willing now to be led like a sacrificial lamb to the altar of their bed as he had been when he had taken her to his quarters, and like before, she had rent his heart with her tempting ways. "I can't even polish my sword without suffering some damage when you're near." Tossing her a glare, he paid no heed to her look of wounded dismay, as he commanded curtly, "Get into bed before I slice off something vital and serve Alexei's end." Tears gushed forth, and with a choked sob Synnovea hastily retired to her side of the bed, where she sat and through a blurring wetness launched glowers of plenty toward the ignoring back of her stubborn husband. Petulantly she braided her hair, sniffing and blowing her nose until she finally drove Tyrone to seek refuge in the dressing-room. He knew if he stayed one moment longer, he'd give way to her tears and coddle her with much more than an apology. Fearing defeat, he was in no hurry to join her in their bed, and allowed at least a half-hour to drift past as he bathed. He donned a robe for his return to their bedchamber, and found that Synnovea had taken shelter beneath the covers, having tucked them up close beneath her chin. It was obvious from her stilted silence that she had sorely resented his boorish reproach. Tyrone slipped into bed beside her, assured by her efforts to hug the edge of the bed that he wouldn't have to worry about being unduly tempted by her flirtatious poise for the rest of the night. She wanted nothing to do with him, and though he should have been relieved, he felt like cursing himself for getting caught in such a hellish trap. 15. If Tyrone Rycroft had once imagined that he was expending every ounce of energy and skill he possessed in his quest to impress the Tsar, he soon realized that ignoring his stirringly beautiful wife and keeping his mind strictly on his goals and duties, even while he was away from her, demanded much more fortitude and discipline over his thoughts than his first objective had ever required of him. If his preoccupation with Synnovea had seemed intense before his whipping, then it was rapidly becoming an obsession now that they were ensconced not only in the same chamber, but in the same bed as well. He was constantly besieged by sights that would have heartened the most indifferent husband, which he definitely was not. Whether fully clothed or scantily garbed, Synnovea was far too fetching for any normal man to resist. And though he still chafed under the spiny barbs of resentment, he felt much akin to an untried youth who drooled in blighted infatuation over an alabaster goddess. Such a lad might have hoped to discover a warm, tender heart beneath those creamy breasts, but Tyrone feared there was nothing there but cold, hard stone. Not only was his reserve undermined by what he saw in their bedchamber, but he had never been so baffled by a woman in all of his life. Since his encounter with Alexei, Tyrone had imagined Synnovea an unscrupulous vixen bereft of a conscience. He was certain she had deliberately entrapped him with a thoroughly ruthless disregard for what he'd have to suffer because of her deception. Yet the more he was around her, the deeper his perplexity became. As hard as he searched, he could detect no tiniest hint of the sly coquette in that sublime mien. To his utter amazement, Synnovea seemed the paragon of what every man aspired to have for a wife. She was soft-spoken, sweetly attentive, and mindful of him in ways that at times put to rout the image of a conniving, selfish, spoiled boyarina. He might as well have been a king, the way she anticipated and fulfilled his every need well before he even thought of it. Though he feared he'd again be caught unawares by her subterfuge, there were times when he could actually feel his bruised heart softening to her winsome smiles and the gentle touch of her hand. His breath nigh halted with the bliss of her slender fingers threading through his hair, massaging the tension from his neck, or tracing around an ear. Yet he couldn't shake the suspicion that those knee-weakening caresses were merely part of another ploy. If she had spoken some witch's incantation to make him her slave, he couldn't have been more entranced, or more apprehensive about his fate. Much too often of late, he seemed unable to subdue familiar flutterings in the pit of his hard belly, momentarily delectable to be sure, yet savagely brutal when left unappeased. No fiendish torment could have vexed him quite as severely. Tyrone couldn't remember a time in his adult years when he had been in such a rutting heat over a woman. In spite of his efforts to remain coolly detached in his wife's presence, his rebellious body was ever wont to leave him open to the curious stares of those widely innocent green-brown eyes. Angelina had never stirred such erotic cravings within him, at least not to the degree that he was now experiencing with Synnovea. But then, he had only to lift a brow, and Angelina would have come wiggling into his lap. He had no doubt that Synnovea would have done the same, but her motives weren't to be trusted. The pain of abstinence was becoming so horrendous that there were moments when Tyrone actually feared his lust for his raven-haired wife would render him permanently useless to any woman. Many nights while Synnovea slumbered peacefully in their bed, he'd pace the floor like a caged leopard, prowling the ebony shadows until finally exhaustion would numb him to everything but a yearning to rest. The emotional upheaval he was being subjected to on a nightly basis made him give serious consideration to the idea of moving back to his old quarters. But as much as he needed the separation, he knew if he returned to his quarters it would be tantamount to publicly distancing himself from Synnovea. Albeit silently, he'd be casting aspersions against her, a deed that would certainly elicit the Tsar's ire. Had his back been properly healed and his fighting agility restored to the degree that he'd have felt confident of his prowess in deadly combat, he'd have ridden out in search of Ladislaw, just to avoid the defeat that lurked in wait for him in his bedchamber. He was no fool to think that he could lie in bed next to an incredibly tempting woman night after night and still deny her existence. Had he been hewn of granite, there might have been some hope for him, but he was very much a man, subject to all the weaknesses and propensities of his gender, and Synnovea was the visual epitome of everything he had ever desired in a woman. At times, frustration, resentment, outright anger, and hostility vied in direct opposition to the softer feelings of compassion, gentleness, and ardor, as well as a strengthening desire to nurture and protect her as any adoring husband might. He was ever mindful of the fact that she was his, and that all the aspirations he had once sought to bring into fruition could now be his for the simple taking, if only he'd relent. It certainly took no mean mental feat for Tyrone to recognize his own heightening agitation. His temper had never been so quick to flare, or his patience so thin. For the sake of his men, he knew he'd soon have to repent of his foolish vow. Yet in an effort to hold his ground, no matter how asinine his own obstinacy was beginning to seem even to him, he pushed himself and his regiment relentlessly day after day through long hours of difficult training, crawling on his belly with his face in the dirt or mud, climbing ropes attached to brick walls, and wrestling his way through men equally motivated to keep him and the rest of the troop from reaching their goal. Only by depleting his strength and draining himself of the ability to function normally at night could Tyrone hold out any hope of resisting the tantalizing seduction that awaited him in his bed and perhaps delay the ever-threatening reckoning. Tyrone's morning rote began before dawn, when he'd rise, shave, and dress. Shortly thereafter, he'd go downstairs to breakfast with Natasha. He was relieved that Synnovea complied with his wishes to stay abed and refrained from joining them. To face defeat so early in the day would have sorely gone against his grain. Mainly his conversation with the older woman centered around his wife, a subject from which he had difficulty straying of late. He'd then leave and be gone until well past supper, at which time he usually came dragging back, thoroughly spent. Before entering the manse, he'd feed and groom the tall black that Ladislaw had left behind, and the fine liver-chestnut steed which he reserved primarily for parades and demonstrating the quality of horsemanship he hoped to encourage in his men. Upon concluding his tasks in the carriage-house, he'd then enter the kitchen, too starved to think of waiting until after he had bathed away the sweat and grime of his day's labors. If Tyrone might have once supposed that his grubby state would repulse his wife, then in that, too, he found himself mistaken. While the cook worked at other tasks, Synnovea served him his meal, and in doing so, touched him often, which now seemed her wont. Without a doubt, he'd have paid less heed to the server and more consideration to the fare if Danica had been the one laying out his meal. Even bone-tired, he couldn't ignore the delicious sight, womanly feel, and intoxicating fragrance of his wife, as she bent over him or brushed against him in passing. After supper, Tyrone soaked his aching body in a steaming bath, which primarily served to ease his strained muscles. Synnovea's initial attempt to assist him in his bath had provoked him to such a stormy outburst that she had fled in teary haste. It hadn't taken a great deal of mental prowess for him to recognize the difficulty he'd have to face trying to tether his rampant lusts while she washed his naked body. Thereafter, he had been attended by a male servant who spoke not a word of English, but that suited the quiet serenity Tyrone sought there. It was his only reprieve. Tyrone was grateful for those nights when, after joining Synnovea in their chambers, he could collapse into their bed, too tired to even talk. His one concession to her wifely bent was to allow her to rub a soothing balm over his back for the purpose of keeping the scabs and skin pliable and the scarring to a minimum. For this, he'd doff his robe and recline face down upon the bed. Her gentle massaging relaxed him, and even while she continued kneading his work-strained muscles, his breathing would gradually deepen until he was lulled into sleep. During these times, Synnovea found it difficult to decipher her own emotions, but they seemed pleasantly associated with being a wife. No harsh words disturbed their quiet harmony while she served her husband's needs, and even if Tyrone still refused to make love to her, at least by yielding himself into her care, he was granting her privileges and familiarities reserved for a spouse. She was no longer hindered by honest strictures or the threat of Alexei, and could now venture out as often as she liked. While her husband was at work, she took several opportunities to visit friends and old acquaintances of her father. One day a week she could be found assisting Father Philip in his efforts to help the poor. At other times she shopped at Kitagoroth, sometimes for necessities, but mostly in search of clothing, gifts, or wines for her handsome husband. More often than not, she was joined on these excursions by either Zelda or Natasha, or both women. After making purchases at the marketplace, they would deposit their bundles in the coach, and though Stenka would follow along behind at a leisurely pace with the conveyance, the three women were often motivated to stroll over to Red Square, where most every morning Tyrone could be found drilling his hussars for a parade. Synnovea never failed to experience the thrill associated with watching the horsemanship of the men and their sharply executed drills, but their commander was the one who primarily claimed her attention. Occasionally, Tyrone would join the boyarinas during a well-deserved break from his rigorous training. As much as he resented the fact that he and his wife were closely observed at odd and sundry times by General Vanderhout, the Tsar, his own company of men, Alita in some instances, and a whole host of strangers, Tyrone realized he was becoming increasingly dedicated to the idea that Synnovea was his wife, and therefore deserving of some genuine husbandly respect in public. In staking his claim, he often laid a hand upon her back, or offered his arm as they strolled with the other two women to either the coach or to a more select spot where they'd sometimes share victuals that Danica had packed for them. The difficulty Tyrone found in openly touching his wife or sitting beside her was what he usually had to contend with, the delectation stirred forth by even their most casual contact. It was toward the end of the 5th week when Tyrone made the mistake of trying to imagine the changes that would occur in his life should he hold to his word and return to England an unmarried man. He would then be free to court other women, and in an effort to create some enthusiasm for the bachelor status he'd have in that event, he sought to form a vision of the women he had courted before his marriage to Angelina. They weren't nearly as comely in recall, not when he had a young wife whose beauty and charm could easily put them to shame. A few of those former Lido loves had even been prone to giggle over the most inane things, or else talk incessantly about things that mattered not a whit to him. Not so Synnovea. Though he wouldn't have admitted it, he found her subtle wit and softly spoken comments immensely pleasing. It was while Tyrone was laboriously mulling through this course of thinking that an unexpected dawning came, which served his hidebound honor a death blow. With sudden clarity, he realized that if he sailed to England and left Synnovea behind in Russia, it would be equivalent to leaving his own heart behind. One evening, after another week had come and gone, Tyrone was seated on his bedside stool cleaning his gear and military trappings when he became mindful of Synnovea sitting in a chair across the bed from him, diligently sewing tiny cloth frogs on several garments. To be exact, 4 tunics and a single kaftan, all of which were far too large for her. He was still laboring at his task when she rose, folded the clothes, and left them on his side of the bed, along with 4 pairs of full-legged trousers, such as Russian soldiers were wont to wear. Without offering word or explanation, she disappeared into the dressing room. Quizzically, Tyrone eyed what she had left. The long-sleeved tunics were similar to those worn by his men, and were made of a soft, weighty material. The cloth frogs served as closures along the slanted openings that stretched from the banded collars downward to beneath the left sleeves of the shirts and the kaftan. In continuing reticence, his wife returned from the adjoining room, and stepping near, placed a pair of calf-length leather boots on the floor beside his bench. "Are these for me?" Tyrone finally queried, unable to draw any other conclusion. At her nod, he inquired further, "Do you want me to try them on?" "If you would, Ty," Synnovea murmured, seeming rather apprehensive at a reaction. His pride too often of late for him to even think of leaving himself open to the humiliation that would follow. After gathering up the boots, a tunic, and a pair of trousers, he sought shelter in the dressing room, where he garbed himself in the clothes she had made. Among his wife's many other talents, it seemed that she was also an accomplished seamstress, for he soon found himself marveling at the neat handiwork which had gone into making the garments. Synnovea came to him with a smile as he emerged from the narrow room, and begging his permission, knotted a braided leather cord around his lean waist. When she stepped back to consider the clothes she had created, as well as the man who now wore them, her eyes began to mist with tears. He looked so handsome that she could feel only remorse for having once squandered his affection. Tyrone stepped before the silvered glass to consider his reflection, and was prompted to cock a dubious brow at his altered appearance. "I look like a Russian." Synnovea surreptitiously brushed at the moisture blurring her vision, and cleared her throat hastily before she spoke. "Aye, and a very handsome one at that." Mystified by the strange thickness in her tone, Tyrone peered at her over a shoulder, but Synnovea turned aside, refusing to let him ponder the emotion written on her face. "Are you well, madam?" She nodded jerkily and managed a strangled reply. "Of course." Unconvinced, Tyrone canted his head in an effort to draw her gaze, curious to know what was troubling her, but she hurriedly busied herself, straightening bric-a-brac on a nearby chest. Tyrone gave up his efforts, refusing to press her for an explanation. Angelina had often baffled him with her moody tears and melancholy, which had usually come with her fluxes, and had been just as unpredictable. He thought it prudent to return his attention to the trousers without inquiring into Synnovea's monthly cycles. After all, they were hardly on intimate terms, considering his continuing abstinence. Despite recent revelations that had brought him face to face with his growing mental entanglement with her, there was still that part of him that hadn't yielded to the idea that he couldn't do without her. Facing the mirror again, Tyrone gathered the loose folds in his hands and considered the roominess of the trousers. "No wonder they're so comfortable. They're large enough for 2 men. Covertly, Synnovea eyed the torpid bulge molded by the tightly clasped pantaloons, and though she yearned to draw near and press him for a more ardent response than he had thus far been willing to offer her, she couldn't bring herself to destroy the congeniality that they were presently sharing. A myriad of different things seemed to hinder it, and she was loath to see it shattered once again. Then, too, she hadn't yet recovered from the shock of her entrance into the bathing chamber, when she had only wanted to offer him help with his bath, nor could she forget his nakedness and the ruddy hue that had swept into his face when he had caught her eyeing the lusty flag that had hauled itself upright at her approach. The memory of his thunderous explosion even now made her tremble in trepidation, making her cautious of provoking similar outbursts. "I've also made you a suitable cap and coat to wear with your clothes, if you're of a mind to try them on, Ty," she murmured, unwilling to meet his gaze in the mirror. Tyrone glanced around the room in search of the articles of clothing. "Where are they?" "I'll fetch them," Synnovea eagerly replied, and returned to the dressing room. Hurriedly she fetched his new coat, the lining of which she had made from the same lamb's wool as the handsome astrakhan. The cap was a necessary item of clothing in Russia, no less than the coat, and though she had searched through her husband's clothing, she hadn't found any outer gear warm enough for what he'd need. "You made these?" Tyrone asked in amazement, after accepting the items from her and examining the detail of each. Synnovea inclined her head in a single nod of affirmation.
Here in Russia, you'll be needing more protection from our winters than your English garments can provide. I'm not sure how you managed to survive the weather last year, but I'd be remiss in my duties as a wife if I didn't see you properly outfitted for the colder months.
I'm grateful, madam. Tyrone couldn't have been more sincere. I was greatly hampered last winter by the crispness of the icy winds, until Grigory took pity on me and loaned me some of his clothing. I might not have fared well at all if he hadn't.
This is the end of side 1.
I'm grateful, madam. Tyrone couldn't have been more sincere. I was greatly hampered last winter by the crispness of the icy winds, until Grigory took pity on me and loaned me some of his clothing. I might not have fared well at all if he hadn't. After shrugging into the coat, Tyrone settled a cap upon his head at a jaunty angle, but Synnovea giggled and, shaking her head in disapproval, reached up to rearrange the latter. Tyrone accommodated her shorter height by bending his knees, and for a moment their eyes melded in warm communications. Synnovea was feeling no less than giddy when she stepped back, and she caught her bottom lip between her teeth, trying to curb a grin. It was amazing to her how quickly he could move her from tears to laughter without uttering a word. But then perhaps it was all the roiling emotions to which she was now prey that caused such flighty behavior within her. Her whole world now seemed centered on him, and as yet he hadn't shown any indication that he'd ever forgive her. Synnovea's eyes glowed warmly in admiration as she perused her husband's tall, broad-shouldered form, outfitted in the simple garments. She thought him no less than magnificent. "I'm delighted to find my wife so talented," Tyrone said, perusing his reflection. "Your gifts are very fine indeed, madam. I'm both awed and pleasured by them." "I'm pleased to give them, sir," Synnovea replied, her smile deepening. "How do the boots fit?" "So well that I can almost believe that they were made for me." "Actually, they were. I found an older pair of yours in your armoire and took them to the only bootmaker my father trusted. Are they comfortable?" "Very," he answered with enthusiasm. "Would you like to try on the kaftan now?" she invited. "I thought you might enjoy having one to wear after your baths at night." "I would indeed," Tyrone agreed, and disappeared once again into the safety of the dressing-room. When he returned a few moments later wearing the blue robe, Synnovea stepped behind him and ran a hand admiringly across the full breadth of his wide shoulders as she peered past his arm at his image. "It suits you well, Ty." Her husband grinned at her in the mirror. "I think you're trying to make a Russian of me, madam." Synnovea threaded her fingers through the short hair curling at his nape. "Your hair isn't long enough for that." Even her most casual touch bestirred Tyrone's senses, and though he strove to sound normal, he had lost the strength in his voice and in his knees. "It needs cutting." "Would you like me to trim it tonight?" she asked near his shoulder. Knowing the havoc which that simple service would create in him, Tyrone yawned and made the excuse, "Oh, not tonight, Synnovea. I'm really tired." "Then I'll put away your new clothes," she offered, gathering the garments she had made. As she faced him, she held out a hand, startled as he unfastened the frogs. When she remained near at hand, he finally turned aside before he dared sweep the garment over his head. Even if her view was from a rearward angle, Synnovea was not above perusing all that she saw. She yearned to reach out and run a hand caressingly over the hard veils and ridges of his back, and stroke his granite-hard buttocks, but she knew if she roused his ire again, what she'd likely invite. Feeling the weight of his wife's gaze, Tyrone cast a glance askance and found a yearning in those soft orbs that almost snatched his breath away. He was sure it mirrored his own and could sense his doom drawing nigh. Synnovea was still waiting in silence when he handed back the kaftan. She folded it over her arm, but her eyes were drawn irresistibly to his long, manly form as he lifted a knee upon the bed and leaned forward toward the pillow, where he braced himself on an elbow. What came into view would have made a meek maid blush and turn aside, but she had never considered herself as such. Tyrone winced slightly, and slowly expelling a pent-up sigh, lifted himself to make a necessary adjustment to his privy parts. When he realized his wife was still observing him, he looked around and found her smiling in amusement. "Something wrong, madam?" he asked, arching a curious brow. "Oh, I was just wondering to what lengths a man will go to spite himself." Are you referring to me? Who else, sir? Tyrone didn't rightly know how to answer. Mutely he watched the rather jaunty twitch of skirts as his wife went to the dressing room. Her amused giggles floated back from the dressing room, and he almost groaned, knowing full well what she found so humorous. He was fighting himself. He was hot, hard, and eager, and she was everything he yearned to have in all of his erotic dreams. Synnovea returned to the bedchamber, gowned in a filmy creation that left nothing to the imagination. Tyrone was certain she was bent on tormenting him, yet his eyes seemed to have a will of their own as they followed her around to the far side of the bed. She lifted the voluminous gown, allowing him an unhindered glimpse of a shapely thigh as she climbed onto the mattress. After crawling near, she sat back upon her heels, seemingly completely at ease beneath his perusal, and began to massage his scarred back with a balm that kept his skin pliable. By dint of will, he turned his face aside and lowered his head to the pillow, at length allowing her gentle ministering to soothe his tensions. Never had he known such tender kindness, or unyielding torture. Finally, Synnovea put away the salve, wiped off the excess, and snuffed out the candles behind her. Tyrone pulled the feather comforter up over them before leaning across to his bedside table to do the same. Settling back upon the bed, he turned on his side away from her, and lay in pensive silence, trying desperately to forget that she was even there. "I'm cold," Synnovea complained as she snuggled close against his back. Slipping an arm around him, she threaded her fingers through the hair covering his muscular chest and tucked her bare thighs beneath his buttocks. "And you're always so warm." Her nearness burned holes through Tyrone's restraints. Yet for the life of him, he couldn't send her fleeing to the far side of the bed with another angry command. With only a thin veil of a nightgown separating them, and every swelling curve remarkably designed for the purpose of tormenting him, he was completely deprived of every sane thought except one. And that was the realization that he had been utterly foolish to imagine that he could successfully ignore the treasure he had fervently craved for so long. Synnovea was upstairs in their bedchambers the next afternoon when she happened to glance out the windows and espied Tyrone riding down the road toward the manse. He was much earlier than usual, and though a sudden surge of excitement washed through her, she was flustered by the lack of time she had to repair her appearance. Earlier that morning she had donned older peasant garments to help Natasha and her gardener harvest flowers that were to be dried for winter arrangements. But her clothes were hardly pretty enough to claim her husband's attention. In frantic haste she stripped, washed, and perfumed herself before donning her prettiest peasant attire. She brushed her hair until it gleamed, leaving it tumbling free beneath a kerchief. Her cheeks were already rosy and required no further pinch to bring forth color when she paused to check her appearance. In her eagerness to be with her husband, she descended the stairs almost in time with her swiftly racing heart. By the time she arrived at the door of the carriage house, Synnovea was nearly breathless with anticipation. Calming herself, she stepped within, very quietly closed the portal behind her, and laid a bar across the portal, preventing any threat of intrusion. Then she strolled forward leisurely, as if she were there with no real purpose in mind. Tyrone was absorbed in his work, and failed to notice Synnovea's entrance until she came around the end of the grooming stall, where he was shampooing the chestnut's tail. When he caught sight of her, his eyes slid over her in a lengthy caress, much as they were wont to do whenever she came near. Thoroughly distracted now, he continued squeezing suds through the horse's tail beyond his usual penchant. It was a rare day indeed when his wife left the silky black tresses unbound outside the privacy of their chambers. Considering the male servants who normally moved about the grounds and house, he couldn't help but wonder how he had earned such husbandly consideration. His meticulous regard brought a deepening blush of pleasure to Synnovea's cheeks, and though her smile wavered unsteadily beneath his close regard, it soon strengthened and seemed eager to stay. "You're home early," she murmured, noticing that he had also changed his clothes since his arrival home, except that he had chosen to garb himself in just about the oldest and most threadbare in his possession. His knee-length breeches were so limp from use they clung to him in a way that left no uncertainty that they were the only thing covering his loins. The closures which had once fastened the breeches at the knees were gone, allowing the garment to hang loosely above his hardened calves. His shoes were equally worn, his shirt frayed and torn open down the front, leaving his lightly furred chest bare. Synnovea struggled against the temptation to reach out and feel the vibrant life beating beneath that broad, muscular expanse, and to move her hand downward to other areas she knew would quicken beneath her slightest touch. But she knew she'd have to proceed carefully, lest she find her hopes dashed. "My men and I will be performing in a parade for His Majesty on the morrow, and I had to get my horse and equipment ready," Tyrone explained, drinking in her beauty. Now that he had come to the realization that he could leave her no better than he could stop breathing, he felt as if he had become her captive, which made him all the more leery of what she could do to him. Still, it was impossible for him to ignore her presence in his life. Only the night before, he had struggled against an overwhelming urge to awaken her from her slumber and make love to her. It seemed doubtful that he'd ever again be as successful at resisting the impulse. "His Majesty will be expecting you to attend the affair as my bride. But then, with foreign dignitaries there, he'll probably be expecting you to enhance the view. If you'd like, you can bring Natasha and even Allie, since many of the officers' wives will be bringing nannies and nursemaids to tend their children." Having already experienced the thrills associated with watching her husband and his troop practice, Synnovea was eager to view the actual event. She could now understand more keenly why the Tsar was so intent upon having them perform. No doubt the excitement of the event would be enough to last a lifetime. "Perhaps you can help me choose a suitable sarafan to wear for the parade." Tyrone chuckled softly. "I'm sure you know better than I what is proper for a woman to wear to functions of that nature, madam. Besides, I haven't yet seen you garbed in anything that hasn't taken my breath away." Synnovea was both surprised and pleased by his compliment. "Your exhibitions on horseback take mine away." Her husband grinned and cocked his head curiously aslant as his eyes delved into hers, but he was promptly reminded of his tasks when the horse nickered. He had definitely lost the desire to complete his chores alone, now that he had a companion who looked so fetching. "Would you do me a favor?" Synnovea would have eagerly complied with almost anything he had in mind at that moment. "Certainly." Tyrone inclined his head toward the end of the stall, where he had left a wooden bucket he had earlier filled with water. "Can you bring that pail over here and dribble the contents over the horse's tail while I rinse it? It's rather unhandy doing all of this by myself." Synnovea lifted the ponderous pail and tugged at a bottom lip as she carried it forward. Near the horse's rump, she braced her feet apart and lifted the bucket to comply with her husband's directive. Affected by the nearness of the man and the curious little bubbles of pleasure coursing through her being, she gave no heed to the puddle that was steadily growing beneath her feet. "Synnovea, look what you're doing! You're getting your slippers wet!" Tyrone gently admonished. Reaching out, he took the pail from her. "You'd better go in and get another pair before you catch your death." "No, please." She shook her head, reluctant to leave. The moment was rare indeed when her husband was in a tractable mood, and she didn't want to miss the occasion, no matter how frigid the water seeping into her slippers. "I'll just take these off." Retreating to the far end of the stall, she kicked them off and lifted her skirts and petticoats to doff her stockings. Tyrone was hardly aware of the puddle he was creating beneath his own shoes as he became enthralled with the sights. Her bare limbs were so lithe and shapely, one glimpse demanded his full attention. Synnovea pulled the back of her gown and petticoats forward between her thighs and tucked the hems into her waistband before she tiptoed shivering through the icy water. Returning once more to the horse's rump, she reached out to take the bucket from her husband and promptly laughed when she noticed the pool he had created. "You're no handier than I am, sir." "Aye," Tyrone agreed with a lopsided grin. "But if you come down sick, Natasha will blame me." The green-brown eyes glowed with a hint of mischief. "Don't tell me a big, stalwart man like you is afraid of a little woman." His grin broadened as he briefly lifted wide shoulders. "Not afraid, only reluctant to bestir Natasha's displeasure." Synnovea was surprised at the sudden twinge of jealousy that tweaked her good humor. Since Tyrone had returned to work, she had been reluctant to join him at the morning meal for fear of angering him. Yet from what Danica had said in all innocence, those sunrise tete-a-tetes which she shared with Natasha seemed quite jovial. The fact that the cook couldn't understand English had allowed Synnovea to hope that the two were merely talking as friends. Yet at times she was wont to fret. Natasha was quite beautiful and still very, very appealing to men, and not so long ago she had lauded Tyrone's praises as if genuinely attracted to him. "You must admire Natasha very much. Even in so short a time, it has become obvious to all the servants that you enjoy her company more than mine." Tyrone stared at his wife in amazement, thoroughly taken aback by her premise. Then the humor of her accusation struck him, and he began to laugh in hearty amusement. "Good heavens, Synnovea, all we ever talk about is you. Between Natasha and Allie, I've learned more about you than either one of them." Synnovea lifted her dainty chin in some annoyance. "Why, now, you must understand me quite well, then." Her husband scoffed at such a far-fetched notion. "The workings of your mind, madam, are far too complicated for a mere man to comprehend. But then, perhaps I'm not the only one you're able to confuse. At times, I think you completely baffle your closest friends, and, if I may be allowed to venture a guess, yourself as well." His wife was a bit astounded by his conjecture, but then she had to admit there was some truth in what he had said. She hadn't always been able to clearly discern her own emotions. Not so terribly long ago, she had been certain that she wanted nothing to do with Tyrone Rycroft. His audacity had totally repulsed her, or so she had thought. Yet she had been unable to cast him from her mind. Now, here she was, yearning for him to be just as bold as he had been in the bathhouse. The sight of his hardened chest drew her forward as if she had no will of her own. Though wary of provoking his ire again, she lifted a hand and stroked it admiringly over the muscular expanse. She could feel his heart thudding beneath her palm, and wondered if she had the ability to spur it to a swifter rhythm. Searching the luminous orbs above her own, she pushed the shirt off his shoulders and dragged it down his arms. She had elicited his wrath much too often for her to feel at ease with her seduction, but this time she found no hint of a frown, and was encouraged by his quiescent stillness. She traced her fingers admiringly over his lightly furred chest, and followed the ridge of hair that trailed downward to the top of his breeches, making him catch his breath. Lifting smoldering eyes to his, she silently beseeched him as she slipped her hand beneath the breeches and took hold of the rapidly thickening flesh. Tyrone's heart leapt as if jolted by a lightning bolt. His awakened senses were completely alert to every detail of the feminine form that leaned into him. With some difficulty, he released a halting breath as he met her inquiring gaze. "Is something wrong?" Synnovea queried, feigning a smile. She was on pins and needles, awaiting his reaction. Tyrone was reluctant to consider the gut-wrenching agony that would be inflicted upon him if he rejected her overtures. Fires had been lit that could be assuaged only by making love to her, yet he worried at the control she'd have over him if he submitted to her seduction. In a half-hearted attempt to break the spell which bound him, he murmured huskily, "I think I'd better finish fencing the horse's tail." Synnovea's heart nearly crumpled with disappointment, but her pride had been vanquished weeks ago, and she was not above beseeching him. The warm flesh in her grasp encouraged her to be bold. "Please, Ty, don't deny me the pleasure of touching you," she breathed in plaintive appeal. "I couldn't bear it if you did. Am I not your wife? Do I not have the right to make a claim on you? You don't know how many times I've wanted to do this. I'm beset by cravings you have awakened within me. I yearn for your touch, for your husbandly affection. How long must I wait? When will you let me touch you without fear of being chided? Or are you intent upon punishing me for the whole of our marriage?" "Punish you?" Tyrone rasped. His whole body was shaking from the intensity of his needs, and he gave up his futile efforts to keep his resolve. Sweeping an arm around her, he snatched her close in sudden ardor. "Nay, I'm the one who has been punished." His mouth swooped down upon hers in frenzied greed, snatching her breath with the sweet, brutal intensity of his passion. His face slanted across hers as his tongue plundered the warm, sweet cavity of her mouth. It was a wild, rapacious search, unrivaled by anything that Synnovea had ever experienced before. And yet she felt driven to answer him with her own craving hunger. With a softly muted moan, she looped her arms tightly around his neck and molded her womanly form against his steely body, hoping to drive him beyond the point of resistance. She had no need to worry. His fingers were already slipping the ties of her blouse free, and soon he was baring her breasts and pressing her backward over an encompassing arm. His open mouth claimed a pliant peak and nearly devoured her bosom with ravenous hunger, halting her breath at the sheer ecstasy of his stroking tongue and suckling caresses. In the depths of her body there bloomed a heightening craving that yearned to be sated as sparks sizzled upward from her loins in quickly flaring bursts of ecstasy. Tyrone raised his head, his features sharply chiseled with his lusting need. His gaze plunged into hers, searching out her true intent. If this was another game, he would know it now rather than later. "Is this what you really want?" "Oh, yes, yes," Synnovea whispered, fearing he would leave her bereft of his manly attention. She didn't want to give him time to mull over the matter and remember what she had done to him. Eagerly plucking open his breeches, she clasped the hot flash once again and began to pleasure him in a more daring manner than she had tentatively done weeks ago. "What are you doing to me?" he rasped huskily. "Only what you once instructed me to do," she breathed, drawing him backward toward a darkened corner of the stable and the large mound of fresh hay that she knew was there. "We'll be discovered," Tyrone cautioned, finding no will to resist. It seemed a recurring dream he was having. She had him by the gut-strings of his being, and he was following much as he had done before, like a bleating lamb to slaughter. "Natasha is off visiting Prince Adolf and his daughter, and won't be back until late," Synnovea whispered warmly. "Stienka and Yosef have taken Ali to the marketplace to fetch some things for Danica. The door is locked, and we're quite alone, my darling." The desperate catch in her voice conveyed desires that were no different from his own, Tyrone realized. Upon reaching the haystack, she sank back upon the sweetly scented grass and smiled up at him as she released the tail of her skirt from her waistband and let it fall away from her thighs. As he watched in mounting enthrallment, she doffed her clothes and spread them beneath her before lying back in all of her naked glory. Her smile was inviting as she wrapped her arms beneath her breasts, thrusting their delicately hued peaks upward in an invitation for him to taste and fondle. The lustrous orbs glowed in the dim light, like lush melons just waiting to be devoured. It was an enticement that Tyrone no longer wished to ignore. She was his, and she was offering him what he had been lusting for ever since their first naked embrace. Slipping off his shoes, he dropped his breeches and kicked them aside. A brief glint of awe flickered in Synnovea's eyes as she eyed the stalwart blade. It seemed immensely bold and threatening. Yet this, and oh so much more, were what she had been yearning for since their wedding day. In welcoming invitation, she smiled and lifted her arms. Tyrone felt the hot blood coursing through him, and in mounting eagerness, he dropped to his knees and leaned forward between her eagerly parting thighs to hungrily mouth her soft round breasts, caressing the sensitive peaks and evoking ecstatic gasps from his wife. She arched her back, thrusting the delectable fullness upward to meet the sultry heat of the torch that branded her as his mouth stroked across the pale peaks. His hand moved over her thigh in a sweeping caress, moving along her flank and then inward and upward over her sleek limb. Synnovea caught her breath as he intruded into the dewy freshness, making her writhe at the bliss he created within her womanly softness. She breathed an anxious plea for him to join himself to her. He readily complied, pressing the hardened shaft into the velvety sheath, drawing a muted gasp of awe from her. "Oh, Ty, it seems so long ago since we came together like this," she whispered near his ear, clutching him to her. "I was afraid you'd deny me forever." His hands clasped her buttocks, fitting her snugly against the vibrant hardness that filled her as he lifted her up to him. He moved his hips with slow, purposeful strokes, eliciting blissful sighs from her lips until she was nigh giddy with the ecstasy washing through her. In rapidly advancing degrees, the manly thrusts quickened and became more dedicated until the billowing spasms began to wash over them. Joy filled Synnovea's heart when she heard her husband mutter her name in the throes of passion, and then, just as quickly, astonished gasps were wrenched from her as she joined him in that lofty climb. Together they soared to heights far beyond the silky white clouds that seemed to shimmer all around them. It was rapture in its most sensual form, the sweetness of marital union, a blissful haven for each to savor, and the coming together of two beings beautifully formed for one another. When at last they grew still within each other's arms, Synnovea crooned near her husband's ear. "That was much nicer than it was before. Very, very pleasurable, in fact." "Aye, madam, we were interrupted before we were able to finish." Tyrone kissed her again, feeling as if a weighty burden had just been lifted from him. "I should have done this sooner." Synnovea smiled beneath his caressing lips. "I've been wanting you to." "I never expected it to happen like this," he admitted with a chuckle, not with such a sumptuous chamber at our disposal." She laughed, thoroughly content now. "You were so wary of our chambers, I didn't seem able to approach you with an invitation." Her eyes glimmered brightly in the shadows. "I was beginning to think you hated me." "I was afraid of the pain your nearness would inflict upon me," he rejoined with candor. "I was too susceptible to even think of trusting myself around you." "Are you sorry now that you made love to me?" she queried diffidently. "Nay, only relieved that my foolishness has finally been put to an end." "We could have dinner sent up to our chambers," Synnovea suggested coyly. "No one but the servants will be in the house." "After we bathe, madam," he assured her. "You caught me when I'm smelly and dirty. Hardly what a bride appreciates when her husband wants to mount her." "You smell nice and very manly, and you're not dirty," she argued. "But even if you were, I wouldn't be able to deny you after I've waited so long for you to make love to me." "We'd better finish what we were doing so we can get on with more important things." Tyrone grinned as he pushed himself away and sat back on his heels. "I've been beset long enough by fantasies of making love to you in a bathing pool, and I'm most eager for that event to take place." Synnovea rolled away and came to her knees, but when her husband clasped the back of her thigh, she looked back at him in curious wonder. Her eyes fairly flamed as he clamped his arm around her waist and lifted her back into his lap. Willingly, she nestled against him and leaned her head aside as his lips nibbled at her creamy throat. "Perhaps we could delay a few moments more," he suggested, cupping a pale breast within his hand. The fact that he was already aroused again didn't surprise him in the least, considering his lengthy abstinence. "I was rather anticipating making love in the pool," she murmured with a flirtatious smile, moving her buttocks teasingly against him. The delectable delight awakened by her soft flesh stroking across the flinty hard shaft made her shiver with renewed desire. "But what you're doing now is very nice. Shall we dally in the hay some more?" "The pool awaits, madame." Slipping a hand beneath her buttock again, he boosted her to her feet, and then followed, springing upward with a swift, effortless movement that clearly evidenced his strength and manly grace. After scooping up her kerchief, he dipped it into the watering trough, and beneath her fascinated gaze began to wash himself. A moment later, he nearly took her breath away by performing the same service for her, being incredibly gentle and deliciously thorough in his bathing techniques. "We'll never make it to the bathing chamber if you continue," she breathed shakily. "I like what you're doing too much to even think of waiting until we reach the bathing chamber." Tyrone had become caught up in the stimulating task as well, and extended his ministrations far beyond what was required. "Another taste of such blissful fare wouldn't take that long," he rasped softly, making her catch her breath in delight at his bold intrusion. His free hand came around to cup her breast, and as she leaned against him, his thumb stroked across a soft beak. "And right now, I've no heart for tending the stallion. To be sure, my lengthy wait has made me greedy." "The door is locked, and we have all the time in the world," she crooned invitingly with a sensual smile as her eyes caressed his handsome face. Half turning, Tyrone tossed the kerchief into the pail and then swept his wife up into his arms. With a playful growl, he made a pretense of devouring her breast, evoking a dreamy mule as his licking tongue plied its crest. Whirling her about, he drew her breath out in an excited little laugh before he sprawled back upon the mound of hay and pulled her down astride him. A small, ecstatic shiver went through her as he lingered over the delectable merging, pressing the vibrant hardness upward, seemingly into the core of her being. Synnovea's breath quickened as his throbbing heat filled her, and with eyes that had grown dark and sultry, she held his gaze imprisoned as she swept her hands over her own body, encouraging his to follow wherever she led, over the swelling mounds, along her narrow waist, and into the moist crevice. Nearly shuddering with her rapidly intensifying excitement, she slipped her arms beneath the ebon tresses, sweeping them off her neck, as she arched her back and stroked against her husband's loins. Her rhythm intensified with her increasing fervor, drawing his breath out in harsh gasps. Though Synnovea hadn't thought it possible for her to transcend the heights to which she had recently climbed, he seemed intent upon eliciting every degree of delight she was capable of experiencing, making her writhe and shudder with the sensations he created within her until she felt as if she were dissolving in a warm, blissful flood. in the moments following their soaring flight. Only the stallion found reason to fret, evoking the owner's sigh. Alas, the poor steed still awaits our attention. I liked what you did when you bathed me, she whispered, cuddling against her husband's chest. Coyly, she stroked her bosom against the muscular hardness of his chest, enjoying the thrills which were readily derived from the caress. Will you do that again? In the bathing chamber, madam, Tyrone promised huskily, nibbling at her ear. Else we may never leave the carriage house. Would you let me wash you too? Synnovea asked, unwilling to move on to a different subject. As much as you would like, madam, but in the bathing chamber. She pouted prettily. 'Twas your idea to delay our departure. I know. I'm very susceptible to the sights. Your derriere is too fetching for me to ignore. Do you suffer a particular fetish with my backside, sir? Synnovea teased coquettishly, continuing to massage his male breasts with her tautening nipples. I like all of you, from your dainty toes to the top of your head, but there are places in between that I'm especially partial to, such as this area here, he said, catching a hand around her breast and forcing the crest outward to meet his stroking tongue. These pale orbs are beyond description. Their sweet nectar leaves me fairly besotted. Though his mouth moved upward to caress her throat, his hands slipped down between them and clasped the dark nest. But nothing is quite as delectable as the ecstasy I find here in this warm velvet sheath. I have a feeling we're not going to make it to the bathing chamber tonight, she sighed shakily. I'm quite besotted from what your caresses have awakened within me. We could spend the night out here, he suggested with a grin. You'll have to keep me warm. I'd do that now, madam, every night in our bed. But I'd really enjoy holding you again in a bathing pool. Then shouldn't we hurry and finish our chores, Synnovea urged. Otherwise we'll never get there with all the delays we're wont to indulge in here. Tyrone was just as anxious to get there, but he was also wont to linger and enjoy the different views he was presented as he collected his clothing. He was most attentive to his wife's efforts to shake the hay out of her clothes. The rounded orbs now bore a rosy blush after his light bearding, but it was the way they bounced every time she snapped her blouse and skirts in the air that fascinated him. Do you think you're accomplishing anything, my sweet? The hay seems quite tenacious. Synnovea paused and smiled back at him. That's very nice what you called me. My sweet? I was afraid you wanted to call me worse things. Tyrone indicated the horse's tail. We'd better get to our chores, madam, or we'll never get to the pool. Synnovea pouted prettily as she sauntered toward him in all of her unadorned glory. His breath hissed outward in a pleasurable gasp as she pressed close against him and fondled him in a way that left his knees weak. She seemed eager to continue, but the stallion whinnied, growing weary of being ignored. Later, my sweet, Tyrone promised thickly, cupping a round breast in his hand before leaning down and taking the peek into the heat of his mouth. Then, because he found such sights totally distracting, he drew her chemise and petticoats over her head and then lowered the skirt and blouse into place before turning her and thrusting her gently away from him. Giggling, Synnovea stumbled backward and rubbed her derriere against him, causing a quick response. Since she seemed to enjoy dawdling at length over her playful temptations, Tyrone reached down and clamped a hand between her buttocks, evoking a startled gasp from his young wife as he prodded her forward. Tyrone chuckled as he took note of the darker hue now imbuing his wife's cheeks. Do you find that offensive, madam? 'Tis a bit shocking, she replied candidly, twitching a bit as she plucked her petticoat free of the cleavage. He grinned while he donned his breeches and shoes. Then you'd best be warned, my sweet. Now that you're my wife, every part of you is fair game. Indeed, you may well rue the day you invited my attentions. He jerked his head toward the stallion. Now, let's get back to work. Obediently, Synnovea bent to the task of spreading the horse's tail, as Tyrone supplied a fresh flow of water. After rinsing it, he squeezed the liquid from the strands and began to gently comb through the length, as Synnovea picked out the snarls. Finally, he snuffed the last lantern that hung near the horse's stalls and turned in time to see his wife casting a repugnant glance toward the straw-strewn path that led to the door. It had been enriched with several droppings of manure prior to her entry into the barn. Tyrone took pity on her plight and bade her to tuck her stockings and shoes in her apron pocket and to climb on a low stool, from whence he lifted her onto his back. I haven't ridden like this since I was a child, Synnovea informed him happily as her lips hovered near his ear. Tyrone slanted a grin at her over his shoulder. "I'll have to teach you better ways to ride." "What other ways are there?" she asked coyly, folding her arms around his neck. "I'll show you several before the evening is out." "In the bathing chamber?" "That will do for starters, but I'll demonstrate others in our bed." He turned his face in profile as she leaned close over his shoulder. "I've been quite hungry for you, madam, and I don't think I'll be sated until the last of my energy wanes, so you'll have to tell me if you get too tender for my attention." "I will," she sighed blissfully, stroking his breast with wifely familiarity. She sang a child song in Russian, cooing softly in his ear as she strummed her fingers across a male nipple. Then she paused in the melody to ask, "Is it as much fun for a man to ride a horse astride as I had when I rode you?" "Nothing equals a good ride between a man and a woman, my sweet," Tyrone assured her, casting a roguish smile back at her. "Did you enjoy it too?" "Immensely." "I like your body," she whispered, tracing her tongue over his ear. In all honesty, she added, "I would have mourned over my loss if I'd been forced to marry Vladimir. You're so much more handsome and exciting to look at. I regret that you were whipped, Ty, but I'm not sorry you were forced to wed me. I enjoy having you as my husband, and I especially relish the moments when you're aroused. You make me tremble with excitement just looking at you." Not knowing what to answer, Tyrone pinched her buttock, drawing a squeal from the little sprite who rode his back. "You bruised me," she complained, rubbing her soft breasts against his back. "You'll have to massage me there later." "I'll massage you all right, but not in the way you think." "In what way do you mean, then?" she queried teasingly. "You'll see soon enough, madam, never fear. And then your greedy little hands can show me just how much you appreciate my body. Promise? You can have my pledge on it, my dear. I can hardly wait." Tyrone carried her to their chambers by way of the private stairs, and then, after donning kaftans, they descended to the lower depths of the mansion, where he dismissed the male servant shortly after a bath was prepared in one of the larger tubs. Once the door was securely barred behind the man, Tyrone approached his wife, who was just shrugging out of her robe. His own had been quickly tossed aside, and he grinned as her admiring gaze swept downward. Taking her hand, he led her to the tub, stepped into the warm bath, and then, bidding her to sit facing him within the spread of his thighs, pulled her legs over his and settled her feet behind his buttocks. Leering at her, he began to soap her body, while she, in turn, lathered his. They seemed especially wont to linger over the sensually sensitive areas, and grew thoroughly stimulated beneath each other's lingering caresses. They rinsed with as much care, and then, stepping from the tub, descended the steps of the pool. Gazing down into her warm gaze, Tyrone pulled her close and gave her a long, thoroughly provocative kiss, before sweeping her into a very passionate reenactment of several of his fantasies. 16. Allie was clearly ecstatic over the idea of being able to view a full-dress parade. Heretofore, she had only heard rumors about the exhibitions of horsemanship and colorful uniforms worn by the riders. She had been assured that it would be a lavish spectacle, and now that other cavalry units were competing against her master's outfit, it promised to be an exciting event, one that she hoped would solidify Colonel Tyrone Rycroft as the best equestrian instructor in all of Russia. The maid was by no means the only one desirous of seeing the presentation. Synnovea was elated over the prospect of watching Tyrone and his men perform on the field for the Tsar, yet she was a bit anxious about it too, considering His Majesty would be comparing the skills of her husband's company to others. Now that there were other troops of hussars eager to win the distinction of being the best and most impressive riders on the field, she was anxious for Tyrone to accomplish a flawless exhibition. For the occasion, Synnovea had garbed herself in an emerald green sarafan, lavishly embroidered with twining vines and small silk clusters of pale blue flowers. It was one that Tyrone especially liked. Not only did the darker hue accentuate the green in her eyes, but the rich color complemented her fair skin. A matching kakoshniki had been created with tufted ribbons of light blue, interspersed among green silk leaves, which had been adorned with dewdrops of translucent beading. Lastly, she draped a fringed shawl of iridescent green silk around her shoulders, hoping the weather would stay pleasant long enough to allow her to escape the need for a cloak, which she had prudently brought along in the carriage. Natasha had also been caught up in the enthusiasm of her companions, and vivaciously waved and called greetings to friends and acquaintances as she followed to the reviewing stand to which Tyrone had verbally directed them before taking his leave earlier that morning. Prince Adolphe hailed Natasha from afar and hastened to catch up, as she in turn tried to keep pace with Synnovea. Arriving at the pavilion where the wives and families of the officers were gathering, the younger woman paused to catch her breath, much to the relief of the two older women who had lagged behind in spite of their attempts to keep up. Rosy cheeks on all attested to their rapid flight across the grounds in the crisp morning air. "You should be grateful that Tyrone wasn't here to witness your arrival, my dear," Natasha exclaimed breathlessly, dabbing a lacy handkerchief to her cheeks, where a fine mist of perspiration now glistened. "Otherwise, you might have given him cause to think you're anxious to see him all spiffed and polished in his uniform." Synnovea had taken a measure of delight in withholding news of their new marital relationship from the older woman. Since it was clearly what the elder had been expecting, Synnovea had no doubt that she'd be teased unduly, and was just as certain that she'd never hear the last of Natasha's gleeful hooting if she even hinted of her growing infatuation with Tyrone Rycroft. Tossing her head, Synnovea sweetly needled, "And I suppose you just came along to pester me and have no real interest yourself in watching the proceedings. If that's all you've come for, perhaps Prince Adolphe can entertain you while Allie and I watch the festivities." She inclined her head to indicate the gray-haired man who was hastening up the steps of the pavilion. "He's here now to save you from the dreadful boredom of this event." Natasha chuckled at the girl's spirited rejoinder. "You should know by now a team of Adolphe's finest horses couldn't drag me away from here today." "Of course," Synnovea answered with a smug smile, "but I just wanted to hear it from your lips." Both women swept into deep curtsies as Prince Adolphe joined them. The man's dark eyes twinkled admiringly as he complimented Synnovea on her apparel. But when they settled on Natasha, a different light glowed in their depths, one that closely resembled adoration. Even after being gently rejected several times, the widowed prince hadn't yet lost hope that Natasha would someday relent and accept his proposal of marriage. "Perhaps the two of you should adorn the Tsar's pavilion, where your beauty can be better viewed," Adolphe suggested with a chortle, "and where I can also benefit from your radiant glow while adhering to my duties." The two women laughed at his magnanimous compliment, but Synnovea kindly rejected his gallant invitation. "My husband will be expecting to see me here, Prince Adolphe, and I wouldn't want him to think that I hadn't come. Therefore I must forego the privilege of joining you. But there's no reason why Natasha cannot." The prince was eager to convince the old woman. "So many of our friends are already there, Natasha." Puckish humor tugged at the corners of his mustached mouth. "But then, there are several who might not be quite as pleased to have you there as I. Princess Taraslovna has made a point of joining her cousin, perhaps in a quest to get back in good stead with him. That sober little cleric she dotes on is also trying to gain favor with the Tsar and Patriarch Filaret, but his duplicity seems ill-timed." The last time Natasha had seen Ivan, he had been trying to rally support for a second advisor to be appointed for the Tsar. She wasn't at all surprised by the cleric's cousinage, but she was curious to know why it seemed inappropriate. "How so?" "From what I understand, the good patriarch got wind of Ivan Voronsky's efforts to see himself appointed as counselor. Right now, the cleric is rather hampered by a swollen jaw and can't offer explanations as skillfully as I'm sure he would like." "But what happened to his jaw?" Adolphe chuckled. "Prince Vladimir and his sons got miffed over a remark that Ivan made about a certain colonel's wife. Well, you know their tendency to pick a fight with anyone they find fault with. I'm afraid poor Ivan didn't fare too well in the process." Natasha cast a quick glance over towards Synnovea, whose attention had been snared. The older woman carefully voiced an inquiry. "Was the colonel's wife anyone we know, Adolphe?" "None other than your beautiful house-guest, my dear." Synnovea could imagine the insults that Ivan was wont to lay upon her, and gingerly offered a supposition. "I assume the remark was terribly offensive." "It was," Adolphe Zhirkov admitted. "But after Sergei nearly fractured his jaw,
Ivan has been extremely hesitant about repeating the slur, lest that brawling brood come after him. At the time, he probably thought Vladimir would agree with him when he said something about you supposedly being caught with the Englishman soon after the document for your betrothal to the old prince was signed. But from what Fyodor told me about his brother's attack, Ivan's slander not only incensed their father, it outraged the whole family. 'Twould seem they are still much taken with you, my dear. I knew I liked those boyars, Natasha chimed in with amused laughter. I just never knew how much until now.
This is the end of this cassette.
I knew I liked those boyars, Natasha chimed in with amused laughter. I just never knew how much until now. Adolphe grinned. I thought you'd enjoy that bit of news, my dear. In fact, you'll probably hear more delectable tidbits if you'd consent to join me in the Tsar's pavilion. I'd love to, Adolphe, but you'll be busy introducing diplomats and foreign emissaries to His Majesty. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll come after the parade, when you'll have more time. Lightly resting a hand upon his arm, she asked, Will you be able to join us this evening for dinner? Or must you attend the banquet for the dignitaries? Alas, my services will be needed at the banquet. He peered at her hopefully. Tomorrow, perhaps? Natasha smiled. Of course, Adolphe, but we can talk about it later. His dark eyes gleamed back at her. After the parade, he assured her, lifting her hand to bestow a kiss upon her slender fingers. I'll return to fetch you. I shall be awaiting you, the woman told him, with a soft, warm light shining in her own eyes. Synnovea slanted a curious stare upon her companion after the prince made his departure. Do you suppose you'll ever marry him? A sigh of contentment slipped from Natasha's smiling lips as her gaze followed the man. Aye, she breathed, when I no longer have to worry that my late husband will come between us. After enjoying a love that seemed without equal, I fear at times that it might not be the same with Adolphe. If I'm any judge of men, Natasha, I rather doubt that you'd ever be sorry if you married the prince. He loves you very much, but if I may be so bold, I think you're also in love with him, but just too reluctant to let go of your memories. Natasha's dark eyes danced with humor as she met the other's gaze. Not so long ago, I was the one giving counsel to you. Now, here you are advising me. What a turnabout indeed. Synnovea laughed. Aye, and 'tis sweet revenge to be on the giving end, she teased, squeezing the other's fingers fondly. At times, some women are blinded by circumstances when a matter is too close to the heart, but they are able to see things much more clearly from a distance. I can hear the gossips now, Natasha replied with a faint sigh of lament. That awful Natasha Andreevna, they'll say, married again for the 4th time. Disgraceful hussy. And now she's a princess, for heaven's sakes. There's not a woman your age who isn't envious of you, Synnovea reasoned. 'Twill certainly give Anna Taratslevna something to talk about, the older woman predicted. After all these years, she has never forgiven me for being Alexei's first choice for a wife. Synnovea was taken aback by surprise. I didn't know. Natasha lifted her slender shoulders in a casual shrug. 'Twas nothing of any import. We met while visiting mutual friends at their home. We were together for several days after a snowstorm hindered us from leaving, and although nothing untoward occurred, Alexei vowed afterwards to have me as his bride. At the time, I was a bit overwhelmed by his charm and good looks, and fervently hoped something more would come of it. Alexei offered my parents a contract of marriage, but by then they had already promised me to my first husband. Like you, I preferred the younger man, yet my parents were alive, and I could neither disobey them nor ignore the contract. It was as simple as that. Nothing more came of it, and a pair of years later, Alexei and Anna were wed. I was widowed a week later, and when the Taraslavs came to offer their condolences, Alexei whispered that he should have waited. I'm not sure whether he told Anna about his offer of marriage to me, or she found out on her own. but she took it upon herself to draw me aside during that same visit. In short, she warned me to stay away from her husband.
All this time, I couldn't understand why Anna hated you so intensely, Synnovea said in amazement. But now I understand. She'd begrudge any woman who her husband thinks is attractive.
Anna must be eaten up with jealousy by now, considering the legions who've been beguiled by him, Natasha observed. I can count myself fortunate that I never had to worry about a promiscuous husband.
Perhaps Alexei would have been of a different bent if he had married you, Synnovea ventured to suggest. The Countess sighed.
Nevertheless, it has seemed my good fortune that I didn't marry him. Who knows? I might have turned out to be as shrewish as Anna.
Good morning. The greeting came from behind them, and though the voice was strangely familiar to both women, neither Synnovea nor Natasha could place it, until they each turned to find Alita Vanderhout moving toward them. The woman's eyes swept over their elegant Russian apparel and chilled perceptibly above a stiff smile.
My, you two certainly make every effort to claim masculine attention, don't you?
She simpered in a voice dripping with derision.
Why, it's a wonder the two of you aren't awaiting the soldiers on the field.
Synnovea's own smile was rather stiff as she rejoined with a fair measure of sarcasm. We don't need to follow them as some women are wont to do, Alita. Glancing aside at Natasha, she lifted a hand to indicate the newcomer. Do you perhaps remember Madame Vanderhout? She came to your house with her husband, General Vanderhout, after my wedding. Natasha could hardly forget the general shouts filling the manse when he had chided Tyrone, or his angry search for his wife when he had sought to storm out in vexation after being gently reprimanded for his rudeness.
Of course, how could I forget? She replied, bestowing her attention upon the blonde. Your husband was quite insistent that I find you, and wouldn't allow me to desist until you finally made an appearance. Ever since then, I've been wondering where you had wandered off to. Did you get lost, perchance? Tell me, Synnovea, Alita urged snidely, ignoring the Countess's query. Have you come to view your husband at this affair, or does some other man interest you? The flashing green-brown eyes conveyed Synnovea's irritation. When my husband is the most handsome among the Tsar's troops, why in the world would I look elsewhere, Alita? But I can certainly understand why your eyes are inclined to Rome. Though the insult was only vaguely subtle, it took Alita a full moment before she recognized the slight against her own spouse. For a lengthy moment she stared agog at Synnovea, unable to find an adequate retort. Then her eyes hardened, and her mouth tightened, at least until she glanced beyond them. Then she brightened and hurriedly excused herself before bustling off toward the stairs and taking her leave of the pavilion. Natasha leaned near her companion. I sense by your chilly retorts that Alita has given you ample cause to dislike her. Synnovea glowered after the departing woman. That shameless little trollop had the nerve to accost my husband right in our chambers. That's where she was when you went searching for her. The unmitigated gall of that hussy! Natasha's lips curved with amusement as she glimpsed an honest display of wifely jealousy on the part of her young friend. If I may ask, how did Tyrone handle that brazen trollop's overture? Synnovea's eyes began to dance with delight as she returned her attention to her friend. Thankfully, he answered it in a manner that any wife can approve of, and since neither was aware of my presence, the rebuff seemed genuine. I'm glad that Tyrone didn't disappoint you, my dear, but I never thought he would. He's quite enamored with you, you know. Synnovea sighed wistfully. The same can be said of me. Natasha laughed in pleasure and patted her friend's arm. I'm glad you finally arrived at that realization, my dear. It took you long enough. The younger suffered a twinge of surprise. How long have you known? Natasha smiled contentedly. Since he carried you to my carriage. The sweeping brows lifted in amazement. That long ago? Aye, the elder assured her. But of course, I wasn't with you before that day, so I really have no real ken how long you've actually been in love with him. In love with him? Synnovea repeated with deepening astonishment. How can that be? Not so long ago, I thought I abhorred him.
Natasha laughed and lifted her slender shoulders in a shrug. Sometimes love can hide behind different faces, my dear. Synnovea was still mulling over the wonder of it when she happened to glance toward the direction in which Alita had gone. It seemed the woman's goal had been to reach a Russian boyar, whose head was being turned this way and that by every young and winsome lady who passed in front of him. But when Alita laid a hand upon the man's sleeve, he turned promptly to face her. "Alexei!" Synnovea clutched a trembling hand to her throat as a sudden vision of Tyrone hanging by his wrists loomed before her eyes. Noticing her sudden pallor, Natasha grew immediately concerned. "Dear child, what has taken hold of you? You look as if you've just walked over your own grave." Synnovea could no more subdue her violent trembling than she could halt the memories that assailed her. "Alexei nearly killed Tyrone for what I did, Natasha," she stated in a voice fraught with emotion. "In my selfish quest to gain my freedom from Vladimir and choose my own husband, I nearly saw Tyrone's life forfeited." "Hush, dear," Natasha gently soothed, slipping a consoling arm around the girl's shoulders. "That's all in the past now. Things have turned out well in spite of everything. 'Twas Alexei's selfish desires that nearly saw you both undone." "Aye, but I see no reason for him to be here today except to cause trouble for my husband," Synnovea replied worriedly. "How can he, my dear? Tsar Mikhail is here to see whatever that crow may try to do. Even Alexei wouldn't be foolish enough to start something in front of so many important witnesses." "That may be true, but I still don't trust the man," Synnovea declared emphatically. "He's as wily as a serpent." "I agree, my dear, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to let that viper steal my joy." Natasha affectionately slid an arm around the younger woman and squeezed the slender waist. "Now, let me see the radiant greeting you'll bestow upon your husband when he rides out." Synnovea forced a smile and grew amused at the comical look of exasperation the elder bestowed upon her in return. Her qualms swiftly vanished. It wasn't difficult at all to accept Natasha's reasoning. Alexei was too shrewd and too much of a coward to start trouble in a place where he'd likely suffer defeat. Hadn't he proven himself recreant on the night of Tyrone's flogging, letting Ladislaw or his men confront whatever danger lurked in wait for them before he dared to venture forth? "You've always been as wise as my own dear mother, Natasha," Synnovea assured her friend. "It's comforting to hear such sage advice." "Considering the fact that your mother and I were the dearest of friends, I'll accept that as an enormous compliment, my dear," the Countess replied with a radiant smile. "Milam, look!" Allie cried from nearby. Nearly jumping up and down in her excitement, the tiny maid pointed toward the mounted troop advancing across the field. At the vanguard rode Tyrone, resplendently bedecked in a short red doublet, embellished with braid and looped cords of shining gold and trimmed with midnight green around the cuffs and the banded collar. Matching green breeches were tucked into sleek black boots, polished to a glossy sheen. The narrow brim of his silver helmet was worn low over his brow, and a red plume adorned the headgear, signifying him as the commander of the regiment, the smaller unit of which rode behind him now. The feather was readily visible as it dipped and fluttered in the buffeting breezes, allowing Synnovea to locate him easily as he and his men rode across the grounds to pay homage to the Tsar. They saluted His Majesty, who acknowledged their presence with a wave of his hand, and in response, the cavalry unit returned to the center of the field and took up their positions. Synnovea's heart began to beat with swiftly expanding exhilaration as the trumpet sounded a fanfare. In the next moment, the horns fell silent, and a low rumble of drums began. The volume grew by ever-strengthening degrees until the drum beats became pulsing vibrations that matched the smoothly sweeping advance of the mounted hussars. The men rode as if they were of one body and in complete harmony with their steeds, seeming firmly attached to their saddles, contributing to the graceful smoothness of their ride as they performed a maze of maneuvers that held Synnovea spellbound. In rapt attention, she watched the cavalrymen approach. Upon nearing His Majesty's pavilion, they split in twain and circled the grounds in opposite directions. As they did, the two lines separated into smaller units, becoming echelons of riders who crisscrossed the paths of others from the opposing string before merging again in a dazzling, intertwining exhibition of horsemanship. A moment later, they divided once more, this time in squared-off columns. After another circling sweep around the field, they melded like cards being shuffled together. On and on they rode in intricately performed equitation, fascinating the spectators, whose gasps of pleasure and frequent applause attested to their enthusiasm. The thrills intensified for Synnovea soon after the troop began to execute its maneuvers in front of the pavilion where the wives had gathered. Allie skittered about like an excited hen, pointing at the colonel and boasting to other servants that he was her master. Even a warning twitch or two on her skirts by her mistress wasn't enough to remind the maid to pay attention to proper decorum.
"Magnificent!"
Natasha exclaimed.
"Yes, he is, isn't he?"
Synnovea murmured, completely absorbed in watching her handsome husband. With sudden certainty, she knew that none of the other regiments would be able to thrill the Tsar as much as Tyrone's troop now did. If her own reaction was any indication, then His Majesty's heart would be nigh thumping out of his chest. The corners of Natasha's lips lifted in a sublime smile as she cast a glance askance at her companion. "I was talking about the performance in general, my dear. But of course, I agree with you. Your husband has always been quite impressive, even before you realized that fact." Synnovea's cheeks pinkened lightly as she glanced in some embarrassment at her friend. But Natasha's laughter was warm and inviting, completely infectious. Synnovea's own amusement rallied, and together the two yielded to their bubbling mirth. Zelda left her own husband to tend to his duties in the Tsar's pavilion shortly after Tyrone's unit had ridden off the field, and hurried over to join her friends.
"What did I tell you, Synnovea?" she exclaimed enthusiastically. "Isn't your husband magnificent?"
Natasha and Synnovea relented to their merriment again, completely bewildering Zelda, until Synnovea laughingly explained that they had just been elaborating on that very fact. Zelda joined them in their amusement, nodding in agreement. The princess was nearly bubbling with excitement.
"Vasily said there are many boyarinas and daughters and wives of foreign officers who are of the same mind,"
she eagerly confided as another troop rode onto the parade grounds.
"You'll likely be seeing a fair sampling of the colonel's ardent following when this affair is over, my dear. The women simply adore him and will probably rush upon him to offer their congratulations, so be warned."
Synnovea smiled at the animated ebullience of the princess. "What do you suggest that I do to stake my claim upon him?"
"Didn't your husband tell you?"
"Tell me what?"
"Why, my dear, it has become a private tradition among the wives and fiancés to present their colors to their men."
Zelda was surprised that her friend hadn't yet been informed. But then she could understand a man not wanting his loved one to think that he was demanding such an honor.
"By doing so, you'll be able to frustrate the hopes and aspirations of all the women who desire to have your husband as their own. I'm sure there are many who become cognizant of that fact that in the past, Colonel Rycroft has finished these affairs without a special lady in attendance. Just as many have no ken of his recent marriage and will no doubt try to offer their colors as consolation."
Synnovea's eyes clouded with sudden concern.
"But Tyrone didn't tell me. What must I do when I have no colors to give him?"
Thoughtfully, Zelda scanned Synnovea's apparel and took note of the scarf that was casually draped over her shoulders.
"Your shawl will certainly suffice. It must go around his waist, you know, so it should be about the right size."
Glancing toward the older countess, she asked,
"Would you deem it suitable, Natasha?"
"Absolutely," that one agreed cheerily. "'Twill be the most gorgeous of the colors received here today." The last group of hussars concluded their performance and vacated the field. Then the commanders led their troops in order of appearance in a final review before the Tsar's stand. If the applause was an indication of the one which the spectators thought offered the finest performance, then it was thunderous enough to evoke cringes of pain when Tyrone's unit passed in review. At the conclusion of the event, the officers dismissed their men and rode back to the pavilion where their families awaited them. As Tyrone swung down from his mount, nearly a score of young women hastened forward in an eager quest to be at the vanguard of those who met him. Vying for attention, they fawned over him, stroking their hands caressingly along his sleeves, patting his back, and complimenting him profusely on his horsemanship. As Zelda had predicted, many clasped scarves in their hands and were desirous of having the distinction of being the one to wrap her color around his lean waist. Tyrone politely demurred their offers, evoking disappointed sighs, and upon leaving them, briskly mounted the pavilion steps. As he strode toward his wife, his eyes melded in warm communication with hers, and though nothing more than a grin came from his lips, he revealed his pleasure with her appearance in a slowly exacting perusal that swept the length of her. When he halted before her, he leaned down to brush a kiss upon her cheek, daring much by his display of affection. He gathered her slender fingers into his, squeezing them fondly. "This is the first time my heart has soared with so much pride after one of these events," he said in a husky murmur. "I never fully realized until now what I was missing. I wish I could kiss you as I yearn to do." Her soft lips curved in a radiant smile as her eyes plumbed the depths of those sparkling orbs. "I suppose we shouldn't be so forward while we have such a vast audience of onlookers. You seem to be the darling of the parade, sir. Even so, it would be nice to claim you with a kiss. In lieu of that, I must resort to other methods." Synnovea drew forth the shawl, which she had folded and draped over her arm. "I've been told that it's customary for wives and sweethearts to present their men with tokens of their regard. Would you honor me by accepting my colors, sir?" "With great delight, madame," Tyrone breathed warmly. Retreating a step, he spread his arms and waited as she wrapped and knotted the scarf around his waist. When she lifted her head and offered him a loving smile, he could resist no longer. Ignoring proper decorum, he placed a soft kiss upon her mouth, which rapidly slackened in surprise. Astonished gasps were wrenched from older matrons, while giggling twitters were elicited from the younger women who had followed him into the pavilion and then had watched from a discreet distance. Tyrone paid neither group heed as he lost himself in the warmly glowing green-brown orbs. "That will have to suffice until we get back to our bedchamber, my sweet." Synnovea's cheeks brightened with a blush of pleasure. "You make me anxious to return." Gazing into those luminous depths, Tyrone had to remind himself to breathe. "'Twas thrilling to have you in attendance as my wife." "Not as thrilling as it is to have you as my husband," she murmured with adoration shining in her eyes. Natasha leaned near and whispered a warning. "General Vanderhout seems to be coming this way at a fast pace, Colonel, and if you ask me, he doesn't look at all happy. So be careful. He's almost behind you now." Releasing an irritated sigh, Tyrone turned to meet his scowling commander. "Good afternoon, General," he greeted stiffly. "Did you enjoy the presentation?" "Blasted waste of time, if you ask me," Vincent Vanderhout grumbled. "I hope after today you'll lend your attention to more important matters. It's about time you took the men out on maneuvers and trained them in warfare. After all, that's what you came here for, not this flamboyant extravaganza." "Your pardon, General, but I have been training my men in military tactics. I started the day I assumed command." Vincent scoffed. "I haven't seen much evidence of that lately." Tyrone offered him a blunt supposition. "Perhaps because you haven't been around to see it." The General's eyes flared. "Are you suggesting that I've been ignoring my duties as you seem wont to do?" Tyrone sought to curb his own rising vexation. "I don't know what you've been doing, General, but my men and I haven't seen you in the last week or so." He failed to mention that he had enjoyed the man's absence. "Otherwise, you'd be aware of what we've been doing to prepare ourselves for our maneuvers in the field." General Vanderhout faced Synnovea with a tense smile. "If you'll excuse us, madam, I'd like a private word with your husband." "Of course, General." Synnovea glanced worriedly at Tyrone, who squeezed her hand reassuringly before he followed his commander from the pavilion. Anxiously, she watched them, wondering what insults the General would heap upon her husband this time, no doubt in a tone that everyone could hear. Zelda had witnessed the General's approach and the fact that he had claimed Tyrone. Returning to her friend's side, she offered counsel of her own. "Don't fret over anything that man may try to do, my dear. He's like a large bubble ready to pop. If Tsar Mikhail hasn't noticed, those close to him certainly have, including the Field Marshal." General Vanderhout stalked around the far end of the pavilion to a place well out of sight of the royal pavilion. By the time he faced his second-in-command, It was obvious he had grown even more irate, for his cheeks now bore a florid, mottled hue.
"How dare you suggest that I've been lax in my duties, Colonel?"
"I didn't suggest anything of the kind," Tyrone countered. "I simply said that I didn't know where you had been." Then, because he couldn't resist gently needling the man, he queried, "Were you lax in your duties?"
"Certainly not. I've been indisposed."
"I hope nothing serious," Tyrone quipped. Vanderhout glared back at him.
"Just what do you mean by that?"
The colonel lifted his broad shoulders in a casual shrug. "Only that, if you were ailing, I hope it was nothing more than a passing malady."
"Who said I was sick?"
"Actually, no one," Tyrone replied. "I naturally assumed that was what you meant." The general blustered.
"Well, you were wrong to make such an assumption. My health is not the problem here. You are. Just because you've entertained the Tsar with your horsemanship, you probably think you're now the favored one in his eyes. 'Tis my duty to remind you of your lowly position."
Tyrone canted his head, just now beginning to understand what was driving the man. Vanderhout's jealousy was like deadly worms eating him alive. "The parade is over, General, and very soon I'll be leaving Moscow to search out Ladislau. In view of that fact, I can see little reason for your reprimand. Can you?" Vanderhout clenched his teeth to still an acid retort. He had been hoping to see the younger man shaking in his boots, but apparently that wasn't going to happen.
"I'll let you off this time, Colonel, but you'd better keep your wits about you or I'll see you sent back to England."
Tyrone's lips drew into a laconic smile. "Thank you for your warning, General." With that, Tyrone gave him a crisp salute, and pivoting about face, strode back to the pavilion. Vanderhout glared after him, wishing he could carry through with his threat, but he was painfully aware that his own career would spiral sharply downward once the colonel was gone, and he could no longer claim the man's accomplishments as his own. Thus far, he had been lucky, in spite of the fact that his rank had been purchased by a wealthy father who had entertained aspirations of his son becoming a great military leader some day. Vanderhout heaved a sigh. Sadly enough, there were times when he felt completely inept at commanding men, and he knew well enough that the resentment he was harboring against the colonel was nothing more than his own envy spurring him on to vindictive accusations. Synnovia's attention had been drawn away from the two men when Natasha whispered another warning.
"I do believe Anna is coming with that goat Ivan. She seems as vexed as the general. Do you suppose she could still be stewing over your marriage to the colonel?"
Synnovia steadfastly faced Anna as that one strode across the pavilion toward her. The woman's thin jaw was rigid, and her eyes could have been likened to two penetrating slivers of gray ice. Obviously, she hadn't been able to reclaim the ground she had lost with the Tsar, for at the moment her rage seemed undiminished.
"The minute my back was turned, you started playing your foul little games to embarrass me before my cousin. Had I known what mischief you intended to brew in my absence, I would never have left Moscow."
Recognizing the woman's venom, Zelda interrupted cautiously.
"This really doesn't concern me, Synnovia. I must leave anyway to find my husband before he comes searching for me."
She pressed a cheek against her friend's and voiced a conjecture in a muted tone.
"Anna is merely irate because you escaped her malicious ploy to see you married off to Prince Vladimir."
Stepping back, Zelda almost stumbled over Ivan Voronsky, who had halted close behind her. Perhaps the man's intent had been to overhear what was being said between the two younger women, and though neither Synnovia nor Zelda doubted the capability of the cleric to resort to tactics of that sort, they were both amazed that he wasn't more discreet. Ivan sneered at Zelda in obvious distaste before she offered a hurried excuse and made her departure. Then he turned and bestowed a snide smirk upon Synnovia as he queried, "Another little witless friend of yours, Countess?" Synnovia gasped in outrage.
"Princess Zelda can hardly be considered witless, sir,"
she protested, sharpening the man's glare. "Nor can you accurately judge the wisdom of another when you have no idea what that particular word means." "Have you room to boast on any account?" Ivan challenged officiously. "I know what you are. I've known it all along. You're not but a filthy little slut." Ivan's thin arm was immediately seized in a steely vice, eliciting a sharp yelp from the man.
Looking around in painful surprise, he almost gulped when he met the glaring blue eyes of the Englishman. "Be careful what you say, little toad," Tyrone rumbled. "Someone may be tempted to do the world a favor and break your scrawny little neck. In other words, if you can't keep a civil tongue in your head when you're talking to my wife, I'll be obliged to do the deed myself." Releasing the wide-eyed man as if he were something tainted, Tyrone gave Yvonne a meaningful stare as if to affirm his pledge. "Be warned." Anna dared to intervene. "If you should attempt such a thing, Colonel, I'm sure every Russian in Moscow will be amused to see your head lifted off your shoulders at the place of the brow." Tyrone scoffed in derision. "What, for killing a rat?" Yvonne blustered in outrage, but Tyrone pulled his wife's arm through his and gave them a curt excuse. "His Majesty has bade me bring Synnovea to his pavilion ere we involve ourselves in any of the celebrations to be held afterwards. So, if you'll excuse us, the Tsar is waiting." "I'll tag along," Natasha announced cheerily. "Adolphe wanted me to join him anyway, and since the air has grown quite offensive here, I'd like to seek a more fragrant site." Taking it upon herself to give Ali leave to stay and talk with the other servants, Natasha waved to the tiny maid and then turned, meeting Anna's glower briefly before she hastened to join the handsome couple who were already making their way toward the royal pavilion. Tsar Mikhail was standing with the field marshal when the three arrived, but he readily excused himself from the man and lent his full attention to Tyrone and Synnovea as Adolphe hurried forward to claim Natasha and draw her aside. Mikhail's dark eyes gleamed with pleasure as he considered the newlyweds. "I'm happy to see you both looking so fit. Obviously, marriage agrees with you, Colonel." He bent a smile upon Synnovea. "You also seem quite happy, my dear. Is all well with you?" Her smile wavered enticingly between timidity and radiance. "Very well indeed, Your Majesty." Mikhail eyed the man at her side. "I've never seen a better performance from your outfit than I saw today, Colonel Rycroft," he declared with enthusiasm. "In fact, I thought you seemed in remarkably good spirits while you were out on the field." A threatening grin tugged at the corners of his lips. "Though in the past I've been much awed by your presentations, I was curious to know what had motivated you to such perfection today. Then I chanced to witness your haste to reach the other pavilion after the event. Obviously, you had your mind affixed on pleasing your wife more than anyone else." Tyrone's bronze features took on a ruddy hue. "My most humble apology, Your Majesty. If I seem distracted—" Mikhail held up a hand to halt the polite plea. "I welcome whatever it was that encouraged the unparalleled excellence of your performance, Colonel. You delighted me, and my guess far beyond the measure I was expecting." Thoughtfully, he tapped a forefinger against his lips. "It wouldn't grieve me at all if you'd allow that particular inspiration to motivate you in the future. If such exhibitions are enhanced to the degree that I've seen here today, then I can only determine that it's in my best interest to allow you to perform them in the main for your wife." Though relief flooded through him, Tyrone responded with a crisply executed bow. "I'm grateful for your kind indulgence, Your Majesty." "Perhaps when it's convenient for you, we should discuss your last petition. I have a feeling that you'll want to consider withdrawing it." Tyrone's eyes dropped briefly as he suffered through a moment of painful chagrin. He was embarrassed that he had ever let his ire rule his head, but he squared his shoulders. "You see through me quite well, Your Majesty. I'd feel kindly favored if you'd forgive my impertinence and allow me to retract the petition. It has already been nullified." "I thought as much," Mikhail replied with an amused chortle. "You seem too happy with your present situation for me to believe otherwise. But then, I was sure in time you'd have a change of heart." "My heart has always been firmly ensnared, Your Majesty," Tyrone dared to correct. "'Twas only my head that was led astray by my resentment." 17. Tyrone was usually very punctual about getting up before dawn. But on this particular Saturday, when he had a day free of duties, he didn't even stir when Synnovea slipped from their chambers and went downstairs for her morning toilet. It was a pair of hours later before he roused from slumber,
and upon realizing the place beside him was empty, launched himself from bed before he noticed Synnovea sitting in a chair near the windows. For a moment he savored the stirring vision as he recalled the passion they had enjoyed during the night. At present she looked sweetly demure in a softly hued dressing gown. She was repairing a snag in a pair of his newer trousers that had been torn by a lance during one of the practice assaults in which he had been training his men. Yet there had been moments in their night-long feast of sensual delights when he had glimpsed again the wily temptress who could make him tremble in lusting fervor. Although newly indoctrinated into the rites of love, Synnovea was warm, responsive, and creative. Indeed, he found himself thoroughly enthralled with his young wife, for he was wont to think that she could portray the bewitching seductress better than the most knowledgeable strumpet. "Good morning," he murmured, his lips slowly tracing into a grin. Synnovea's smiling gaze swept his long, naked torso in admiration before she met his warmly inquisitive stare. "Good morning, sir. I trust you slept well?" Tyrone raked his fingers through his hair, somewhat amazed by his tardy rising. "I had no idea I could sleep so late." He cocked a brow at her and teased, "I think you wore me out, madame." "Strange. I seem to remember a time or two during the night when you woke me up wanting more," Synnovea rejoined with a soft chuckle. Setting aside the mended breeches, she rose and brushed close against him in passing, rousing a whole volley of delectable sensations before she moved on to the anteroom. "I told Allie that I would let her know when you were up, so Danica could prepare your victuals. Would you like Allie to bring you up a tray, or would you prefer to go downstairs to eat?" Tyrone let his breath out slowly, somewhat amazed at himself. Even after spending such an adventuresome night in bed, he was still anxious for more. Scrubbing a hand over the stubble bearding his face, he crossed to the dressing-room. "If Allie wouldn't mind fetching a tray, I'd rather eat up here." "Allie lives to please you, Ty," Synnovea assured him, pausing near the door of the anteroom. "Your will is her command." "What of her mistress?" he queried, leering at her. Synnovea laughed and shook her head. "If I were to yield that bit of knowledge to you, my dear husband, you'd probably take advantage of me, perhaps even seek retribution for past offenses. I don't think it would be wise to reveal how my heart races at your slightest touch. You see, only a few days ago, I was sure you hated me. Have I not been a most attentive husband these past 2 nights?" "Aye," she agreed with a husky warmth imbuing her tone. "So attentive, you make me yearn for more." "Then you'd better send Allie for a tray, madame. I'll need nourishment if you want me to stay up here and make love to you all day long." "Your servant, sir." Her laughter flowed behind her as she hastened to the outer door. Chuckling, Tyrone made his way into the bathing chamber, where he paused to wrap a towel around his hips before beginning his morning routine. When Synnovea leaned in a few minutes later, he was spreading lather over his cheeks. "I think it's about time I devoted some attention to teaching you Russian," she announced. "Are you agreeable?" "I was wondering when you'd get around to it." With an air of playful indifference, Synnovea tossed her loose tresses. "You haven't been home long enough for us to even speak, much less allow me time to instruct you." "I'm here now, madame, and I can assure you that you have my complete and undivided attention." Stepping near, Tyrone braced a hand against the jamb above her head and leaned down to nuzzle her throat, unintentionally bearding her as he smeared a fair measure of soapy froth over the long, graceful column. Synnovea squealed in protest and sought to escape, but he clamped an arm around her to hold her secure. One broad hand clasped her buttock, snuggling her up against him, while his other slipped inside her robe to cup an unfettered breast, but she slapped at his wrist playfully. "If by that remark you mean to make love to me again, sir, you'll have to get rid of that awful beard. I swear you've drawn blood." "My apologies, madame," Tyrone mumbled in chagrin as he stepped back. "I didn't mean to." Her eyes glowed back at him. "I know that." He stepped to the washstand again and picked up the razor, but she followed, and taking it from his hand, carefully pronounced, "Ya хочу побриться." "I want a shave." She urged him to repeat the syllables as she drew him to a straight chair in the bedchamber and pressed him down upon it. Plying the sharply honed edge slowly along his cheek, she shaved away both the stubble and the lather as he eyed her warily. "Ya хочу побриться." "Now repeat it." Ya kacha papritsa. Choo!
She took his chin firmly in hand and, lifting it up, forced him to look into her face. Ya kachu pabritsa. Say it right this time.
Ya kachu pabritsa.
Excellent! Synnovea smiled as their gazes melded. Then she leaned forward and carefully whisked the razor over the rest of his face. Tyrone raised a dubious brow as she laid aside the razor and picked up a pair of scissors. She brought them threateningly near, prompting him to lean back in sudden distrust of her intentions.
Ya kachu padstritsa.
I want a haircut, she stated, her lips twitching puckishly as she sniffed the air in front of his nose. How do you say I don't want a haircut? He inquired dryly. A giggle punctuated her answer.
Ni nada padstritsa.
Ni nada padstritsa, he repeated with a grin. Coward, she accused through her laughter as she ruffled his short locks. With another playful roar, he moved forward out of the chair, dipping a shoulder and sweeping her onto it as he surged upward. Synnovea laughed in glee and braced her hands upon his back as she tried to right herself, but Tyrone whirled her about the room until it seemed to sway and dip around her. Upon halting, he let her body slowly slide down the length of his as his hand slipped the tie on her robe free. With a shrug of her shoulders, Synnovea banished it to the floor and sighed softly in rapturous bliss as his mouth feasted upon her bosom. The towel was tugged free, and with stunning results, her hips came to rest against his loins. Synnovea stared into her husband's sharply chiseled features, feeling his throbbing excitement. The bed was conveniently near, and Tyrone moved to its edge, where he laid her back upon the mattress. His hands swept down her lithe body in a long caress until they clasped her thighs. Then he gently parted them and settled into the welcoming warmth of her. Synnovea caught her breath as his loins began to caress hers, and his mouth covered hers in a heady kiss. She dug her heels into the edge of the mattress as she lifted herself to meet his leisured thrusts, and soon she was gasping and writhing. Their breathing grew harsh and ragged as the rushing spasms washed over them, sweeping them out into a sea of ecstasy, where they floated detached from the world of reason and reality. A light rap sounded on the door, evoking a startled gasp from Synnovea, but Tyrone held her fast in a gentle embrace, and lifting his head, called out to the outer portal. "Who is it?"
"'Tis Ali, master,"
the maid announced through the thick wood.
"I've brought your victuals, but there'll be a messenger awaiting your instructions downstairs. He says your scout returned with word that he's found Ladislaw's camp and wants to talk with ye about it. The messenger wants to know, sir, if you'd be wanting Avar to come here, or if you'll be returning to
Leave the tray beside the door, Allie, Tyrone instructed. Then go down and tell the messenger that I'll ride over and speak with the scout. Leaning down to Synnovea, he grinned and caressed her mouth with a most ardent kiss. As much as I hate to leave you, my sweet, I must, but at least we've started the morning off in a most eventful way. He slid his hands up to cup her breasts and drew a trembling sigh from his wife as he slowly plied a nipple with a languid caress of his tongue. I'll return as soon as I can. Will you wait for me? I must, she crooned, threading her slender fingers through the hair on his chest. You've lit another fire within me, and it must be quenched. His loins moved against hers again, quickening her blood as well as his own. This will never do, Tyrone said in some amazement, feeling himself grow hot and hungry again. He kissed her again and reluctantly withdrew, shaking his head at the wonder of it. I swear you've bewitched me, madam, or at least given me some strange potion to keep me always eager for you. Aye, husband of mine, she warbled through silken laughter, and I'm the only one who can ease your plight. So be warned, lifting the skirts of other maids will do you little good. You tell me nothing new, sweet spouse. I've known that from the first moment you blinded my eyes to other women. Synnovea gave him a pert nod. Good. Then I command you to hurry back to me. Tyrone kissed her passionately, holding nothing back, and then drew back to whisper, I will, my sweet, just as soon as I can. A short time later, Synnovea waved to him from an upper-story window, where she solemnly watched his departure. It was not within her capability to describe the anguish that now weighed down her heart. She knew by the message he had just received that he'd soon be leaving her, and going out in search of Ladislaw. She could not be sure what might happen, or if he would even come back alive. She had no doubt that she'd be in constant fear for his safety until he returned, hale and hearty, from that quest. The darkening brooms of gloom descended much sooner than Synnovea had expected. The dreaded harbinger came in the form of Major Nekrasov, who, after passing Tyrone in the square, finally deemed the time was ripe to inform the lady of her husband's plan to leave her. Thus it was that Nikolai presented himself at the Andreevna manse and politely made a request to speak with the Lady Synnovea in private. He was allowed entrance and then bidden by a servant to wait in the open area of the great hall until the lady could be summoned from his mistress's chambers. A moment later, Synnovea entered the room and came forward, graciously extending her hands to the Major, who clasped them and eagerly bestowed a kiss upon her fingertips. How good of you to come see me, Nikolai, she murmured with a smile, indicating an oriel where they could be observed but not heard. She led the way there. I trust you've been well. Well enough, my lady, Nikolai replied, awed by her beauty. Delicately hued shards of light streamed in through the translucent mica panes, bathing her in a pale pink light. He was certain that no angel from heaven could have looked as radiant or as appealing. But I must confess that I've been much distressed by your marriage, so much so I haven't had the heart to seek solace in the company of another woman. Oh, but you must try, Nikolai, Synnovea encouraged. There can never be anything between us, and it grieves me to see you saddened by my marriage to the colonel. How can you be happy with him? The question startled Synnovea, and though some instinct deep within her warned her not to ask the Major to explain, she stared at him in growing confusion, goading Nikolai to continue. Does he treat you as a husband should? Of course, she replied cautiously. I'm his wife. Why should he not? Nikolai rushed on, fearing the Englishman had already yielded to the temptation of her beauty. I must bear my heart, my lady, as much as it grieves me to do so. Your husband had the effrontery to ask his Imperial Majesty to grant him an annulment from your marriage ere his return to England. You must be mistaken, Synnovea began, feeling a coldness seeping into her heart. I heard him myself, Nikolai insisted. But how can that be? She queried, her heart constricted by pain. We're man and wife. Has the marriage gone that far? Or is it still a sham, Synnovea? Nikolai probed with care. Colonel Rycroft said he would hold himself from you until the time came for him to leave. Did he lie? Synnovea was suspicious. Why have you come to tell me this thing now? What is your purpose? The Major detected a note of irritation in her voice and rushed to allay her distrust. I came here to pledge my loyalty should such an occurrence happen. If you'd consider accepting my proposal, I'd be honored to exchange the vows with you once your present marriage is dissolved. I'd cherish you as no man could. Struggling to hold back an eruption of tears, Synnovea stiltedly faced the window. She had no idea what Tyrone meant to do now that their marriage had been solidified by their intimacy. That uncertainty evoked visions of her being left behind on the docks as he boarded a ship bound for England. Would she be carelessly discarded as a wife? Would he, after he reached his homeland, replace her with another lighter love and in time forget her? Casting a glance over her shoulder, she questioned in a voice fraught with emotion. How long does my husband plan to remain here? A little over 3 years, until his tour of duty is fulfilled. 3 years? She repeated in a tiny voice. And some months, my lady, Nikolai added. So much time betwixt now and then, she murmured reflectively. The colonel was adamant that the Tsar grant his petition at that time, the Major insisted. When was this? When you came to see His Majesty, shortly after the colonel's whipping, and it was announced that you and the Englishman would be wed. Colonel Rycroft was very angry, as I remember, she rejoined in muted tones. A brief, scoffing laugh evidenced Nikolai's ridicule. Enraged would better describe the colonel's emotional state that day, my lady. You're saying that he was deeply outraged by the Tsar's decree that we wed? Exactly. That was to be expected, considering what I did to him, Synnovea stated quietly. I used him to escape marriage to Prince Vladimir, and he was brutally whipped for it. Wouldn't you be irate if you were treated in such a fashion? Nikolai preferred not to excuse the colonel for his offenses, and gave no answer. Synnovea faced him with sorely strained pride. Thank you for your warning, Nikolai, she murmured graciously. But I'm afraid I cannot promise my hand to you when no one can predict what 3 years and some months may bear. Perhaps you will fall in love with another and regret any troth you pledged to me now. Never, the Major cried emphatically. Nevertheless, 'tis best to bide our time till that day Colonel Rycroft leaves for England. I wouldn't have him think me unfaithful to the vows we exchanged until they are truly severed. You'd hold true to such oaths when you know they mean nothing to him? Nikolai inquired in amazement. Synnovea met his incredulous stare with all the dignity she could muster. There is still a lot of time for my husband to change his mind. I wouldn't want to jeopardize that possibility. But why? Nikolai insisted, unable to understand. Surely any other maid, upon hearing what I've just revealed, would be sorely offended by her husband's plans to annul their marriage. A restrained shrug preceded Synnovea's rejoinder. I believe the colonel spoke in the heat of anger when he begged leave to dismiss me from his life. The hurt that I had caused him wounded him more deeply than the whipping he had received. A sad smile curved her lips as she added, But then, I love him too much to give up the battle ere it has barely begun, Major. Nikolai's shoulders slumped suddenly in defeat. Unable to find an effective argument against her declaration, he sadly took his leave. He was in the process of gathering his horse's reins from the iron hitching post when he espied the lady's husband riding down the lane toward the manse. Though he hurried to mount and be on his way before the man reached him, his haste lent incentive to the colonel, who nudged his heels into the flanks of his own steed, sending the animal racing forward. Major Nekrasov! Tyrone nearly gnashed his teeth as he forced a smile. What brings you here? Should I assume that you've come on some errand from the Tsar, or have you taken leave to visit my wife in my absence? I saw you earlier in the square, and it comes to me now that you did pause and watch me pass. What should I think? Have you come on my heels again to claim a chance to have my wife for yourself? Nikolai's face reddened with ill-suppressed ire. After his disappointing meeting with Synnovea, he was in no mood to give banal excuses. I did indeed come here to see your wife, Colonel. But what does it matter to you? Wouldn't you be relieved to have some other man take her off your hands? Tyrone snarled and, jumping off his horse, flung himself toward the other's mount. Catching the Major's coat, he dragged him from the saddle and gave him a harsh shake. If it's your intent to try and take her from me, Major, then we'd better settle it right here and now. I'm tired of you going behind my back in your efforts to steal her from me." Angrily, Nikolai thrust the colonel away from him. "The matter has already been settled," he stated sharply. "The lady obviously wants to believe that you won't leave her behind when you return to England." Tyrone's brow shot up in surprise. Then he abruptly recalled that the Major had been in attendance when he had finagled his foolish commitment from the Tsar. He sneered at the man. "Now I understand why you came slinking here behind my back like some defeated cur. You hoped, by telling Synnovea about the commitment that I had gained from the Tsar, that you could advance your own cause and console her like some infatuated swain in my absence. You didn't care how you'd hurt her with your revelation. All you wanted was to have her for yourself. Well, Major, let me be the first to tell you that I've already retracted my petition from His Majesty. I've consummated our marriage vows, and the only way you'll ever have her is if I'm struck down and she is widowed. In other words, I don't have any intention of leaving my wife behind for you or any other swain when I return to England. I intend to make love to her every chance I get, and keep her belly so fat with growing babes that you'll have no chance to interfere again. Now be gone from here before I thrash you to a bloody pulp." Nikolai was not one to back down in the face of threats. He retorted with a warning of his own. "If I should hear one whisper of your mistreatment of the lady, Colonel, be assured of one thing: you'll rue the day you ever came to Russia. That much I promise you. Do I make myself clear?" "'Twill be a bloody cold day in hell ere you hear such rumors," Tyrone growled. "Good," the Major nodded crisply. "Then perhaps you'll live long enough to return to England." Nikolai swung into his saddle and, reining the horse about, sent him down the road in a thunderous departure. Tyrone watched him for barely a moment. Then, with a muttered curse, he whirled and raced into the manse. Finding no evidence of his wife's presence in the lower rooms, he leapt up the stairs to seek her out in their apartment. The door rebounded against the wall in his haste to gain the bedchamber. Synnovea turned from the windows with a start of surprise and quickly brushed at the tears streaming down her cheeks as he came toward her. Major Nekrasov was here. Tyrone spoke the obvious as he searched her face. "He came to see how I was faring," Synnovea replied stiltedly. Sensing his intention to discuss the details of the man's visit, she moved past him to the open doorway. "Natasha has delayed the meal until your return, and is awaiting our presence down below." Tyrone tried to curb his impatience, knowing the issue would have to be discussed in length in the privacy of their chambers. It couldn't be aired before others. Lifting his arm in invitation, he watched his wife carefully as she, in turn, slipped a hand into the bend of his elbow. "You look especially beautiful tonight, Synnovea," he murmured in an effort to break her strained silence. "Do I? Almost as beautiful as the day you came into the palace to speak the vows with me." "I wasn't aware that you had even noticed me then," she replied distantly. "You seemed quite disturbed by the whole affair, so much so that I was expecting you to call a halt to the ceremony ere it was done. I was greatly troubled. I suppose any man hates to be coerced into a marriage that he abhors. I don't abhor the marriage, only the circumstances that brought it about. Did you resent my encouraging your lusts, Colonel? I seem to remember that they were already brewing." "They were," he admitted. "I desired you from the very beginning, Synnovea. From that first moment I held you naked in my arms. Since then, I could think of no other woman. You've been the only one I've dreamed of having." "You didn't seem to want me at all after our marriage," she reminded him. "If not for His Majesty, I'm sure you would have left me." "Aye," he acknowledged thickly, "but I was angry. You had used me, and you didn't seem to care what I might have suffered because of your ploy. I was very nearly gelded because of you." "I should have married Vladimir," she muttered dismally, struggling to subdue her tears. "It would have been better for us both if I had." "No, damn it, I want you as my wife." Synnovea lifted her gaze to his, her lips drawn into a poignant smile. "Do you, Ty?" "Aye, you must believe that." Natasha joined them at the bottom of the stairs, and her vivacious chatter allowed them to endure the meal with only a modicum of responses. She had no idea what was troubling them, only that something seemed to be terribly wrong between them. Synnovea's aloofness toward her husband was unswerving, while Tyrone's gaze hardly strayed from his young wife. Although he sipped from his glass far more often than was his usual habit, the couple barely touched their food. Natasha found her attempts to draw them into discussions of any sort were for naught. Long, awkward silences followed her efforts at conversation. Any questions pertaining to the Tsar's enjoyment of the parade were met by Synnovea's forced smiles and noncommittal shrugs or brief comments from the colonel. Frustrated by their taciturnity, Natasha finally begged escape as she clasped a trembling hand to her brow. It was now throbbing from the ordeal of watching two cherished friends punish themselves and destroy everything they had come to enjoy together. Though other men might have shown some sign of being affected by the amount of wine he had consumed, Tyrone felt coldly sober when he finally escorted his wife upstairs. Finding Allie awaiting them, he retreated to the dressing room, where he doffed his clothes and donned the kaftan his wife had made for him. When he returned to the larger room, the Irish woman was just brushing out her mistress's silky tresses. He lounged in a nearby chair, deeply appreciating the opportunity to watch this ritual and the stirringly beautiful vision of his wife clothed in a softly hued dressing gown. But when Synnovea bade Allie to braid her hair, Tyrone knew her hostility hadn't wavered in the least. "I prefer it loose," he announced brusquely, and waved the old woman away. Reluctantly, Synnovea responded with a consenting nod when Allie turned to her with a questioning glance. Sensing that something was terribly awry, the servant took her leave and quietly closed the outer door behind her. Having gained the privacy he had been waiting for, Tyrone went to his wife and tried to take her in his arms. "I need to talk to you, Synnovea." "There's nothing to be said," she answered coldly, and slipped free of his grasp with an irritated jerk. Immediately she crossed to a small writing desk that stood near the windows, and after opening and closing all of the drawers, finally selected a leather-bound volume of sonnets from a shelf near the top. She refrained from meeting the eyes that followed her every movement as she came back to her side of the bed. She swept back the covers that Allie had turned down moments earlier, fluffed the pillows, and hurriedly shrugged out of her robe before slipping beneath the covers, giving him no opportunity to peruse her meagerly clad form. Lying back upon the pillows, she opened the book and made an earnest effort to appear interested in the contents. Tyrone had no idea how to repair the rift between them, and feared his explanations would seem trite. Fretting over his difficult dilemma, he glanced at her often, but could find no encouragement in her forbidding manner. He finally took up the conversation where he had left off. "Major Nekrasov was here." "You said that," Synnovea goaded, lifting her slender nose with a lofty air as she kept her gaze fastened on the verses which she was striving hard to read. "Is it your custom to entertain men while I'm away?" As much as he realized that he was accusing her unfairly of offenses, when in truth it was he who should have been explaining, he just couldn't seem to help himself. Perhaps the wine had addled him more than he had thought. "Nikolai and I were never alone," Synnovea informed him with unswerving chilliness. "We were in sight of everyone who passed the door." "Obviously the Major fancies himself in love with you," Tyrone interrupted. "Given the opportunity, he'd take you to bed. He seems most willing." Synnovea plopped the book face down upon her bosom, and with a coolly disdaining stare, met her husband's brooding gaze. "Major Nekrasov has been a good friend to me in the short span of time I've known him. If not for the fact that he warned His Majesty of Alexei's intent, you wouldn't be here today, at least not as a whole man." "He seems most willing," Tyrone reiterated with emphasis as he approached the bed. "Perhaps as much as I was." He laughed sharply. "I was so anxious to have you that you thought nothing of using me for your little gambit. You had no qualms about letting me touch your soft breasts. Would you let him fondle what you now withhold from me?" "I withhold nothing from you," Synnovea sneered hotly, her aplomb disrupted by a fury that her husband had never glimpsed before. "You were the one who sought to draw the limits between us when you asked the Tsar to grant you an annulment upon your return to England. After setting such boundaries between us, would you now have me welcome you with open arms? 'Twas your intent to leave Russia unshackled, so how can you cast the blame on me because I dare withhold myself from you tonight? What more can you expect? You want neither me nor the burden of this marriage. Major Nekrasov, however, is interested in having me as his wife. He overheard your gallant request and came here to ask me to marry him after you leave." "Did he now?" This time Tyrone displayed a range of temper that Synnovea had never seen before. It distorted his handsome face, and before that towering wrath she could do naught but shrink back upon her pillow in sudden fear as he leaned near. "Would he also sample your womanly softness ere he speaks the vows with you and cuckold me behind my back?" He growled at the very idea. "Be damned! 'Twill not happen to me again!" Synnovea gasped in outrage, and her hand came forward with an angry sweep, cracking loudly against his cheek. Tyrone's head jerked aside with the impact of her blow. Then, with lean nostrils flaring and cheeks flexing tensely, he bent a fiery glare upon her. "Angelina pledged her troth to me in marriage too, and then behind my back played the harlot with a despicable rake." The green-brown eyes widened as Synnovea stared at him in sudden horror. "Are you saying that you're married to someone else?" Before he could answer, she scrambled across the bed and leapt to her feet on the far side. Tyrone swung around the stout post and stalked toward her. As he neared, she stumbled back against the wall and flailed the air with a clenched fist, warning him to keep his distance. A snarl of rage tore free from her throat as she bestowed an accusing glare upon him. "You deceived me. You let me think you were without a wife, and all this time, while you played the injured one, you were the one who had duped me." "Damn it, Synnovea, it's not what you think." Recognizing her panic, Tyrone tried to take her by the arms, but she pulled away and sneered at him in loathing disdain. "Don't you touch me, you lying lout!" "Listen to me, damn it," he barked. Catching her by the shoulders, he gave her a harsh shake as he commanded her to give heed to his words. "I was married in England several years ago, but my wife died before I came here. You are quite properly the only wife I have now." The sharp, piercing ache, mingled with a disturbing sense of having been cruelly betrayed, slowly dwindled into a feeling of reprieve as Synnovea gaped up at him. It was as if her life had been given back to her, as if he had been absolutely lost to her for a time, but was safely hers again. Another memory came winging back, impelling her to carefully peruse the handsome visage so close above her own. "You're the man you spoke about weeks ago, the husband whose wife betrayed him with another." A pained frown creased Tyrone's brow. "I'm the one." Leaving her, he made his way around the end of the bed and halted before the windows. Clasping his hands behind his back, he stared into the darkness beyond. Even before suitors were allowed to call upon Angelina, she had men swarming about, waiting in droves to bid for her hand. She was beautiful, of course, but it didn't hurt that her father had made provisions for an enormous dowry. Once she reached a proper age, she spent much time at court, and was entertained by some of the most famous of roués. Our parents were neighbors, and I watched all of this from afar while she was growing up, thinking her naught but a child. She saw me out hunting one day, after I had returned from a campaign. She rode over to talk with me, perhaps to show me that she had grown up since we last met. She was witty, charming, very lovely, everything a man could possibly want in a wife. She told me that even as a child she had dreamed of becoming my wife, and had set her cap to win me. Though I was amused at the time, she seemed dedicated to the idea of wearing down my resistance, until I finally proposed. I married her without considering that she might become bored with my frequent absences from home. After all, she had been fervently courted by a collection of gallant swains. You know the rest. While I was away in the 3rd year of our marriage, she betrayed me with another man, who made light of the affair when she told him that she was carrying his babe. He laughed and ridiculed her for having taken him seriously. He boasted to others of his deed and his bastard whelp that she carried within her womb. I came home and found Angelina trying to hide her condition from the world, though by then she was already well along. You say nothing of love, and yet I sense that you cared for her. I cared for her in a way any husband might care for his wife, Tyrone conceded, but checked himself before adding, but I care for you more. I'm your wife, Synnovea reminded him softly. Does that make a difference? Aye. Tyrone allowed the single word to suffice for an answer, though his heart yearned to say more. If she really knew how he was wont to treasure even her slightest smile, she'd understand how much he regretted ever mentioning the word annulment. I'm truly tired, Ty, she murmured, feeling thoroughly drained. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to go to bed now and sleep. Of course, he replied, allowing that she had a most trying afternoon. I yield you that request. If it would ease your mind, you have no need to fear that I'll force you against your will. Synnovea dipped her head in a disconcerted nod, and after regaining her place in bed, turned on her side away from him. Tyrone heaved a sigh, feeling as if the firebird had just escaped from his hands. It seemed that they were back where they had first started in their marriage. Now it seemed that he would have to woo her and wear down her resistance. 18. Tyrone couldn't even begin to think of making preparations to leave the city when he knew that Synnovea was still reeling from Nikolai's revelation. He wouldn't have blamed her at all if she had decided that she wanted nothing more to do with him. It was the same way he had felt after she had carelessly used him. Yet he just couldn't go away, letting her believe that he didn't want her as his wife. The first light of dawn streamed through the windows, bathing the chambers with a soft, rosy glow. Tyrone stood beside the bed, watching his sleeping wife, unable to recall an occasion when he had ever accepted her presence casually. There had been times when he had either smoldered with desire or fumed with resentment, but whatever his reaction, his heart had been firmly ensnared and his senses completely alert to her. He had dreamed of her again during the night, and had been snatched to full awareness by the pressure of her tantalizing curves against his naked back. Snuggling up close to him was her way of seeking warmth, and no amount of reasoning convinced him that she had forgiven him and wanted him to make love to her. As often as he had taken advantage of her proximity recently, he still ached for her. Indeed, he seemed constantly caught in a rutting heat for her, like some slavering beast sniffing the air for one of its own in season. It came as no surprise that he enjoyed being her husband. That was more than he might have said about Angelina at times. His first wife had been more like a child, ever vying for his affection or needing affirmation of his devotion in overt displays, hanging on to him when he had just wanted to sit quietly for a few moments and converse with her, or visit with his grandmother or his parents without being embarrassed or distracted by her constant attempts to kiss and hug him. Perhaps she had grown up with the idea that she could command love. Having been the only offspring, she had been pampered and overly coddled by her parents. Her incessant demands had come close to disrupting their lives, for whenever she had been forced to share his time or affection, she had later pouted and complained that he didn't actually love her, and that he cherished everyone else far more. Once she had even urged him to prove his love by lending his attention solely to her. When he had countered by promising to comply if she, in return, would give up her friends and family for him, she had vehemently refused. Grudgingly, she had had to extend to him the same privilege by allowing him to visit those whom he had esteemed as kin or regarded as close companions. It was bold in Tyrone's mind that Synnovea was very much a woman in every sense of the word, and not at all unreasonable about anyone usurping her rights and privileges as his wife. There had been only one real instance wherein her jealousy and disdain had been manifested, and that was when Alita had sought to seize his attention, along with other things, in the doorway of their chambers. But no one in his right mind could have disputed Synnovea's right to be offended then. Now, here he was, struggling with an overwhelming desire to awaken her and tell her how much he yearned to stay with her. Yet he held himself in check. He was a soldier. He had duties that would take him hither and yon. Perhaps he wouldn't even come back from his planned campaign to take Ladislaw and the leaders of his miscreants prisoner, and she'd be left a widow. If he was killed, then it might be better if she thought the worst of him. Her resentment would carry her through any grief she might feel over his passing, and she'd no doubt find it easier to forget him. Heaving a weary sigh, Tyrone moved away from the bed and finally went downstairs to bathe. After dressing, he joined Natasha in the dining hall, but by then he was no less disturbed by his inability to hide his anxiety than he had been the night before. "You seem preoccupied this morning, Colonel," Natasha commented, having affectionately settled on that particular form of address. In her mind, it most aptly suited him, for he was a man well accustomed to authority. Still, she suspected at times that he was totally at a loss as to how to deal with his young bride. "Is something troubling you?" Releasing a long, pensive breath, Tyrone leaned back in his chair. "As the time for my departure approaches, I find myself reluctant to leave Synnovea. It makes me wonder if it will get any easier." Natasha studied him carefully. "If I allowed myself to mull over your statement, Colonel, I'd be tempted to think that you've fallen in love with the girl." Her conjecture failed to surprise Tyrone. "What am I going to do?" He made no attempt to hide his concern as he confessed, "Major Nekrasov came here yesterday to inform Synnovea that I, in a moment of inanity, had wheedled an agreement from the Tsar that would have granted me an annulment upon the fulfillment of my military contract here. If I could confirm that I had managed to withhold myself from Synnovea during our marriage." Natasha's brows lifted in surprise. "Do you have any hopes of accomplishing that feat, Colonel?" He laughed shortly. "Our marriage has already been well consummated, but after Nikolai's visit, Synnovea wants nothing more to do with me." "I'm sure her bruised feelings will mend in time," the woman encouraged. "A little patience is required to see it through." "There lies the problem. I don't have much time. I'll be leaving here fairly soon, and I don't know how long I'll be gone. Weeks, or mayhap even months. 'Tis difficult to predict." "Perhaps Synnovea will consider what is wise, and let you speak your piece ere you leave. 'Tis true that she can be obstinate at times, but she usually comes around when she can see a matter clearly." Natasha laid her hand consolingly upon his as she offered him the only advice that seemed appropriate. "Go about your business as usual, Colonel, but watch for the opportunity to talk with her. Speak the truth, and don't be reluctant to tell her that you really want her to be your wife, even after you go home to England." The Countess relaxed back in her chair and studied his troubled features. "Do you know what you'll be doing once you return to England? Have you been able to settle your differences there?" Tyrone lent his attention to straightening the napkin on his lap. "I have a house in London. As for the other matter, it hasn't yet been resolved. Though my father hasn't said as much in his letters, I fear the parents of the man I killed haven't yet forgiven me. He was their only son. Still, I'm determined to establish my home there." He glanced up to meet the dark eyes that rested on him. "Do you think Synnovea will be happy there, with me?" A gentle smile touched her lips. "I think Synnovea will be happy anywhere as long as she's with the man she loves. Actually, she has an aunt in London, her mother's sister, who is now her only living kin. 'Twill be good for Vanessa to have the girl close at hand. Of course, I'll miss you both dreadfully once you're gone." It was Tyrone's turn to lay a comforting hand upon the woman's thin fingers. "You'll be welcome at our home any time, Natasha. Your visits would allow us the opportunity to return the favor that you have so graciously extended by letting us live here in your beautiful home." "Oh, bosh!" Natasha laughed and dismissed the idea of repayment with an elegant wave of her hand. "I've enjoyed every moment of it, and will continue to delight in your presence until you must leave. Without both of you here, I'd be a lonely old woman." "What?" Tyrone chuckled, doubting the possibility. "With all your friends? I find that hard to believe, Natasha." "Synnovea is as near to my heart as any daughter could have been," Natasha avouched, her dark eyes growing misty with tears. "You both are like family, and although I have many good friends, there is that strong tie which binds my heart to Synnovea that none other will ever replace. Her mother was my dearest friend. She was the sister I never had. And so, my dear Colonel, you'll need to indulge me during those times I'm wont to show my motherly concern for you both." Tyrone grinned. "A mother-in-law by design, eh?" "Colonel, show some respect for your elders," Natasha insisted, as her laughter merged with his. When the meal had been concluded, Tyrone heeded Natasha's advice as much as he was able and rode off to work, avoiding the bedchambers where his wife was ensconced. He returned to the business of planning a foray on Ladislaw's camp, and talked in depth with Grigori and the scout Avar about the difficulties that could arise before finally laying out the strategy they would use. While the three of them worked with maps, drafts, and diagrams of the area where Ladislaw's camp was located, the lower-grade soldiers took an accounting of supplies, weapons, and equipment, either stocked, repaired, or replaced what was needed and discarded what was not. In anticipation of their departure, Tyrone allowed his men some time to do as they pleased, but with a stern warning that 3 days hence they would return to duty coldly sober and fully alert. They would be gone at least a fortnight, perhaps much longer, and in consideration of that lengthy separation from his wife, he also took some time off, in hopes of repairing the damage that had been done in his marriage. Sensing Synnovea's continuing reserve, he avoided telling her of his upcoming leave and the time of his departure. Of late, it had become her custom to dally overlong in the dressing-room until he had drifted off to sleep, negating any likelihood of their talking or doing other things. Thus he had decided to remain reticent until he had the Firebird well in hand. Synnovea had taken care not to awaken her sleeping husband as she settled down beside him that night. She was aware that he had pushed himself throughout the day and had earned the right to rest. Despite her aloofness while he was awake, she enjoyed closely observing him while he slept. By now his hair was much longer than she had ever seen it. Straggly wisps fell onto his brow and temples, and the results left him looking as handsome as some legendary Greek god. A chill had crept into the room, as it was wont to do late at night. Synnovea felt it seeping in and moved closer to her husband. He was lying on his side, facing her, a change that had occurred with the improvement in their marital status, except that now she was bent on presenting him and ignoring back every chance she got, at least until he fell asleep. Then she could admire him to her heart's content. Carefully, Synnovea reached out and tugged the covers up over Tyrone's shoulder. He must have felt her movement, for his eyes opened slowly, and for a moment he stared at her with only a vague awareness. Then a faint, lopsided grin traced across his lips, warming her heart more effectively than any clever argument. Some strange, indescribable joy stirred within her, making her almost catch her breath. Sliding as close to him as she dared, she laid her head on the same pillow, and with a soft, adoring gaze, caressed his face. His arm lifted and came around her, pulling her against his long form, and with a contented smile she closed her eyes, gratified to be within his embrace. Synnovea woke late the next morning and was surprised to find that Tyrone hadn't yet made his departure. He was presently occupied in the dressing-room, and while he was ensconced there, she promptly availed herself of the opportunity to don a robe and scurry into the anteroom. After easing open the door, she slipped out and closed it gently behind her. She called for Allie, and urging the maid to hurry, hastened downstairs, fully intending to claim the bathing chamber before her husband decided he wanted a bath. Several moments later, Synnovea was in the bathtub when she heard the door open and glanced up in some alarm to see Tyrone striding into the bathing chamber. Anxiously, she motioned for Allie to fetch her a towel, and folded her arms across her naked breasts as she awaited the covering. "No need to rush, my dear," her husband assured her as he came ambling toward her. As much as she sought to hide the delectable fullness, it overflowed the confines of her restricting embrace, allowing him a most tempting view of her bosom and a delicate pink nipple. "I have the day off, and am really in no great hurry." "I was wondering about that," Synnovea replied, rising behind the large towel that Allie spread in front of the tub. "You're usually well gone by this time of the morning." "The men needed a couple of days off to relax before we start out after Ladislaw, and I was much in want of a good rest myself." "You should have told me." After briskly toweling herself off With a smaller towel behind the makeshift screen, Synnovea quickly smoothed a lotion over her skin and then donned a robe. We could have been better prepared. Tyrone smiled in satisfaction, having caught her in the kind of disarray he had been expecting. Warning her would have seen her up and garbed ere he had a chance to rise. I saw no reason to disturb the usual rote of your day, madame. I just thought I'd come down and share your bath. Tyrone grinned as the tiny servant glanced around in some wonder. Allie, would you be kind enough to fetch a bucket of hot water to warm your mistress's bath? 'Twill suffice for my needs this morning. A giggle accompanied her sprite curtsy before she flew across the room to do his bidding, leaving Synnovea to face her husband alone. The silken robe had molded itself to her damp skin and presented such delightful detail that Tyrone felt his wits lagging as he devoured the sights. Allie sharpened them again when she came back and emptied a pail of water into the bathtub. I'd best get in while it's hot, Tyrone mused aloud, sweeping the kaftan over his head. Allie, leave us, Synnovea bade instantly, seeing no hesitancy on his part to disrobe in front of the maid. The small woman scurried out as the garment dropped to the floor behind her, and with a grin, Tyrone settled into the warm, scented bath and idly scrubbed his chest, closely observing his wife as she flounced about and angrily berated him. Have you grown so accustomed to the mores of this country that you think not of stripping yourself naked before my maid now? Why, you would have shocked poor Allie to the core. I doubt she's ever seen a nude man. Perhaps it's time for the woman to glean some knowledge of the male form, my dear, he rejoined teasingly. Although his wife's robe basically hid her nakedness, it clung cloyingly to every curve and hollow it covered. The view was most titillating to a man hungering for Allie has come 62 years of her life, and now you say she ought to gain some knowledge about men? Synnovea was incredulous. What do you think she should do? Go out and snare herself a lover at this late date? Tyrone casually shrugged his broad shoulders. You never know when she might get trapped in a bathhouse with a strange man. Without proper instruction, she could drown from the shock. Oh, you! At his taunting grin, Synnovea looked around for a weapon, and choosing a bucket of icy water, christened him as no kindly priest would ever dream of doing. Tyrone caught the full contents of the bucket in his face, and with a shocked gasp, came up out of the tub, stark naked and intent upon catching the winsome culprit. He swung one long leg over the rim, and blinking to clear his blurred vision, searched the chamber for his wife. Synnovea was already running toward the door, having decided that it was time for her to make a hasty departure. Throwing the portal wide, she raced out, well aware of her husband's padding footfalls rapidly following. Casting back an anxious glance, she gasped in alarm as she found him in hot pursuit. Bent on escape, she faced forward again, and then came to a tottering halt, nearly colliding with Natasha. Her startled gasp was immediately followed by another as she took several awkward steps backward into the solid bulk of her dripping wet spouse. Knowing full well that he was as bare as the day he was born, Synnovea made every effort to keep well in front of him as she forced a smile for the Countess's benefit. To say that it was pained would have been an understatement.
I came down to visit with you, the older woman commented with droll humor, cocking her head aslant in an effort to catch a better glimpse of the muscular flanks that Synnovea was trying so hard to hide. But I see that you already have more than enough company to keep you engrossed for a goodly spell. Synnovea stepped cautiously in front of the woman's line of vision as she gallantly sought to preserve her husband's modesty, which at the moment she was sure he was seriously lacking. Lamely she stated, "You're probably wondering why Tyrone is here." "Is that who it is?" the Countess teased. "'Tis difficult to recognize him without his uniform." Then she spoke past the girl, directing her comments to the man. "I missed you at breakfast this morning, Colonel, but I can see you had better things to do." "I have the day off, Natasha, so I thought I'd take your advice. It might be the last chance I have before I leave." "I wish you good fortune," she bade, and then crinkled her brows in a perplexed frown as she contemplated the way his hair hung wetly over his ears. "Did someone try to drown you, Colonel? You look a bit bedraggled." While Synnovea closed her eyes in painful chagrin, Tyrone settled his arms akimbo and gave the older woman a brief nod before he bestowed a condemning stare upon the top of his wife's head. "I hope you'll reconsider your departure now, my dear, and return with me so we can finish our discussion in a more civilized manner," he suggested, quite willing to stand there until his wife yielded. There was already a puddle around his feet, but if she didn't soon relent, the possibility of it growing larger did exist, for he wasn't nearly as sensitive about his nakedness as she appeared to be. Synnovea responded with a stiff nod, refusing to glance around. "If you wish." "Good," Tyrone replied and grinned in satisfaction. "I'll be expecting you, so don't delay. I may completely shatter Allie's innocence if I have to come searching for you." With a dip of his head to Natasha, he pivoted on a bare foot and stalked back into the bathing chamber as Synnovea hurriedly retreated in an effort to hide his departing form. Natasha's brows twitched upward in amusement as she caught a glimpse of Tyrone's bare backside beyond his wife's slender frame. She couldn't resist a museful comment. "You know, Synnovea, the more I see of the Colonel, the more he reminds me of my late husband." Synnovea rolled her eyes heavenward and with a mortified groan whirled and fled back through the doorway. Natasha waved her hand in dismissal, trying to maintain her poise, which seemed punctuated with brief lapses into laughter. Synnovea slammed the door firmly behind her and stalked after Tyrone, who was sauntering toward the tub. Grinding her teeth, she demanded, "Have you no propriety?" Settling his hands low on his hips, Tyrone faced her. "I'm not going to wrap myself in a monk's habit just to suit your delicate nature, madam, if that's what you're prattling about. Nor can you make me believe that after 3 marriages, Natasha hasn't seen her fair share of naked men. As for that, I'm certainly not ashamed of the fact that I am one. You strut about like a proud peacock and display your possessions before every woman who happens to be near. What does it matter to you? I could lay my treasures on a block and you wouldn't care. You'd rather keep that soft sheath reserved for some other gallant's blade than give me comfort and solace." Synnovea gasped, taking exception to his accusation. "That's not true." "Oh?" Tyrone waved an arm eloquently in the air as he derided her denial. "Then if not for me and not for others, madam, pray tell me in the name of the one you reserve it for. Yourself? As a trophy of your departed purity? Of course not." Synnovea flounced past him in a huff, and then whirling verbally accosted him. "At least I don't flaunt myself around like some knavish hawk, always eager for a peck or two. If I appear eager, 'tis only because I'm starved for want of that sweet succor you now barricade behind that fine belt of chastity. Though I waste away for want of you, you'll no doubt keep the key well hidden in the coffer of your mind. Would you have me serve you as a common doxy?" Synnovea came toward him, boldly provocative, with a small shrug encouraging the fall of her robe from a smooth shoulder. "That's how you wanted me in the first place, wasn't it? Unwed, but in your bed, your paramour? My dear Colonel, do you still sorely chafe because you were forced to speak the vows with me? I've heard it rumored that in a thrice of years you intend to deny that you ever spoke them, and would no doubt name whatever scion you beget to be your bastard whelp."
I intend no such thing, madam, Tyrone declared hotly, wrapping a towel around his hips. If you refuse to take solace in my simple assurance, then I'll lay in your hands documents to guarantee my name to all my heirs. Would such a deed suffice to appease your anger? Synnovea pondered his question aloofly. In part it might. What else would you have from me? No greater promise can bind you more than the vows we spoke. Thus it remains to be seen whether you will hold true to them or not. Only time will see the true depth of your honor. Would you go with me before the Tsar to hear me plead for a retraction of my request? It has already been done, but if you insist, I'll go before him again. Synnovea raised her gaze to his in curious question. Would you be willing to do such a thing? I wouldn't have offered if I hadn't been. Seeing is believing. She tossed her head like a child playing at a game. Perhaps when such an event takes place, I might be reassured. Then can we not be at peace until I leave to search out Ladislaw? Perhaps you will be rid of me ere the month is out, and this argument will be for naught. Synnovea felt her heart grow cold with dread. Anxiously she searched his face. I would have you come back unscathed, Colonel Rycroft. I'll try my best, madam, but I can make no guarantees. Taking up his robe, he tossed it over his shoulder and looked at her again yearningly. I'd like to spend some time with you before I must make my departure. After this week, I may not see you again for a month or more. Choked by her emotions, Synnovea nodded in willing submission. But when he started toward the door, her eyes skimmed his long form worriedly. The towel was hardly sufficient clothing for her peace of mind. Would you go upstairs like that? Aye, Tyrone answered bluntly, squelching any idea that she could persuade him otherwise. Rather than vex him further, Synnovea acceded to his disregard for propriety and moved beside him up the flight of stairs. Upon entering their chambers, he closed the door behind them and then stepped into the dressing room. When he returned, he handed her a pair of scissors. Ya kachu patrichsa, he pronounced the syllables carefully. Można pakoroche zaide. Pushing the curling tresses back from her cheek, she peered up at him. Just in back? Don't you need your hair cut on the sides, too? Można pakoroche pa bakam pajalusta. You're progressing very well, Colonel. Balshoya spasiba. Synnovea laughed and tightened the belt of her robe. You're welcome. Pointing with the scissors to a straight chair near the window, she urged, Sit over there where the light is better. Tyrone complied and once again took notice of her clinging robe as she came toward him. It was hard to think of sitting still for a haircut when he had such a strong craving to take her in his arms and make love to her. Synnovea embarked upon her task by running a comb through the tawny thatch. Your hair is so thick, you need a proper shearing. Tyrone cocked a brows curiously. Have you ever done this before, madam? Once or twice for my father, but he usually preferred his manservant to trim his hair. Tyrone looked at her askance, suddenly leery. Was there a reason for his preference? Synnovea's lips twitched as she strove hard to suppress her amusement. None that he cared to mention, but I rather suspect that it was the loss of an ear or two which might have encouraged him to let another do it. Teasingly, she worked the scissors near his ear, but Tyrone feigned a grimace and ducked his head, evoking her giggles. Be careful, madam, he urged. I'll need both ears to hear that scoundrel Ladislaw. Of course, sir. Nor do I desire a one-eared man for a husband. Moving between his thighs, she slipped her fingers through his hair, lifted a lock, and clipped it. Though she dropped most of the residue on a nearby towel, a showering of severed hairs fell upon him, urging him to brush them off his naked shoulders. I'll need another bath after this. Synnovea leaned forward and thoughtfully tucked the tip of her tongue between her teeth as she snipped above his brow. When she finally straightened, she brushed the loose wisps from his face and smiled down at him. That's what you get for intruding into mine. Aye, madam, but the bathing chamber is very accommodating for making love, as you well know. Perhaps we should return there after you finish cutting my hair. She flung up her head, feigning a scoffing laugh. I don't intend to be caught sporting with you in the bathing chamber this time of day, sir, especially since we've already been there. The servants will likely wonder. "Will you sport with me here, then?" Tyrone asked, reaching a hand around to clasp her buttock and pull her closer within the spread of his legs. Synnovea thrust her hip sharply outward to the side, a motion that not only tossed away Tyrone's hand, but raised the elevation of his brows by a high degree when her unbound breasts nearly bounced out of her robe, very close in front of his face. "Be warned, sir, you're at my mercy, and I have no qualms about shaving your head to discourage all those other maids whom I espy drooling over you at the parade." "Can you do that again?" Tyrone coaxed, slipping loose the tie that secured her robe. "Behave, or you'll regret it," Synnovea warned, slapping his knuckles. "You're too beautiful for that possibility," he muttered in a low, husky tone. Leaning forward, he brushed aside the garment and sought to take her nipple into his mouth. "I said behave!" Synnovea reached down and twisted a few hairs on his chest, eliciting a wince of pain from him. The last thing she wanted at the moment was to dissolve in bliss and let him see just how slavish she had become to his ardor. Rubbing his stinging chest, Tyrone complained, "Woman, you have a way of wrenching the heart right out of a man." An elegant eyebrow rose challengingly as Synnovea clasped her robe together and once more knotted the tie. "And you, sir, have a way of wrenching the heart right out of me. I have no idea how I'm supposed to react to your overtures when our marriage could likely be dissolved at your bidding. I've already offered you assurances. What more can I do?" Growing a little vexed at having to explain again, he set her from him and came to his feet. "Although you might not recall it, madam, you were actually there when I bade the Tsar to forget the petition. Sit down." Synnovea pushed him back into the chair, dissatisfied with his assurances. She wanted to hear something more, something he was obviously reluctant to yield to her. "I'm not through cutting your hair." "Why don't you just cut it off and be done with it?" Tyrone muttered sourly. This wasn't going at all according to his aspirations. She looked pointedly toward his lap, where the towel had ridden up. Anger did seem to have a way of chilling his desires. "I don't think you'd sit still for that." "Hell and damnation," Tyrone retorted, clasping the cloth over his manhood. "Would you sever my cord, too?" "Don't curse at me," Synnovea scolded, pouting. "I'm your wife, not one of the men in your regiment." "I don't need to be told that, madam," he retorted. "Not one of them is as fetching or as reluctant to accept what I say as fact. I'm sure they wouldn't dare. You'd scald their ears with your tirade if they didn't heed every little command you uttered. Which brings us back to the point that I was trying to make. I'm your wife, and I won't be cursed at." "If this is the way we're going to spend the day, I'm going back to camp," Tyrone grumbled, rising to his feet again. Synnovea laid a hand upon his chest, and pressing him back into the chair, moved in closer, giving him no room to stand. She didn't want him to leave, especially when he was angry. Her fingers idly brushed at the hairs on his shoulder as she spoke in a husky murmur. "I said I wasn't finished, Ty. Now please, sit still until I am." Grinding his teeth in vexation, Tyrone forced himself to endure the clipping. His mood had turned cantankerous beneath her chiding and her refusal to listen to reason. Since he would be gone fairly soon, he had held some hope of their being able to pass the day on more congenial terms. Now that seemed unlikely. Ignoring her husband's lowering scowl, Synnovea worked the scissors around his ear, not caring how her dressing gown fell away from her bosom as she neatened the area. Gradually, Tyrone's irritation ebbed as his eyes began to feast on the sights so near at hand. She twisted slightly to judge the results of her work, giving him ample opportunity to view the ripe orbs beneath her robe. Dissatisfied with what she had done thus far, Synnovea straddled his leg and trimmed the hair near his temple. Then she moved behind his back to cut the hair around his nape, working her way around to the front again. Upon facing him again, she stepped astride his other thigh to clip his sideburns. "There," she said at last, tucking her robe between her legs and perching on a sturdy limb to consider the finished task. The fact that her bare knee rested lightly against his loins didn't seem to affect her, yet Tyrone was now of a different bent. Smoothing the shortened hair beneath her hand, Synnovea commended her own efforts. "It looks good." "Am I allowed to move now?" Tyrone queried, running a hand caressingly up her thigh. As if awakening from a daze, Synnovea met his gaze directly and recognized the passion smoldering in those shiny depths of deep blue. In quickening response, her own pulse leapt with fire. "If you wish." Tyrone leaned near and gently plied her lips with warming kisses as he tugged the ties of her robe loose and pulled it down from her shoulders. Then his hands moved in a slowly ascending voyage from her hips, skimming upward over her ribs until they clasped her soft breasts. His mouth lowered, and a warm licking torch stroked across the pinnacle of her breast, snatching Synnovea's breath and awakening her desires until she closed her eyes with the ecstasy of it, basking in the delights he aroused within her. Beyond the framework of the windows on the eastern side, the sun hovered behind a thin layer of clouds, and in the muted light her pale bosom gleamed with a soft, lustrous sheen, contrasting with the bronze visage that pressed into the velvety softness. Synnovea braced her hands upon his wide shoulders, arching her back as his mouth and tongue bestirred her senses, nearly devouring her. When finally he raised his head, she met his searching lips with a fierce passion that matched his own. Her hand swept downward between them, past the lean waist and the flat, hard belly, until she clasped the fullness of his manhood. For a moment Tyrone closed his eyes and yielded himself completely to her will. When he opened them again, his gaze probed hers as his hand moved down to stroke along her thigh. Synnovea made a valiant effort to turn away from the hypnotic power that held her transfixed, half afraid she would lose herself in those pools of blue. But when his open mouth came upon hers, his searing kiss went through her, compelling her to yield to him everything he wanted. She was lifted briefly and then resettled astride his naked loins. Small, scintillating shards of excitement washed through her at the warmth of his intrusion, and for a long moment they savored the coupling, embracing and kissing, touching and being touched, as only lovers in love are wont to do. Then her hips began to answer his, leisurely at first, and then with a strengthening rhythm as the liquid fire surged through them, sweeping them along on a towering wave of molten passion until the brilliance of their passion burst upon them with a stunning radiance. It was mid-afternoon when the couple went downstairs to visit with Natasha in the great room. The older woman could hardly mistake their change of attitude. Each of them now seemed reluctant to be apart from the other for even a short distance or a brief space of time. They held hands like lovers entranced, and were wont to exchange unswerving looks that warmly communicated things beyond the discernment of others, except that Natasha knew and understood, having once experienced a great love herself. Synnovea's soft gazes clearly revealed her preoccupation with her husband, which reaffirmed Natasha's belief that the girl's devotion ran deeper than mere infatuation. As for Tyrone, he was clearly involved with his young wife. His eyes devoured her every movement, every smile, every questioning glance. He answered her, asked her opinions, listened to her with interest as he entwined his long, lean fingers with her slender ones, or laid an arm around her shoulders to bring her close against his side. Neither of them appeared the least bit abashed by their ardent display of affection, but laughed when they found Natasha smiling in teary joy as she observed them together. When they retired at an early hour that evening, Natasha was far from surprised. She cautioned Allie to stay away from their chambers until she was summoned, and it was not until mid-morning of the next day that the servant was bidden to join her mistress downstairs in the bathing chamber. For the first time in her life, Synnovea felt strangely embarrassed by her own nakedness in front of the woman. But when Tyrone entered a few moments later, no protecting towel was called for. Instead, Allie was banished upstairs, where she contented herself by laying out her mistress's clothes for the day and humming gleefully. Natasha declined Tyrone's invitation to join them on an outing, having accepted Adolphe's plea to spend the day with him and his daughter. Finding himself alone with his young wife, Tyrone was hardly disappointed. Still, he brooded over his growing reluctance to leave her. While Stianka took them on a tour of the city, they discussed a variety of matters, at times serious, other times sensually explicit and titillating, as Synnovea probed his manly knowledge and experience. Then there were moments when he listened attentively to the story of her childhood, or to her suggestions as to what gifts they should buy for Sophia, Ali, and Natasha, just in case he'd be gone for an extended period of time and be unable to share with them the joy of Svatki, the Christmas season. As the days sped past, bringing his scheduled departure ever nearer, Tyrone's thoughts had turned increasingly inward, and he found himself mulling over his affairs like a man whose days were severely numbered. In his military career, he had always had to face the possibility that he might not come back from a campaign. But now, he felt a desire to make Synnovea understand that if anything happened to him, she would be welcomed by his family if she should have a desire or a need to visit England. Now that there was a chance that he would leave an heir, he didn't think it right that his parents or his grandmother only receive word of his death and never learn of his wife and the child they had made together. While privately ensconced with Synnovea in the coach, he took the opportunity to reassure her that his family would want to know about her should he be killed. But his statement filled her with dread, and for one brief moment she stared at him as if all her joy had been vanquished. "I couldn't bear your loss, Ty," she croaked against the tears that welled up within her as he enfolded her against his chest. "You must come back to me." "I'll do my best, madam," Tyrone murmured against her brow. "Now that I have found you, I pray desperately that I may come back." "Oh, you must, you must!" "Dry your tears, my love," he coaxed gently. "We'll be leaving the carriage soon, and people will wonder why you've been crying. They'll think I've been mistreating you in some fashion." Synnovea laughed at the absurdity of such a notion, and sitting up, dabbed at her reddened eyes and blew her nose with a dainty handkerchief. Then she lifted her gaze to her husband's softly querying smile. "Is that better?" Suddenly struck by the full import of how miserable he would be away from her, Tyrone clasped her to him again and seized her lips in an ardent kiss. "I pray the time may go swiftly," he muttered as his mouth lifted to hover over hers. "I cannot bear to think of leaving you and not being able to see you, touch you, love you." Clinging to him, Synnovea strove to be brave. "A month or two from now, the anguish will be over, and I'll be welcoming you back into my arms. We must take courage now, and pray that no harm comes to you." Tyrone glanced around as Stenka halted the carriage in Red Square. Then he faced his young wife again with a desperate plea. "We've so little time together. Let us not waste it all here, where I cannot hold you or kiss you as I yearn to do. I'd like to return home as soon as possible." Synnovea slipped a trembling hand into his, blinking away a fresh start of tears. "We'll hurry, my dearest." Arm in arm, the couple hastened off toward the markets of Kitagorod, leaving Stenka and Yosef waiting with the coach. After making their selections, they returned with their gifts, a golden necklace for Natasha, a lace-trimmed nightgown and woolen shawl for Ali, a dress for Danica, and a doll and a brightly decorated wooden dollhouse for Sophia. Tyrone lifted Synnovea into the conveyance and was about to climb in behind her when he noticed his second-in-command waving to him from afar, trying to gain his attention through the milling crowd. Pledging to return in a moment, Tyrone left his wife and hastened through the throng to where Grigori awaited him. "You seem happier than I've seen you looking for some time, my friend," Grigori remarked with a smile. "Marriage seems to agree with you." Tyrone's brows gathered in bemusement. He sensed that something dire was troubling the man, but he had no idea what it could be. "What's wrong? Why didn't you come over to the carriage to speak to me there?" The captain's face clouded. "I didn't think your wife should hear the news I bear, of which you, my friend, need to be made aware. Alita is pregnant, and General Vanderhout is boiling mad. He swears it's not his." "How can he be so sure of that, unless they haven't been sleeping together?" "Which seems to be the way of it. I heard it whispered that he's suffering some infectious malady of late that prevents him from indulging his wife's appetites." "Infectious malady?" Tyrone frowned in confusion. "You mean—" Grigori held up a hand to halt the flood of questions that seemed to be on the very tip of the colonel's tongue. "Again, I've heard it whispered that he's been forced to consider what wench gave it to him. For he hasn't been exactly faithful to Alita either." "Two of a kind," Tyrone mused aloud. "Anyway," Grigori continued, "Alita is spreading the rumor about the city that you're the cause of her condition." "The bitch!" Tyrone cried, and then almost groaned as he thought of Synnovea getting wind of the gossip. "It's not true, of course. I know that, but General Vanderhout doesn't. It seems he's looking for you. You'd better hope we leave ere he finds you." "Aye, but what can I tell Synnovea? She's bound to hear all this filth while I'm gone if I don't tell her now." "I agree. 'Tis better you tell her yourself rather than allow anyone else to wound her." "Will she believe you?" "She must." Seated inside the coach, Synnovea was content to inspect the gifts that they had purchased. But when she became aware of a shadowed form filling the open doorway, she glanced up with a smile, expecting to find Tyrone beside the coach. Her greeting froze on her lips as she met Alexei's darkly smoldering eyes. "Synnovea, my beautiful little ice maiden," he greeted huskily. "I didn't think it possible, but you've grown even more lovely since we last met. Can it be that you've become enamored with your husband, and that the radiance of that devotion is what I see? Perhaps you can even be grateful for my lenience in allowing your husband to keep what he no doubt treasures most." Synnovea's icy gaze conveyed her contempt, nearly chilling him to the bone. "I'm extremely grateful that Ladislaw and His Majesty kept you from doing your foul deed, Alexei. But tell me, why do you brave my company when my husband is so close at hand?" Alexei seemed taken aback by her statement and glanced around nervously. Then he arched a brow, displaying a rampant distrust. "Really, Synnovea, you shouldn't lie like that. What man would foolishly leave his wife alone where dastardly villains could approach her?" "I'm not alone," Synnovea reminded him, sweeping her hand around to indicate the location of the driver and the footman. "Stienka and Yosef are here with me, and should I scream, I have every confidence that they'll both be here a mere step or two before my husband arrives." Alexei admonished. "You ought to know by now that I can have their hands lopped off if they dare touch me." Synnovea's eyes grew even colder. "Didn't His Majesty warn you about your manners after you took Tyrone and had him whipped? If you were to dare such a thing, I assure you that Tsar Mikhail would hear from me. But tell me, do you intend to remain here until my husband returns, or will you flee like the coward you are once he arrives?" "I doubt he's here at all, my girl, so you can cease your feeble ruse, because I'm in no mood to leave just yet." Slipping into the coach, Alexei settled himself across from her, and for a lengthy moment considered her heightened beauty. "You know, Synnovea, I might be persuaded to share my attentions with you after all. You're clearly worth the effort it will take to forgive you." "Please, Alexei, forbear the struggle," Synnovea enjoined sarcastically. "Lend me your hatred instead. I'm better able to cope with your disfavor." "I've heard rumors that your husband will be leaving the city soon. You'll need a man to comfort you while he's gone." "Why should I settle for your attentions when I've had the best there is?" "You're still such an innocent, my dear." The swarthy prince leered at her in unswerving arrogance. "After you've been with me for a while, you'll learn how to recognize a real man." "A real man?" Synnovea scoffed. "Why, you pompous, braying ass! You haven't the simplest notion what those words mean. Do you honestly think you can judge a man by the number of trollops he has bedded? Why, you're no better than a boorish swine who mounts the closest haunch to serve his rutting instincts." Alexei's face hardened with ill-suppressed ire. "I see you haven't yet learned to curb your tongue, Synnovea. If you think I'm unable to wound you, then you're mistaken. I have ways to make you grovel at my feet." Leaning forward with narrowed eyes and an evil grin, he caught her wrist in a cruel vice. By slow degrees, he increased the pressure upon the finely structured bones and began to smirk as she writhed in pain. "You remember our ride in the hired carriage that night, don't you? Well, I can think of better ways to deal with your husband than by merely having him flogged, my dear, and I needn't take the blame for it at all. You see, there are enough Russians who loathe foreigners who'd be willing to carry out a proper gutting of any foreigner they find. I need only hint at what great service they'd do to their country if they take the colonel for a little jaunt beyond the city."
Alexei lifted his broad shoulders briefly. Of course, he'd never return, and you'd be left a widow. Alexei glanced toward the carriage door as he detected a shadow looming beyond the opening. In the next instant, he leapt aside with a start of surprise, reminiscent of a dog that had just been scalded. "You were saying—" Tyrone interrupted caustically and drove a fist toward the man. His blow caught the prince on the cheekbone, forcibly propelling that one toward the door on the far side. The back of Alexei's head hit the inner wall near the window, and frantically he sought to right himself and reach the door. But a warbling cry of fear was wrenched from him as Tyrone leapt upon the step and, seizing the hem of the man's ruby-red kaftan, dragged him back. Alexei frantically searched for leverage against his adversary's relentless vice and clasped his arms tightly around Synnovea's legs as he was being hauled past her. He grimaced with the strain of trying to resist the inevitable force that drew him nearer the beast who held him, and he raised his head to glare at her as she tried to shove him away. "Be warned, Synnovea. I'll do more than see your husband gelded this time. I'll set the dogs to eating his foul carcass. Synnovea, help me!" Snatching Alexei up by the scruff of the neck, Tyrone yanked him away from his wife and growled near his ear. "You sniveling coward, where is your courage, now that Ladislaw isn't here at your beck and call?" The prince's arms and legs thrashed wildly about as he was dragged swiftly through the door and then launched into mid-air. He came to earth a short distance away and skidded through the muck of slimy vegetables which a vendor had just tossed from his cart. The prince scrambled to his feet, and without so much as a downward glance at the clinging bits of offal that adorned his gold-trimmed kaftan, he clasped its hem and made his departure with great, leaping strides. "Colonel Rycroft!" The name was barked from a different vicinity, and as Tyrone spun around, General Vanderhout stalked toward him with irately flushed cheeks. His outrage was obvious. "What is the meaning of this offense? Have you gone mad?" "The man was assaulting my wife." General Vanderhout blustered in vehement rage. "How dare you attack a Russian boyar when it's you who should be horsewhipped? I've a mind to see you court-martialed for your offenses." "My offenses?" Tyrone arched a brow in question. "And just what are they, sir?" "You thrashed that boyar!" Vanderhout shouted, thrusting an arm after the long-departed prince. "He deserved at least that much, and more, for hurting my wife. I should have broken his neck." "The Tsar will hear of this." "Aye, you tell his majesty. And this time, perhaps he'll have the bloody beggar's head lifted off his shoulders. That toad has been warned before by his majesty. It might not go so well for him again." "Nor for you, Colonel, when I tell his majesty what you've done," the general warned irately. "Precisely what have I done, other than to protect my wife?" Tyrone asked crisply. Vanderhout sneered in disdain. "You know what you've done better than anybody. Frankly, I'd like to see you gelded." Tyrone snorted. "That has been tried before, by that very same one who just now tried to accost my wife." "Obviously he wasn't successful," the older man snapped. "Or did that happen after you bedded my wife?" The bronzed cheeks flexed with ill-suppressed ire. "I've just heard the rumors about Alita's condition, General. The only thing I can say is that I'm not the one at fault." "Alita says you are, and for that affront, Colonel, I'll see you stripped of your rank and sent home in disgrace." Tyrone muttered a curse as he felt the sting of Alita's conniving revenge. No doubt she was seeking retribution for his rejection of her, but he was not about to accept her accusations without defending himself. "I suggest, General, that you seek out the truth of this matter ere you proceed with your claims. You'll save both yourself and your wife a great deal of embarrassment." General Vincent Vanderhout reddened to the neck of his shirt as he struggled to find an appropriate rejoinder to refute the colonel's claim of innocence. With equal fervor, he searched for a threat to frighten the man, but when he met the steely stare of those blue eyes, he could do naught but sputter and spew in frustration. "I must be leaving now, General," Tyrone continued tersely, "but if you wish to address this matter further, be assured that I have witnesses to testify in my behalf. Several high-ranking officers who can vouch for the number of times I've turned aside your wife's invitations. Her indiscretions are none of my affair, but I promise you I won't let her lies ruin my life." Inclining his head with a crisp nod of farewell, Tyrone ended the conversation abruptly. "Good day, General." "This is not the end of it, Colonel Rycroft. Vincent Vanderhout railed. "You'll hear about this again." Ignoring the man's threats, Tyrone turned and gestured for Stenka to make ready to depart before he climbed into the coach and took a seat beside his wife. As the conveyance lurched into motion, he muttered through grinding teeth, "'Twould truly seem that a woman scorned has the sting of a venomous viper." Synnovea searched her husband's angry visage, wondering what else had occurred to thwart his good humor. "Beyond our confrontation with Alexei, what has happened to make you say that?" "Alita is with child," Tyrone stated with a heavy sigh, "and General Vanderhout claims he's not the father. 'Twould seem that she has taken the initiative to lie by claiming that I am the one at fault, obviously to cause trouble for me." He looked into his wife's worried gaze. "I'm not, Synnovea. I swear to you that I've never touched that woman except to thrust her out of my sight." Leaning forward, Synnovea pressed her brow gently against the side of his stalwart neck, and in a soft whisper dissolved most of his anger. "I believe you, Ty." "Do you really mean that, Ty?" "Aye, madam, very much. Indeed, I cannot remember a time when I haven't loved you. You've been the one for whom my heart has beat ever since we came together in the pool months ago." "My dearest, dearest Colonel," she breathed, as his lips lowered to savor hers again. As the coach rumbled away from the square, they clung together, luxuriating in their marital contentment. It was several moments before Synnovea broke the revelry by telling her husband of the princely boyar's intent. "Alexei has heard rumors that you'll be leaving soon. He has also decided that he would like to resume his efforts to have me in his bed." Tyrone stared at his wife in some surprise and recognized the worry written on her face. Slipping an arm around her shoulders, he snuggled her close against his chest and soothed her fears as much as he was able. "I'll set men around the house to watch over you in my absence. Alexei isn't brave enough to confront several armed guards alone. He needs a whole regiment behind him to give him courage." Synnovea smiled into the beautiful blue eyes above her own. "I'll miss you terribly, Colonel, sir." "I'll be leaving my heart with you," he whispered, caressing her face with his lips. "Guard it well for me." "I'll never betray you, Ty," she promised softly, bracing herself up higher on his chest. She traced a fingertip over his lips and chin before lifting shining eyes to his. "I think I love you, Colonel, sir." In the next phase of a heartbeat, their hungering mouths came together in a kiss that sealed their vows of love more thoroughly than any spoken word. A long moment later, they pulled apart, but that same evening they retired earlier than usual to the upper chambers,
where they spent many wakeful hours sweetening their passion with mutual demonstrations of their devotion. 19. The sun concluded its languid journey across the welkin blue, and for a lengthy moment seemed to pause above the distant line that marked the end of its passage, as if delighting in its own magnificence, much like an actor posturing grandly for his audience before making his nightly departure from the stage. Crimson rays flared outward from the western sky, piercing the thin, ragged clouds that mischievously sought to veil the fiery brilliance of that great and notable visage. Replete in its unyielding condescension, the day-star finally bowed its head of its own accord and sank slowly from sight, allowing the heavy curtains of dusk to close behind it. Only a soft, rosy aura remained to evidence its passing, until that too dwindled beneath the trailing hem of an ebon cloak that scattered a myriad of glittering crystals in its wake. The night-born darkness was what Tyrone's troop had been waiting for to mask their advance up the hill. Avar, Grigori, and a small vanguard of soldiers had already ascended to the bluff to take captive there a pair of guards living in a hut and to secure the area so the company could move stealthily into place. On his earlier scouting expedition, Avar had clandestinely observed the lookouts long enough to become familiar with their routine, whether by soft, reassuring whistles which came at regular intervals or by sharper signals that alerted the camp of approaching danger. The scout now had the knowledge to enable the detachment to continue a covert surveillance of the canyon, over which they'd be keeping watch. Already Avar had employed a bird-like trill to placate the half-dozen or so stalwarts who normally kept vigil in the camp down below. Everything was in readiness for the soldiers' advance. It was of paramount importance that Tyrone and his company of soldiers gain the hilltop positions undetected. Only when they were well assured that Ladislaw was in the camp would they launch their attack. If an alarm sounded ere the rascal was securely caught in their trap, the chances of capturing him were nil. Tyrone was adamant that nothing go wrong. He had come too far to think of springing his trap before the fox was in the bag. Thus, in preparation for their ascent, the horses' hooves had been padded, the axles of the supply wagons and the gun carriages heavily greased, and the wooden wheels wrapped with leather strips to muffle every bit of noise possible. No word was to be spoken, except in the faintest whisper. Having already stressed the need for caution, Tyrone swung astride the huge black and casually drew the reins through his lean fingers as his men followed his lead and mounted their steeds. He raised an arm and swept it forward, silently motioning for them to move up the incline. Long before he had actually started planning the foray, Tyrone had determined that their primary goal would have to be the capture of Ladislaw and the more important members of his band. By stripping away their leadership, he hoped to hamper the remnants' ability to regroup. Without Ladislaw, he could foresee the others being dispersed in a state of chaos, or perhaps scattered by those prone to struggle for positions of control. If his planned assault proved successful, then the prisoners would be taken back to Moscow, where they'd be subsequently judged for their crimes. Whatever happened beyond that point wasn't within Tyrone's power to dictate. If found guilty, the thieves would either be held for eons behind dungeon walls or be escorted to the spot near the Lubnoye Mesto, where the city held public executions. Many in positions of authority had intentionally been led to believe that Colonel Rycroft's objective was of no great import. To guarantee that such would be the case, Tyrone had deliberately bypassed General Vanderhout, and with Grigori acting as his interpreter to ensure that he'd be clearly understood, had taken his petition directly to the field marshal, who had proven entirely receptive to the idea of ridding the countryside of Ladislaw's army of bandits. Tyrone's appeal for secrecy had influenced the man to keep the matter to himself, while allowing contrary rumors to filter down to the other men in the division. Nearly the whole Russian army thought the English colonel was merely leading his men on another practice maneuver in an area far afield from whence they'd actually be going. When Vincent Vanderhout finally became cognizant of the fact that he hadn't been advised of Colonel Rycroft's plans well in advance of the actual issuance of orders, he had ranted and raved as if his second-in-command had committed a treasonous crime. The general was even more aghast when he had discovered that the colonel had requisitioned a half-dozen small cannons fixed on their own ribaldequins and twice that number of artillerymen to man them. His bushy brows had shot up to lofty heights of unparalleled disbelief at this affront, for he was sure the younger man was now trying to undermine his command, or, at the very least, hoping to reap honors rightfully due him. Taking great exception to the clandestine manner in which these supplies had been obtained by his second-in-command, Vanderhout became resolved to teach the Englishman a lesson. Gaining audience with the highest military authority within his immediate reach, he had vehemently demanded that another be chosen to lead the expedition. But he was informed that his request would have to be approved by the field marshal, who at the time was far too busy to see him. Vanderhout had then sought to ease his growing frustration and vicious spite by harshly berating his wife for betting down with a fool and by lambasting the tactics that her lover colonel had devised for the campaign. By the time he had detailed every flaw he had imagined existed in Tyrone's strategy, Alita knew as much as any officer in the division, and took no pains to keep that information to herself, thereby helping to secure the secrecy that Colonel Rycroft had both wanted and needed for the success of the foray. The general's disappointment had reached its zenith when his attempt to forestall the scheduled departure of Tyrone's troops came up against a solid stone wall in the form of a direct mandate from the field marshal, whose missive had negated the possibility of anyone denying the colonel's requests. Alas, the poor general could do little but fume in high-flying indignation as the colonel and a large company of men from his regiment rode out of Moscow in full view. Having gotten wind of all the scuttlebutt, the townspeople were positive they knew every detail of the Englishman's mission. Word had also trickled beyond the city, appeasing the curiosity of those who made it their business to be kept well apprised of the whereabouts of the Tsar's forces. A day's journey beyond the city, Tyrone had sent Avar to scout out the area ahead of them with a detachment of 12 hussars commanded by Grigori. 4 of these had served as vedettes, who rode outposts fore and aft of the remaining 8 during the day. In the evening, 2 of the 12 reported back to Tyrone, and were replaced by that same number of men from the main company, who then rode forward to join the advance guard. Ordered to capture any spies who would perchance report back to the thieves, Avar and his small body of men had kept a careful surveillance for offshoots of Ladislaus's band, in an attempt to avoid the possibility of the miscreants obtaining advance warning of their approach. Thus, the colonel and his troop had managed to arrive at the foot of the hill with no member of the outlaw band the wiser. Tyrone carefully scanned the area, encompassed by a tangle of woods on either side of them, as he led his men up the hill by way of a longer trail that allowed the larger conveyances easier access. The moonlight provided enough illumination for their climb, but it also threatened to reveal their presence if some wayward sound attracted the curiosity of the thieves. When a sudden rattle of a falling kettle made a horse rear and whinny in fear, Tyrone was quick to react. Whirling his own steed about, he came alongside the lumbering wagon from whence the offense had occurred, and sternly rebuked the young soldier who drove it. "Damn it, Corporal," he hissed. "Belay that racket, ere you wake the dead! I told you to secure every last pot and kettle aboard this cook wagon. Did you need a nursemaid peering over your shoulder to remind you to get it done?" "Извините." The young man jerked his shoulders briefly upward in an anxious shrug as he apologized and then struggled to find the English words that would adequately answer his commander. "I did, sir. Obviously not well enough. Something broke, I think." Tyrone jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "Говорите! Get up the hill. You can make your excuses later." When the last wagon reached the summit without further incident, only then did Tyrone breathe a sigh of relief. Grigori and Avar were there to assist him in directing the men in setting up the camp. Though the whole company had been cautioned about the need for secrecy, it was once again impressed upon them that all would be lost if the thieves were alerted to their presence while they labored beneath the cover of darkness. Whispered orders were given as supply wagons were unloaded and then pushed into narrow niches between towering firs, whose boughs provided generous concealment. The horses were tied in similar protected sites close behind the encampment. Cannons were hauled into place and stealthily positioned among the firs, buttressing the sharp drop-off forming the hillside, their sights directed outward toward their targets. Near the ribaldequins upon which they sat, leaden balls were stacked in generous mounds. The sod-roofed stone hovel that had once served the guards as living quarters would be utilized as a cookhouse during the surveillance. Beyond its stone steps, no campfires would be permitted in any area where a glow could be detected from down below. His company of men finally settled themselves to get some much-needed rest, allowing Tyrone to inspect the encampment. Accompanied by Grigori and Avar, he apprised himself of the advantages and faults of their hilltop position, and discussed options for remedying the latter. Below him, the narrow basin was spotted here and there with campfires that dimly illumined the steep crags and rocky hills encompassing Ladislau's hideout. Protected by this impenetrable fortress of stone, the bastard prince and his followers had obviously enjoyed autonomy from the rest of the world for a number of years. The only paths by which a man could enter or leave were through the passes at both ends, each of which was well barricaded and continually patrolled by 2 armed lookouts. A 3rd sentry watched from the bluff above each, a prime spot for viewing anyone traversing those narrow areas. The guards' lofty positions made it virtually impossible for a foe to escape detection once he entered the gorge. Tyrone had finalized his strategy with Avar's earlier observations uppermost in his mind. Although the summit upon which they now camped had been reasonably accessible by the trail that he and his men had recently taken, his scout had forewarned him that descent into the ravine would require a perpendicular drop from the cliff, for which his men had routinely practiced by shimmying up and down ropes attached to the Kremlin wall. In preparation for the actual event, the ends of stout ropes would soon be attached to large trees edging the bluff, and their coiled lengths left at the bases of the trunks, where they'd be wrapped in small tarps to protect them from the elements. Ropes frozen in unyielding ice would be of little use to them once the order to attack was given. This and other meticulous precautions were taken to expedite the soldiers' advance into Ladislau's camp, a strategy the thief would hardly be expecting.
Everything will be just the way you had anticipated, Colonel,
Grigori stated with a measure of excitement and pride imbuing his tone.
Once we utilize the cannons, the outlaws will be imprisoned down there. After our men take them captive, another gun blast or 2 will open the front pass to allow us to depart.
The plan seemed simple enough to forestall the possibility of failure, Tyrone mused aloud, but continued in rueful reflection. Still, I've seen the best of schemes fail for the most asinine reasons. As yet, we don't have any idea if Ladislau is even down there, or if he'll soon return if he isn't. We can only bide our time until we actually see him. I pray we won't have to wait too long with winter nigh upon us.
I shall add my prayers to that petition, Colonel, Grigori readily offered. I have no liking for the frigid winds that will sweep over this hill.
A cold, blustery morning followed the regiment's nocturnal arrival to the summit. Crisp winds blew in plumes of snow that whisked into the cowls of widely flying cloaks and flapping tent doors and puckishly frosted fingers and noses. The ominous portent evidencing the fierceness of the winter ahead might not have been so difficult to bear had they spotted their quarry. Though Tyrone and his men carefully canvassed nearly every crevice and cranny they could view from their lofty perch, no one caught a glimpse of the lordling thief. Not even the powerfully built Petrov or the towering Goliath was sighted, leaving the soldiers little choice but to suffer through the anguish of waiting until the rascals came within their grasp. A fortnight came and went, and still they saw no glimpse of their prey. Tyrone grew restive. He could only wonder where Ladislau had taken himself and others of his band, and what mischief they were presently brewing, whether they were busy attacking unsuspecting travelers again, or perhaps raiding a village in some area far afield of their camp. Unable to endure the wait without gaining some knowledge of what was happening beyond their hilltop perch, Tyrone sent Grigori and Avar out to search for some trace of the brigands. As he awaited their return, he chafed in unbridled restlessness. He would have preferred to ride out and scour the countryside himself, but he knew the folly of being recognized by Ladislau. Hence Tyrone was forced to abide where he was, though he longed desperately to have this raid behind him so he could return with fervent haste to the one he loved. 20. The lunar sphere cast a silvery essence down upon Moscow as it climbed in a lofty arch across the night sky. Coldly aloof and forbidding in its nocturnal setting, it lent no warmth or cheer to Synnovea's heart as she stared dejectedly into the blustery darkness beyond her bedchamber windows. If someone had ventured to ask, she'd have been wont to declare that her husband had already been gone for a year or more. Since his departure, it seemed as if her life had paused in solitary flight, much like the moon, which now lent an illusion of being momentarily frozen in its heavenly orbit. It was a cold, hard fact that through the remnant of this eventide she could look forward to nothing more exciting than huddling alone beneath a quilt in an effort to warm herself. If she were fortunate, treasured memories would wash over her like softly cresting waves, bringing mental images vividly to life. At times she could almost sense Tyrone's presence, his face looming before her, lending her solace from her abject loneliness, and reawakening her to sweet remembrances of when they had made love, of his huskily whispered words brushing her ear, and his long, hard body moving upon her own. Such memories provoked longings that were difficult to subdue, and then she'd lie awake, tortured even more by their separation. Hourly she fretted for her husband's safety, loathing the wars and conflicts that might snatch his life. Though she sought to keep her fingers and mind actively occupied, she found no abatement for her deepening anxieties. The threat of Ladislau was too real, too well marked in her memory, to allow her to dismiss her apprehensions with menial tasks. Heaving a disconcerted sigh, Synnovea turned from the windows with no heart to face the solitude of her lonely bed. Aimlessly she meandered about the bedchamber, taking no note of its elegant appointments, as she thought back on the weeks which had recently plodded past. She now had a clearer sense of how one could suffer a feeling of unbearable isolation, even in the midst of caring friends. Though Allie had liberally practiced her Irish wit in hopes of entertaining her, Synnovea could hardly manage a vague smile for her tiny maid. Even Natasha and Zelda's cheery companionship had failed to ease her gloom. Social outings had not helped in the least. If anything, they had set her more on edge, especially during those two separate occasions when Prince Alexei and Major Nekrasov had dared to approach her in public. Though the presence of a pair of hefty guards riding atop her coach or following closely behind while she roamed the marketplaces of Kitaygorod had dissuaded her persistent suitors from extending their visits to only a few moments, they had voiced their causes with equal fervor. Concerned that his earlier visit might have caused her dismay, Nikolai had displayed his merit as an honorable gentleman by offering a quietly spoken apology. Alexei, however, had proven himself as adamant to have her as he had been in the past. If anything, his quest for fleshy appeasement and simple revenge had grown even stronger since she had become the wife of a man whom he now considered an adversary. As if the idea of stealing her away, whether by captivation or forcible capture, had become something of a challenge to him. Though the pair of guards whom Tyrone had hired to protect her both hindered and annoyed the prince, Synnovea wasn't entirely certain that they'd be successful in keeping Alexei from his purpose.
"'Tis obvious your husband is afraid of being cuckolded during his absence,"
Alexei had smirked in haughty arrogance after falling in beside her during a tour through the marketplace. He cast a glance at the two brawny giants following closely upon her heels.
"A chastity belt might have been less costly than those clumsy oaths he has employed."
Synnovea had managed a less-than-tolerant smile as she replied with derision, "Why, Alexei, can it be that you're outraged because my husband has actually dared to thwart your lecherous little ploys by engaging men whose loyalty to him is unswerving? Such fealty to an Englishman must seem strange to you, what with them being Russians. Why, I'd even venture to guess that their allegiance to him is so firmly rooted that you will find your princely status of no consequence to them, surprising as it may seem. I don't imagine that you've ever experienced such loyalty yourself." Alexei's dark eyes had skimmed her with a strange mixture of angry insolence and hungry fervor.
"My dear Synnovea, you remind me of a well-trained swan gliding over the warm waters of a lake, completely oblivious to the dangers of the hungry wolf lurking in the tall reeds near shore."
Synnovea had responded by lifting a lovely brow in chiding condescension. "Be careful, Alexei. You could get snared wallowing in the treacherous bogs of conceit ere you learn your lesson. His Majesty hasn't yet forgotten your last miserable undertaking to steal me from the Colonel. A second attempt just might cost you your head." Her reminder hadn't been kindly accepted by the prince, whose eyes had chilled to a piercing darkness that promised dire consequences.
You should have learned by now just how adamant I can be when I set my mind to a matter, Synnovea. I do so hate to repeat a lesson I've already taught, but it's evident you aren't willing to take me at my word." With a last smug smirk, Alexei had stalked away to his waiting coach without a backward glance. Now, nearly a week later, Synnovea had cause to hope that he had given up the idea of seizing her for his own lecherous purposes, for she hadn't seen him at all, not even with Anna or others with whom he consorted. She could only pray that he had left Moscow in search of some new conquest. Synnovea doffed her robe and slipped between the cool sheets, recalling the many times that Tyrone had been there, and his arms had reached out to draw her close against his hard body. Now an empty void greeted her, and darkness was the only thing that enveloped her after the tapers were snuffed out. Solemnly, she stared across the room at the moon hovering in a starlit sky beyond the windows, and she wondered how she'd ever be able to get through untold weeks, perhaps even months of lonely anguish. Fighting the chill of the lonely bed, Synnovea rubbed her hands briskly over the sleeves of her nightgown, but her arms remained cold beneath them. Nothing sufficed in comparison to her husband's embrace, and her heart pined to have him with her once again. She drew his pillow to her breast and hugged it fiercely, just as she yearned to do with him. Much later, when Tyrone meandered through her drifting dreams, it seemed as if she floated on a gently wafting breeze, and for a while she was content, at least until she was rudely snatched to awareness by a broad hand clapped tightly across her mouth. It masked nearly half her face, effectively squelching a scream that was born of terror. Against her struggling efforts, a gag was stuffed into her mouth and secured by a narrow strip of cloth wound tightly between her teeth. Her captor leaned over her as he knotted the rag behind her head, and Synnovea's heart nearly leapt from her breast as she recognized the pale, scruffy thatch that covered the man's head. Ladislaw! Her mind screamed the name out in dread as she struggled vainly against the overpowering strength of his huge hands. She now knew this would be no simple robbery which would end in a swift departure of the culprit. As his casual disregard of her emerald brooch had once attested, Ladislaw wanted her, and everything a woman could yield to a man. The renegade prince flipped her over onto her stomach, and seizing her wrists, lashed them securely behind her back. He wrapped the bedclothes around her so tightly that her breathing became seriously restricted. In burgeoning panic, Synnovea thrashed her head back and forth, desperately seeking some opening from whence she could draw breath. Finally, Ladislaw recognized her dilemma, rolled her over, and tucked the quilt beneath her chin. "Is that better?" he asked, his voice liberally imbued with humor. In the meager light, the pale orb sparkled with merriment as he leaned close. "I'd be dreadfully put out with myself if you were to pass away from lack of air ere I've made love to you, my beauty." 1,000 insulting epithets came to mind as Synnovea writhed in protest and glared up at him. But Ladislaw only chuckled and swept her up from the mattress. He tossed her casually over a shoulder and made his way around the end of the bed. Upon passing the open door of her dressing room, he paused to reflect upon the insufficiency of the nightgown she wore beneath the quilt. It would hardly keep his men from ogling her, nor would it keep her from freezing during the long ride to his den. "I suppose you'd prefer to garb yourself rather than wander naked around my house. Though I'd appreciate such a sight, I rather doubt Alyona would." Entering the narrow room, Ladislaw rummaged through her armoires and chests, stuffed an assortment of womanly accoutrements into a large satchel, tossed a heavy winter cloak over his arm, and then crossed to the anteroom. In the hall outside her chambers, he paused to listen until reassured that all was quiet. In spite of the awkward bundle and her added weight, Ladislaw flitted easily through the shadowed corridor and then hastily descended the stairs. He left the house by way of the garden door and raced around to the front. Awaiting him in the street beyond the ornate gate were a handful of mounted men, at the fore of which sat Petrov astride a tall, muscular steed. Synnovea raised her head, frantically searching the garden for her guards, and mentally groaned when she saw them struggling against the sturdy cords that bound them to the base of a tree. Their protesting grunts were muted by constricting gags, and though they writhed furiously against their bonds, they were no more able to free themselves than they were to prevent Ladislaw from whisking her through the gate to the street beyond. "'Twill be light soon," the renegade prince observed as he lifted his captive into the waiting arms of Petrov, who laid her across the saddle in front of him. "Prince Alexei will be expecting us any moment now. Once he realizes I played him false, he'll alert soldiers in an attempt to halt our flight. We'll have to make haste to leave the city ere the sun comes up."
Synnovea silently cursed Alexei for the snake he was. Now, thanks to him, she had to contend with another who was just as dangerous. A deep chortle shook Petrov's massive shoulders.
"Prince warned you to bring her straight to him, with no tricks. But what you do, my friend, you tweak his nose. You take his gold, and girl too. Prince not be satisfied till your head be lifted on a pike."
A wide grin attested to Ladislau's jovial indifference.
"That cowardly toad never paid us for accomplishing his last orders. And though he promised to yield us twice that amount when we brought him the girl, he shouldn't have expected us to believe him. 'Twas his folly to seek us out a second time. The Englishman to be very angry too, I think, when he learn you take his wife. Never mind what he say before his whipping. Our spies say Colonel now dotes upon the girl. He's sure to come after you, and we know he more dangerous than any 10 men the prince can send. Maybe Colonel catch you this time, maybe even kill you. You better wench, you can expect him to do just that."
Synnovea nodded vigorously, having listened in rapt attention to their exchange. When the 2 men paid her no heed, she squirmed, trying again, but Petrov only shifted her to free the hand that held the reins. Ladislau chortled in amusement at his friend's warnings.
"Colonel Rycroft will have to find us first, my friend, and that leaves him at great disadvantage."
Catching the dark mane of the stallion that Tyrone had once owned, he leapt astride the animal and, leaning down, patted the steed's neck as he grinned up at the giant.
"You'll see, Petrov. I will ride this wench just as I ride his stallion now. He cannot stop me."
Tyrone swung around in surprise as Grigori tossed back the flap of his tent and swept through the opening. "Colonel, what is it?" The question was filled with dread, for Tyrone knew his second-in-command well enough to grasp the fact that whatever was troubling the younger man was of a serious nature. If his tone wasn't a clear indication of the depth of his alarm, then his worried frown was. "Ladislau is coming!" Tyrone almost relaxed, thinking he had become too easily unnerved with all the waiting. "At last! I had nigh given up hope. Colonel, there's more." Tyrone halted, again feeling a coldness creeping through his vitals. "More? What do you mean more? Does he bring the whole Cossack clan back with him?" The sharp scowl that gathered the young man's brows did not ease, spurring Tyrone's impatience to know the worst of it. "Damn it, Grigori! Spit it out! What frets you, man?" "It's your wife, the Lady Synnovea." In one long stride, Tyrone was across the tent, clasping the front of Grigori's cloak as his apprehension deepened to a cold, hellish fear. "What about Synnovea?" "Ladislau has taken her captive, Colonel. She's with him now, even as they ride toward the camp." "Are you certain?" In agonizing anguish, Tyrone slowly thumped his limp fists against the other's chest as he demanded affirmation. "Are you positive about what you saw?" "Aye, Colonel. Avar and I both saw her. She's riding behind Petrov, and it appears that there's a long tether binding her to the brigand." "Damn!" The word exploded from Tyrone's lips as he all but hurled himself from the tent. Heedless of the cold, brisk wind that quickly penetrated his woolen tunic, he stalked over to Avar, who stood waiting. "You saw her too?" The scout met the probing gaze of the blue eyes unwaveringly. "Aye, Colonel, there is no question. It is your wife. We were waiting in the covering of trees when Ladislau rode past. We were both near enough to see her face clearly. There was no mistake." "How can this be?" Tyrone clamped a hand to his brow as the horror of their announcement crushed down upon him with merciless gravity. Frantically he searched his mind for some strategy that would secure Synnovea's immediate release, but he knew that none would be totally free of danger. Whirling, he faced his second-in-command as that one joined them. "I've got to free her, Grigori. I've got to go down there and meet Ladislau face to face." "Colonel, I need not tell you how dangerous a deed it would be for you to do that," Grigori cautioned, understanding the depth of his friend's distress. "He'll likely kill you without pausing to ask questions, and if you try to take a force of men with you to guarantee his good comportment, he'll likely escape and take your wife with them." "I know all of that, but that doesn't change anything. If it's Synnovea—" Tyrone was set to argue with all of his heart. "Then you must be exceedingly cautious about what you do." If they slip out of our trap with so precious a prize in their grasp, we may never get her back. You must think this through carefully, with no other choice but to bide our time until we close the trap around them. Only when the passes are closed will we prevent their escape. I've got to go down there alone before the trap is sprung and get Synnovea out of there, Tyrone barked impatiently. If I don't, they'll try to use her as a hostage against us. If your mind is set, Colonel, please consider the possibility that you'll be giving them a second hostage, Grigory advised. One they'll likely kill. Ladislaw may have you cut down just out of spite. Tyrone raked his fingers through his wind-tossed hair as he fretted over the dilemma that now faced him and debated his choices. But only briefly. Arriving at a decision, he spoke brusquely. Even thieves should know what a white flag is for. I'm going down to talk with Ladislaw, and I intend to make him understand how perilous his position is. If he kills Synnovea or me, then he'll have to answer to the cannons. I must convince him that there'll be no escape for any of them once the passes into his camp are closed. When he's faced with that threat, I rather doubt that even Ladislaw will prove unreasonable. Moving away from the two officers, Avar crept into the trees buttressing the edge of the gorge, and from there observed the arrival of Ladislaw and his men as they came through the pass. He silently beckoned the officers near, and when the two joined him there, they watched for several moments while Ladislaw and most of his men dismounted. Then they saw the lordling thief approach Petrov's mount and whisk the feminine form to the ground. Colonel, I agree with you. You shouldn't give Ladislaw time to relax and settle his mind on your wife. My sister is down there somewhere. I haven't seen her since she was taken a year ago, but I've no doubt she has been sullied by the man. Like your wife, sir, she is too pretty for Ladislaw to ignore. My earnest quest is to find my sister and take her back home with me. Tyrone laid a hand upon the scout's shoulder and then returned to his tent, giving orders as he went for his mount to be saddled and a white cloth to be tied to a standard. Then he donned a weightier leather doublet to better guard against the thieves' weapons. Hopefully, it would also lend him some bit of protection from the cold that had settled its frigid breath upon their camp. Grigory came to inform his commander that everything was in readiness, but the Russian brooded over the perils his friend would be facing without a weapon to defend himself. You know my concerns, Colonel. I pray that you also give heed to your own welfare in this matter. Tyrone made every effort to reassure him. By God's mercy, Grigory, I'll come out of this alive, with my wife at my side. I tell you now that I have every reason to live, but she's down there in my enemy's hands. Without her, I think my very breath would cease of its own accord. Releasing a pensive sigh, Grigory squared his shoulders and met his commander's searching gaze with a rueful smile. My mother always claimed that I worried too much, Colonel. Perhaps she was right. Tyrone managed an indistinct smile. Every man has a tendency to do that at times, my friend. Right now, I'm concerned because my wife is down there at the mercy of my enemy. You know what the plans have been and understand what needs to be done in my absence. When I give the signal to fire the cannons, close their back door promptly. As for the rest, I'll leave that to your own discretion as you observe the sequence of events, since you'll be in command while I'm gone. Above all, we must convince that braggart thief we are deadly serious. Don't worry, Colonel. I'll make Ladislaw consider his vulnerability as he has never done before. Good. That may be the only way he'll prove tractable. If I find no other means of escape, I'll climb up here by way of a rope with Synnovea on my back. Keep your eyes sharp and be ready to drop one down should I come running. Believe me, Colonel, we'll be watching your every movement, Grigory assured him. Leaving his tent, Tyrone swung astride his horse, gathered the reins, and accepted the flag of truce. After returning a crisp salute to Grigory, he reined the stallion toward the trail that offered him the fastest descent. In nothing less than pure exhaustion, Synnovea leaned against Petrov's horse as Ladislaw cut the leather cord that had bound her to the brawny giant throughout the major portion of their journey from Moscow. His men were already dispersing to other areas of their small village, gladly leaving the two men to handle their captive. Ladislaw was feeling in fine spirits after the successful abduction and bestowed a wide grin upon Petrov. You see, my friend, it's just as I told you it would be. The wench has become quite tame in recent days. Mayhap she's looking forward to sharing my bed. Petrov grunted in unfaltering skepticism.
Wait till she get her wind back, then you see. Maybe she even come after Ladislaw again to kill him. You just don't understand my way with women, Ladislaw argued in good humor. I'll let this one have a bath and some sleep. She'll be a different woman when she has rested. I tell you, Petrov, she'll be grateful enough to love me when she wakes. Hum!
Turning to face the source of the contemptuous snort, Ladislaw bent his attention upon the girl, who glared up at him with eyes smoldering with unrestrained fury. Within the drooping cowl of her cloak, he could find little evidence of that richly attired countess he had once seen courageously alight from her coach. He beheld instead the face of a small, grubby sprite, who had taken enormous delight in antagonizing each and every one of them. At the very least, a score of his cohorts had felt the sharp sting of her wit, as well as the pangs of her kicks, scratches, blows, or bites, whenever they had made the mistake of venturing too close. Only Petrov had been exempt from her abuse, no doubt because he had become her protector of sorts, for it was that good fellow who had stepped repeatedly between her and those who had sought instant retribution for the injury she had liberally dispensed. Only Petrov had been exempt from Synnovea's abuse, no doubt because he had become her protector of sorts, for it was that good fellow who had stepped repeatedly between her and those who had sought instant retribution for the injury she had liberally dispensed. Though her smugly challenging smile had further provoked those whom she had assailed, none had dared test her benefactor's brawn in their quest for appeasement. Making no effort to brush back the snarled tresses that had formed a tangled, web-like veil across her face, the recalcitrant countess peered up at him jeeringly. Her lean jaw was smudged with a streak of black, and a heavy grime now covered her entire face, a result of their rapid flight across a dusty field. For all of her smirking derision, she seemed much too exhausted to lift herself from her slouched stance, which in the main was supported by the horse's rump.
You see, Petrov jerked his thumb toward her. She kill you quick if you crazy enough to trust her. Just like the other night when she escaped and take my knife.
Ladislaw rubbed the healing wound across his palm as he recalled his foolish endeavor to take advantage of the girl's attempted flight. From beneath drooping eyelids, he had watched her lean stealthily across the loudly snoring Petrov and slip the man's knife from its sheath. Covertly, she had slashed the cords that had fastened her to the sleeping giant and then had rolled away from his side. Though Ladislaw had fancied the idea of creeping into the shadows after her and taking his pleasure while the rest of his men slumbered on, he hadn't been prepared for her vicious assault when he neared the place where she had been hiding. He had barely jumped back in time to avoid the death-threatening slash of her knife. Thinking he could easily disarm her, he had grabbed for the weapon, but in the next instant had felt the tip of the blade open a gash across his palm. If not for the fact that several of his men had been awakened by his deafening curse, the little chit might have escaped. As it was, she had been dragged back kicking and screaming while she laid every insult she could think of upon their scruffy hides. Ladislaw faced his cabin and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Alyona!" In the next instant, the front door was thrown open with sudden force. It rebounded with a loud crack, and in the deafening silence that ensued, a young, dark-haired woman, ponderously close to delivering a child, emerged from the doorway with dark eyes fairly snapping with ire. Halting at the edge of the porch, she glowered at the dumbstruck Ladislaw for a long moment before her gaze flicked mutinously toward Synnovea, bringing that one to alert attention. Then her gaze returned to the lordling thief, where it settled in cold contempt.
So, Ladislaw, at last you've brought a woman home to share your bed. As if I haven't served your lusting needs all these many months. What do you intend for me? Will you throw me aside now that I'm fat-bellied with your bastard whelp?
Ladislaw tried to shush her angry questions with a quieting gesture of his hands.
Now, Alyona, you know I've never made any promises that you'd always be the only one. A man like me enjoys a little variety now and then. A man like you, ha!
Alyona tossed her head in disgust.
You mew so sweetly in our bed and tell me that you love me, then you want my favors.
Then, when I'm so swollen with child that I can hardly move, you bring this...
Lady Synnovea Rycroft. Synnovea quickly supplied the information, gleaning some reason to hope that she could escape ravishment through the presence of this small, tenacious woman. Wife of Colonel Sir Tyrone Rycroft, English commander of His Majesty's Imperial Hussars. Turning sharply to bestow a blazing glower upon her abductor, she ended in a rush of words that completely exhausted her breath.
Who will surely kill this bumbling oaf if he so much as lays a wayward hand upon me?
Sensing an immediate accord with her ladyship, Alyona offered Synnovea a smile and swept a hand invitingly toward the front door. At least Ladislaw hadn't yet bedded the woman. Perhaps she had time to persuade him from the idea of serving his selfish lusts and wounding her in the process.
Come inside, my lady. No doubt you're weary from your ordeal and would like a bath.
Ladislaw grinned broadly, perceiving Alyona's congeniality as a willingness to yield to his authority. He was now of a mind to think that he'd be able to manage very nicely with two women living in the same house. Having every intention of partaking of the hospitality that Alyona had extended to the Countess, he mounted the steps behind his latest captive. Immediately upon gaining the porch, he was abruptly halted by a small hand that had been flung up in unfaltering defiance.
Yet, you go to the stable to wash and bed down. This house will be ours alone.
Come now, Alyona,
Ladislaw cajoled, and then bristled in discomfiture as Petrov made no effort to curb the chuckles erupting from him.
You can't do this to me. Not even my own men would dare such a thing. You stay away,
Alyona railed, stamping a dainty foot in outrage.
I forbid you to come inside.
Ignoring the command, Ladislaw spread his arms wide to encompass his mistress in a great bear hug, hoping to placate her. But Alyona snatched away in angry resentment and glared up at him.
You leave here this instant, Ladislaw, or I will. I won't stay in your camp and give birth to your child while you make another bastard with the colonel's wife. Do you hear? Damnation, woman, I can't let you order me about as if I were some young whelp. What will my men think?
Alyona rose on tiptoes to sneer in his face.
And what will you think, Ladislaw, if I leave now? Do you want me to go? Does bedding down with the colonel's wife mean so much to you that you do not care if I go or stay? Alyona, you know I'm very fond of you.
In unabated pertinacity, Alyona stood erect with small fists clenched tightly at her sides. Despite the initial terror she had suffered when Ladislaw had first snatched her from her parents' home more than a year ago, she had come to love him dearly. But she wanted more from him than just a casual dalliance. His child would soon be born, and she wanted him to treat her with the same regard a man would extend to a cherished wife.
Ladislaw, you make choice now. The colonel's wife or me?
The Lord of Thieves raised his hands lamely in mute appeal. As much as he wanted to pleasure himself with the beautiful Countess, down deep inside, he knew he couldn't abide the idea of Alyona leaving him. From the first, she had been like a fresh, sweet breath of wind coming into his stale life. While holding herself from him in staid reserve, she had played the offended maiden to the hilt, until gradually it was his heart that had melted. To his amazement, he had found himself caring for her in a gentler way, courting her with wildflowers, long walks in the woods, and sonnets of love from a book he had once found in a trunk purloined from a wealthy rake. He had even taught her to read, and she in turn had placated him by sweetly reciting the verses. How could he bear to let her go, when he had no doubt that she'd be leaving him bereft of every treasure he held dear? A gunshot snatched Ladislaw's mind abruptly from the matter of choices to the immediate needs of the moment. Of primary concern was the safety of his camp and everyone within it. He whirled away from the two women as Petrov spun his horse around to face the barricaded entrance to the pass. Above it, a guard was now shouting and waving his arms in an attempt to gain their attention. Petrov raised a hand and held it to an ear to listen, then promptly conveyed the information to Ladislaw.
One man ride toward camp with white flag. The guard want to know, should he let the stranger in?
Ladislaw leapt off the porch and, settling his powerful arms akimbo, frowned toward the pass for a long moment before squinting up at Petrov.
Can they tell who the man is?
The single braid of flaxen hair fell over a massive shoulder as Petrov leaned his head far back and cupped a hand to his mouth to project his shout.
Who comes? Do you know?
Again Petrov returned a broad hand to an ear to catch the other's answer. Then he gaped down at his lordling chief, completely astounded by what he had just heard.
"They say English colonel come here. He ride your horse."
"What?" Synnovea gasped, flinging herself to the porch railing. Trembling now, she shaded her eyes from the glare of the sun reflecting off a patch of snow as she stared toward the entrance. As yet, she could see nothing of her husband, but that didn't ease the sudden quaking of her heart. Ladislaw was of a different bent entirely. Hooting in glee at the idea that his adversary would be coming into their camp, he roared his answer, "Let the rascal enter, if indeed he comes alone." Petrified by a sudden concern for her husband, Synnovea waited an eternity before she saw a lone rider emerging from the narrow pass. At the newcomer's inquiring glance toward the one who stood on the knoll above him, the guard pointed in the direction of the house, prompting the newcomer to urge the stallion forward. Synnovea had no need to see his face or the tawny hair now covered by a helm to know that it was indeed her own dear husband who approached, for none rode with the confident grace he exhibited. The stallion carried him forward at a leisurely canter until he reined the steed to a halt before the Lord of Thieves. Synnovea would have scrambled down the steps and raced toward Tyrone, but Ladislaw flung up a hand to halt her in mid-stride and promptly barked an order for her to hold fast lest she cause some harm to come to her husband. She acquiesced forthwith, but in the silence that ensued, her eyes melded with the blue ones that anxiously searched her face. At the unspoken question burning within those translucent orbs, she managed a reassuring smile to convey the fact that, as yet, she had not been harmed. Thoughtfully, Ladislaw considered the pair, who exchanged unspoken assurances of adoration with nothing more than their eyes. Then he turned his perusal solely upon his rival, espying no scabbard or pistol, only an empty sheath where a knife should have been.
"Are you a witless fool, Colonel, to enter my camp with naught to protect you but a white flag and your own arrogance? Do you not ken that my men can drag you from my horse and strip the flesh from your bones, just as they did when we last met? Have you no scars to remind you of that event?"
"I've come for my wife," Tyrone stated unflinchingly, leveling his gaze upon the renegade. "I won't leave without her." Ladislaw laughed with boisterous mirth and spread his arms wide in exaggerated amazement as he mockingly reminded his foe, "But you said that I could have her, my friend. Don't you remember? Now, pray tell us, Colonel, have you changed your mind?" "If it's a fight you want, Ladislaw, I'll give it to you," Tyrone avouched in a low, rumbling tone.
"But I'm not leaving here without my wife." "What? And cheat my compatriots of the sport of tying you between two horses and wagering which steed will get the better of you in the end? Come now, Colonel, I'm not as selfish as all that."
Tyrone lifted a hand and, glancing briefly towards Synnovea, beckoned her to draw near. She obeyed instantly, evoking a growl from Ladislaw, who leapt forward to catch her. But the thief was brought up short by the bulk of the black stallion as Tyrone nudged the animal into his path. Grinding his teeth in rage, Ladislaw sprang upward to seize his adversary from the saddle. But with a flick of his wrist, Tyrone reined the animal sharply about again, deftly jarring the brigand's senses when that one met the whirling steed head to head, the hard way. An audible thunk was followed by an even louder yowl of pain before Ladislaw stumbled back in a dazed stupor, clasping a hand to his face. A quick swipe of a finger beneath his nose assured him that he was bleeding profusely from his left nostril. Petrov coughed abruptly to curb another threatening burst of laughter. Then, with hard-won composure, he straightened his demeanor and, assuming his best doleful expression, swung down from his steed. Solicitously, he helped Ladislaw to the steps of the porch, where he urged their leader to sit still until he recovered his wits. Alyona flew inside, and reappearing a brief moment later with a wet cloth, gently dabbed at the blood oozing from Ladislaw's nose. While the rogue's attention was diverted, Tyrone reached down and, grasping Synnovea's arm, swung her up behind him. Petrov's flintlock made a swift and ominous appearance. Its cyclopean bore was leveled convincingly toward the middle of the leather doublet as the huge man rumbled out a warning.
"Keep still, Colonel, or you will die now."
Though Synnovea clasped her arms tightly around her husband's waist and pressed close against his back in anxious fear, Tyrone countered the giant's threat almost casually. "If you kill me, Petrov, these hills will crumble down upon your shining fate. I swear they will." Petrov hooted loudly in amusement before he jeered at the colonel. "Are you God to call down mountain upon us, Englishman?" "Heed my warning carefully with an attentive ear, Petrov," Tyrone urged. "If you need proof of my power, I shall give you a small sampling. But I must first kindly insist that you divert your aim for the moment to negate the possibility of your weapon discharging accidentally once you realize I have such power." Petrov's eyes flicked quickly toward the rugged, tree-lined hilltops as he wondered what to make of the man's proposal. He was curious enough to want to see what would follow. Although he turned the boar away from their foe, he held the pistol positioned where he could swing it around upon the man in the flick of an eye. As he cocked a brow and closely observed the colonel, that one raised the white flag and then brought it down sharply in a fluttering descent. Instantly, a thundering explosion rent the silence, followed in quick, ear-numbing succession by several more blasts, each of which caused both Petrov and Ladislaw to start in sudden shock. They gaped in utter amazement as the cannonballs repeatedly pummeled the hills around the second entrance, loosening large boulders and rocks that subsequently began to tumble into the canyon. The falling debris gave momentum to the guards who had been on duty there. Spurred on by churning fear, they raced away as if the demons of hell were nipping at their heels, all the while casting anxious glances over their shoulders as they sought to outrun the falling fragments. Hardly anyone noticed Tyrone whirling the steed about and racing off toward the far side of the canyon until Ladislaw scrambled to his feet and thrust a massive arm out to point toward the departing colonel, bringing Petrov's attention to bear upon the two who were obviously attempting to escape in spite of the questionable direction in which they were riding. "Shoot the horse, damn it! Shoot the horse! If our captive escape, we'll likely lose our heads!" Ladislaw barked, nearly jumping up and down with impatience as Petrov leveled his flintlock and held it steadily on his target. Slowly, the giant squeezed the trigger, hating to see such a fine animal put down, but cherishing his own head a lot more. The discharge was followed by a mere pause of a heartbeat. Then the horse collapsed in a cartwheeling roll that sent its riders flying helter-skelter. Tyrone swore as he rolled and tumbled to a halt in a large patch of snow. Gnashing his teeth in fierce determination, he leapt to his feet and raced back to where his wife lay motionless upon the ground. She stared at the sky above her as if utterly frozen, but he had no time to shake her from her stupor. Swooping up her limp form within his arms, he started running desperately toward the hill, from the top of which his men waved frantically and shouted encouragements as they tossed down ropes. Thundering hoofbeats of at least a dozen horses quickly overtook Tyrone, forestalling his flight to safety as the highwaymen passed him and then drew their steeds to a skidding halt in front of him. Briefly facing the leering men as they brandished their swords in the air, he retreated cautiously, sweeping his eyes about in search of another path to safety. In turn, the men nudged their mounts toward him, grinning like fools lusting for revenge. Tyrone gnashed his teeth in unrelenting fortitude and chose to test them, first dashing to the left and then skidding to a halt on the right, running backward, then forward, all the while dodging, twisting, circling around. Everywhere he turned, the rogues closed ranks, forbidding his penetration of the living wall they had erected. Finally, he was brought up short as they tightened the snare around him until he was made secure. He had no choice but to accept his entrapment and perhaps his imminent death, for they allowed him no place to run. Slowly, Tyrone collapsed to his knees, and gasping air into his lungs, bent over his wife, intending to bestow a kiss of farewell upon her parted lips. Then he realized her eyes were closed with a stillness that made his heart lurch in fear. While he rasped in air, he could detect no slightest sign of life, not even a flutter of breath from her lips. He felt an impending shout of remorse building within him, and he let her sag in his arms as he tilted his head far back upon his shoulders and shrieked at the top of his lungs toward the hill, "Grigory, avenge us!" 21. The hill above Tyrone seemed to explode as another volley was launched from the cannons, this time in an entirely different direction. The men who had prodded their steeds close around him now scattered like a flock of frightened, squawking geese as the leaden balls began to pelt the opposite end of the valley. Only one of their number kept his wits and demanded aid from another two who were ready to fly with the rest. Commanding their unswerving attention, the brigand held them fast at sword point.
Ladislaw wants these here two back,
the thief shouted as the cannon ceased firing.
Now get down here, you yellow-livered rats, and bind them to your horses, or by heavens I'll run you both through, from gullet to groin.
The threat failed to hold the two, for in the next instant they glanced around toward the crest of the hill and saw countless soldiers swarming over it and swinging outward on ropes as they thrust themselves away from the precipice and began to descend the hillside with great bounding leaps. Faced by this new threat, the three thieves were swiftly unified in the strengthening premise that retreat was far better than certain death. Lifting their heels high, they brought them down hard into the flanks of their mounts, catapulting the animals forward in an all-out breakneck race toward the entrance of the canyon, where an open space still remained in the pass. As they neared the opening, the three hauled their nags to a jolting halt, and almost as abruptly whirled them in an about-face to send them flying in the opposite direction as Grigori raced into their lair with a company of mounted hussars riding closely behind him with gleaming swords waving high. Tyrone gathered his wife's limp form up close within his arms and held her for a long, despairing moment, feeling such terrible remorse that he wanted to die. A building sob was wrenched from him as he buried his face against the side of her throat and began to weep. Then, like the delicate flick of a butterfly's wings, he felt it, the unmistakable beat of a pulse. He jerked upright and stared in jubilation as the long dark lashes fluttered against her grimy cheeks. Slowly, Synnovea roused to awareness with a muffled groan and then stared up at him, seeming momentarily confused. When she made a valiant attempt to smile, Tyrone choked on a grateful sob. "Synnovea, my dearest heart, I thought you were dead. Wasn't I?" She grimaced as she struggled bravely to move her aching body. Then she quipped dryly, "If this is what happens when you take a lady out for a ride, Sir Knight, may I never be foolish enough to accept your invitation again." "Are you all right?" Tyrone questioned with anxious concern. "No," she moaned. "At least I don't feel all right. The way I hurt, I'm wont to think that I've died and gone to hell, cruel place though it may be, for this is definitely not heaven. Indeed, sir, I've never suffered so much abuse in all my life. I fear every bone in my body has been broken, or at the very least, bruised." "This is no hellish prank, madam," Tyrone assured her with an amused grin. "You're alive, and I most fervently thank heaven because you are. Can we go home now?" Synnovea queried hopefully. "I'd very much like to crawl into our bed and rest my wearied frame for a week or two in your arms." "I'll take you there, my love, just as soon as my men finish rounding up the thieves." Tyrone glanced around him and was assured that the tide of conflict had been quickly turned to their benefit. Many of the rogues had been caught by surprise and were unarmed, while others, perceiving their impending capture, had given up without a fight. It would all be over in a matter of moments. Lifting his wife with him, Tyrone rose to his feet again and smiled down into the green-brown eyes as his own glistened with warm tears. "My dearest Synnovea, you are the most delightful joy of my life," he softly avowed, "and I love you more than simple words can attest." "I love you, Sir Knight, more than I ever thought possible," Synnovea replied, her voice choked with emotion. Wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, she pressed her brow against his cheek as she murmured in gentle reflection, "I think, Colonel Sir Tyrone Rycroft, that I have loved you since that first moment I saw you, when you came charging through the thieves in your quest to save me. To me, my lord husband, you looked as resplendent as a gallant knight in shining armor." Content to be safe within his arms, Synnovea snuggled her head upon his shoulder as he carried her back to Ladislaw's house, around which the soldiers were now herding the thieves. Ladislaw and Petrov were sitting on the steps, under the watchful eye of a single lieutenant who had bound his prisoners to a post with a heavy length of chain. Alyona was kneeling beside Ladislaw, dabbing at the trickle of blood still in evidence beneath his nose. His eyes were only for her, as if in the last few moments he had realized that there wasn't much time left for them. Suddenly, Alyona gasped and rose to her feet as she stared toward the narrow entrance where a single mounted rider was leisurely reining his steed through the rock and rubble that had fallen there. As he came near and dismounted in front of the house, Alyona hastened down the steps and threw her arms wide with a cry of gladness before hurling herself into the welcoming embrace of her brother. "Ivar, Ivar, oh, how I've missed you, dear brother!" The scout drew back with a queering perusal and laid a gentle hand upon her belly as he softly questioned, "Do you want me to avenge you, Alyona?" "Niet, niet!" She shook her head passionately in a fierce denial and hurried to state her mind. "Ivar, if I could, I would have Ladislaw as my husband, but they say he must go to Moscow now, maybe to be hanged. From all accounts we've been hearing, it is the justice Ladislaw rightly deserves, Alyona. I cannot stop it. Maybe there is no help for him, Ivar, but I still yearn to take him as husband and give our child a name." Ivar pressed his lips briefly to her brow. "I'm sorry, Alyona." With an imperceptible nod, the young woman stepped away, and mounting the stairs again, went inside the house. The door closed slowly behind her, and in the silence that followed, they could hear her mournful weeping. Ivar approached his commander, who was applying a cold compress to Synnovea's bruised brow. "Colonel, I've just now seen a curious thing, and I'd like permission to ride out with a pair of men to see what might be happening." Tyrone peered at him askance as he continued his tender ministering. "What do you think it is?" Ivar glanced around and took a casual count of their soldiers. Then he stroked his chin thoughtfully as he lifted his gaze to meet the curious blue eyes. "I think, Colonel, it may be a full regiment of soldiers passing near here. Though each wears the garb of a peasant, they ride in line like an organized troop. Only the leader is wearing a cloak that looks familiar. Another is garbed richly in the clothes of a boyar." Ivar lifted his shoulders in a shrug. "If I were to venture a guess, Colonel, I'd say they're Polish soldiers on the move." "This far inland?" Tyrone stepped back from his wife and stared at the scout in amazement. "Where do you think they're headed?" "They now ride fast after hearing cannon, Colonel. Toward Moscow, maybe, or in that same general direction." "We must stop them." "We should, Colonel, but how? They outnumber us 2, maybe 3 to 1. Besides that, they have 2 batteries of cannons." Tyrone beckoned a young corporal forward and pointed toward the horse that Ladislaw had ridden in on, the same which the thief had once stolen from him. "Strip that stallion, Corporal, and put my saddle on his back, and be quick about it. I've got to ride out with Ivar and have a look around." Stepping back to Synnovea, he lifted her carefully and carried her into the house, drawing a teary-eyed gaze from Alyona, who had curled up on a corner of the bed to cry. In some embarrassment, the small woman rose to her feet, and sweeping her hand toward the place she had just vacated, encouraged him to lay Synnovea there. "I will take care of your wife, Colonel. No need to fear." Tyrone lowered Synnovea upon the mound of wolf pelts covering the bed, and leaned down to brush a snarled tress from her brow. "I have to ride out with Ivar, my sweet. I may be gone for a while. If you're able to rest, do so. I'll return as soon as I can." Synnovea and Alyona watched in silence as he crossed to the door. At the portal, he cast a backward glance at his wife before making his departure. In a few moments, the women heard the rattle of hooves as the 2 men rode out together. "I'm too filthy to rest," Synnovea complained, wincing as she braced herself up on an elbow. "I'd like to wash, if I may." Alyona indicated a large kettle of simmering water hanging from a hook in the hearth. "I was going to wash clothes today, but if you'd like, I'd fill a tub for a bath. Maybe you'll feel better after a good warm soak." "I don't think I've ever heard a sweeter proposal in all my life." Synnovea slowly pushed herself to her feet, grimacing sharply as she did so. All she could remember from the fall was hitting the ground and feeling as if every bone in her body had been broken, or at least jolted unmercifully by the impact. Beyond that moment, it seemed as if she had stared at the world through a stunned stupor, her breath frozen in her lungs. Moments after Tyrone had lifted her, she had lost consciousness and known nothing more until she had heard his muffled weeping. With considerable care, Synnovea stood upright and was of a mind to think that she had accomplished a great feat. Before long, she was soaking in a warm bath that the two of them had prepared. Some of the tightness began to leave her muscles, and she became a little more hopeful that she'd survive. She washed her hair, found appropriate clothing to wear from the large satchel which Ladislaw had hurriedly packed for her, and was in the process of helping Alyona empty the tub when the woman gasped suddenly and clutched a hand to her belly. "It's time," Alyona announced in a tight voice when the pain began to subside. "The baby is coming." She looked up at her guest and saw the sharp concern in her widened eyes. "Do you know what to do, my lady?" Synnovea nearly panicked. "Not even a notion." "There is an old woman who lives in a small house down by the creek. She knows what to do. If you would go and fetch her, I will lay out what she will need." "Of course." Despite the pain that her movements caused, Synnovea was already flying toward the door. It was nearly an hour later when Tyrone returned with Avar and found Ladislaw pacing restlessly about within the small area allowable by his heavy shackles. Tyrone hardly had time to consider the reason for the man's plight, but when he strode toward the door, the lieutenant informed him of the camp's current events. "I'm sorry, Colonel. Ladislaw's woman is inside having her baby. Your wife told us all to stay outside. I would presume, sir, that her order also includes you." The young man's forehead crinkled in sudden concern. "Of course, sir, if it's a matter of choices, I must respect any command you give me." "Rest easy, Lieutenant. I'll not countermand my wife's authority in this instance." A sigh of relief slipped from the officer's smiling lips. "I'm glad to hear that, sir, because I would hate to disappoint her ladyship, since I assured her that I'd keep everyone who wasn't needed out of the house." "Carry on, Lieutenant." "Yes, sir." Glancing back at Ladislaw, Tyrone soon became convinced that the brigand was genuinely distraught over what was presently occurring in his house. To see the unruly rogue deeply concerned about the girl caused him to wonder if he was now viewing a side of the man's character that had never been glimpsed before by anyone. "Watch him carefully," Tyrone bade the lieutenant, taking no chances. "Ladislaw has the strength to break any post you chain him to, so be warned. You can count on me, sir." Grigori came across the yard and braced a foot on the bottom step as his commander turned to face him. "What did you and Avar find?" "At least a full regiment of spies or Polish-trained mercenaries," Tyrone answered bluntly, descending a pair of steps to speak with him. "There's a strong possibility that they're Polish soldiers masquerading as peasants." "What are we to do when we have less than a third that number of men here?" Grigori asked in sudden worry. "We cannot hope to reach Moscow and regroup with the rest of the regiment in time to return and attack them in the field. Besides, before our departure, the good general was demanding that he be given command of my other men during my absence. We both know that he has some wild notions, so he has probably dispatched them on some urgent mission of his. I regret now that I didn't have the foresight to bring the whole regiment when we came." "Your plan was to avoid discovery before we took up our position on the hill, Colonel," Grigori reasoned. "We did just that, and your goal to capture Ladislaw and his bandits has been concluded successfully. None of us expected this foreign intrusion into our land. Still, I find it hard to imagine that these mercenaries intend to attack Moscow with less than a full army." "I'm sure you're cognizant of the last two attempts of the Poles to put their own men on the throne. Perhaps the mercenaries are hoping to catch Moscow by surprise again and kill the Tsar, which they may well do if General Vanderhout has been foolish enough to strip away a portion of the city's strength and defense." Ladislaw had paused in his restless pacing when he overheard the men talking, and now hunkered down on his haunches near the edge of the porch as he continued to listen. Peering at them thoughtfully, he finally gained their attention and gave the colonel a grin that was no less than cocky. "You need more men, eh, Englishman?" Arching a brow, Tyrone fixed the man with an impassive stare. "If you intend to gloat, Ladislaw, be warned. I'm in no mood to accept it graciously."
I wouldn't dare gloat, Colonel, not when I'll likely be executed soon after I'm taken to Moscow.
Ladislaus shrugged his broad shoulders.
With a babe of mine ready to be born, I can't help but wish things had been different, that I might have done something better with my life.
It's a bit late for remorse now, don't you think, Ladislaus? Tyrone asked with rampant sarcasm. You must be as old as I am, give or take a few years. Yet I bet you have never considered doing an honest day's labor in your whole life. So you say now that you're feeling put out by it all, no doubt because you've been caught. Well, go weep on someone else's shoulder, my lawless friend. I don't have time to listen to your laments.
I only beg a moment of your time, Colonel. That is all I ask, Ladislaus bargained. You just might be interested in what I have to say.
I'm running short of patience, Tyrone retorted tersely.
What do you think those mercenaries are up to anyway?
Ladislaus pressed, deliberately ignoring the other's lack of enthusiasm. No good, just like you.
Now, Colonel, the leader thief smilingly cajoled, didn't I promise you that you'd be interested in my proposition? But if you're so damned certain that you and your men can force a whole regiment of foreigners to retreat, then perhaps I'm wasting my breath.
A weary sigh clearly expressed Tyrone's growing irritation. What do you have to say, Ladislaus? I'm listening. The rogue leader was most eager to voice his suggestion.
Suppose, Colonel, that my men and I joined forces with you and yours to turn back the foreigners.
He glanced at the Englishman and then grinned in growing enthusiasm when he realized that he had managed to gain his full attention.
If they're up to no good in Moscow, and my band and I help to send them back to wherever they came from, perhaps the Tsar would consider giving me and my fellows a pardon if we make solemn pledges that in the future we'll apply ourselves diligently to honest labors.
Tyrone stared at Ladislaus in disbelief, unable to consider the plausibility of such an offer. It seemed rather doubtful the man could alter his whole way of life at this late date. Indeed, trusting him could prove as disastrous as believing a leopard could amend its